Schwa, observe this child. He is quite different from his younger brother, who was born alongside him. The latter cried out lustily upon his arrival, while this one simply smiles foolishly, perhaps lost in some delightful dream. Schwa gazed fondly at his two newly born children, a tender smile gracing his lips. Indeed, this child possesses quite the vivacity. At that moment, Ding Shu opened his eyes and found a colossal head looming in his line of sight. What the hell is this? Ding Shu's voice transformed into a wailing cry, and the man holding him took delight in teasing him further. Ding Shu felt an invasion upon his cheeks and attempted to protest, only to realize that his arms seemed to have shrunk. As he brought his hands before his eyes, he was met with a pair of plump little hands. Have I shrunk? Am I trapped in a dream from which I cannot awaken? With this thought, Ding Shu closed his eyes once more, seeking an escape from this dreadful nightmare. Time flowed swiftly at this juncture. Ding Shu, now to be referred to as Inuzuka Shu, had reached the age of 1. Accompanied by a younger brother, Inuzuka, who was born merely minutes after him. Inuzuka Shu was persistently troubled by a question that had haunted him since he realized he had crossed over. I was indulging in Pokemon games before my transmigration. What does it mean that I find myself in the Naruto universe? Has a crossover gone awry? Each time this thought crossed his mind, Shu would lament. Who would have thought I would become Ye's elder brother? Alas, our family bears no distinctive traits. Starting with a mere dog, my survival hinges solely on luck. However, leading such a languid and secure life may not be so bad after all. At the very least, my life is safeguarded. Let Naruto and Sasuke, that dynamic duo, handle saving the world. While Shu pondered his future, a sudden voice echoed in his mind. Reacting instinctively, Shu murmured, could it be that my golden finger has finally arrived? Ding! Pokemon system activated. A realm appeared within Inuzuka Shu's consciousness, filled with numerous Pokeballs. Could these possibly be the Pokemon I captured before my transmigration? Are they intended for my use? Shu observed the dim Pokeballs, noting their lack of response. Why can't I utilize any of them? At that moment, the system issued a notification. Ding! Initial Pokemon extraction in progress. Please stand by. Within his mind, rows of dull Pokeballs flickered one by one. Ding! Finally, the flickering ceased, and one Pokeball glimmered, trembling slightly, standing out conspicuously among the others. Little Shu will be starting school. With you tomorrow, you both must strive diligently. Inuzuka Joie regarded his two sons. The younger son seemed relatively normal, having chosen a ninja dog to accompany him in battle, while his elder son, Inuzuka Shu, proved to be a source of concern. At that moment, Inuzuka Shu squatted nearby, brandishing a round redand white ball hanging from his waist, while playfully teasing a small blue dog standing before him. When they were given the opportunity to choose their ninja dogs, Inuzuka Shu declared that he had made his selection. Shortly thereafter, a small dog approached him, its body adorned in a striking blue hue, with only its legs, eyes, and ears marked in black, and a yellow collar gracing its neck. Inuzuka Shu paused, his hand ceasing its playful antics with Ryolu, and remarked, I understand, mother. I shall take good care of you. Upon hearing Shu's promise of care, Ye involuntarily shuddered, as if haunted by a dreadful memory. He would forever recall the time when their mother was about to leave, instructing them to behave while she was away. The energetic Ye had run amok, much to Shu's exasperation, who, in a moment of frustration, bound him to the wall. During that time, as he desperately needed to relieve himself, Shu did not grant him release, forcing Ye to helplessly urinate against the wall. That incident remained an indelible scar in Ye's heart. Shu and Ye returned to their respective rooms, and Shu reclined on his bed, accessing his information. Name, Shu. Skills, copy disk, enables the replication of skills, allowing pets to learn. The higher the adaptability, the greater the power, the rarer the skill, the longer the copying time, which cannot be interrupted. Synchronize allows the selection of one owned Pokemon to utilize all of its abilities. Pet, Ryolu skills, Howl, self-motivation, Tackle, Quick Attack, Rock Smash. Next, Inuzuka Shu began to analyze the issue of battle power. Setting aside those mythical beasts, the Pokemon system cannot possibly rival the energy combat system found in the world of Naruto. He pondered, envisioning Ryolu attacking others only to be sent flying by a ninja's kick, and shook his head in distress. Beep! The Pokemon within the system has assimilated with this world. Its power has been adjusted to the appropriate level, alleviating the host's concerns. Upon hearing this, Shu felt a sense of relief and nodded. So, how do I level up? The host can upgrade their pet and themselves through combat or regular training. Shu sighed with a touch of resignation. Am I destined to evolve from battling Pokemon against bug-catching youths to challenging those who casually pilot mechs and play with their eyes? The following day, as Shu and Yu walked to school together, Shu glanced at Akamaru, who was resting atop Ya's head, and couldn't help but inquire, if Akamaru doesn't shake off after urinating, will it leave a residue on your head? Upon hearing his brother's question, Yu promptly lifted Akamaru down, examining him closely. Akamaru, you didn't urinate today, did you? The innocent Akamaru shook his head, gazing at Yu with confusion. Seeing this, Yu felt reassured and prepared to place Akamaru back on his head, but after a moment's thought, he tucked him into his embrace instead. Perhaps it's better to keep him here, he mused, casting an envious glance at the spherical object at Shu's waist. If only I could fit Akamaru in there too. As they approached the school, an unexpected figure caught Shu's eye. He observed a solitary figure with yellow hair seated on a swing and approached. Hi, I'm Inuzuka Shu. What's your name? Naruto, sitting alone on the swing, turned at the sound of someone calling him, uncertainly responding, Are you talking to me? The tree nodded and remarked, Of course, there is no one else here, so naturally, I shall ask you. Upon hearing this, Naruto's face broke into a joyful smile. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. It is a pleasure to meet you. At that moment, Inuzuka Kiba hurried over and whispered into the tree's ear, This guy's a nine-tailed fox. Everyone says to keep your distance from him. Even though Kiba's voice was barely above a whisper, Naruto, sitting on the swing, still caught his words, and the happy expression on his face vanished instantly. Just as he prepared for Inuzuka Shu to display a look of disdain and walk away, Inuzuka Shu instead said, I am aware, but I genuinely wish to befriend him. And you, my foolish brother, should not easily heed the words of others. You must have your own opinions. Do you see him resembling a nine-tailed fox? Kiba glanced at Naruto and then shook his head. Exactly. So, disregard what others say and remain steadfast in your beliefs. This is what I wish to impart to you today. Upon hearing Inuzuka Shu's words, tears of gratitude streamed down Naruto's face, for it was the first time in his life that he had not been scorned, and he felt the warmth of acceptance from another. Chapter 2. Enrollment. Shu glanced back at Naruto and said, We are about to enter the school. Would you like to join us? Upon hearing Shu's invitation, Naruto promptly descended from the swing, nodding in agreement. Thus, the three of them prepared to enter the classroom. During this time, Shu spotted other members of the Konoha 11, while Sasuke was bidding farewell to his brother before stepping into the school. As Shu watched Itachi's departing figure, he mused, Is this truly the legendary Itachi? The night of the Uchiha massacre must be approaching soon. The trio entered the classroom, and once all the students had taken their seats, Iruka walked in. Approaching the podium, he surveyed the classroom filled with eager faces and stated, I shall be your teacher from now on. My name is Iruka Umino. Now, I would like each of you to introduce yourselves. One by one, the youthful voices filled the room. I am Naruto Uzumaki. I am Sasuke Uchiha. I am Hinata Hyuga. Once everyone had introduced themselves, Iruka nodded in satisfaction and commenced the day's lessons. Finally, the school day came to an end. Inuzuka Shu climbed up from his desk, yawning widely and wiping away the tears from the corners of his eyes. Yeah, let us go home, he said. As they reached the door, they spotted Naruto, who was also preparing to leave. Shu then remarked, Are you heading back as well? Would you like to join us for some Ichiraka ramen? He looked at Shu with a puzzled expression and asked, Brother, didn't you just? Shu raised his hand to interrupt Ya, turning to him and saying, What? I've changed my mind. Do you have a problem with that? Yasuo shook his head repeatedly, succumbing to the dominance of his elder brother. Upon hearing the invitation from Inuzuka Kiba, Naruto was about to accept, but upon recalling his own meager finances, he hesitated and prepared to decline. It seemed that Kiba also noticed Naruto's predicament and stepped forward, saying, No worries, I'll treat you. Don't be shy, consider it our first gathering. If you truly feel uncomfortable, you can treat me next time. After pondering for a moment, Naruto agreed. Yasuo, observing Kiba and Naruto walking ahead, couldn't help but question, whose brother is he really, mine or that Naruto's? Upon arriving at Ichiraku Ramen, Naruto instinctively ordered his usual dish, while Kiba and Yasuo each selected a bowl for themselves. This was Kiba's first experience with the famed Ichiraku ramen. Upon tasting it, he found it merely slightly better than ordinary ramen, not particularly remarkable, while Naruto savored his meal with great enthusiasm, finishing both the noodles and broth in no time. After their ramen feast, Naruto and Kiba bid farewell to Yasuo and happily made their way home. Kiba observed that Naruto was heading towards the poorer district and couldn't help but lament the plight of the fourth Hokage's orphan, living in such conditions. It was indeed pitiful. It was no wonder everyone had once hoped for Naruto to turn dark. Kiba's kindness towards Naruto stemmed from the belief that fostering a good relationship with the protagonist was ultimately beneficial, coupled with his understanding from his previous life that Naruto was genuinely unfortunate. The two then headed home, where their father, Zaku, upon seeing them, inquired, "Where have you been? Why are you back so late? Come, let's have dinner." Kiba replied, "No, I already had dinner with my classmates." Zaku, pleased to hear that his eldest son was making friends, felt a swell of joy. Meanwhile, Yasuo wore a sour expression, irritated that it was his brother making friends while he was the one footing the bill. As school days progressed, Kiba, Yasuo, and their classmates quickly grew close, forming a 5-member group with Shikamaru, CHG, Naruto, and Yasuo, frequently sneaking out to play while Iruka was distracted. One day, Iruka addressed the students from the podium, stating, "Today we will have one-on-one combat practice. Please follow me to the playground. When I call your names, you will engage in battle." Yasuo nudged his brother, who was dozing beside him. "Hey, wake up. We need to go outside for combat practice." Awakened from his pleasant dream, Kiba playfully tapped Yasuo on the head and said, "I know," before heading towards the playground, leaving Yasuo alone in the classroom, lamenting, "Why is it always me who gets hurt?" Kiba, on the other hand, thought nothing of it. After all, a brother was meant to be bullied, or else there would be no fun at all. As Iruka called out fewer names, Kiba's name finally emerged from Iruka's lips. The two combatants, Inuzuka Kiba and Uchiha Sasuke, stepped into the battle area, and Naruto, having just finished his match, cheered from the sidelines, "Kiba, good luck." Defeating the show-off, Shu hurled the Pokeball from his waist, and Riolu emerged from within. It was the first time for his classmates, including Iruka, to witness such a method of summoning a ninja beast, and they all displayed expressions of curiosity. Standing opposite him, Sasuke Uchiha prepared himself as he gazed at the blue pup that had appeared before him. Shu began issuing commands to Riolu. "Riolu, quick attack." As Riolu dashed towards Sasuke at remarkable speed, it leaped to deliver a kick to his face. Sasuke slightly tilted his head, evading the strike, and retaliated with a kunai, forcing Riolu back. Once again, Shu's voice rang out, "Riolu, use sword's dance." In an instant, Riolu radiated a brilliant light and charged towards Sasuke with even greater velocity. Sasuke, faced with this relentless assault, contemplated a strategy. "I must shake off this ninja pet's pursuit and strike at Inuzuka Shu directly." With that thought, he observed Riolu rushing towards him once more, forming hand seals with his hands and puffing up his cheeks. Fire style, fireball jutsu. A fireball erupted from Sasuke's mouth, soaring towards the attacking Riolu. The blue pup, unable to evade in time, crossed its arms to shield its head, only to be knocked back by the force of the fireball. Seeing an opportunity, Sasuke swiftly advanced towards Inuzuka Shu. In response, Shu panicked and attempted to dodge. But in the chaos, his left foot inadvertently tangled with his right, causing him to lose balance and topple forward. At that moment, Riolu, having recovered from the blow with only minor burns, rushed towards Sasuke, leaping to deliver a downward strike to his head. Sasuke instinctively raised his hands to defend himself, but suddenly felt a chill in his lower body. Unbeknownst to him, the fallen Inuzuka Shu had inadvertently pulled down his pants. The onlooking Iruka and classmates fell silent, their eyes glued to the scene below Sasuke. Chapter 3. Sasuke's Embarrassment. The nearby girls were the first to react, their screams echoing as they covered their eyes, though curious glances peeked through their fingers, revealing their fascination with Sasuke's predicament. Unfazed, Shu stood up, brushed off non-existent dust from his clothes, and looked at Sasuke with a smirk. He gently patted Sasuke's shoulder and said, "Would you like me to help you pull your pants up?" The prolonged exposure to the elements was detrimental to the young lad, making him susceptible to the chill. Sasuke stood still, his eyes vacant and unfocused. His once normal pupils had turned a vivid crimson, a black tomo manifesting and slowly rotating within his gaze. regaining his senses. Sasuke swiftly bent down to adjust his trousers before sprinting away from the crowd. Tree observed Sasuke's retreating figure, surprised that he had inadvertently prompted Sasuke to activate his Sharingan. Perhaps he ought to be grateful to me. At that moment, Iruka found himself at a loss for words. Awkwardly stepping into the arena to announce, due to Sasuke's departure from the competition, Inuzuka Tree is the victor. Tree retrieved his Pokeball, recalling Riolu, and made his way toward Naruto and the others. Naruto gave Tree a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Impressive, Tree. It's about time that arrogant guy faced a setback." Tree chuckled and nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, Iruka organized the remaining students for their matches before concluding the day's lessons. On their way home, Kiba curiously glanced at his brother. Having sparred with Tree during his leisure time, Kiba knew Tree's strength surpassed that of Sasuke, making today's outcome all the more intriguing. Unable to contain his curiosity, Kiba finally asked, "Bro, you didn't intentionally pull down Sasuke's pants, did you?" Tree turned to Kiba, a playful smile on his face, and replied, "What do you think?" Kiba, recalling his brother's cunning nature, silently mourned for Sasuke. Meanwhile, Sasuke had returned home, and upon seeing him arrive so early, Mikoto inquired, "Why are you home so soon today?" However, Sasuke ignored his mother, rushing into his room, finding a corner to sit in, hugging his knees as he quietly contemplated life, repeatedly murmuring, "I was exposed. I was exposed." Mikoto, perplexed by Sasuke's behavior, wondered what was troubling her son today. The following day, Tree and Kiba arrived at school as usual. Tree glanced at Sasuke's seat, noticing his absence. "I hope he is not still sulking at home. Young people truly have fragile emotional resilience. I must find an opportunity to encourage him to toughen up," he thought. At that moment, Iruka entered the classroom, approached the podium, and surveyed the students seated before him. He announced, "Uchiha Sasuke is unwell with a cold and will be taking a few days off. Now, let us commence with our lesson." After school, Tree looked at Naruto, who was waiting for him, and said, "I plan to visit Sasuke since his cold was a result of our match. Would you care to join me?" Naruto slapped his chest and replied, "Sure. I'll accompany you." Although he can be quite arrogant, it's important to check on him when he is sick. Meanwhile, Kiba sensed that the situation was not as straightforward as it seemed. He doubted his cunning brother would genuinely show concern for a classmate. "I cannot shake the feeling that Sasuke is destined for misfortune once more. It remains unclear what actions have stirred such concern in his elder brother." Upon visiting Uchiha Sasuke, Shrew has two intentions. Firstly, as Tia surmised, to vex him, for he is indeed one of the proud four of the Uchiha clan, and the opportunity to exert dominance must not be squandered. Secondly, the Sharingan, a coveted treasure within the realm of ninjas, has caught Shrew's attention. Given that the time of the clan's downfall is drawing near, and with only a young Leeler in his possession, it is prudent for Shrew to devise a plan to acquire a pair of Sharingan for the benefit of the little sprites. Upon arriving at the Uchiha clan's residence, the trio inquired and subsequently found Sasuke's home. The busy Mikoto, noticing their presence, paused her tasks and approached the entrance, inquiring, "Is there something you need?" Shrew took the initiative, responding, "We are classmates of Sasuke. We heard he has been unwell and has not attended school, so we came to check on him." Mikoto, surprised by the revelation that Sasuke had friends in class, had previously assumed that the aloof Sasuke was isolated from his peers. Her initial assumptions had been misguided. Delighted, she guided them to the door of Sasuke's room. "This is Sasuke's room. I am unsure what has come over him today. He refuses to go to school, claiming to feel unwell and won't even come out. Since you are here, perhaps you could ask him? I shall prepare dinner, and we can all eat together." With that, Mikoto departed to prepare the evening meal. Once she left, Shrew pushed open Sasuke's door, only to find him seated alone, gazing vacantly at the ceiling, a sorrow on his face that belied his youth. "Hey Sasuke, we've come to see you," the exuberant Naruto exclaimed first. Upon hearing their voices, Sasuke slowly turned his head, and upon seeing Shrew, his emotions surged. "It's all your fault," he shouted, lunging towards Shrew. In response, Shrew raised his knee, colliding directly with Sasuke's abdomen. The sudden pain caused Sasuke to double over, clutching his stomach. At that moment, Shrew knelt beside Sasuke and said, "Do not be so agitated. That incident was truly accidental. Besides, everyone was standing so far away that no one could see clearly. Moreover, those girls immediately covered their eyes upon discovering it, so you were not exposed." Sasuke, hearing Shrew's comforting words, revealed a glimmer of hope on his innocent face. "Really?" The tree nodded affirmatively. "Of course, I would never deceive anyone. If you don't believe me, just ask Ya. I have never lied to him throughout my life. Ya glanced at Sasuke, and his eyes inadvertently caught the smiling gaze of the tree. He quickly interjected, yes, my brother is very honest. He has never deceived me since childhood. However, Ya refrained from mentioning that he had intentionally tricked him into the girl's restroom, led him towards the river, and added peculiar items to his bowl during meals. Aside from those instances, he is quite a good brother. Sasuke felt reassured, his concerns significantly alleviated. He then addressed the tree. Thank you for coming to enlighten me today. However, I assure you that I will defeat you in our next battle. The tree nodded and replied, you are always welcome to challenge me. When Meichin arrived to call them for dinner, the group exited the room together. In the dining hall, the tree noticed a man seated at the head of the table. This must be Uchiha Fugaku, the current head of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku observed the approaching Inuzuka and his companions, and his initially stern expression transformed into a warm smile. You must all be friends of Sasuke, he said. Welcome to our home. Please, take a seat. If we don't eat soon, the dishes will grow cold. During the meal, Sasuke raised his head to look at his father and inquired, is my brother not back yet? Uchiha Fugaku remarked, your brother's mission is of great significance, hence he has been rather occupied lately. Upon hearing this, Sasuke lowered his head in disappointment. After dinner, Sasuke and his mother bid farewell to Shu and the others. Following some polite exchanges, Shu and his companions departed from the Uchiha clan's residence. Ultimately, after saying goodbye to Naruto, Shu and Kiba made their way back home. Shu sensed that the watchful eyes around them had finally vanished. It turned out that en route to Sasuke's home, Shu had utilized his ability, assimilation, to acquire all of Ryolu's powers. At that moment, he realized that while escorting Naruto to the Uchiha clan's camp, numerous Umbu ninjas had been covertly observing them. Moreover, during the meal, Uchiha Fugaku had discreetly cast glances at Naruto, as if grappling with some internal conflict. It appeared that the time for the Uchiha clan's annihilation was drawing near, and I must prepare myself for what lies ahead. The following day, Sasuke arrived at school. Although he had accepted Shu's words internally, the sight of his classmates, particularly their eyes directed toward him, rendered him uneasy. After school, he fled the classroom, only to find Shu blocking his path. It seems Kiba left something in your room yesterday. May I accompany you to retrieve it? Sasuke nodded in response, and together they headed toward his home. Upon reaching the entrance of the Uchiha compound, Shu noticed the presence of other Uchiha clan members on the streets, indicating that today was not the day of the massacre. He then said to Sasuke, I seem to recall where Kiba left his belongings. It might not be at your house, so I shall take my leave. With a wave, Shu departed. In the ensuing days, Shu concocted various excuses to accompany Sasuke to the Uchiha compound until one fateful day. They arrived at the entrance only to find the streets desolate, devoid of any figures. Sasuke sensed an unsettling atmosphere. Observing this, Shu urged, return home to check. I will call for assistance. Sasuke hurriedly ran towards his house, and as Shu watched him fade into the distance, he noticed the prying gaze that had been observing them had finally departed. That watchful presence must have belonged to Itachi Uchiha, who had now gone to perform his role at Sasuke's home. Seizing the opportunity, Shu retreated to a concealed location, casting a Pokeball to summon Ryolu before him. Take these vials and collect some Sharingan. Remember to maintain your scent perception. Avoid contact with others. Once you have gathered them, find a place to hide. I will return tomorrow to take you away. Ryolu nodded in agreement and vanished from Shu's sight. As promised, Shu left the Uchiha compound and sprinted towards the Hokage building. Meanwhile, Danzo had completely encircled the Uchiha compound, listening to reports from his subordinates. Lord Danzo, a child from the Inuzuka clan, who had accompanied Uchiha Sasuke, has fled. It appears he is heading towards the Hokage building. In the shadows, Danzo's figure emerged. No matter. I have already conferred with Yuan Fei regarding this. Instruct them to expedite the collection of Sharingan. If Yuan Fei arrives, he will likely intervene due to his compassion. As Shu raced towards the Hokage building, he scanned his surroundings and found no one trailing him. Excellent. Just as I suspected, their full attention is on the Uchiha clan, and no one will notice me. He proceeded to the Hokage building, feigning urgency as he reported the situation he had discovered within the Uchiha clan. The third Hokage first calmed Shu, instructing him to return home while he would promptly lead the Umbu to investigate. Shu nodded and hurried back in the direction of his house. Once Shu had departed, the third Hokage took out his pipe, inhaling deeply, the smoke shrouding his expression. It is all for the peace of Konoha. The next day, before heading to school, Shu and Kiba, upon stepping outside, overheard discussions along the street. Have you heard the news? It seems the Uchiha clan has been exterminated, with only one child found alive. Listening to the chatter around them, Kiba glanced at Shu, uncertain. Let us pay a visit to Sasuke's residence, he suggested, leading Kiba toward the Uchiha compound. Upon their arrival, the scene before them starkly contrasted with their previous visit. The area now bore an air of desolation. The streets lay eerily empty, and in certain corners, remnants of dried, dark brown blood lingered. Remnants of a hasty cleanup that never occurred. Kiba and Shino proceeded toward Sasuke's home, and as they journeyed, the Pokeball hanging from Shino's waist flickered momentarily. Upon reaching the half-open door of Sasuke's house, they pushed it open and stepped inside. Despite their thorough search, they found no trace of Sasuke. And in a state of resignation, they returned to school, where Iruka informed them that Sasuke had sustained injuries and was currently recuperating in the hospital. After classes, Iruka organized a visit for the classmates to see Sasuke. By the time they arrived, Sasuke was awake, staring blankly ahead from his hospital bed. One by one, the students departed after their visit. On the way back, Kiba, cradling Akamaru, turned to Shino and asked, "Do you think Sasuke will remain in despair like this?" Shino regarded Kiba and replied, "No, Kiba. You must understand that if a person has truly lost all hope, they would not continue to exist in this world. Since Sasuke is still alive, he will undoubtedly find the strength to rise again. We can only wonder what will motivate him to do so." Kiba, absorbing his brother's words, nodded instinctively. Upon returning home, they finished dinner and retreated to their rooms. Shortly thereafter, Riolu emerged from the Pokeball at Shino's waist. Observing the creature before him, Shino realized that the Pokeball was indeed functional. Unless he deliberately restricted it, the Pokemon contained within could come and go at will. In a secluded room, Riolu retrieved the vial previously entrusted to it by Shino. What had once contained only saline solution now floated within a pair of mesmerizing Sharingan eyes, each adorned with two tomo. Shino grasped the vial and confirmed that it indeed contained only the two tomo Sharingan. However, this was merely an experiment, so he felt no dismay. Next, Shino began to employ his skills, attempting to replicate the Sharingan. As a blue luminescence enveloped his hands, a progress bar materialized in his mind. Recognizing the familiar display, a smile crept upon his lips. It seemed akin to when he copied ninjutsu scrolls. This indicated that I might also replicate secret arts, though the speed of the process. The progress within his mind crawled along like an ant. It appeared that sleep would elude him this night. As dawn approached, a notification finally sounded in his mind. Ding. Replication successful. At this moment, the tree gazed at the Sharingan within the bottle, and the information surging through its mind had undergone a transformation. Unlike the replicated abilities it had previously acquired, which were reusable by the little spirits, the Sharingan was distinct. The Two-Tomo Sharingan mutation could be utilized by psychic and ghost types, enhancing its user's powers. Upon witnessing this, the tree pondered that rather than merely replicating the Sharingan, it might be more accurate to say it had adapted the Sharingan to suit the little spirits. Subsequently, the tree attempted to see if it could retract the altered Sharingan back into its backpack, and just like that, the Sharingan vanished from its grasp. As days passed, Naruto and his companions reached the age of graduation. On this day, Naruto, anxiously waiting for the exam alongside the tree, exclaimed, "What should I do? Tree, I have to take the clone technique, which I'm terrible at. I'm bound to fail." The tree patted Naruto on the shoulder, encouraging him, "You've got this. I believe in you." Nearby, Kiba heard his name called by Iruka and announced to the tree and Naruto, "I'll go in first." Before long, Kiba emerged, proudly sporting a Leaf Village headband on his forehead. Naruto gazed at him with envy. Shortly thereafter, the tree entered the examination room, where the test was once again the clone technique, a task that posed no challenge for it, as it had long since imparted several common taijutsu and suitable ninjutsu to Riolu. Naruto, watching the classroom anxiously, noticed that when the tree emerged, it was not wearing a headband, though he felt a slight happiness at having company. The thought that even the tree had not passed made him feel even more uncertain about his own prospects. When the tree approached Naruto, he was the first to offer words of comfort, saying, "It's all right, tree. Even though you didn't T-pass, I'll be here with you." The tree, sensing Naruto's misunderstanding, slightly turned away. Naruto glanced at the tree's arm and saw a headband securely tied there. Instantly deflated, Naruto finally shouted his name, steeling himself with a look of resignation as he entered the examination room. Moments later, he emerged despondently, walking over to the tree and lamenting, "Tree, I failed. What should I do? Everyone else has graduated, and I'm the only one left behind." The tree consoled him, saying, "Let us go have a bowl of Ichiraku ramen first, and then I'll think of a way to help you." With no other options, Naruto reluctantly agreed. As the trio was about to leave the school, a figure blocked their path. "Shinobi-sensei?" Mizuki looked at Naruto and his companions with a gentle expression and asked, "Where are you all headed?" Naruto replied with a hint of disappointment, "It's because I failed the exam. That annoying Irika-sensei wouldn't even give me a break. He's so stingy. Now, I can only think of ways to graduate." Mizuki responded, "I actually know of a method, but..." Shu understood the meaning of Mizuki and said to Ya and Naruto, "Ya and I will head back now. We can enjoy ramen together next time. Teacher Mizuki should have a way to guide you through the exam, so we won't disturb you any longer." After speaking, Shu took Ya and left. Once Shu and the others had departed, Mizuki nodded. After all, it was acceptable to deceive Naruto, who was lagging behind. But if the two of them became aware of anything amiss and reported it to the Hokage, it would spell disaster for him. Mizuki gazed at the naive Naruto and revealed his inner plan to him. "The Book of Seals?" Mizuki affirmed, "Indeed. As long as you can steal the Book of Seals and learn the jutsu contained within, you will surely graduate. However, you must not disclose this to anyone. If the Hokage finds out, it would be troublesome." Naruto nodded, resolved to steal the Book of Seals that very night. Meanwhile, as Shu and Yu were returning home, you noticed something unusual about Shu and pointed to a round object at his waist, asking, "Brother, why do you have another orb on your waist?" Shu replied, "A few days ago, I was summoned to the world of summoning beasts, and there I captured another one." Yu mumbled, "But I didn't notice it this morning." Shu feigned surprise. "Oh, is that so? It seems I have not been attentive enough as your brother to overlook such matters." Hearing Shu's words and seeing his brother squinting his eyes, Yu felt a sense of unease. His elder brother was up to something again. In truth, Yu was not mistaken. The additional little spirit had awakened in the spatial realm during Shu's graduation, although Shu had yet to fully grasp the conditions for awakening the little spirits. Possessing two now gave him a newfound confidence. Despite dreaming of a laid-back life, who wouldn't he want to stand out in the world? Given the opportunity, he yearned to confront the legendary sage of Six Paths, Madara, and Kaguya, to amend the regret of only having witnessed them in anime rather than experiencing it firsthand. As Shu pondered how to obtain the contents of the Book of Seals, he turned to his shadow, which was manifesting Mizuki. Today, the dinner prepared by his family was particularly sumptuous, and even his sister, who had been busy in the medical department, had returned. Inuzuka Hana approached Shu and affectionately ruffled his hair, saying, "It hasn't been long since we last met, yet I see you've grown taller." Ya, observing Shu's obedient demeanor, was not surprised at all. If anyone in the family commanded Shu's respect, it was undoubtedly Hana. Following the untimely passing of their father, their mother had fallen into despair, and Hana had primarily taken care of them until they grew older and their mother was able to resume her role. Shu looked at Hana and inquired, "Isn't the medical department busy today? How did you find the time to return?" Hua inquired with a smile. "Today marks the graduation of my two younger brothers, so of course, I had to come back to celebrate with them. Come, sit down and enjoy the meal. My mother and I have been busy preparing your favorite dishes." Noticing the red pill in Ya's arms, Hua turned to the tree and asked, "Aren't you going to release Riolu? It has been quite a while since I last saw it." Chapter 6, The Book of Sealing. Thus, Hua embraced Riolu while Ya held the red pill, and the four of them joyfully finished their meal. Upon returning to the room, a gas-like entity manifested in the shadow of the tree. The tree gazed at the apparition of Gaisai, then presented the previously stored Eternal Mangeki Sharingan from the system's inventory to Gaisai. "Gaisai, shortly, seek out that yellow-haired individual with 6 whiskers whom you saw in the classroom. Follow closely and replicate the content of the scroll he opens." Receiving the command, Gaisai vanished from the room, leaving the tree to await his return. Meanwhile, Naruto, having trusted Mizuki's words, ventured to the location where the Book of Sealing was kept. Observing the surroundings to ensure no one was present, he seized the Book of Sealing and dashed toward the rendezvous point he had arranged with Mizuki. Arriving at a secluded forest, Naruto paused, sensing a peculiar fragrance in the air. Glancing around and finding no one, he eagerly opened the Book of Sealing. "Let me see what secrets it holds." At that moment, Gaisai, who had located Naruto, floated above him, possessing the Sharingan, with the tomo slowly rotating in his eyes as he began to copy the content within. Hokage Tower. The third Hokage had been watching Naruto through the crystal ball on his desk. Suddenly, he noticed a purple mist hovering above Naruto's head. As he approached for a closer look, it vanished. What was that? He wondered. Am I seeing things? Continuing his observation, the third Hokage could not find the mist again, convincing himself it had merely been a figment of his imagination. Meanwhile, Naruto, upon opening the Book of Sealing, was taken aback. Why is the first technique the one I'm least skilled at, Shadow Clone Technique? Scratching his head, he perused the multiple Shadow Clone Technique before closing the Book of Sealing and sprinting toward the agreed meeting place with Mizuki. As Gaisai had successfully copied the content of the Book of Sealing, he too drifted toward the tree's residence, in a manner similar to the original tale. Upon hearing Iruka's acknowledgement of him, Naruto emerged from behind the hiding tree. Gazing at Mizuki, he declared, I am not some demon fox. I am Uzumaki Naruto. And I have friends who recognize me. Tree, Ya, and Shikamaru are all my close companions. I intend to teach you a lesson. Upon seeing Naruto's emergence, Mizuki scoffed, You, the bottom of the class? Naruto formed hand seals and unleashed the multiple shadow clone technique he had learned from the Scroll of Seals. Countless clones surrounded Mizuki, subjecting him to a merciless beating. Beneath Iruka's gratified smile, Naruto finally received his forehead protector, marking his graduation from the Leaf Village. Meanwhile, Haunter had returned to Tree's room, transcribing the jutsu copied from the Scroll of Seals onto a scroll. Tree examined the completed scroll and smiled at Haunter. You've worked hard, Haunter. Rest within my shadow now. Picking up the scroll, Tree sighed. Another exhausting night ahead. Today was the day graduates would meet their assigned team instructors. Kiba prepared to head to the academy with Tree, but noticed him packing a spool of thin wire and an electrical device. Bro, what are you bringing those for? Kiba asked curiously. Tree continued packing without pause. They'll come in handy today. Upon arriving at the classroom, Tree and Kiba took their seats. Sasuke entered as usual, his expression cold, but upon seeing Tree, he gave a slight nod. Since the Uchiha massacre, hatred had consumed him. Yet Tree's frequent invitations to join their activities had softened his icy demeanor compared to the original timeline. Finally, Naruto burst in, spotting Tree immediately. Tree, look, I graduated too. Iruka-sensei gave me this forehead protector himself. Naruto proudly pointed at his headband. Kiba, sitting nearby, couldn't resist teasing. Never thought you'd actually make it. Ignoring him, Naruto declared. Of course, I'm gonna be Hokage one day. Tree smirked. If you want to be the Hokage's man, you'd first need to be a woman, or hope the current Hokage swings that way. Naruto sputtered, speechless. Kiba grinned. Guess Big Bro S still got it. Suddenly, Tree feigned recollection. Oh, Naruto, Sasuke mentioned you couldn't even look him in the eye. True. What? No way. Naruto protested, scanning the room. Spotting Sasuke, he leapt onto his desk, leaning in aggressively. See, I can stare at him just fine. Sasuke frowned, bewildered. What is this idiot doing now? Did I steal his girlfriend or something? At that moment, Naruto felt a gentle push against his back, causing him to lose his balance and lean towards Sasuke's face. Sasuke, bewildered, watched as Naruto's face loomed larger in his vision. With a sudden peck, the two close friends shared an unexpected kiss. In the background, Kiba rubbed his eyes, having just witnessed something fly from his brother's feet. Right before Naruto leaned in. At that moment, Shino glanced at Kiba, who suddenly shivered under the weight of his brother's cunning gaze. Oh no, not me, Kiba thought, as Shino's curiosity led him to look back at Kiba. Just moments ago, a pivotal scene in the world of ninjas was nearly lost, but fortunately, he had reacted swiftly, ensuring that the moment was preserved. After all, what significance would it hold to visit the Naruto universe without witnessing the iconic kiss between Naruto and Sasuke? If not for his late arrival, Kiba mused, he would have even wanted to see Madara in a more vulnerable moment. Following this, the groups were announced, and the teachers began to lead their respective students. The group formations proceeded as usual, with names being called out, until only 4 remained unassigned. The next group consisted of Uzumaki Naruto, Haruno Sakura, Uchiha Sasuke, and Inuzuka Kiba. Naruto, puzzled, asked Iruka, why are we a group of 4? Iruka replied, the groupings are determined by strength. Naruto pondered aloud, is it because Sasuke is too weak that we have 4 members? Iruka retorted, it's because you are the weak one, hence the 4-person group. Naruto murmured in disbelief, his voice fading. One by one, the instructors arrived to escort their students away. I'm off first, Kiba's teacher, Yuhi Kurenai, announced. As Kiba noticed his brother was still present, he waved at Shino. Soon, the classroom was left with only the four of them. Naruto glanced around. Realizing his teacher had yet to arrive, and a mischievous thought crossed his mind. Chapter 7. Kakashi Naruto stealthily searched his surroundings until his eyes brightened upon spotting the chalkboard eraser on the lectern. With a beaming smile, he seized it and positioned it above the door. Sasuke, observing this, scoffed. Such childish tricks won't fool AJ Nin. Shino remained silent, aware that both the third Hokage and Kakashi were observing them through a crystal ball. Hearing Sasuke's derision, Naruto retorted, "You never know. What if he doesn't notice?" As Naruto set the trap, he eagerly awaited the arrival of his instructor. Kakashi, standing beside the third Hokage, witnessed the scene and couldn't help but feel exasperated by Naruto's exuberance. He then made his way towards the classroom, unaware that Shino had taken action as he departed. Shino surveyed the trap Naruto had set and remarked, "The placement is clever, but it lacks something." With that, he produced an item he had brought that morning. Initially, Shino had assumed he would not be grouped with Naruto and intended to set up the contraption for him. To his surprise, he could now execute the plan himself. Curious, Naruto inquired, "What is that?" With a grin, Shino replied, "If you tie a fine wire to the eraser and connect it to this electrifying device, when it falls, the results will be quite unexpected." Sakura interjected, "Isn't that a bit excessive? After all, he is our instructor." Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement. "It's fine. It's a perfect opportunity to test his strength." With that, he took the device from Shino and made enhancements according to his suggestions. Meanwhile, Kakashi approached, oblivious to the upgraded trap that awaited him. As he entered the classroom, the chalkboard eraser fell from its perch above the door, striking him on the head and sending dust swirling around. Kakashi, with his signature deadpan expression, regarded the four of them and remarked, "How should I put this? My first impression of you all is rather, As the tree activated the switch, an electric current surged through the thin iron wire and struck Kakashi's head. Instantly, Kakashi felt a tingling sensation on his scalp, and his silvery hair stood on end. Once the current dissipated, he exhaled a plume of black smoke that wafted from his mask. At that moment, Kakashi appeared somewhat dazed. While he was aware of the blackboard eraser trap, he was taken aback by the added electrical mechanism. Had he known, he would have refrained from trying to look cool and allowing the eraser to hit him. Naruto, witnessing Kakashi's frazzled state, could not help but burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, you're hilarious. You couldn't even spot such a simple trap." Kakashi composed himself and addressed the four individuals present, saying, "All right, let us proceed. Follow me." Naruto ceased his laughter and trailed behind Kakashi as they made their way to the balcony. "Now, let us familiarize ourselves with one another through brief introductions," Kakashi suggested. Sakura inquired, "What should we say?" "I'm not sure what to mention." Kakashi replied, "Anything will suffice, such as your likes and dislikes, or your dreams." Naruto spoke up first, "My favorite thing is Ichiraku ramen, and my dream is to become Hokage." Sakura then chimed in, "What I like is," her gaze shifting towards Sasuke. Kakashi, feeling somewhat exasperated, turned his attention to the tree. The tree stated, "My dream is to raise an alpaca." Kakashi was utterly speechless. What a peculiar assortment of aspirations. Once everyone had shared, Sasuke finally spoke, "My dream is to kill that man," his face suffused with an air of menace. Kakashi covered his face, realizing he was surrounded by troubled youths. They were either infatuated or blinded by hatred. In comparison, Naruto's remarks seemed rather normal. Curious, Sakura asked Kakashi, "What about you, teacher Kakashi?" Kakashi replied, "What I like. I want to tell you. What I dislike. There's nothing." "What's that?" "In the end, it's as if you said nothing at all." Kakashi clapped his hands together and declared, "All right, that's enough small talk. Tomorrow morning at 7, we'll meet at Training Ground 4. Don't eat anything. I fear you might not be able to handle it." With that, Kakashi vanished from their sight. At the Hokage Tower, the third Hokage inquired of Kakashi, "How did it go?" Kakashi, rubbing his temples, replied, "They are all troubled youths." The third Hokage took a puff from his pipe and remarked, "Will you still conduct the same tests as before?" Kakashi, after a moment of silence, responded, "Lord Hokage, you know I want to change this. If they do not pass my test, they are unqualified." Returning home, the tree found that Kiba had already arrived. Kiba greeted him. "Bro, why did you take so long?" The tree sighed, "I encountered someone rather slow, so it took a bit longer." "How about you?" Kiba replied, "Tomorrow we're supposed to undergo a test. The tree nodded. Same here. Would you like me to help you train a bit? Ya felt a surge of excitement, realizing it had been quite some time since he last faced off against his elder brother. Arriving at a clearing, Ya looked at his brother and declared, I, along with Akamaru, have developed a new technique. You must be cautious, dear brother. Shu released his Lucario, who had recently evolved from its earlier form, Riolu, and he had taken the time to teach it several suitable skills. Pokemon, Lucario skills, Double Team, 8 Gates Formation, Flying Thunder God Technique, Quick Attack, Heavy Slam. Heavy Kick reflecting on Lucario's current skill set, Shu felt a swell of satisfaction. With his now merged strength, there was no one in the village who could defeat him. Ya looked at the familiar Pokemon in front of him and hesitantly inquired, Riolu? Shu chuckled. It has evolved now. It is called Lucario. As Ya gazed at the imposing Lucario, his expression grew serious. He noticed Akamaru, perched on his shoulder, trembling involuntarily, a sign of fear, which only manifested in Akamaru during moments of trepidation. Softly encouraging Akamaru, Ya whispered, Come on, Akamaru, don't let your brother underestimate you. This is merely training. Bolstered by his words, Akamaru sprang from Ya's shoulder. Nodding at the sight, Ya turned to Shu and announced, All right, we shall begin. Ninjutsu, Beast Transformation Technique. With a resounding crash, Akamaru and Ya transformed into two identical, snow-white giant wolves, glaring fiercely at Shu and Lucario before charging at the latter. Lucario swiftly evaded with Quick Attack, causing Ya's assault to miss its mark. In response, Lucario executed a low kick, deftly targeting one of the giant wolves' midsection. Bang! The struck wolf skidded several meters across the ground before reverting to its original form, revealing Akamaru, who had fainted. Lucario then utilized Quick Attack again, appearing before the other giant wolf and executing a backflip, delivering a heel strike to its head. As Ya was struck, he too transformed back to his original state. Landing on the ground, Shu shook his head at the scene and approached the fallen Ya. Chapter 8. Kakashi's Test. Seeing Shu advance towards him, Ya felt a wave of discouragement wash over him. Brother, do you think I am utterly useless? We were born at the same time. Yet I cannot even land a hit on you. With a gentle pat on Ya's head, Shu replied, But you just did, didn't you? Don't lose heart. I will guide you and Akamaru from here on out, and I believe you will see improvement. Ya's eyes brightened with hope. Really? The tree nodded slightly. Previously, he had asked him to guide him, but at that time, the tree was still preoccupied with his own matters and had no time to assist. Now, having found most of what he sought in Konoha and having enhanced his own strength, he felt prepared to mentor his younger brother. Otherwise, it would be rather embarrassing if his brother remained weak. Additionally, the tree was eager to experiment with whether his ability to replicate could be applied to the native creatures of the original Hokage. He arose and carried the unconscious Akamaru over, placing the tree's hand gently on Akamaru's head. You observed this scene with curiosity, choosing not to disturb his brother. Before long, the tree lowered his hand, a slight smile gracing his lips. How intriguing! The native creatures could learn skills akin to those in Pokemon. Yet the ninjutsu I copied cannot be imparted to them. Is this what they call a fair exchange? The tree turned to Ya and said, I have just left a few skills in Akamaru's mind. When you have time, train diligently with him. Once you both become proficient, I will teach him new techniques. Ya, taken aback by the notion of teaching skills in such a manner, nodded in trust and carried Akamaru into the room. The following day, Ya prepared to depart with a now recovered Akamaru. Noticing that his brother had yet to leave, he inquired with curiosity, Brother, what time is it? Aren't you ready to set off? From within the room, the tree's voice echoed, It's all right, there's still plenty of time. Reluctantly, you decided to leave without him. As it neared 10 o'clock, movement could be heard from the tree's room. He leisurely ate his food before wiping his mouth. They should have all arrived by now. I suppose I should set off as well. At training ground number 4, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, who had arrived early, stared blankly into the distance. Naruto couldn't help but voice his frustration. It's almost 10 o'clock. Why haven't those two shown up yet? I haven't eaten anything, and I'm about to starve. At that moment, a figure appeared in their line of sight. Silver hair danced in the gentle breeze as Kakashi, engrossed in his book, casually remarked without turning his head, I was helping an old lady cross the street, so I almost lost my way in life and delayed a bit. My apologies. Naruto retorted, You're lying. You just overslept. Kakashi, still focused on his book, replied, Well, since everyone is here, we shall prepare to commence today's test. With that, he closed his book. Naruto interjected, "Wait a moment. That guy still hasn't arrived." "What?" Kakashi responded, surprised. Naruto explained, "That guy still hasn't shown up. Who knows what he's been up to?" Just then, the tree's voice chimed in, "My apologies, everyone. I was helping an elderly lady cross the street, which took a bit of time." Upon hearing this excuse again, Naruto and the others were rendered speechless, as Kakashi had just mentioned the same reason. The tree feigned surprise. "Oh, it appears there are quite a few grandmothers in need of assistance today." With Kakashi's presence absent for idle chatter, let us delve into the day's main topic. Here lie 3 bells. Those who seize them shall successfully pass the test, while those who do not will have no choice but to return to the academy for further training. The observant Sakura inquired, "But there are 4 of us, and you possess only 3 bells." Kakashi nodded in affirmation, stating, "Indeed, thus you must swiftly devise a means to snatch them from me, lest the one who is tardy find themselves without a bell and destined to return to the school." With Kakashi's declaration of commencement, the cautious Sasuke promptly concealed himself, followed closely by Sakura. Only Naruto and a tree remained before Kakashi. Naruto, gazing joyfully at the tree beside him, exclaimed, "Indeed, my dear friend, just as I suspected. A direct assault will suffice." He was the first to strike, dashing towards Kakashi while forming hand seals. Shadow clone technique. As the smoke cleared, numerous Narutos emerged, charging towards Kakashi. Observing this, Kakashi retrieved the book he had previously stowed away and began to read. As the many clones of Naruto engaged him, Kakashi deftly maneuvered through their ranks, effortlessly evading their attacks and countering, dispatching them with ease. Before long, all of Naruto's clones had vanished, leaving only the original, who stared blankly ahead. "Huh, where did Teacher Kakashi go?" Suddenly, a figure materialized behind Naruto. Kakashi, with hands clasped together, revealed 2 extended fingers. Taijutsu's secret technique, 1,000 years of pain. As Kakashi's finger struck its target, Naruto experienced an unusual sensation, and before he could fully comprehend it, he was launched into the air, ultimately landing in a river. The tree pondered, stroking its chin, "Should I allow Lucario to learn this technique? Never mind. It's too indecorous and would tarnish my handsome image." Kakashi then addressed the tree, "Do you also wish to engage me in single combat like Naruto?" The tree produced a Pokeball from its waist, and with a flash of red light, Lucario appeared on the scene. "I wish to give it a try as well. But first, let me deal with your clone." Lucario executed a quick attack with extreme speed, followed by Fire Punch. Responding to the command, Lucario swiftly dashed towards Kakashi, leaping into the air and raising its fiery fist to strike. Bang! The struck Kakashi transformed into a cloud of smoke, while the real Kakashi, perched on a distant branch reading, closed his book. "Interesting. It seems I must take the field myself." "What?" Sasuke, who had been observing from the shadows, was taken aback by the sight before him. That was merely a clone. Where was the true body? Unbeknownst to him, Sasuke had activated his Sharingan, one eye adorned with a double tomo and the other with a single tomo, slowly spinning as he sought to decipher the impending battle. If the tree were aware that Sasuke had been subjected to a massacre, it would have proudly opened an additional tomo. Perhaps even more than what Sasuke had achieved in his struggle to awaken his eyes, though it became increasingly difficult as time progressed. The tree watched as Kakashi re-emerged from behind a tree. "If you do not take this seriously, you may lose your life, and I shall not be responsible," it warned. Upon hearing the tree's audacious proclamation, Kakashi set aside the book he had been reading. "It seems that last blow has inflated your confidence, tree. Allow me to demonstrate how a true ninja engages in combat. Rukaleo, Godspeed." In an instant, Rukaleo vanished, only to reappear behind Kakashi. Rukaleo lifted his leg and aimed a kick at Kakashi. Chapter 9. Test passed what? So fast, even swifter than before. This summoning beast employs its body flicker technique with such finesse. With a resounding clap, Rukaleo's kick struck a wooden post. While Kakashi had already positioned himself a short distance away, his demeanor now devoid of any disdain. "With such power, I must take this seriously," Kakashi thought as he lowered the mask that covered the left side of his face, revealing a pair of crimson eyes. The 3 tomo within them swirling as he regarded the tree, prepared for any sudden attacks. Seeing this, the tree commanded Rukaleo once more. "Rukaleo, utilize Godspeed and follow up with a split palm." Rukaleo's figure disappeared again, but this time, Kakashi, with his Sharingan, was able to detect Rukaleo's presence, evading the descending chop of his hand. With a thunderous crash, the ground shattered as Rukaleo struck. Kakashi swiftly formed hand signs, Earth-style, yellow spring swamp. The ground beneath Ricalio became soft, causing his feet to sink, rendering him immobile for a moment. Noticing this, Kakashi dashed toward the tree. The tree had been issuing commands to the summoning beast without engaging in a direct assault, suggesting that its abilities might not rival those of the creature. To avoid hindering the beast's offense, it opted for remote control. Upon reaching the tree, Kakashi intended to subdue it, but he noticed a smile spreading across the tree's face. In the next instant, the tree vanished from his sight. Kakashi turned around in disbelief, realizing that the tree had somehow positioned itself behind him. The tree raised its fist, which emitted a faint white glow. 1 million-ton fist. The tree's fist hurtled toward Kakashi, the sound of air being displaced resonating ominously. A thought surged through Kakashi's mind. If I get hit, I will die? Kakashi hastily adjusted his position, crossing his arms protectively over his chest in an attempt to mitigate the impending damage. With a resounding crash, Kakashi was struck, akin to a tennis ball being slammed down, plummeting directly into the ground and creating a small crater from the immense force. At the last moment, the tree restrained its power. It had no desire to inadvertently end Kakashi's life and attract the ire of the Hokage. Though not intimidated by them, he now had a family to think about, and the thought of them suffering repercussions weighed heavily on his mind. Emerging from the earthen pit in disarray, Kakashi noticed a trickle of blood seeping from beneath his mask. He stared in astonishment at the tree before him, recognizing the formidable strength it possessed. The force of that last blow was comparable to that of Lady Tsunade. The tree regarded Kakashi and inquired, "Do you wish to continue?" At that moment, the freed Ricalio joined the tree's side. With a hint of resignation, Kakashi tossed a bell from his waist to the tree. "You can sit this one out. Your abilities are already commendable." Upon hearing this, the tree felt a sense of relief, finding a shaded spot to rest while observing the ongoing assessment. Hidden among the branches, Sasuke was taken aback by the strength of the tree that had been so close to him. He pondered what he had been doing all this time, realizing how significantly he had been overshadowed. The recent display of power ignited a spark within Sasuke, prompting him to charge toward Kakashi. As Kakashi observed Sasuke rushing towards him, he shook his head in disbelief, thinking how impulsive he was. "After witnessing my battle with the tree, do you perceive me as weak?" In the next moment, Kakashi appeared behind Sasuke and swiftly incapacitated him. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto, hidden in the river, surged forth to launch a surprise attack, only to be effortlessly dealt with by Kakashi as well. Sakura, in the end, proved utterly ineffective, succumbing to Kakashi's genjutsu and losing consciousness. Kakashi then called all four together, declaring that only Shrew had managed to secure the bell, leading to their collective failure. Upon hearing Kakashi's judgment, Naruto voiced his dissatisfaction. "This is unfair. We haven't had breakfast and are starving, which hindered our performance." Kakashi nodded thoughtfully and replied, "Very well, I shall grant you another chance. After you finish your meal, you may challenge me once more. However, Naruto, you shall not eat. Your lack of ability and reckless behavior could jeopardize your teammates. Consider this a punishment." Having said that, Kakashi departed. Naruto then watched as Shrew and the others began their meal, unable to suppress his saliva, and he found himself swallowing repeatedly. Observing this, Shrew extended his food toward Naruto, urging him to eat. Naruto shook his head, saying, "No, what if I eat and it affects your performance, resulting in our failure?" Shrew dismissively replied, "We are a team, and we must face challenges together. It's perfectly fine, eat." At this juncture, Sasuke chimed in, "Indeed, Shrew is right. If anyone is to be considered a burden, it is us, as only he managed to grab the bell while we did not." With that, Naruto ceased his resistance and began to eat. Kakashi, concealed at a distance, emerged from his hiding spot, his expression filled with anger as he exclaimed, "Who permitted you to feed Naruto? Have you forgotten the rules I just laid out?" The trio fell silent under Kakashi's ire. Suddenly, Kakashi shifted his demeanor, smiling at them, and declared, "You all passed." Confused, Naruto asked, "Huh? Why?" Kakashi explained, "While obedience is a ninja's duty and those who cannot complete their missions are deemed worthless, it is also essential to consider the circumstances. If you neglect your comrades, you become even less than worthless." Naruto pondered this insight. "All right, that's enough for today. We shall reconvene at the same time and place tomorrow," Kakashi concluded before departing. Shrew then bid farewell to Naruto and the others, heading back in the direction of his home. At the Hokage building, the third Hokage observed the coughing Kakashi before inquiring, "How did it go?" "If all else fails, Perhaps one should pay a visit to the medical department. Kakashi, who had been enduring his injuries, left only to find himself coughing incessantly. There was no grave concern. It seemed the impact had merely affected his lungs. The third Hokage exhaled a plume of smoke, taken aback by the strength of that young lad. It appears the Inuzuka clan may be on the verge of ascension. Kakashi nodded in acknowledgement, but there was another matter at hand. I noticed he had two spherical objects hanging from his waist. If one contained a summoning beast, it follows that he must possess another yet to be summoned, indicating that he is concealing further prowess. Upon hearing this, the third Hokage paused his smoking. Had he not hailed from one of Konoha's esteemed clans, I would have already arranged for an Umbu investigation. By the way, what is your impression of his temperament? Does he harbor a deep affection for Konoha? Kakashi reflected, noting that, based on their interactions thus far, the boy's character seemed quite composed. As for other attributes, those would reveal themselves in time. The third Hokage nodded in agreement, advising Kakashi to remain vigilant. Kakashi was well aware of the third Hokage's intention to nurture the young talent for potential ascendance to the Hokage position. Chapter 10. Journey to the Land of Waves. In the ensuing days, Kakashi commenced leading Shrew and his three companions on various missions, all of the simplest nature. On this particular day, upon the completion of a task, Shrew noticed the system backpack in his mind flickering once more. He hastily checked and discovered that another small spirit had been unlocked. Excellent, that makes 3 now. Let me see which spirit has joined me this time. The following day, as he stepped outside, Kiba noticed a light blue frog perched upon Shrew's shoulder. Brother, is this your new pet? Shrew nodded. This is Gua Gua Pao Frog, just signed. Kiba, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, Brother, how many summoning beasts can you contract? Why are they all different types, and each so formidable? Shrew gently patted the Gua Gua Pao Frog's head. With diligent training, you can enhance the abilities of your companions. The same applies to you. Akamaru possesses excellent talent as well. Do not let it go to waste. Kiba nodded in understanding. When Shrew and Naruto gathered, Naruto also took note of the Gua Gua Pao Frog resting on Shrew's shoulder. Wow, the tree, is that your summoning beast? What a delightful frog. The tree gazed at Naruto, whose eyes sparkled with excitement. Naruto couldn't have been born with a fondness for frogs, could he? Kakashi also glanced at the tree's shoulder, pondering whether it was yet another summoning beast. He speculated about its strength, concluding that it likely did not match the power of the last one. With the commencement of their new mission today, Naruto began to voice his complaints about the monotonous tasks they were assigned daily. I long for a truly authentic ninja mission, he exclaimed, turning away in frustration. Kakashi, observing his reaction, inquired helplessly, Naruto, where are you going? Without looking back, Naruto retorted, I'm off to find Grandpa Hokage. I want to undertake a real ninja mission, not this mundane task of chasing after cats and dogs every day. Upon arriving at the Hokage's office, Naruto declared, I want a more formidable mission. These trivial cat and dog searches do not reflect my worth as a ninja. The third Hokage regarded Naruto with a kind smile and replied, Is that so? As it happens, I have a high-level mission for you, escorting someone home. Naruto's eyes lit up with excitement as he eagerly responded, Really? We can handle that. At that moment, Kiba and his companions also arrived at the Hokage's office to report their mission. Unable to contain himself, Kiba remarked, It's just a routine escort mission. Is it really necessary to be so thrilled? There won't be any enemies. Naruto turned to the third Hokage, who responded, While you may not necessarily encounter foes, it is still a significant mission. What do you say, Naruto? If you don't want it, I'll assign it to someone else. After hearing this, Naruto accepted the mission. The third Hokage then summoned the person who had posted the mission. When Dasna entered, he looked at the young ninja and muttered, Are they really going to let him escort me? I can't shake the feeling that this is rather unreliable. Naruto approached Dasna confidently, asserting, Don't underestimate me. I am destined to become Hokage one day. Thus, after finalizing the arrangements, Naruto's team accepted the mission. Before departing, Kakashi advised, Everyone, go home and prepare. We shall set off promptly tomorrow morning. Upon returning home, the tree spoke to his mother, who encouraged, It's your first mission. You must give it your all. The tree nodded, reassuring her, Don't worry, it's just an escort. It's not dangerous. The next day, the group gathered and set off towards their destination. As they traversed a forest, they passed a puddle of water. Kakashi discreetly scanned the area before continuing forward nonchalantly. However, as they moved further away, the puddle gradually morphed into 2 shadowy figures. Their target was confirmed, The old man. The two figures then vanished once more. Suddenly, a sharp blade with a chain ensnared Kakashi, who was at the rear of the group, and he was torn apart under the force applied by the two assailants. The others, sensing the disturbance, turned to witness the horrifying scene, leaving them all in shock. Sakura screamed in terror, "Kakashi-sensei!" Sasuke was the first to react, observing as two individuals charged toward them after dispatching Kakashi. Tree noticed the bubble frog perched on his shoulder and called for assistance. Responding to the command, the bubble frog leapt dramatically from Tree's shoulder, landing directly in front of the two assailants. It unleashed a stream of bubbles from its mouth, obscuring their vision. Seizing the opportunity, Sasuke advanced, executing a flawless series of taijutsu moves to subdue the attackers. At that moment, a voice of approval resonated. "Well done. Even in the face of unexpected circumstances, you maintained your composure. Excellent work, Sasuke, and you too, Tree." Tree glanced at Kakashi, bearing an expression that seemed to ask, "Do I need your praise?" Kakashi, feeling somewhat awkward, recalled that there was a formidable presence even he might struggle to confront. Sakura then interjected, "Kakashi-sensei, are you all right?" Kakashi nodded with a smile. "I merely wish to observe how you would handle an unforeseen situation and to discern the identity of their assassination target." Naruto, still in shock from earlier, lowered his gaze, staring blankly at his hands. "What am I doing? I was actually frightened enough to hide behind you." Blood trickled from Naruto's palm as he suddenly grasped a kunai from his ninja tool pouch and thrust it into his hand. The others were momentarily taken aback by his actions. Naruto declared, "Next time, I will not cower behind you. I will accomplish this mission and protect this uncle." Kakashi looked at Naruto and said, "While we all recognize your determination, injuring your hand like that without care will lead to excessive bleeding, potentially resulting in your demise." Naruto responded, instantly feeling anxious. Observing this, Tree retrieved a roll of bandages from his ninja tool pouch. "It's all right, I have bandages. Let me wrap it up for you." After Naruto's interruption, Kakashi approached the two who had just ambushed them, only to discover that they had already ceased to breathe. Squatting down to investigate, he found that they had bitten through the poison sacs hidden in their mouths. Kakashi then turned to Dasna, inquiring, "They were after you, weren't they?" Dasna feigned ignorance, claiming, I find myself perplexed. During the recent ambush, I observed the situation closely. Initially, I was uncertain which member of our squad had been targeted. However, from their assault, it appears to be you, doesn't it?" With no other option, Dasna divulged his circumstances to Kakashi and the others. Upon hearing this, Kakashi nodded in acknowledgement, realizing that this mission must be abandoned, as the danger has escalated beyond our capacity to manage. At this moment, Shuru interjected, "Do not worry. With us present, the situation should not pose too much of a problem. Moreover, we may encounter other ninjas, which would serve as valuable training for us." Considering Shuru's words, Kakashi reflected and concluded that the peril might not be as grave as anticipated. Thus, he ultimately consented to continue with the mission. Chapter 11. The arrival of Zabuza. As the group set forth once more towards their destination, a thick fog began to envelop the surroundings. Sensing something amiss, Kakashi cautioned everyone. "Be vigilant. Enemies may be approaching. Protect the mission target." Heeding Kakashi's warning, Naruto and his companions encircled Dasna. Meanwhile, Shuru gazed into the mist, pondering. "Is that Zabuza Momochi?" A voice emerged from the fog. "Shall I sever your arms first, or your thighs? Or would you prefer I simply behead you?" Upon hearing the voice, Kakashi entered a state of heightened alertness as the fog thickened, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. The eerie quiet enveloped them, and Kakashi activated his Sharingan, scanning their surroundings. Suddenly, the mist swirled, and a massive cleaver appeared behind Kakashi, aimed at him. Reacting swiftly, Kakashi crouched to evade and retreated to create distance. Kakashi beheld the figure before him, swathed in bandages. Zabuza Momochi, a rogue ninja from the village of Mist, and one of the 7 ninja swordsmen? Recognizing Kakashi, Zabuza complimented. "Impressive, Kakashi. You even recognize me." However, in an instant, Zabuza was upon Kakashi, raising his executioner's blade to strike. Kakashi unsheathed a kunai to defend himself, but the tremendous force behind Zabuza's blow sent him reeling. Observing this, Zabuza formed hand seals and unleashed water release, great waterfall technique. Simultaneously, he executed the same technique again, sending forth 2 enormous spheres of water crashing towards their target. With a thunderous roar, The impact of the two water spheres caused a downpour to ensue. Witnessing Kakashi instantaneously replicate his technique, Zabuza marveled at his prowess. Indeed, the copy ninja can mimic my techniques in the blink of an eye. Just as Zabuza was lost in thought, Kakashi stealthily maneuvered behind him, driving the kunai into Zabuza's back. Struggling to turn, Zabuza gasped. What is the figure of Zabuza dissipated with a flourish. The body that had just been pierced by Kakashi transformed into a stream of water. Kakashi wore a look of astonishment. This was not good. In the next moment, Zabuza's silhouette reemerged, employing the water prison technique. A sphere of water gradually formed, enveloping Kakashi within its confines. With a smug expression, Zabuza proclaimed, "You can stay comfortably here while I take care of those little pests outside." Realizing he could not resist, Kakashi ceased his struggles and calmly inquired, using this technique, "You should be unable to move yourself, right?" As if in response to Kakashi's words, a water clone materialized beside Zabuza. He replied, "I can have my clone eliminate those little brats." Zabuza initially expected Kakashi to display anxiety upon hearing his words. However, he found him instead gazing with an unsettling calmness, a hint of amusement dancing on his face. Not wishing to ponder further on the inscrutable Kakashi, Zabuza directed his water clone to fulfill its task. Meanwhile, Naruto and his companions, still on high alert, remained unaware that their teacher had fallen under enemy control. As a figure approached, they finally laid eyes on their adversary. The water clone Zabuza addressed the four young ninjas, saying, "You need not resist any longer, nor should you hope for Kakashi to rescue you. He is already under my control." As Zabuza's words echoed, the dense mist began to dissipate, revealing Kakashi trapped within the water sphere. "Kakashi-sensei." The water clone Zabuza waved his executioner's blade and declared, "Now, hand over that old man to me, or I shall kill you all." In response, Sasuke hurled a kunai at Zabuza. With a lackluster flick of his blade, Zabuza deflected the weapon, only to discover that Sasuke, who had been right before him, had vanished without a trace. A whistling sound pierced the air as Sasuke, having reappeared above the water clone Zabuza, launched a kick towards his head. Zabuza swiftly grasped Sasuke's leg, swinging him forcefully away. Not one to remain idle, Naruto unleashed the shadow clone technique, filling the area with numerous copies of himself. Zabuza, witnessing this spectacle, was taken aback by the sheer number of clones. What an impressive feat for such a young ninja. However, as Naruto's shadow clones charged towards Zabuza, the latter deftly maneuvered through them, gradually leading to the dissolution of all of Naruto's duplicates. Suddenly, a cascade of dense bubbles obscured Zabuza's vision as the water clone unleashed the technique known as bubble jutsu. Just as Zabuza managed to extricate himself from this aqueous entanglement, Sasuke brandished a colossal shuriken and hurled it towards the water clone. Zabuza swiftly pivoted to evade the attack, preparing to counter with an onslaught against Sasuke. At that moment, a sound erupted from behind. The shuriken that had just been thrown morphed into Naruto's likeness, cleverly utilizing the tree as a shield to obscure the water clone's sight. This transformation caught Zabuza off guard, leaving him vulnerable as he failed to react in time, resulting in Naruto's kunai piercing through him, shattering the water clone instantaneously. Meanwhile, the original Zabuza, who was controlling Kakashi, could not help but exclaim in frustration, "Damn it." As he witnessed his water clone being dispatched, Zabuza pondered how to retreat. Suddenly, the sound of slicing through the air echoed, and three slender kunai pierced his neck, causing him to collapse instantly. Meanwhile, Kakashi, who had been trapped in the water sphere, finally freed himself and fell to the ground. A masked ninja appeared before them, stating, "I apologize, but I am from the Umbu of the Mist Village. Zabuza is a rogue ninja we are pursuing. Would you be willing to hand him over to me so I can take him back to the Mist Village?" Kakashi struggled to rise and nodded in agreement. With Kakashi's confirmation, the masked ninja took Zabuza away, and at that moment, Kakashi could no longer maintain his strength and collapsed once more. When Kakashi awoke again, he found Naruto and the others standing beside his bed. He turned to the tree and asked, "Did you notice anything peculiar about that Umbu from the Mist Village just now?" The tree replied, "The timing of their appearance was too coincidental, occurring just as we were about to defeat Zabuza." Kakashi nodded, "So you think the same? It seems we have been deceived. That was not an Umbu from the Mist Village, but rather one of Zabuza's accomplices." Rising from the bed, Kakashi addressed Naruto and the others. "In preparation for our next battle, I have decided to train you on our journey to the Land of Waves. Kakashi led Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura to a tree. Naruto, glancing at the tree, asked, "Why doesn't the tree need special training?" Kakashi looked at Naruto, bemused, and replied, "If you can snatch my bell in a one-on-one match, you may also sit out. Besides, what I am teaching you now, the tree should have already mastered." Noticing Kakashi's inquiring gaze, the tree nodded and approached the large tree, effortlessly climbing it. Chapter 12. The decisive battle on the bridge. Seeing the tree ascend with ease, Naruto and Sasuke, unwilling to be outdone, made their own attempts to scale the tree. However, without exception, both fell after a short distance. Kakashi approached the fallen duo and said, "You cannot simply rush up like that. It requires technique and control of your chakra in your feet." Sakura, having listened, attempted to climb the tree. After several tries, she finally reached the top. Witnessing Sakura's success, Naruto and Sasuke intensified their efforts. At that moment, Inuzuka, a tree, jumped down from the large tree, releasing his Pokemon, Lucario, and said to his companion, "Let us train together." The frog on tree's shoulder nodded and leaped off. After overseeing Naruto and Sasuke's training, Kakashi approached Tree. "Are you planning to have your two summoned beasts spar?" Tree nodded, saying, "My current frog is still too weak. This is a perfect opportunity." Suddenly, Tree turned to Kakashi and asked, "Do you have any water-style ninjutsu? I want to teach it to my frog." Kakashi stroked his chin, recalling that he had copied several techniques before. "I can teach you some," he replied. Tree rolled his eyes. "What do I need to learn for? I can just copy it for my Pokemon later." He then requested, "Could you write it down for me? I prefer to learn at my own pace. If you teach me directly, I might not grasp it." Kakashi found this odd, as he considered Tree to be a true genius, accustomed to thinking that Tree could master ninjutsu with just a single explanation. Nevertheless, since Tree had expressed his thoughts, Kakashi nodded. "All right, if I have time later, I will write it on a scroll for you." "Thank you," Tree replied, causing Kakashi to feel somewhat bemused at Tree's unexpected politeness. "I am your mentor. It is my duty to teach you, yet you are so formal." The remainder of their time was spent training while on their way to their destination. Through continuous battles with Lucario, the frog rapidly improved, eventually reaching its first evolution. Kakashi and the others were astonished, remarking on how unique this growth method was. Tree examined the information of his newly evolved frog: name, focus skills, water release, water dragon bullet, water release, great waterfall technique, 8 gates, flying thunder god technique, water gun, quick attack, 1/ technique, click to expand. Finally, Froakie was quite strong now, though still slightly weaker than Lucario, who could already open 6 gates. Initially, Tree had assumed that Lucario could directly use the 8 gates after he replicated the technique, only to later realize that it was similar to the Sharingan replication. Once the skill was taught to a Pokemon, they could use it, but the proficiency varied among each Pokemon. For instance, while Lucario had begun to grasp the Flying Thunder God technique, Froakie still did not understand how to use it, knowing the method but unable to execute it. Finally, they arrived in the Land of Waves. Dasna joyfully headed home, but upon arrival, he found his house empty. In a panic, Dasna began searching and suddenly discovered a note on the table. After reading the note, he rushed out to Kakashi and the others, exclaiming, "This is bad. My family has been kidnapped by that scoundrel Gato. He ordered me to meet him at the bridge, or he will kill them." Kakashi, upon hearing Dasna's words, deduced that Zabuza's injuries must have healed. "Let us go. It seems he intends to settle everything." Kakashi turned to Naruto and the others, asking for their opinions. Naruto immediately replied, "Of course, we must rescue them. No matter what traps await us, we will bring back the old man's family." Sasuke, silently agreeing, remained by Naruto's side. Finally, Kakashi looked at Tree, who nodded in affirmation. "Let us confront him on the bridge." Kakashi instructed Dasna to wait at home while they all proceeded to the appointed location. Upon arriving at the bridge, Zabuza once again spotted Kakashi. "This time, I will definitely kill you, Kakashi, along with those little brats you brought." Kakashi replied, "This time, you cannot escape." Zabuza dismissively retorted, "Last time you had help. This time, I've brought reinforcements. Who knows who will escape?" As Zabuza finished speaking, a figure approached, carrying a child on their back and wielding weapons that flickered with electric sparks. Kakashi recognized him. "Is that the Black Scythe Raiga, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen?" A voice unexpectedly exclaimed, "I never imagined there would still be someone who recognizes me." "Do not forget the benefits you promised me after I assist you," Zabuza replied with a nod. "Rest assured, I shall not forget, Kakashi remarked. Realizing the situation had become somewhat precarious, he turned towards the tree, stating, "This time, it is up to you. I will handle Zabuza first, and then come to your aid." The tree nodded in agreement, responding, "You must be swift. I do not wish to have already concluded my battle while you are still grappling evenly with Zabuza." Kakashi, upon hearing this, couldn't help but think that perhaps he was being looked down upon by his own student. The battle commenced as the tree summoned the toad, while Naruto and Sasuke, the two affectionate comrades, faced off against White. Raiga, observing the blue toad before him, felt a sense of disdain and retorted, "Are you mocking me by sending this toad to fight me?" The tree narrowed his eyes and replied, "This is a frog, not a toad. Are your eyes failing you?" With no further ado, Raiga raised his weapon, gathering lightning at the blade's tip, and charged towards the toad. The toad evaded with a swift electric dash. Boom! Two lightning orbs missed their target, and at that moment, the toad had already reached Raiga's rear, executing a long kick towards him. Lankmer, bound to Raiga, warned, "Be careful. It has come up behind you." Reacting to the warning, Raiga swiftly turned to block the toad's attack, while the toad leaped back, creating distance once more. Chapter 13. The battle concludes. Raiga no longer underestimated the toad. This blue creature was indeed quite formidable. As Raiga unleashed a torrent of lightning, arcs surged towards the toad like serpents of electricity. The toad, faced with unavoidable lightning, found itself momentarily at a loss. "Dig a hole," came the command from the tree. Acting instinctively, the toad burrowed into the freshly dug hole just as the lightning was about to strike, narrowly escaping the assault. Raiga, witnessing this infuriating turn of events, thought, "I should have eliminated that little brat first." With this resolve, he swiftly dashed towards the tree, intending to eliminate its commander before the toad could emerge. As Raiga approached the tree, he raised his lightning-infused sword, its blade shimmering with electricity. Just as he was about to strike, Lankmer, positioned behind Raiga, suddenly sensed an overwhelming sense of danger. "This is not good. Rhea, cease your assault and distance yourself from that individual." Upon hearing Lameru's voice, Rhea instinctively halted his attack and stepped away from the figure. Observing Rhea's retreat, the tree murmured, "Impressive perception. Had it been a moment longer, it would have been their demise." The shadow beneath the tree seemed to flicker momentarily before settling into stillness. Rhea gazed at the tree opposite him, where the Froki had emerged, now standing by the tree's side. Noticing this, Rhea inquired, "Lameru, what transpired just now? Why did you compel me to cease my attack during such a fortuitous moment?" Lameru, who had been nestled behind Rhea, responded, "At the very moment you were about to strike, I sensed the scent of death. Had you proceeded with your attack, it would surely have been your end." Upon hearing Lameru's words, Rhea fell into contemplation. "Are you certain your perception was not flawed?" The very question he posed indicated his burgeoning belief in Lameru's words. Given their prolonged companionship, "I am certain," Lameru affirmed from Rhea's back. "Though the reason eludes me, the sense of impending crisis lingers vividly in my memory." In response, Rhea declared, "Then I shall resort to ranged attacks." Lightning release. Lightning dragon tornado. Two dragon-shaped lightning whirlwinds surged towards the tree. Froki countered with water release. Water dragon bullet. A water dragon materialized before Froki, roaring towards the lightning tornado. Upon collision, the water dragon dissipated instantaneously, while Rhea's lightning tornado was likewise extinguished by the force of the water. Meanwhile, the battle between Kakashi and Zabuza had escalated to a fever pitch. Zabuza looked at Kakashi and remarked, "If you prolong this any further, it will be your end." While Rhea has not gained any advantage, those two youngsters are on the brink of defeat. At that moment, within the confines of the crystal ice mirror, Naruto and Sasuke bore the marks of relentless struggle, their bodies adorned with wounds. After Sasuke had shielded Naruto from the final onslaught, he finally succumbed to exhaustion and collapsed. Seeing this, Naruto immediately cradled Sasuke in his arms. As Sasuke whispered, "I have yet to eliminate that man." In a moment of unexpected defeat, Naruto gazed at the unconscious Sasuke, feeling an ominous chakra stirring within him. In an instant, he shattered the illusory mirror that confined them, sending by hurtling away, his mask fracturing upon impact. Staring at Bai's cherubic visage, Naruto momentarily fell into a trance. Meanwhile, the tree observed as Gerudo's and Reiku clashed fiercely, realizing that their efforts were still insufficient. The Eight Gates technique could not be revealed just yet. It would be prudent to wait until they returned to Kai. Engaging in battle like this would only exacerbate the elemental disadvantage. At best, Gyarados could only match Reiku's strength. With this in mind, the tree reached for another Pokeball at his waist, releasing Lucario in a flash of crimson light. Lucario, assist Gyarados in vanquishing the foe, he commanded. Responding to the order, Lucario charged towards Reiku, and under the combined onslaught of the two Pokemon, Reiku found itself overwhelmed. Seizing the opportunity, Lucario delivered a devastating Aura Sphere, sending Reiku sprawling and causing it to cough up blood. Zabuza, hearing the commotion, turned towards Reiku's direction. Noticing its defeat, he became momentarily distracted, allowing Kakashi to capitalize on the moment by summoning a spirit beast to immobilize Zabuza's body, electricity crackling in his hands. Lightning Cutter. Kakashi thrust his right hand towards Zabuza, who had been entangled with Naruto, while noticing the imminent danger facing Zabuza. He positioned himself to shield Zabuza from harm and successfully obstructed the approaching White. As the Raikiri drew perilously closer to his chest, a serene smile graced his face, for he felt he could finally assist Zabuza once more. However, with a sudden clap, the lightning in Kakashi's hand dissipated as a tree inexplicably appeared between him and White. Kakashi was taken aback when he saw the tree grasping his wrist with such precision, managing to catch the Raikiri that was activated under his Sharingan. Observing Kakashi's astonishment, the tree inquired, "Kakashi-sensei, what troubles you? I sense a tremor in your hand." Though Kakashi struggled to comprehend the situation, he responded, "Tree, why do you impede my actions?" The tree, noticing Kakashi's pause, pointed into the distance, where a group of armed rogue warriors approached with menacing intent. Leading them was Kato, who, upon witnessing the defeated Zabuza and his companions, scornfully exclaimed, "You are all worthless. I knew this band of ninjas would prove to be inept. It seems I must intervene myself." At Kato's command, hundreds of rogue warriors charged forth, launching an assault against both Zabuza's group and Kakashi's. Enraged by this turn of events, Zabuza seethed, "You vile scoundrel, I shall end your life." He joined forces with White and Raiga to retaliate, yet their injuries were too grave, leaving only White in a condition to vaguely defend himself against the onslaught. Meanwhile, the tree commanded two Pokemon to engage the rogue warriors. In no time, the once boisterous assailants lay defeated on the ground, and Kato's initial confidence gave way to fear. The tree approached and inquired about the location of the Dasna family, subsequently dispatching the shadowy Jengar to control Kato. Indeed, the former Ghastly had evolved into its final form, Jengar, and Kakashi's 2-Tomo Sharingan had advanced to 3-Tomo, gradually trending towards the Mangeki Sharingan. This was why the tree had effortlessly caught Kakashi's Raikiri moments ago. Seeing that the threat had been neutralized, Kakashi joined the tree, questioning curiously, "Do you truly intend to release Zabuza and the remaining members of the 7 ninja swordsmen?" The tree gazed at Kakashi and remarked, "If we eliminate them, the ninja swords of the Land of Water will fall into our hands, which would ultimately lead to complications. It would be wiser to allow them to depart, as we have nothing to lose." Kakashi, after considering the tree's words, reluctantly acquiesced, realizing there was merit in the tree's perspective, though he remained unaware that the tree was gazing skyward at the broken bridge, where the snowfall had ceased. Chapter 14. The 8 Gates of Duanjiao. With the completion of their mission, everyone joyfully made their way back to Konoha. Upon reaching the village entrance, they were met with a multitude of unfamiliar faces. Ninjas from various nations had gathered there. Observing this, Kakashi addressed them, saying, "I will report the mission to Lord Hokage. You may return home to rest." Upon hearing Kakashi's words, the tree and the others dispersed, heading in the direction of their respective homes. Kakashi arrived at the office of the 3rd Hokage and promptly relayed the details of their journey. The 3rd nodded thoughtfully, stating, "The Chunin exams are approaching, and teams will consist of 3 members. However, regarding your squad," Kakashi understood the Hokage's implication and responded, "I propose that Inuzuka Tree forms a team by himself. He is fully capable." The 3rd nodded in agreement, expressing that he shared the same sentiment, and inquired about Kakashi's thoughts. Upon returning home, Inuzuka Tree was greeted by the sight of his sister. "Oh, aren't you going to the medical department today?" Inuzuka Hana, hearing her name called, turned to see Tree and hurried over, ruffling his hair as she replied, "The medical department is not busy today, so I took a few days off. The Chunin exams are just around the corner, and I will likely be busy again. By the way, did you just return from your mission?" Tree nodded affirmatively, saying yes. "I just finished today and saw you right away. By the way, where is Kiba?" Hana recalled. He just stepped out. It seems his mentor called for a gathering. Later that evening, Kiba returned, cradling Akamaru, and upon entering, he spotted Tree, who had just come back. "Oh, brother, you're back." Tree beamed. "Indeed, did you miss me? I'll make sure to cheer you up later." Kiba, with a grin, obediently closed his mouth and began to eat. Their mother, seeing this scene, was enveloped in a wave of happiness. "I truly hope our family can remain this joyful forever." The following day, Tree arrived at the assembly point designated by Kakashi. Noticing Naruto and the others had already gathered, he realized that Kakashi was once again tardy. After a while, Kakashi finally arrived, holding a list. "The Chunin exams are imminent, and I have registered all of you. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura will form a team." Upon hearing this, Naruto asked Kakashi, "What about Tree?" "Yes, on his own." Kakashi, patting his head, replied, "This matter was discussed with Lord Third. We both agree that Tree can form a team by himself." "What?" Naruto was taken aback upon hearing this. And Kakashi continued, "There have indeed been precedents for individual examinations, albeit in rare instances. However, I firmly believe that Shu possesses the capability to excel." Upon hearing that he would be participating in the exam alone, Shu was not particularly astonished. To him, the Chunin exam was merely a playful endeavor. Observing Shu's lack of objection, Kakashi instructed them to complete their respective application forms, saying, "In the coming days, make sure to rest well, as the exam will soon commence." After the meeting disbanded, instead of heading home immediately, Shu made his way towards the training grounds, seeking an individual who would enable him to utilize the 8 gates openly. Just as he was about to search every training area, he finally spotted 2 familiar figures at Training Ground 6. Watching the duo clad in green spandex, drenched in sweat, Shu couldn't help but exclaim, "Truly, they are the precious beasts of Konoha. I can hardly bear it." Kai and Lee noticed someone approaching and paused their rigorous training. Shu approached Kai, who remarked, "Oh, aren't you Kakashi's student? What brings you here?" Shu looked at the one who nearly kicked him out of the story and said, "I wish to learn the 8 gates from you." Kai circled Shu, assessing him. "The 8 gates can only be practiced by those brimming with youthful vigor. I sense a lack of such vitality in you. You are not suited for this training. Furthermore, even if I were to impart the knowledge of the 8 gates to you, you would be unable to master it." Hearing Kai's refusal, Shu was not surprised. After all, if anyone could simply approach Kai to learn the technique, everyone would be capable of using it. Shu then summoned Lucario and stated, "Actually, it is not for me, but rather my pet who wishes to learn. It is an exceptionally spirited creature." Kai was taken aback, exclaiming, "That makes it even more impossible. The physiology of a human and that of a summoning beast are fundamentally different. Your summoning beast cannot master it." Shu, undeterred, turned to Lee and asked Lee, "Would you be willing to engage in a spar with my partner to witness its youthful spirit?" Lee hesitated, glancing at Kai, who encouraged, "Lee, go ahead and battle Shu's summoning beast. It will be a fine display of your youthful vigor." "Yes, sensei." With their agreement, Shu directed Lucario to launch an attack at Lee. As the uniquely designed summoning beast charged towards him, Lee did not hold back. Konoha Whirlwind. He executed a spinning kick aimed at Lucario's chin. The agile Lucario, under its own volition, utilized quick attack to evade, then countered with a glowing punch directed at Lee. Seeing he could not evade, Lee crossed his arms for defense. The impact reverberated as Lee felt the intense force against his arms. What incredible strength, he thought. Lee sketched a distance of several meters on the ground, while Lucario, emboldened by his advantage, swiftly closed the gap and initiated a close-quarters combat with him. The entire training ground resonated with the sounds of their fierce exchange of blows. Observing this, Kai could not help but express his admiration. What a remarkable summoning beast. Moreover, it excels in physical techniques. Where did you acquire it? Tree replied, "I am not entirely certain. While practicing the summoning of the spirit beast, I inadvertently found myself transported here and, in a haze, ended up signing a contract." During their conversation, Lee was caught off guard by Lucario and sent flying. Tree, witnessing this, nodded in satisfaction. "Considering there was no guidance from me and many skills were restricted, achieving this level of performance is commendable." Upon realizing the outcome of the match, Kai gazed at Lucario for a moment before stating, "All right, I can teach your summoning beast. But whether you learn it or not is entirely up to you, and I shall only explain it once." Tree nodded in agreement, teasing, as if, "I have already learned it. I merely lack an excuse to use it." Thus, Kai began a detailed explanation, and to his astonishment, Lucario, already familiar with the 8 gates, was able to unlock the 7th gate after hearing Kai's thorough elucidation. Satisfied, Tree headed home, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the Chunin exams. As Kai watched Tree depart, he turned to the nearby Li and remarked, "Li, this fellow will undoubtedly become a formidable rival for you in the future. Let us ignite our youth by running 30 laps around Konoha." All right, Teacher Kai. Chapter 15. Gaara. On this day, Naruto invited Tree to share a bowl of ramen. After finishing their meal, the two began to stroll through Konoha when suddenly they were greeted by a commotion ahead. Intrigued, Naruto rushed towards the noise. Upon arrival, he discovered that his former subordinate, Konohamaru, was being bullied by ninjas from another village. Naruto dashed forward, exclaiming, "Hey, you there, put Konohamaru down." Hearing the interruption, Kankuro glanced at Naruto with disdain. "I can't stand you arrogant little pests." As he tightened his grip on Konohamaru, Naruto felt the urge to confront Kankuro. In that moment, a stone whizzed through the air, striking Kankuro's wrist with precision. Wincing in pain, Kankuro involuntarily loosened his grip. "Damn it, who was that sneak attacking me?" Kankuro glared towards the direction from which the stone had come, only to find Sasuke perched atop a tree, casually tossing another stone in his hand, regarding Kankuro with contempt. "This is not a place for you to run rampant." Naruto, perturbed by Sasuke's showboating, retorted to Kankuro, "Exactly. You were just bullying my subordinate. Apologize to him at once." Feeling provoked, Kankuro reached for the puppet strapped to his back, but a chilling voice interrupted him. "You worthless fool. The reputation of the Sand Village has been tarnished by your actions. Do you not wish to withdraw?" Upon hearing the voice, Kanjiro involuntarily flinched, retracting his outstretched hand. Upon seeing the newcomer, he hastily explained, "Gaara, please allow me to clarify. It is not as you perceive." The tree, overhearing the exchange between Kanjiro and Gaara, could not help but chuckle. Kanjiro and Gaara turned their attention to the tree, inquiring, "What is so amusing?" The tree responded, "Your earlier dialogue resembled that of an unfaithful partner caught in the act, and seeing the bandaged man's desperate attempts at justification was simply too entertaining." Kanjiro glared fiercely at the tree, yet Gaara remained unperturbed, instead approaching the tree. As Gaara stood before the tree, a palpable wave of iron-scented blood enveloped the air, prompting the tree to step back and cover his nose, exclaiming, "Shorty, keep your distance. Like that bandaged fellow, I too harbor a disdain for you. And if you neglect your hygiene, you shall find yourself friendless henceforth." Upon hearing the tree's final remark, Gaara paused, intrigued. "Interesting. I hope to encounter you in the upcoming matches. I am Gaara of the Sand." The tree nodded, choosing not to engage further with this rather eccentric individual. Feeling overlooked, Gaara's temper flared slightly, yet he restrained himself, aware that this was not the appropriate setting for a confrontation. As he prepared to depart, he turned to the figure perched atop the tree, asking, "What is your name?" The figure replied nonchalantly, "Uchiha Sasuke." Meanwhile, Naruto, noticing that Gaara was leaving without inquiring about his name, felt a twinge of embarrassment and called out in Gaara's direction, "I am Uzumaki Naruto. Make sure to remember that." The Chunin exams commenced as scheduled, and since the tree was participating alone, he set out with Kiba. Kiba, observing the absence of the blue frog on his brother's shoulder, remarked, "Has your Gamachan evolved?" "Indeed, it evolved upon our return from the Land of Waves," the tree confirmed. Hearing about his brother's summoning beast's evolution, Kiba glanced at Akamaru, wondering when he too would experience such a transformation. Accompanied by the tree, Kiba arrived at the designated gathering spot for their team. Upon seeing Hinata, the tree suddenly remarked, "Kiba, did you know that during our mission, Naruto encountered a charming young girl?" Hinata, who had been lost in thought, perked up at the mention of Naruto's name. Kiba casually responded, "So what? That Naruto, the underachiever, how could any girl possibly be interested in him?" A soft and gentle voice interjected, "Kiba, Naruto-kun is quite impressive." Indeed, that delightful girl likely recognized his qualities and confessed to him, and it seems Naruto accepted her feelings. However, subsequent events have led him to a state of distress. What transpired? Kiba inquired, curiosity piqued, while Hinata's anxiety grew palpable. After spending time with a seemingly adorable girl, Naruto discovers that she is, in fact, a charming young boy. Despite having developed feelings for him over the course of their acquaintance, Naruto finds himself at a loss regarding how to proceed. Personally, I hold no prejudice against such feelings. True love transcends all boundaries. Recently, I have noticed that Naruto has been acting peculiarly, particularly in relation to his emotions towards Sasuke. In order to avoid intruding upon their relationship, I decided to accompany Kiba to the exam today. Kiba, upon hearing this, was taken aback. What? Are you suggesting that Naruto might have developed an affection for men? Hinata, stunned by this revelation, momentarily froze. Naruto-kun. Shu shook his head. I'm not certain. It seems we can only attribute Naruto's transformation to that charming boy named Sai. Upon arrival at the examination venue, Hinata appeared rather dispirited. At the entrance, they happened upon Rock Lee sparring with Sasuke. In a flurry of powerful taijutsu strikes, Lee sent Sasuke tumbling to the ground. Seeing this, Naruto rushed over to help the injured Sasuke to his feet. The members of Kiba's team, witnessing this, became even more convinced of Shu's earlier assertion. It appeared that Naruto might indeed be leaning towards a different orientation. Perhaps it would be wise to maintain some distance from him. Hinata, witnessing this interaction, felt her heart sink further. Meanwhile, Naruto spotted Shu and approached him with enthusiasm. Shu, you've arrived. What is happening here? That green watermelon is pursuing Sakura, which I vehemently oppose. He then challenged Sasuke and, unsurprisingly, lost. I see. Well, the crowd is growing. Let us head inside. Having seen through a simple genjutsu, the group ascended to the second floor where the true examination venue lay. Upon witnessing the throngs of people gathered, Naruto exclaimed in astonishment, so many people. Shu, you'll draw their attention, which could jeopardize our chances in the upcoming matches. At the sound of the voice, Naruto turned to see a warm, bespectacled figure approaching, a person who resembled a friendly older brother. The newcomer stepped forward and introduced himself. I am Yakushi Kabuto, and this is my third time participating in the Chunin exams. I possess considerable experience in this regard. Naruto, intrigued, quickly inquired, really? You're quite experienced then? Kabuto smiled, adjusting his glasses. Indeed, but through these past examinations, I have also gathered some useful intelligence. As he spoke, he produced a collection of cards. Within these are records of various ninjas that I have compiled over the years. Is there anyone you wish to learn about? Chapter 16. The Forest of Death. Upon hearing Kabuto's words, Naruto was eager to inquire about the boy who once carried a gourd and exuded an air of arrogance. Kabuto, responding to Naruto's curiosity, began channeling chakra into one of the cards, revealing Gaara's basic information. Gaara of the Sand, level A, missions 8, level B, missions 5, level C, missions 2. He is known for utilizing sand to launch attacks against his foes. As Naruto absorbed this straightforward information about Gaara, his jaw dropped in astonishment. What? There are no tasks at all, and even the tasks that were completed twice were at a level that nearly cost them their lives. As the bell signaling the examination echoed, the students gradually entered the examination room. Once everyone was seated, Sanai Ibiki, the chief examiner for this session, stepped into the classroom. The candidates gazed at the scarred man before them, and the previously noisy classroom fell into a profound silence. Noticing the stillness, Ibiki began to elucidate the rules of the examination. Upon hearing the content of the exam, Naruto's expression immediately soured. It was indeed a theoretical test, the very type he was least adept at. What am I to do? As the examination progressed, each candidate demonstrated their unique talents, employing various methods to secure the answers they sought. Observing the participants, Ibiki swiftly eliminated those who resorted to unscrupulous tactics. Suddenly, he noticed an intriguing individual, Shrew, who had laid a soft plush mat on his desk upon entering. Satisfied with his preparation, Shrew nodded, relieved that he had taken the initiative. Otherwise, resting his head on the hard surface would have been quite uncomfortable. Ibiki approached Shrew, who was peacefully slumbering. This fellow must be one of the individuals the Hokage instructed us to keep a close watch on. He entered only to fall asleep, showing no inclination to glean answers. Has he forfeited his chance, or? After observing for a while, Ibiki returned to his podium. As time ticked away, he suddenly announced, "Now, I will reveal the final question. You are faced with a choice. If you choose to answer this question and respond incorrectly, you will never again be able to participate in the CH-NIN exams. However, if you opt to forego this question, you may return for the CH-NIN exam next time. The choice is yours. We will unveil the next question in 1 minute." Upon hearing this choice, most individuals present became flustered, particularly Naruto, who felt an intense surge of anxiety. What should I do? What should I do? After a fierce internal struggle, Naruto ultimately resolved to attempt the question. Observing the remaining students in the classroom, who had also solidified their determination. Ibiki's serious demeanor suddenly transformed into a smile. Congratulations. You have all passed this examination. Before the elated candidates could fully savor their success, a sudden whoosh pierced the air. A kunai, tied with a red cloth, shot through the window, and a striking figure appeared before them. Hello everyone. I am your chief examiner for the second round, Mitarashi Anko. Awakened from his stupor, Shrew blinked in confusion. Is the exam over? The tree yawned, propping its chin on its hand, gazing at the red bean on the podium. The red bean continued. Now, everyone follow me. The number of participants has become overwhelming. I shall ensure that this examination will reduce it by more than half. The crowd followed the red bean to the location of the second test, the death forest. They observed the corroded fence surrounding the area. With traces of deep crimson and brown on the barbed wire, a faint metallic scent of blood wafting through the air. The red bean began to elucidate the rules of this contest, while Naruto, still taken aback by the scene before him, shouted in excitement. The red bean, in a warning gesture, shot a kunai that grazed Naruto's face. Silence, everyone. Otherwise, you may find yourselves in grave danger. Upon hearing the warning, Naruto nodded stiffly. At that moment, someone handed the kunai back to the red bean, using their tongue, rather than feeling disgusted. She smiled and uttered a thank you before resuming her explanation of the rules. The tree, watching from the side, couldn't help but smile at the spectacle. Orochimaru, I see you won't find the death forest overly dull. It's the perfect opportunity to test my current abilities. After all, Orochimaru is not so easily dispatched. Recently, the tree's froggy companion had successfully evolved into a Koga ninja frog, and just yesterday, another Pokemon had awakened within his system's backpack. The tree had surmised that every time his Pokemon evolved into their final form, new Pokemon would be unlocked shortly thereafter. However, he remained uncertain about what influenced the rarity of these unlocks. Having unlocked 4 Pokemon, the tree also noticed some changes in his abilities. Name, Tree Abilities, Replicate Disc, allows the copying and imprinting of skills for pets to learn. The higher the attribute adaptability, the greater the power. The replication time for rarer skills is longer and cannot be interrupted. Synchronization 2 enables the selection of 2 existing spirits to utilize all their capabilities, can be stacked. Gigantamax allows 1 Pokemon to undergo a Gigantamax evolution. Pokemon, Lucario, Gengar, Koga Ninja Frog, Charmander. The latest system awakening revealed Charmander. The tree pondered that once it evolved into Charizard, with its assimilation ability, he might be able to fly directly. After the red bean finished explaining the rules, she began distributing the scrolls. Each participant, like the tree and Naruto, receiving a heavenly scroll. Once the scrolls were distributed, everyone began to venture into the death forest. As the tree was grouped alone, it quickly found itself overwhelmed by many others upon entering the forest. Sensing the pursuit behind him, a smile crept upon the tree's face. This time, he intended not to summon his Pokemon, but to test the strength of his own assimilated powers. As the tree assimilated the strengths of Lucario and Gengar, he felt a surge of energy within. At that moment, the pursuers finally caught up to him. The tree turned to see 3 ninjas from the rain village surrounding him, removing their umbrellas and preparing to unleash ninjutsu against him. Ninjutsu, rainstorm needles. Countless slender steel needles rained down upon the tree. However, when the attack struck, the rain village ninja discovered that their assault had passed directly through the tree's form. The tree had vanished, revealing that the one they attacked was merely a shadow. Now behind the ninjas, the tree's feet and fists glowed with power as he unleashed a devastating strike. Million-ton heavy hit. The 2 individuals struck were instantly obliterated, their bodies bursting apart, and the sanguine splatters stained the lone survivor, while the tree remained untouched by blood, as if the crimson liquid floated eerily around it. Simultaneously, utilizing Lucario's combat prowess alongside Gengar's telekinesis posed no issue. Soon, the plan was to confront Orochimaru and test their skills. Chapter 17. Orochimaru. The tree raised its hand, coalescing a sphere of black energy. The shadow ball incapacitated the rain ninja, rendering him unconscious. The tree continued deeper into the forest. Meanwhile, Naruto returned from his brief respite, only to be sent sprawling by Sasuke's punch. Sakura, witnessing this scene, was left utterly bewildered. Sasuke, what are you doing? Sasuke disregarded Sakura's concern, his gaze icy as he addressed the bewildered Naruto. Who are you? Struggling to rise, Naruto replied in confusion. I'm Naruto. Why did you attack me? Sasuke then inquired. What about the code we agreed upon? Naruto recited the previously established code correctly. See, I am truly Naruto, he insisted, advancing towards Sasuke and the others. With hands forming seals, Sasuke unleashed the fire release, great fireball technique, sending a massive fireball hurtling towards Naruto, its searing heat illuminating the dim surroundings. Naruto leaped onto a nearby tree to evade the attack. Sakura, perplexed, turned to Sasuke, but Naruto just recited the code correctly. Why are you still attacking him? Sasuke met her gaze, explaining, precisely because Naruto recited the code correctly. Think carefully, would Naruto truly remember that code? Sakura pondered, realizing the implication. Indeed, the Naruto from earlier was an imposter. An applause erupted, for it was no surprise that a member of the Uchiha clan could perceive the truth. Sasuke gazed at the figure who had dispelled the transformation, gradually approaching them, while he shielded Sakura behind him, his eyes brimming with vigilance. Orochimaru observed Sasuke intently, exuding an aura of lethal intent. As Sasuke felt the oppressive killing intent wash over him, he found himself paralyzed with fear. What a formidable aura! It was astonishing that mere presence could render me immobile. How could such a monster appear in the Chunin exams? Orochimaru, fixated on Sasuke, drew a kunai and hurled it towards Sasuke's head. Sasuke, witnessing the kunai hurtling closer, urged himself to move. I cannot perish here. In the next moment, the kunai pierced a nearby tree, while Sasuke had deftly evaded to the side. Utilizing the pain from the kunai, he had plunged into his own leg to escape the impending attack. Breathing heavily, Sasuke addressed the figure before him. We shall hand over the scroll. Please allow us to leave. Before Orochimaru could respond, a figure appeared before Sasuke, delivering a powerful punch that sent him sprawling. You fool! What nonsense are you spouting? Are you still the Sasuke I once knew? It was Naruto, who had managed to free himself. Angered by Sasuke's words, he struck him. Sasuke, stunned on the ground, looked at Naruto in disbelief. What do you know? Do you have any idea how powerful this individual is? Naruto, ignoring Sasuke, charged at Orochimaru. The latter sidestepped Naruto's assault and began weaving hand signs, summoning a massive python in an attempt to engulf Naruto. With a swift kick, Naruto sent the serpent crashing down, leaving Orochimaru astonished. This little brat. Orochimaru swiftly approached Naruto, binding him with ease. Observing Naruto's increasingly ferocious expression, Orochimaru revealed a hint of intrigue. So you are the one who sealed the Nine Tails. Subsequently, Orochimaru's right finger glowed as he pressed it against Naruto's abdomen. 5-element seal. As the seal took effect, the Nine Tails chakra emanating from Naruto gradually dissipated, and he fell into unconsciousness. Orochimaru casually discarded the fainted Naruto downward. Sakura, unable to contain herself, cried out, Naruto. At this moment, Sasuke was no longer lost in confusion. Seeing Naruto exert himself so diligently, he drew a kunai and pinned the descending Naruto against a tree. Approaching Sakura, he instructed, step aside, let me handle this. He then charged toward Orochimaru. As Sasuke swiftly closed the distance, he unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks. Yet Orochimaru adeptly evaded every strike. Sasuke unleashed a massive fireball, forcing Orochimaru to retreat. However, this time, Orochimaru found himself ensnared by fine, transparent threads that Sasuke had woven around the area without his notice. At that moment, Orochimaru was bound to the tree. Fire release, great fireball technique. Sasuke quickly formed hand seals, and a colossal fireball surged toward Orochimaru, who had no avenue for escape this time. Boom! The immense fireball struck Orochimaru, scorching the skin of his face. Shaking off his bindings, he tore away the fade that masked his true appearance. Sasuke, taken aback by the transformation of the androgynous figure before him, found himself rendered speechless. Orochimaru, pleased with Sasuke's reaction, suddenly elongated his neck and sank his fangs into Sasuke's throat. When Orochimaru withdrew, 3 tomo-shaped marks adorned the wound on Sasuke's neck. Overwhelmed by excruciating pain, Sasuke clutched his neck and succumbed to unconsciousness. Just before the darkness enveloped him, he seemed to hear Orochimaru's voice. If you seek power, come find me. And then Orochimaru vanished from Sasuke's sight. Meanwhile, in the forest, a figure moved swiftly, eliminating any unfortunate souls who crossed his path. Suddenly, a shadow appeared before him. The figure regarded the androgynous man, Orochimaru. Having just departed from Sasuke, Orochimaru spotted the lone figure in the woods. With a disinterested glance, he prepared to continue on his path. The figure, intrigued, remarked, "What remarkable luck I have to encounter one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru here." Upon hearing this, Orochimaru paused and turned to face the figure, surprised to find a child who recognized him. In an instant, Orochimaru was before him, his tongue flicking out towards the unsuspecting figure, coated with a viscous substance. How repulsive, the figure thought. Swish! A flash of brilliance illuminated the air. Before Orochimaru's tongue could reach him, it fell short. A smile spread across Orochimaru's face. "Interesting little fellow. What do you say? Care to join me? I can grant you power." The figure, now smiling, retorted, "Your strength may not suffice." With that, he condensed a shadow orb in his hand and hurled it at Orochimaru. Orochimaru dodged, watching as the orb struck a nearby tree, splintering it. "What technique is this?" he mused, curiosity piqued. Ignoring Orochimaru, the figure initiated the 8 gates, declaring, "The opening of the first gate." Boom! The tree's body erupted with immense power, charging directly towards Orochimaru, who was at the 6th gate, leaving only an ephemeral shadow in its wake. In an instant, the tree found itself before Orochimaru and, without hesitation, delivered a powerful kick. Orochimaru had yet to realize the imminent danger when his entire body was uncontrollably propelled backward. The tree continued its assault, striking Orochimaru back and forth like a ping-pong ball, sending him soaring into the air once more. With a mighty punch, the tree sent him crashing to the ground, then posed dramatically as it soared through the air, exclaiming, "Peacock!" Chapter 18. The third preliminary match commences as the smoke dissipated. Orochimaru lay motionless on the ground. The tree approached him slowly, stating, "Don't pretend, I know you're unscathed." The writhing form of Orochimaru emerged from the pit, unharmed, climbing out from the very mouth of his prior self. Standing before the tree, Orochimaru was indeed a sight to behold, astonishingly adept with the 8 gates. Having reached the 6th, the tree remained indifferent to Orochimaru's praise, while the latter adopted a serious demeanor. Orochimaru opened his mouth, his tongue lunging towards the tree once again, this time wielding a sword. The blade sliced through the tree's form, yet it remained unscathed. Observing the success of his hypothesis, the tree's smile brightened. Indeed, after assimilating the characteristics of Gengar, ordinary physical attacks could not inflict harm upon me. If I were to encounter other Pokémon with unique traits in the future, like those possessing the water absorbability, could I potentially be immune to water-type moves? Upon realizing the ineffectiveness of his assault, a fleeting look of astonishment crossed Orochimaru's face. But he quickly regained his composure. "Serpent Shadow," he commanded, summoning numerous serpentine figures from his sleeve to strike at the tree. However, as they approached, the serpents found themselves halted just short of their target. The tree employed telekinesis to hold them at bay, teasing Orochimaru, "I fear snakes. Could you refrain from this?" Orochimaru retreated, forming hand seals. Serpent's mass formation. A deluge of serpents erupted from his mouth. Observing this, the tree exclaimed in disbelief, "I told you, I fear snakes. Why must you escalate this?" No longer inclined to indulge him, the tree utilized Gengar's skill, teleporting directly before Orochimaru and delivering a punch to his mouth, declaring, "Watch me close your mouth." Orochimaru tumbled across the ground before regaining his footing, his gaze at the tree now laden with gravity. This little rascal's abilities are troublesome, and now is not the time for prolonged engagement with him. The tree, noticing Orochimaru's unwavering stare, felt a chill run down its spine. "Is this snake uncle taking a liking to me? I'm not fond of men. Wait, his current form is female. That doesn't work either. I dislike perverts." While the tree was lost in its own chaotic thoughts, Orochimaru prepared to retreat. After casting a deep glance at the tree, he sank into the ground, vanishing from sight. The tree, observing this, pondered, "Huh? So you're leaving already? I was just getting ready to have some more fun." Seeing Orochimaru depart, the tree felt the excitement drain away. After releasing the assimilation, it continued its journey toward the central tower of the Forest of Death. As it walked, the tree pondered its newfound abilities. Synchronizing the powers of 2 Pokémon had caused no rejection within its body. Moreover, wielding the 8 gates technique required no training, unlike Pokémon, who needed practice. It was as effortless as using skills in a game. However, the upper limit of its abilities seemed tied to the Pokémon it assimilated. Earlier, when assimilated with Greninja, the tree could only open up to the 4th gate. But after merging with Lucario, it reached the 7th gate. The tree stroked its chin thoughtfully. Seems I still need to train the Pokemon strength. Meanwhile, outside the Forest of Death, Anko discovered the corpse of a shinobi whose face had been peeled off by Orochimaru. Sensing danger, she immediately rushed into the forest. But after searching extensively, she found no trace of the Sannin. Frustrated, she had no choice but to report the situation to the Hokage. As time dwindled, the countdown to the second phase of the exams entered its final stretch. The tree arrived early at the mission submission point, its Charmander standing beside it. When Kiba and the others spotted the tree, they approached. Kiba stared at his brother, who was grilling skewers, using the tail of yet another unfamiliar, bizarre summoning creature. The tree glanced up. "Oh, finally here. I thought you'd take longer." Kiba eyed the skewers roasting over Charmander's tail. "Bro, is this another new summon of yours?" The tree nodded. "Want some?" "Just finished grilling." Kiba took the skewer, biting into the sizzling, juicy meat. The tree observed the expression on Ya's face. "Delicious, isn't it?" Ya nodded, devouring the skewers in his hand. The tree felt quite satisfied. The little fire dragon was indeed convenient, allowing for immediate roasting without the need for a fire source. Ya gazed in awe at the little orange creature before him, particularly at the flame at its tail. After some time, the second examination period had arrived, and Naruto and his companions finally made their appearance at the last moment. The tree had already tidied up, preparing for the assembly. Hondo stood on the elevated platform, addressing the successful candidates. Now that the second exam has concluded, those who have arrived here are the ones who have passed. You now face one final opportunity to withdraw from the upcoming competition, as the trials ahead will be even more grueling. Upon Hondo's conclusion, some began to contemplate their choices. A few, battered and bruised, opted to raise their hands and withdraw from the next contest, feeling unable to endure the forthcoming challenges. Hondo, observing the remaining participants from the platform, announced, "Given the current number of candidates still exceeds the threshold for the third examination, we shall conduct a preliminary round before commencing the third exam. You will now battle according to the names displayed on the large screen." The first match, true to the original story, was Sasuke versus one of Orochimaru's subordinates. Through Sasuke's skillful maneuvers, the nameless opponent inadvertently provided him with valuable experience. As the matches progressed, the screen illuminated the names of Ya and Naruto. The tree mused. Having previously trained with Ya, he should be significantly stronger than in the original narrative. Yet, it remained uncertain whether he could surpass the protagonist. You arrived at the arena. Casting a disdainful glance at Naruto. "You're the tail-end Charlie. You might as well concede." Naruto retorted, "Who asked the tail-end Charlie? I aspire to become Hokage. And don't think that just because you're the tree's brother, I'll let you win." Incensed by Naruto's words, you resolved to teach him a lesson. Eyeing his companion, Akamaru. With a flash of lightning, Akamaru surged forward at high speed, colliding with Naruto before he could react. Seizing the opportunity, Yo employed the beast clone technique, transforming Akamaru into an identical replica of himself. In a frenzied onslaught, the two Yas unleashed a barrage of attacks on Naruto, leaving numerous wounds across his body, his clothes reduced to tattered remnants. From the stands, the tree observed Ya's strikes. Despite the name being somewhat derided, it was evident that he had developed considerable prowess. Logically, Naruto should have been on the verge of defeat, just as Ya paused to catch his breath. Naruto finally unleashed his fury. The chakra sealed within him by Orochimaru began to seep forth, revealing a hint of the Nine Tails' power. In that moment, Naruto's appearance transformed dramatically. His canine teeth elongated, and his fingernails sharpened. Ya, taken aback by Naruto's new state, barely had a moment to react before Naruto was suddenly before him. How swift! The swift reaction of Ya was akin to the moment he had just unleashed a fierce assault on Naruto. He was abruptly sent flying by a single grasp from Naruto, the overwhelming force causing him to roll and skid across the ground before finally coming to a halt. Witnessing Ya being launched away, Chibamaru directed his attack towards Naruto, who nimbly evaded the onslaught. In a fluid motion, Naruto executed a kick that sent Chibamaru back to his original form. With both Ya and Chibamaru incapacitated on the ground, the match concluded under the incredulous gaze of the onlookers. Shu couldn't help but reflect on the abruptness of the finale. In a sudden outburst, Ya had vanished. Truly the treatment befitting a protagonist. The names on the large screen began to scroll once more, and Shu noticed his own name appear, while his opponent's was Kanjiro. A smile crept across Shu's face. This match held promise, and he would rely on his little fire dragon. The diminutive creature at Shu's feet nodded in agreement before they both leaped into the arena. Kanjiro, recognizing someone he had encountered previously, arrogantly declared, "Last time. Your luck spared you, but without Gaara's intervention, I shall teach you a proper lesson." Shu responded nonchalantly, "I refuse to converse with someone so unattractive." Little Fire Dragon. Flame Vortex. Upon receiving the command, the little fire dragon puffed up its cheeks and unleashed a torrent of flames that engulfed Kanjiro. Realizing Shu had initiated an attack, Kanjiro withdrew a puppet from behind him, maneuvering it through the flames to charge towards Shu. Little Fire Dragon, Alloy Claw. The little fire dragon's claws darkened, and it thrust them towards the advancing puppet. In an instant, its sharp talons pierced through the puppet, which then unexpectedly expanded, enveloping the little fire dragon within. Kanjiro emerged from the flames, surveying the scene with a smirk. "Your summoning beast is now trapped by me. It's time for you to concede." Observing Kanjiro's leisurely demeanor, Shu suddenly smiled. "Who gave you the delusion that I am at a disadvantage without my summoning beast?" As soon as Shu finished speaking, he vanished from Kanjiro's sight, reappearing before the puppet that had ensnared the little fire dragon. Raising his fist, he shattered the puppet, liberating the little fire dragon, who leaped out triumphantly. Shu affectionately patted the little creature's head. "All right, let us resume our battle, but do not let your guard down as before. Go on, little fire dragon, bite him." The little fire dragon nodded earnestly, its eyes brimming with determination, and charged towards Kanjiro. Taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, Kanjiro was caught off guard. He had stated that he could manage without relying on his summoning beast, yet here he was, allowing it to attack him. As the little fire dragon approached rapidly, Kanjiro dodged, manipulating the now damaged puppet with chakra threads. "You insufferable creature. Despite my formidable strength, you still resort to having your summoning beast do the fighting for you, treating me as a mere stepping stone? If that's the case..." Kanjiro gazed at the leisurely tree standing in the distance, as well as the little fire dragon persistently launching attacks towards him. An internal resolution formed within him. He slowly raised his hand and declared, "I concede." These 3 words reverberated throughout the vast arena, momentarily startling the tree beside him. Has he truly surrendered? The little fire dragon hasn't even evolved yet. The tree had initially intended to train the fire dragon in combat, hoping for a stroke of luck that might lead to its evolution. Now, however, this individual had simply raised his hand in surrender before the dragon had even engaged in a proper battle. Noticing the astonished expression on the tree's face alleviated some of Kanjiro's own frustration. The tree returned to the spectator stands with the little fire dragon, and Naruto approached him, offering congratulations. Yet, the tree still felt a tinge of discontent. Upon seeing Naruto's approach with gratitude, he suddenly remarked, "Naruto, there's a mosquito on your head." With that, he playfully struck Naruto on the head. Naruto instinctively crouched down, cradling his head, while the tree, having delivered the playful hit, sighed in relief, feeling much better afterward. Having returned, Kiba observed Naruto's predicament with a sense of relief. "I knew it. I could tell from my brother's expression earlier that he was irked. Thank goodness I didn't go over, otherwise, I would be the one crouching there now." The names continued to scroll across the large screen, and the battle raged on. Finally, it arrived at a match that piqued the tree's interest, Rock Lee versus Gaara. The tree looked down at Rock Lee, recognizing him as the one who had astonishingly reached the rank of level 600 in just 10 minutes. Previously, he had only engaged in a brief encounter with Lucario. Now, he would witness Lee's true strength in action. Rock Lee, facing Gaara, was the first to launch an attack, swiftly dashing towards Gaara. "Leaf Hurricane," he shouted, aiming a kick towards Gaara's face. However, Gaara remained expressionless, as the sand surrounding him effortlessly blocked Lee's assault. Seeing this, Lee accelerated the speed of his punches and kicks, unleashing a flurry of strikes akin to a torrential storm upon Gaara, yet all were thwarted by the protective sand. Realizing he could not prevail, Lee opted to create distance. Leaping onto a nearby statue, from his elevated position, he began to unfasten the weights bound to his limbs, preparing to remove them. The onlookers scoffed at this spectacle, deriding, "Even if he removes the weights in time, it won't change much. That slight reduction in weight cannot significantly enhance his speed." Hearing their mockery, the tree remarked, "Is that so? You may be unaware of the relentless determination possessed by one who solely dedicates themselves to training, but you shall soon witness it." As Li Xiao released the weights from his hands and feet, a resounding crash echoed through the arena. creating a substantial crater upon impact. The spectators, gazing at the two deep pits created by Li Xiao, found themselves rendered speechless in astonishment. What manner of creature is this, capable of bearing such immense burdens? Upon freeing himself from his restraints, Li Xiao felt an invigorating lightness envelop him. Standing atop the heights, he vanished in an instant, reappearing before Gaara. Gaara observed as Li Xiao delivered another kick towards him, prompting the surrounding sand to instinctively rise in defense. However, Gaara soon realized that his sand could not keep pace with Li Xiao's speed, and ultimately, he found himself struck by Li Xiao's blow. The crowd, witnessing Gaara finally being hit, fell into a hushed silence. How impressive! Someone murmured in awe. The battle continued, and although Li Xiao's speed had significantly increased, Gaara gradually adapted, making the fight increasingly arduous for Li Xiao. After evading one of Gaara's strikes, Li Xiao turned his gaze towards Kai, who smiled and gave him a thumbs up, nodding in encouragement. Chapter 20. Training with Kai's approval, a surge of energy erupted from Li Xiao, causing the debris around him to momentarily levitate due to the sheer force of his presence. Kakashi, watching from the stands, could not conceal his astonishment. Even with his mask obscuring his face, he turned to Kai and exclaimed, "Have you gone mad? You actually taught him this technique?" Kai replied with a grin. Li Xiao is a prodigy. He possesses remarkable talent in this regard. Comparatively, your teammate Inuzuka Kiba is not much better, considering he wishes for his summoning beast to master this technique as well. What? Kakashi exclaimed, glancing incredulously at Kiba, who stood some distance away. Did Kiba consult you about this technique? Kai nodded, explaining that Kiba wanted to see if his summoning beast could incorporate it and unlock the 8 gates. Kakashi sighed. That truly is a reckless endeavor. Kiba, standing beside Niji, jested, I heard Li Xiao mention that this technique was supposedly meant for you, Niji. Niji, upon hearing Kiba's words, fell silent. If this technique were intended for me, I would genuinely be grateful. Meanwhile, Li Xiao's body began to radiate with a crimson hue, his eyes revealing only the whites. As his momentum peaked, Li Xiao's form vanished from sight. Gaara, caught off guard, found himself confronted by the unleashed Li Xiao, who had already opened the 5th gate. Attempting to defend himself, Gaara struggled to control the sand, but before he could react, Li Xiao's strike sent him soaring through the air. In disbelief, Gaara exclaimed, "How could this be?" Li Xiao did not halt his advance. The bandages entwining his hands unfurled, following Gaara into the sky. In midair, Li Xiao ensnared Gaara with the very bandages that had once bound him. Li Lianhua. Little Li embraced Gaara, whom he had ensnared, and spiraled rapidly towards the ground. With a thunderous crash, smoke enveloped the area as the once smooth terrain was once again marred by a deep crater, with Gaara lying motionless at its center. Little Li, now breathless and having lost the state of the 8 gates, was struggling to regain his composure. At that moment, Gaara raised his hand once more, manipulating the surrounding sands to launch an assault on Little Li. Realizing that Gaara could still initiate an attack, Little Li endeavored to shift his body. However, his arms and legs remained ensnared by the flowing sands. As Gaara's clenched fist exerted control, the portions of Little Li ensnared by the sands began to twist irregularly. Gaara resumed his command over the sands, intent on enveloping Little Li, when a green figure entered the fray, dispersing the advancing sands aimed at Little Li. Kai, observing Gaara's prone form, wore a grim expression, while Gaara looked on in confusion. Why do you seek to impede me? He inquired. Kai responded, because he is my beloved disciple. Turning back, Kai noted that Little Li had succumbed to unconsciousness yet remained upright, his hands poised in a fighting stance. Kai cradled Little Li in his arms, gently stroking his head. Well done, Little Li. I have witnessed your efforts. Seemingly hearing Kai's words, Little Li relaxed. With the conclusion of the match, the victor was declared, the Sandstorm, Gaara. As the result was announced, the preliminary rounds of the 3rd exam came to a close. Tooth and Tree walked home together, with Tooth turning to his brother. Am I truly useless? I couldn't even surpass the last place. Tree, noting Tooth's dismay, replied, do you still consider Naruto to be the bottom? Truth be told, Naruto possesses formidable strength, and his progress accelerates with each passing moment. Tooth appeared skeptical, and Tree, recognizing his brother's doubt, continued, setting Naruto aside. Even against others, I fear your chances may not be great. Your techniques and attacks lack variety. Hearing this, Tooth felt disheartened. What should I do then? He asked. Tree encouraged, there remains time before the 3rd exam. I will train with my Charizard. You should join us. Really? That would be splendid. After adjusting his mindset, Tree led Tooth to the training grounds. He pointed out Tooth's shortcomings and subsequently arranged for Tooth to battle his Charizard. As Tooth faced the familiar spirit beast, memories of the previous match flooded his mind, and he no longer harbored any feelings of disdain. Tooth initiated the battle with the four legs technique, transforming into a beastly form, while prompting Akamaru to mimic his appearance. The two charged swiftly towards Charizard. Tree, standing nearby with his hands in his pockets, called out, "Charizard, use smokescreen." Charizard exhaled a cloud of black smoke, obscuring Tooth's and Akamaru's vision as they rushed in. Relying on his keen sense of smell, Tooth managed to locate Charizard's position. "Tooth!" he shouted, as he and Akamaru stacked together and began to spin rapidly, creating two massive whirlwinds directed at Charizard. Using the alloy claws, the Charmeleon lifted its paw and charged toward the approaching tornado. The impact sent Charmeleon flying, while Ya and Akamaru withdrew from their synchronized state. Rising from the ground, Charmeleon chose to take the initiative this time. Charmeleon, Flame Vortex. It unleashed a torrent of fire that engulfed Ya and Akamaru, observing the flames encircling him. You realized this was a technique employed during their match and sought a means of escape. He glanced at Akamaru and said, "Let us use that move." Two-headed wolf. In an instant, a colossal silver-white two-headed wolf appeared before Charmeleon, letting out a fierce roar. Upon witnessing this, Shu couldn't help but chuckle. "I didn't expect you to master that move." Charmeleon. Fire Blast. Charmeleon puffed up its cheeks and released a blazing inferno toward the two-headed wolf. The wolf sprang into action, its enormous form spinning rapidly before charging at the oncoming flames. The resulting tornado, far more potent than the previous two, effortlessly shattered Charmeleon's fiery assault and struck its body, sending it flying far away until it collapsed, unconscious on the ground. Following this move, He also reverted to his normal state, panting heavily alongside Akamaru. Shu recalled Charmeleon into its Pokeball and approached Ya. That was quite an impressive technique. Why didn't you use it during the exam? Ya, catching his breath, replied, I didn't have the chance. I got knocked out by that Naruto guy. Shu sat beside Ya and began to converse. It seems we've not had a proper chat in quite a while. Ya, cradling Akamaru, sat up and agreed, indeed. Ever since we grew up, we seldom have these conversations. Shu, reflecting on Ya's words, realized he had been in the world of Hokage for over a decade and sighed. After this Nin exam, I may have to venture out for training. You need to look after Mom and your sister, especially your sister, who has taken care of us since childhood. Now that she has grown, it's concerning that she hasn't found a partner. Upon hearing this, Ye rolled his eyes and retorted. Remember that time you saw her walking and chatting with a boy? You sent your leopard to chase him down the street. Now you're worried about her love life? Hypocritical. Chapter 21. The start of the third match. After a moment of reflection on life, the tree decided to set aside those thoughts, acknowledging that it was time to focus on training. Subsequently, the tree selected skills that were compatible with Chiburu and began imparting them. Following this, discussions with Ye ensued, during which the tree offered some advice regarding his challenges. Feeling that the time was right, the tree rose and declared, that will be all for today. Practice at your own pace. I shall take a stroll for a while. With that, the tree departed from the training ground and wandered through the streets of Konoha. Suddenly, a familiar flash of yellow caught the tree's eye. Isn't that Naruto? The tree quickened his pace to catch up. The tree tapped Naruto on the shoulder, exclaiming, Hey, what a coincidence, Naruto. What are you up to? Turning at the sound of the tap, Naruto recognized the tree and replied, Oh, it's you. I'm engaged in special training with my teacher. The tree noticed another figure clad in black, wearing sunglasses, standing beside Naruto. Is that him? Ebisuzawa, sensing the disdain in the tree's gaze, quickly retorted, I am a special teacher of the grandson of the third Hokage. Do you dare question my abilities? The tree nodded, indicating that was indeed his sentiment. Feeling underestimated, Ebisuzawa resolved to demonstrate his prowess. The tree pointed towards the distance, where a women's bathhouse was located, and said, There's someone peeping at the women's bathhouse. If you can defeat that individual, we shall believe in your skills. Upon hearing this, Ebisuzawa turned to look in the direction indicated by the tree and indeed spotted a white-haired figure lurking near the bathhouse. Struck by a sense of familiarity regarding the figure, Ebisuzawa pondered for a moment. Just as he was lost in thought, the tree interrupted, Are you capable or not? If you can't handle a voyeur at a women's bathhouse, How can you claim to be a special teacher? Provoked by the tree's words, Ebisuzawa dismissed his thoughts and strode purposefully towards the peeping figure. Approaching from behind, he pointed an accusatory finger and exclaimed, "What do you think you're doing? How dare you spy on the women's bathhouse?" Jiraiya was engrossed in his observations, his hands busily moving, when he heard someone shouting from behind. He turned around angrily. "Keep your voice down, you fool. What if they discover us?" Seeing the audacity of this individual, Hibiki was prepared to teach him a lesson. Just as he was about to make a move, darkness suddenly enveloped him. Jiraiya, fearing that the shouting would alert those inside, had swiftly taken action to neutralize him. Tree turned to Naruto and remarked, "Look, that esteemed teacher isn't as impressive as you thought. You might as well learn from that perverted voyeur who peeks into the women's bath." Hesitant, Naruto responded, "Really? It feels a bit unreliable." Tree teased him back, "Why bother with reliability? You're hardly dependable yourself. Besides, think about it. Just now you mentioned that Sasuke is training with Kakashi. If you don't find someone strong to compete with, Sasuke will leave you far behind." As soon as Naruto heard Sasuke's name, his doubts dissipated. He looked at Tree and asked, "But how do I get him to teach me? He won't just do it for nothing, will he?" Tree snapped his fingers. "It's simple. Just approach him and say that he knocked out your mentor and ask him to teach you. If he refuses, use your seduction technique. There's no way that won't work." Nodding in agreement, Naruto approached Jiraiya from behind and exclaimed, "Hey, what are you doing?" Jiraiya, noticing someone was about to disrupt his endeavors, prepared to reprimand the intruder. However, upon turning around, he realized it was merely a child. He half-heartedly replied, "Kids don't understand. I'm merely studying materials here. Now run along." Hearing Jiraiya's dismissive tone, a mischievous smile crept onto Naruto's face as he shouted towards the women's bath, "Help! There's a pervert peeking into the women's bath." The individuals bathing within the confines of their sanctuary became agitated at the sudden disturbance, all lifting their gazes toward the source of the sound. Upon realizing that his position had been compromised, Jiraiya promptly made his escape, taking Naruto along with him. Meanwhile, Shub, observing the unfolding events, chose not to pursue them but instead returned home, leaving Naruto to train independently. He also contemplated the need to organize his own Pokemon collection. Upon arriving home, Shub reclined leisurely upon his bed and began to examine the information regarding his Pokemon. He possessed a total of 4 Pokemon. 1. Greninja ability, Torrent, enhances water-type moves when health is low. Moves, Shadow Clone Technique, Flying Thunder God Technique, 8 gates, 5th gate, Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet. Water Release, Waterfall, Water Shuriken, Waterfall Climbing, Scald. 2. Lucario ability, Justified, increases speed when injured or afflicted by a negative status. Moves, Shadow Clone Technique, Flying Thunder God Technique, 8 gates, 7th gate, Wave Bomb, Aura Sphere, Double Hit, Quick Attack. 3. Jengar ability, Cursed Body, has a chance to disable the last move used by the opponent. Moves, 3 Tomo Sharingan, Hypnosis, Dream Eater, Shadow Ball, Shadow Clone, Sludge Bomb. 4. Charmander ability, Blaze, has a chance to burn opponents upon contact. Moves, Fire Release, Fireball, Flamethrower, Fire Spin, Metal Claw, Iron Tail, Quick Attack. Shub scrutinized the intricate details of his Pokemon's abilities, realizing that their utility was somewhat limited at present. Only the Ghost-type Jengar provided immunity to physical attacks. He mused that once the Chunin exams concluded, he would venture elsewhere to learn additional ninjutsu, as his current repertoire felt rather monotonous. Furthermore, he contemplated finding a way to evolve Jengar's Sharingan. Reflecting on his future endeavors, Shub prepared to devise a strategic plan. As time progressed, he noted an increase in formidable opponents, some possessing the strength of the Sage of Six Paths. He resolved to seek out ways to revive legendary Pokemon, as he had no desire to be defeated by others. He pondered the potential transformations that might occur after unlocking 6 Pokemon. In the days that followed, Shub dedicated his time to training Charmander. True to expectations, on the eve of the 3rd round of the Chunin exams, Charmander finally evolved into Charmeleon. The 3rd round commenced as scheduled, with the spectator area brimming with onlookers. As the signal to begin was announced, the 3rd match officially commenced. Naruto arrived at the venue at the last moment, and Shub watched the battle between Naruto and his future brother-in-law, stifling a yawn from boredom. As Naruto unleashed the chakra of the 9 tails, Neji unsurprisingly succumbed to him. The next match featured Inuzuka Shino against Gaara. The Languid Tree, idly passing the time, was taken aback upon hearing the name of his adversary. Shouldn't it be the second pillar facing the Calabash boy? Why am I involved instead? Gaara had already arrived at the arena of the final showdown, casting a merciless glance towards the tree still lingering on stage. Lowering his head, a bloodthirsty glint ignited in his eyes. Mother, do not fret. Soon, there will be ample blood to satisfy your desires. Seeing this, the tree reluctantly leaped into the arena. Initially intending to merely spectate, he resigned himself to treat this as a warm-up for what lay ahead. Chapter 22. Battle with Gaara. As the tree entered the fray, he regarded Gaara across from him. Hello, Calabash boy. I never expected it would be us facing off. Gaara's smile morphed into a sinister grin as he gazed at the tree. Hee. I shall crush you. Only by eliminating individuals like you can I affirm my worth. Individuals like me? What does that entail exactly? Am I superior to you? I doubt there are many who can escape this arena. Gaara ceased his banter with the tree, raising his hand as the sand from the gourd on his back began to levitate in the air, rushing towards the tree's position. The tree retrieved a pokeball from his waist. Allow me to indulge in a moment of youthful exuberance. It is decided. Charizard, I choose you. Before the spectator's eyes, a fiery red creature resembling a lizard emerged. In the viewing platform, you cradled Chibiru, while his younger brother's Charmander had undergone yet another evolution. Next time we compete, we must give it our all, Chibiru. The little creature nestled in Ya's arms let out a symbolic cry. Every battle against those peculiar summoning beasts left it utterly exhausted, primarily from the relentless beatings it endured. In the arena, Gaara initiated an assault. The sand morphed into slender threads, seeking to ensnare the fire dinosaur. Allow me to eliminate your pet first, and then you shall join it, Gaara sneered, commanding the sand to swiftly charge towards the fire dinosaur. In a flash of lightning, the fire dinosaur skillfully evaded the incoming sandy tendrils, launching itself into the air with a powerful leap. Fire dinosaur, unleash your flames. The airborne creature directed a torrent of fire towards Gaara below. Anticipating the fiery onslaught, Gaara erected a wall of sand, rendering the attack ineffective. As the fire dinosaur descended, Gaara once again manipulated the sand, attempting to envelop it. Just as success seemed imminent, a voice interrupted, Fire dinosaur, use alloy claw. The fire dinosaur's claws gleamed with a metallic luster, breaking free from the sandy confines. Irritated by the creature's escape, Gaara directed even more sand towards the others. Moments earlier, he had transformed all the sand from his gourd into a vast expanse on the ground, merging the earth into a sandy sea. Observing the sandy terrain, the tree exclaimed, I've been waiting for you. Did you think I overlooked your earlier antics? In the face of absolute power, all of this is futile. While Gaara focused intently on controlling the sandy ocean before him, he failed to notice a figure had stealthily positioned itself behind him. A blue frog, seemingly adorned with a red scarf, had lifted its leg and aimed a kick at the back of Gaara's head. Sensing the rush of wind behind him, Gaara realized he had no time to evade. He attempted to defend himself with sand, yet the tremendous force shattered his defenses, the foot piercing through and striking his head. Gaara was sent sprawling, tumbling across the ground until he collided with the arena's wall, finally coming to a halt. Meanwhile, the sandy sea he had once commanded fell inert. Now at the mercy of the battlefield, the Koga Ninja Frog completed its task and swiftly returned to the tree's side. At the highest vantage point of the stands, the Wind Shadow observed the tree's performance and couldn't help but commend, what a unique fighting style. The synergy with your summoning beast is remarkable. The third Hokage smiled and added, Indeed, the Inuzuka clan has produced a true genius this time. Feigning surprise, the Wind Shadow remarked, The Inuzuka clan, you say? Congratulations are in order. After this, the disguised Orochimaru, now acting as the Wind Shadow, turned his gaze back to the ongoing match. From the moment he encountered the tree, he had sent Kabuto to investigate him, gathering basic information, yet he now sought to extract further insights. The tree's displayed prowess vastly differed from the abilities shown in the Forest of Death, and his combat tactics were equally distinct. During that encounter, Orochimaru had not witnessed the tree summon any pets. Gaara, having picked himself off the ground, felt the sand armor on his face gradually peeling away, his expression growing increasingly sinister. You wretched fiend, I shall end your life, he declared, as chakra rapidly coalesced around him. With both hands striking the sandy ground, he unleashed Sandstorm Burial. The sand upon the ground appeared to possess a life of its own, surging with movement. The tree, firmly rooted, distinctly sensed the tremors. This tactic was not in the original text. You've activated some sort of cheat. After expressing his discontent, the tree turned to the nearby gecko frog and commanded, "Gecko frog, unleash a water release upon the sand and amplify it." Responding to the tree's directive, Gecko Frog formed a series of hand seals, conjuring a colossal waterfall that materialized out of thin air, crashing down onto Gaara's sand. Upon contact with the water, the sand immediately tightened, thwarting Gaara's technique before it could even be executed. The spectators in the stands were left in awe by the tree's summoned beast. What sort of summoning creature is that? It resembles a frog. Wow. How impressive, it can conjure such an abundance of water out of nowhere. Observing his sand now compacted, Gaara's face suddenly broke into a sly smile. If that is the case, do not blame me. He entwined the sand around his arm, gradually shaping it into a cone, which he then propelled rapidly towards the tree. The moisture from the water elevated the hardness of the sand, and coupled with Gaara's own control, rendered it even more formidable. The tree, witnessing Gaara's imminent assault, mused, "This fellow truly indulges in reckless antics when provoked." Gecko Frog. Ice Punch. Gecko Frog advanced to meet Gaara's attack, its fist radiating a chilling blue aura as it confronted Gaara's sand cone. With a resounding clash, the damp sand cone instantly froze upon colliding with Gecko Frog's Ice Punch. Charizard. For the final blow, use Fireball. The fire dinosaur leaped into the air once more, flames erupting from its mouth, and then a colossal fireball was expelled toward Gaara. The right half of Gaara was encased in ice, and as the approaching fireball surged toward him, his sluggish body rendered him incapable of evasion. Once again, he was effectively struck by the tree, lying on the ground with a countenance filled with resentment. Cursed creature, I did not manage to touch him even once. Does he only rely on his summoning beasts to attack me? Why does this feel so frustrating? I refuse to accept this. At this moment, a tumultuous wave surged within Gaara, and the Shikaku, long sealed within him, began to stir uncontrollably. His previously frozen right arm had begun to fracture, revealing a series of mysterious violet patterns on its surface. Meanwhile, from a distance, a figure shrouded in bandages observed the battle intently. An intriguing summoning beast, capable of wielding an ice shield. But what if it would release? Contemplating this, the figure turned and departed towards the shadows. As this occurred, white feathers began to gracefully descend from the sky. Under this gentle shower, the spectators grew drowsy, some already collapsing to the ground. Chapter 23. Gigantification. At this moment, two individuals entered the arena, Kankuro and Temari, who helped the fallen Gaara to his feet, intent on escorting him away. Gaara struggled slightly, exclaiming, "Damn it! I will kill that guy. Do not interfere with me." Observing this, Temari whispered softly into Gaara's ear, "Have you forgotten the mission that the Kazekage entrusted to us?" Hearing his sister's words, Gaara fell silent and followed Temari as they departed, casting a deep glance back at the tree. The tree paid no heed to Gaara and his companions, instinctively directing its gaze toward the Hokage's observation platform. Has it begun? The Konoha collapse plan. On the Hokage observation platform, the figure of the Kazekage suddenly vanished, only to reappear behind the third Hokage, a kunai poised at his throat. The third Hokage, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "Kazekage, what is the meaning of this? Are you attempting to incite war once more?" To this, the Kazekage chuckled, "You truly have grown old, Sarutobi." The Kazekage brought the third Hokage to the rooftop and then released him. "Take a good look at who I am." With that, he removed the hat from his head. And as the third Hokage beheld the familiar visage, his expression shifted to one of complexity. Orochimaru. Orochimaru gazed at his former mentor, the third Hokage, with a smile, reveling in the nostalgia of their long-awaited reunion. The third Hokage, observing Orochimaru's youthful visage, felt a twinge of confusion. "Why do you remain unchanged?" Orochimaru, with a hint of pride, peeled away the skin from his face, revealing a visage that was now foreign to the third. After a moment of silence, the third's eyes sharpened as he inquired, "Are you still conducting human experiments?" "Indeed," Orochimaru replied. "As you see, I have attained the ability to evade aging and death, granting me endless time to pursue my desires." The third Hokage, looking at the current incarnation of Orochimaru, felt a pang of regret. "I should never have let you go. This time, I must rectify my past mistake." As he discerned the determination growing in the third's gaze, Orochimaru recognized that their nostalgic exchange had reached its conclusion. Konoha has decayed. If Konoha were a windmill, let me be the wind that propels it, Orochimaru declared. Unbeknownst to the third, a solitary tear escaped the corner of Orochimaru's eye. The third, hearing his words, retorted, Konoha shall never decay. The will of fire will endure eternally. No longer wishing to engage in idle chatter, Orochimaru waved his arm, summoning four shadowy figures around them. They simultaneously formed hand seals, invoking the four purple flames formation. A violet luminescence enveloped both Orochimaru and the third Hokage. Pointing at the purple array, Orochimaru stated, Now, we shall not be disturbed. In response to Orochimaru's declaration, the third began to slowly remove his Hokage cloak, revealing the battle attire beneath. Meanwhile, a tree, witnessing the unfolding conflict between Orochimaru and the third, prepared to assist in repelling the invading sound and sand ninjas. Just a bit of support, then I'll take a leisurely stroll afterward. How delightful. As the tree pondered its next steps, a voice rang out. Quick, help. Sakura attempted to intercept the sand ninja and has been captured. Seeing Naruto's anxious expression, the tree hastened to follow him. Upon arriving at Gaara, who had halted in his advance, they beheld Gaara standing over Sasuke, who had arrived earlier. Sasuke's face was etched with frustration as he glared at Gaara. Damn it, why is he so strong at this moment? Naruto, witnessing Gaara standing over Sasuke and Sakura, who was bound to a tree and unconscious, rushed forward in alarm. At that moment, Gaara, partially transformed into his tailed beast form, wore a menacing grin, drool cascading from his lips. Die, I want you all to perish. With that, Gaara swung his arm, commanding the sand to assault the advancing Naruto. Naruto, evading the relentless onslaught of sand, swiftly formed hand seals, declaring, Shadow Clone Jutsu. In the forest, a multitude of Naruto's shadow clones surged toward Gaara. Gaara unleashed a barrage of sand projectiles, scattering them like petals from a celestial maiden. The air was filled with the sound of impacts as the mist swirled around them. The remaining clones, seizing the opportunity, approached Gaara. With a furious assault, they treated him like a mere ball, kicking him back and forth, culminating in a powerful blow that sent him crashing to the ground. Lying on the ground, Gaara gazed at Naruto as he rescued Sakura and the others, his expression one of confusion. Why? Why do you care so much for them? Unable to comprehend, Gaara slowly succumbed to slumber, and within him, Shikaku seized the moment to emerge. Suddenly, Gaara's body began to swell, and before them appeared a tanuki adorned with violet patterns. After rescuing Sakura and the others, Naruto beheld this spectacle in astonishment. What in the world is that? Tree approached Naruto, saying, Within this one, just like you, is a sealed monster. And now it has emerged. Naruto clenched his fists, realizing the gravity of the situation. So that's how it is. Allow me to save him. With determination, Naruto formed hand seals. Summoning technique. With a crash, the mist dissipated, revealing a small toad before Tree and Naruto. Toad Boss looked at them quizzically. Naruto, why have you summoned me again? Upon seeing Toad Boss, Naruto was taken aback. It's you again? Where's your father? Toad Boss replied innocently, My dad is at home recuperating. He got into a scuffle with those snakes from the Earth Dragon Cave a few days ago, and is still resting. Naruto, feeling a bit troubled, wondered, What are we going to do? Without Toad Boss, how do we deal with that massive tanuki? Tree reassured him, Don't worry, leave it to me. I haven't tried this yet. Naruto responded, Your summoning beast is strong, but it's too small. I feel like that creature could squash you with a single step. Tree rolled his eyes, Don't underestimate my summoning beast based on your limited imagination. With that, he retrieved a Pokeball from his waist. Gigantify. The palm-sized Pokeball expanded in Tree's hands, which he lifted high before tossing it away. Naruto and Toad Boss watched in awe as Tree summoned his beast. Toad Boss asked, What kind of summoning method is this? I've never seen it before. Naruto shot Toad Boss an incredulous look. You've never seen it. So why would I have? Tree always summons his beasts this way. I need to ask if I can do the same. Imagining himself throwing a ball and having toads leap out one after another, Naruto's eyes squinted with delight. Chapter 24. The Battle of the Koga Ninja Toads and One-Tail Shikaku. As Shikaku emerged, he inhaled the fresh air, exclaiming, At last, I am free once again. Ha! Just when Shoha had barely reveled in his joy, an unfamiliar creature appeared before him. The giant Koga Ninja Frog, having been unleashed, now sported a tongue that had extended to its waist, which had previously coiled around it like a scarf. Its limbs bore striking blue rippling patterns. Gazing at the Koga Ninja Frog, Shoha wondered where this creature had emerged from. The frog, with a cold glare, regarded Shoha with indifference. Infuriated by the frog's disregard, Shoha's temper flared. "How dare you look down upon me?" he exclaimed, unleashing a wind release vacuum sphere. He expelled a projectile of air towards the Koga ninja frog, the sound of its swift approach slicing through the air. With composure, the Koga ninja frog evaded the incoming attack by leaping aside. Witnessing his missed shot, Shoha unleashed a barrage of air bullets, akin to a machine gun, aimed at the frog. In response, the Koga ninja frog employed shadow clone technique to enhance its speed, demonstrating remarkable agility despite its colossal size. Each air bullet found its mark in the distant forest, where the relentless onslaught wreaked havoc, leaving gaping craters in its wake. As Shoha paused to catch his breath, he realized he was not endowed with the infinite chakra of the Nine Tails. Noticing the cessation of the attack, the Koga ninja frog raised its right hand, condensing a water shuriken within, and hurled it towards the panting Shoha. Observing the approaching shuriken, Shoha swiftly raised his hands, conjuring a sand wall to intercept the projectile. As the sand wall dissipated, he discovered that the Koga ninja frog had vanished from his sight. As Shikaku awaited the discovery of its target, an unexpected force suddenly propelled it backward, causing it to soar uncontrollably through the air. After rolling on the ground, Shikaku rose once more, only to find its previous adversary had circled behind. "You're nothing but a cowardly frog, are you? Why not face me head-on?" The gaze of the Gecko ninja frog remained as unyielding as ever, charging straight toward Shikaku. Realizing the frog's intent, Shikaku thought, "Now, let me crush you." It raised its claw to strike at the oncoming Gecko ninja frog. A tremendous sound of air being split echoed in the ears of those nearby. Naruto, observing Shikaku's movements, turned to the tree, asking, "Tree, do you think your Gecko ninja frog will be alright? That raccoon-esque attack seems formidable." With arms crossed, the tree leisurely watched the fierce battle between Gecko ninja frog and Shikaku, responding, "No worries, I have faith in my Pokemon. Besides, Gecko ninja frog hasn't even unleashed its true power yet." As the Gecko ninja frog charged towards Shikaku, it noticed the massive claw aiming for its face. Its eyes sharpened, and a sudden surge of energy erupted from its body. Unleashing its powerful technique, the Gecko ninja frog executed a heavyweight punch, directly colliding with Shikaku's descending claw. The impact generated a violent gust of wind, uprooting trees in the vicinity, while the spectators found their hair blown back by the force. Once the shockwave dissipated, the battlefield revealed a barren circle where once stood a forest. Tree and Naruto looked up at the aftermath of the clash, observing that Shikaku's right side had vanished, and the Gecko ninja frog had retracted its right fist. At that moment, Shikaku wore an expression of disbelief. "Impossible. I, the great Shikaku, have been defeated by a mere frog." The Gecko ninja frog wasted no time in allowing Shikaku to ponder its defeat. Forming hand seals, it unleashed a colossal water dragon that struck Shikaku, sending it flying and carving a deep trench into the ground. Next, gathering icy energy in its mouth, the Gecko ninja frog released an ice beam, striking the drenched Shikaku, who found itself frozen before it could regain its footing. With incredible speed, the Gecko ninja frog appeared before the encased Shikaku and, lifting its foot, shattered the frozen figure. Severely injured, Shikaku retreated into Gaara's body, with the revived Gaara plummeting through the air, his face reflecting sheer disbelief. "I actually lost. Even that creature, Shikaku, was defeated?" Naruto approached Gaara as he fell to the ground. Gaara, struggling to focus, gazed at Naruto and uttered, "I've never understood why you fight so desperately to save them." A radiant smile illuminated Naruto's face as he replied, "Because they are my companions." The tree approached as well, addressing the fallen Gaara. "You know, this yellow-haired kid also harbors a monster within him, just like you." Upon hearing this, Gaara's eyes widened in astonishment. "Really? But—" Naruto disregarded the words of the tree calling him a brat and turned to Gaara on the ground, saying, "Indeed, that is why I must prove myself to them. I will undoubtedly become Hokage in the future." Upon hearing Naruto's declaration, Gaara pondered in silence, contemplating the meaning of proving oneself. Just then, several figures arrived, interrupting their conversation. The tree observed Kakashi and the others, wondering what was amiss. "Has the trouble in the village been resolved?" Kakashi gazed at Gaara, who lay prostrate on the ground. "Indeed, the ninjas who invaded the village have been dealt with, prompting my arrival here. I did not anticipate that you would finish so swiftly as well." Looking at Gaara, Tree remarked, "The next steps are in your hands. After a battle, I find myself rather fatigued." Upon concluding his words, Tree returned the Koga ninja frog to its Pak ball. Naruto, observing Tree's departing figure, could not help but roll his eyes. It was evident that this fellow had it the easiest, yet still claimed exhaustion. In the ensuing days, Kakashi detained Gaara in Konoha, awaiting negotiations with the Sand Village. Upon Tree's return to Konoha, he acutely sensed the palpable tension in the atmosphere, noting the mournful expressions etched upon the faces of the surrounding ninjas. "It appears that the third Hokage has indeed passed away. I had hoped that my presence as a butterfly might instigate some change." Tree felt little sorrow over the third's demise, as their paths had scarcely crossed. The life and death of the third held no significance for Tree, provided it did not impact his family. In the days that followed, the village busied itself with repairing the damaged structures, while representatives from the Sand Village arrived, revealing that the one who instigated the war was Orochimaru in disguise, and the true Kazekage had been slain by him. Consequently, they proposed to exchange Gaara and the other imprisoned sand ninjas for their return. On this particular day, the ninjas of the village gathered to mourn the departure of the third Hokage, as a gentle rain began to fall from the sky. Tree looked around, noting the absence of Naruto, surmising that he was likely off with Jiraiya in search of Tsunade. "I, too, should take my leave from the village. Having resided in this world of Hokage for so long, I have yet to truly explore the outside realm." That evening, upon returning home, Tree shared his thoughts with his family. Hearing her son express a desire to venture out for training, his mother, Kiba, wholeheartedly supported Tree's aspirations. Chapter 25. Departure from Konoha. The following day, Tree rose early, tidying up before opening the door to find breakfast already laid out on the table. Kiba was still bustling in the kitchen. Watching his mother's industrious figure stirred a warmth within Tree's heart. He said nothing, pulled out a chair, and sat at the dining table, savoring the breakfast prepared by his mother. Kiba, hearing the commotion, turned and remarked, "Why are you up so early? I thought you might sleep a bit longer. Take your time eating. I still have a little more to prepare." With that, she resumed her culinary endeavors. Tree poured himself a cup of hot milk, lifting the lid from the pot. "No need to continue. It is nearly ready," he said. Kiba, still busy, replied, "That's all right. I suspect Yara will awaken soon. By the way, have you informed your sister about your plans to train outside?" Tree took a sip of his milk, responding, "Not yet. I fear that upon seeing her, she may not permit me to leave." Kiba placed a freshly fried egg into Tree's bowl, adding, "Indeed. Knowing your sister's overly indulgent nature, she will surely oppose your decision to venture out alone." Tree nodded in agreement, and Kiba then sat beside him, asking, "Are you truly resolved to go out on your own? Mother, why have you become like this? It is not as if we are parting forever. I will return soon. Besides, I am already grown up." Looking at her son, she sighed. "Indeed, in the blink of an eye, both you and your sister have matured. However, I regret not fulfilling my duties as a mother during your childhood, which caused both you and your sister to suffer." She paused, letting the fried egg fall from her mouth. "Yet, our family is thriving now, is it not?" He nodded. "Yes, but you have just completed your examination. I worry about you going out alone for training." "Do not fret," she reassured him. "I now have several spirit beasts, and I will show them to you. Even if I encounter danger outside, I can always flee." As she spoke, she summoned all her Pokemon. Upon witnessing their formidable presence, he felt a slight sense of reassurance. After finishing breakfast, she stood up. "All right, Mother, I shall take my leave. If you see my sister, please convey my regards to her." Watching his departing figure, she mused, "You have truly grown. If your father could see you now, he would be immensely proud." Upon reaching the entrance of Konoha, he registered at the guard station and then departed the Hidden Leaf Village. Meanwhile, Danzo sat alone in his chair, seething with frustration. That insufferable woman chose Tsunade as the fifth Hokage. It is nothing short of a joke. But it matters not. Her tenure as Hokage will not last long. He clapped his hands, and a figure entered the room. "How goes the investigation I assigned to you?" The individual knelt before Danzo and replied, "I have gathered the information. The subject is Inuzuka Shu, son of Inuzuka Zaku, with an elder sister named Inuzuka Hana who works in the medical department. His younger brother, Inuzuka Ya, is in the same class as him. Their father, Inuzuka Ryu, met an untimely death during a mission." Danzo rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. "What about his spirit beasts?" The informant continued, "I discovered that Shu is the only member of the Inuzuka clan possessing these unique spirit beasts. Initially, when he was given the choice of a ninja dog in his youth, he declined and instead acquired a spirit beast on his own. He currently possesses 3 distinct spirit beasts, Lucario, Gekuga, and Charizard, which he summons using the spheres attached to his waist. Upon hearing this, Danzo pondered for a moment. The ability to wield various ninjutsu, coupled with their formidable power, if I could obtain control over these extraordinary spirit beasts, my chances of becoming Hokage would increase substantially. If only I could acquire one that can master would release as he entertained these thoughts. His excitement grew uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Shu, unaware that someone had set their sights on his Pokemon, was enjoying street food when 2 unusually dressed individuals caught his attention. Akatsuki? What brings them here at this time? As the flames of curiosity flickered within him, the tree devoured the skewered meat in his hand and followed suit. Kisame cast a sidelong glance at Itachi, murmuring, "It appears we are being followed, and it seems to be a mere specter. Shall we eliminate it?" Itachi replied, "It is but a minor ghost. There is no need for concern. We have already located the 9 tails. If we delay, it may escape our grasp. First, we must capture the 9 tails, and if that specter continues to follow, we shall deal with it subsequently." Nodding in agreement, Kisame and Itachi proceeded towards the location of the 9 tails. The tree ambled leisurely behind them, seemingly indifferent to whether he had been discovered. "They must have noticed me by now, but it matters not. My target is Naruto, and I shall simply observe for a while." Upon arriving at the inn, Itachi knocked on the door of Naruto's room, and upon hearing the commotion, Naruto opened the door, staring at the figures clad in black cloaks adorned with red clouds. He asked, "Who are you?" Kisame entered the room and yanked Naruto out, declaring, "We are here to capture you." Confused, Naruto gazed at the two, and as he scrutinized Itachi, he noted a striking resemblance to Sasuke. This guy looks somewhat like Sasuke. Meanwhile, the tree, who had been trailing Kisame and Itachi, unexpectedly encountered Sasuke. "Hey, Sasuke, what a coincidence. I never expected to run into you here." Sasuke, upon seeing the tree, quickly inquired, "Have you seen Naruto?" The tree, noticing Sasuke's urgency, replied, "No, I haven't." "What's wrong? Missing your little boyfriend?" Sasuke, overwhelmed with thoughts of the man he sought, had no time for banter. Just as he was about to turn away in search of Naruto, the tree continued, "Though I haven't seen Naruto, I did spot a man who bears a striking resemblance to you. What is your relation? Could he be your long-lost brother?" Sasuke's retreating steps halted abruptly, his Sharingan flaring involuntarily as he turned to face the tree. "Tell me, where's that man?" "Oh dear, your demeanor is quite fearsome," the tree jested, feigning fright as he patted his chest. Seeing that Sasuke remained unwavering, the tree found the encounter dull. "All right, come with me. They have only just entered." With that, the tree made his way towards the inn where Itachi and Kisame had gone, with Sasuke closely trailing behind. On the other side, upon hearing their intention to capture him, Naruto summoned the chakra of the 9 tails, ready to utilize the shadow clone technique. Observing this, Kisame swung his sword, Samahata, absorbing Naruto's chakra. After striking a pose for a moment, Naruto noticed his chakra had vanished, leaving him perplexed. Kisame chuckled, "Do not struggle. My Samahata has a penchant for consuming the chakra of tailed beasts. However, if you continue to act this way, it may become quite troublesome. Perhaps I should sever your limbs instead." Chapter 26. The acquisition of Amaterasu. Just as Kisame was about to make his move, a voice echoed from afar, "At last. I have found you, Uchiha Itachi." As Kisame heard the sound, he turned to face the direction alongside Itachi. He gazed at Sasuke, who stood at a distance, and remarked, "Is this your younger brother? He truly resembles you." Naruto, upon hearing Kisame's words, looked at Itachi and thought, "Is this the person Sasuke vowed to kill? Sasuke's brother?" Sasuke's eyes were filled with hatred as he directed his gaze at Itachi, gathering lightning in his hands. The crackling of the electricity echoed like the cries of thousands of birds, permeating the entire inn. Sasuke pressed his hand against the wall of the corridor and charged towards Itachi. The tree, observing Sasuke's actions, recalled how he had once been baffled by this scene on television. Now witnessing it in person, he still could not comprehend why one would press their hand against the wall. Was it an itch? The corridor's wall bore a deep mark from Sasuke's hand as he lunged at Itachi. Itachi, watching Sasuke's Chidori approach, swiftly grasped Sasuke's wrist, applying just enough pressure to snap it with ease, causing Sasuke's Chidori to dissipate. Itachi then drove his knee into Sasuke's abdomen. The impact forced Sasuke to expel his stomach contents, and Itachi seized Sasuke by the throat. Looking at his brother, Itachi whispered into Sasuke's ear, "You remain so weak. Weak enough that I lack the desire to even kill you. It seems your hatred for me is insufficient. Let me remind you of that fateful night." With that, he activated his Manjiki Sharingan and cast Tsukuyami. Sasuke, gazing into Itachi's eyes, found his thoughts drawn back to that night of the massacre. Itachi released his grip on Sasuke, who, now ensnared in the illusion, gradually slumped to the ground. Kisame remarked, as expected of Itachi, even towards his own brother, he shows no mercy. Naruto, witnessing Sasuke's unconscious form, felt his chakra surge once more. Kisame, without hesitation, struck again, siphoning away his chakra. "All right, let me first sever the limbs of this little nine-tailed demon. This is becoming too bothersome," Kisame declared as he swung his sword towards Naruto. Suddenly, a pale hand caught Kisame's wrist. "When did this happen?" Kisame exclaimed, his face a mask of shock. Even Itachi was oblivious to the newcomer, and when they finally recognized the figure, they discovered it was the very little demon who had been trailing them. Kisame's expression darkened as he attempted to exert force on the sword, but it remained immovable, tightly gripped by the delicate hand. He could scarcely fathom that a mere child could hold him in such a manner, preventing him from reclaiming his weapon. The tree languidly remarked, "Naruto and Sasuke are part of my team. Isn't it rather disrespectful to bully them like this?" The words of the ghost shark had yet to escape his lips when the tree delivered a swift kick, propelling him like a cannonball into a room, where he crashed against a wall, leaving him buried amidst the debris. Itachi contemplated intervening, yet Tree seemed to anticipate his movement, launching an attack before Itachi could react. Reluctantly, Itachi crossed his arms to brace against the tremendous force that surged through him, causing him to skid across the ground. Such immense power. It appeared that a new prodigy had emerged from Konoha. With this thought, a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Itachi's eyes. Emerging from the ruins, the ghost shark muttered, "This little brat is quite intriguing. I must eliminate him." As he prepared to strike at Tree, a white-haired middle-aged man approached, carrying a fainted woman in his arms. "To think you would attempt to deceive me with such tricks. How naive. I am Jiraiya, the toad sage of Miyaboku Mountain." Tree regarded Jiraiya with a knowing expression, as if to say that one opponent was not enough, given how long the battle had dragged on. Coughing to ease the awkwardness, Jiraiya addressed Tree. "Who is this little brat that dares to question me, the toad sage?" Tree ignored him, yet the disdain in his gaze was palpable. Jiraiya feigned ignorance and formed hand seals. Summoning technique, toad mouth binding technique. Instantly, the corridor transformed as flesh-like tendrils enveloped it, prompting a satisfied nod from Jiraiya. "You are now inside the intestines of the toad I summoned. Surrender quietly." Noticing the situation, Itachi turned to the ghost shark and urged, "We must retreat. Our circumstances are dire." With that, both Itachi and the ghost shark began to withdraw. Jiraiya, realizing their intent, pursued them, only to arrive at a scene devoid of their presence, save for a circular gaping hole and scattered black flames flickering ominously. Naruto, curious, reached out to touch the flames, but Jiraiya swiftly intervened. "Do not touch that. It is no ordinary fire." Producing a scroll, he declared, sealing fire technique, and proceeded to seal the dispersed black flames within the scroll. At that moment, Tree spoke up, "Could you grant me that scroll? I wish to study it." Jiraiya regarded Tree with caution. "This is no ordinary fire. It would be far too dangerous to give it to you." Seeing Jiraiya's hesitance, Tree proposed, "I could exchange some intelligence for it. What do you say?" Intrigued, Jiraiya replied, "Oh?" As the tree gazed at Jiraiya, it became evident that their goal was to locate Tsunade. "I believe I have seen her recently. If you hand me the scroll you possess, I can reveal her whereabouts." Jiraiya pondered for a moment before acquiescing to the tree's request. The tree, having successfully obtained the sealing scroll of Amaterasu, was pleasantly surprised by this unexpected acquisition. Initially, the tree had come merely to catch a glimpse of the legendary Uchiha Itachi, but upon recalling that Jiraiya had previously sealed away Amaterasu, he thought to seize the opportunity to acquire it. To his astonishment, he succeeded. Jiraiya, recognizing the tree as a member of Konoha, had discreetly observed him earlier and noted his considerable potential as a young ninja. He believed that this individual would undoubtedly contribute fresh vitality to Konoha in the future, which is why he was so easily persuaded to grant the tree's request, merely a small favor. The tree then informed Jiraiya of Tsunade's location, preparing to part ways, only to be halted by Jiraiya's voice. While you're at it, could you escort Sasuke back to Konoha for medical attention? He appears to have fallen victim to Uchiha Itachi's Genjutsu. Wait for me and Naruto to summon Tsunade for his treatment. The tree, feeling somewhat helpless, yet obliged after having received a favor, nodded in agreement. Jiraiya observed the tree as he carried Sasuke away, and he, alongside Naruto, resumed their quest to find Tsunade. Unbeknownst to Jiraiya, sending the tree back to the village would inadvertently jeopardize the newly restored Konoha. Chapter 27. An audience with Danzo. As the tree transported Sasuke back to Konoha, passers-by regarded them with concern. Is that little fellow all right? One bystander ventured. He should be fine, I suppose, another replied, noticing the tree dragging Sasuke's leg while sprinting. What a hassle. If it weren't for you being such a burden, I could be traveling the world by now, the tree lamented, increasing his pace once more, leaving a trail of dust in his wake. Upon arriving at Konoha's medical department, the tree entrusted Sasuke to the care of the medical staff. The attendant, observing Sasuke's condition, inquired, what happened to him? He was disobedient and got beaten by his older brother, replied the tree. The attendant proceeded to stabilize Sasuke, shaking his head in disbelief at the brutality from his brother. As Sasuke lay there in tatters, his eyes glossed over, and froth escaping his lips, the tree nodded in agreement, stating, he will be staying here for now. By the way, he seems to have fallen under a rather advanced Genjutsu, so Tsunade will be coming to treat him. I must take my leave. Upon hearing that Tsunade would be coming, the attendant's excitement was palpable. What? Lady Tsunade is actually coming? That is simply marvelous. The tree, witnessing the attendant's admiration, shook his head, recognizing yet another victim of infatuation. As he prepared to exit the medical department, a voice called out to him, aren't you the brother of Hana? A crisp voice, tinged with uncertainty, drew the attention of the tree. Turning, it beheld a youthful and radiant girl, standing at a distance and timidly inquiring. The tree nodded in acknowledgement, asking if there was something amiss. The girl approached, expressing concern that the flowers had vanished for several days without a trace of their return, and wondered if something had befallen her. Upon hearing her words, the tree was suddenly seized by a foreboding sense of dread. Vanished for several days? The girl affirmed, mentioning that she had not seen her since the day before yesterday, and had presumed there might be trouble at the tree's home. The tree calculated the time since its departure, realizing it had been 3 days since it left, implying that the events had transpired shortly after its departure. With this thought racing through its mind, the tree dashed out of the medical department, hastening towards its home, desperate to ascertain that all was well. The once tranquil demeanor of the tree was now replaced by an expression of anxiety. Upon reaching the familiar entrance and rushing inside, it was met with an unsettling emptiness. Its home was devoid of life. Cursed be this fate. What is happening? Where has everyone gone? In an instant, I found myself at the pinnacle of Konoha, atop Hokage Rock. Emerging from the shadow of a tree, a figure slowly materialized. Gungue stood before me. Gungue, proceed to the other side of Konoha. Let us share our senses. I need to ascertain the whereabouts of my family within the village. Upon receiving the command, Gungue rendered himself invisible and began sprinting towards the opposite end of Konoha. As he dashed through the village, the residents sensed an unexpected chill in the air. It was peculiar. Despite the season of spring's warmth and blossoming flowers, a sudden coldness enveloped them. Next, I cast the remaining 3 Pokeballs from my waist. I have already conveyed the situation to you 3. Go forth and search. Should you uncover any information, notify me through our psychic connection. I have now assimilated Gungue's state. The small creatures nodded in understanding and rapidly vanished from my sight, prompting me to embark on my own quest. Damn it! Who could it be? This never transpired in the original narrative. Could it be due to my own circumstances? Meanwhile, in the depths of the Root organization, Danzo was kneeling before a member who was reporting the situation. Sir, we have just received word that Inuzuka Kiba has returned to Konoha, bringing the injured Sasuke with him. Danzo nodded thoughtfully. Bring him to me. I have nearly completed the interrogation of his family. Even after intruding into their minds, no pertinent information surfaced. It seems the secret regarding the summoning beast lies solely with Inuzuka Kiba. The subordinate, having received the order, vanished from Danzo's sight. As I anxiously continued my search, my path was abruptly obstructed. I looked up to see several individuals standing before me. Clear the way. I am not in a good mood right now. The group before me remained still, their tone icy as they replied, Lord Danzo wishes to see you. Come with us. My gaze turned cold as I scrutinized the masked figures. Step aside. I have no time for your games. Had this incident not occurred, I would not have entertained a visit to Danzo, but my urgency to find my family left me little choice. The members of Root, perceiving my defiance, attempted to subdue me. The leader spoke. Your family is in our custody. Are you certain you want to proceed? Just as I was about to walk away, I halted, my eyes narrowing in a frosty glare. The individuals caught in my gaze felt as though they were plunged into an icy abyss, their bodies rigid with fear. Before they could react, I coldly commanded, take me to him. Having achieved their objective, they led me towards the Root base, and I followed obediently, still taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Danzo, I hope you will not force my hand. The trees along the path, attuned to the essence of the mind, summoned all the Pokemon back. After traversing a winding tunnel, I finally emerged through a narrow and dim passage, where I beheld the shadowy figure of Danzo from the hidden leaf. Danzo sat upon a raised platform, observing as I, Inuzuka Shu, approached him. I looked towards Danzo and inquired, where are my family? Danzo rose from his seat and replied, there is no need for haste. Do you not wish to hear why I sought you? The tree bore a cold expression, unwilling to engage. Just as Danzo was about to continue his speech, he found himself momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief pause, he finally spoke. This is the root of Konoha. Surely, you are unaware of our purpose here. I am aware, the tree interjected, but Danzo chose to disregard this, continuing, allow me to elucidate. We are the guardians of Konoha's roots. The so-called root people possess neither names nor emotions. We support the great tree of Konoha from behind, driven by the will of our deeply entrenched roots. The tree, growing impatient, fixed a gaze on Danzo, urging him to get to the point. Observing the tree's demeanor, Danzo felt somewhat disheartened. It seemed that today's youth were not easily swayed. Unlike in the past, initially, Danzo had intended to sway the tree to his ideology and secure its loyalty, thereby gaining the power of its summoning beast. However, seeing the tree's current disposition, he realized this approach would not succeed. Thus, he resolved to seize the summoning beast instead. Danzo's gaze returned to the tree as he spoke. I find your summoning beast quite intriguing. What must I do to gain the means to contract it? A smirk involuntarily crept onto the tree's lips, understanding Danzo's true intentions. It was evident that he had discovered the uniqueness of the summoning beast and sought to appropriate it under the guise of benefiting Konoha. Truly a quintessential move for Danzo. In Chapter 28, tearing apart Danzo, noticing the tree's indifference, continued, I intended to seek you out after the Chunin exams, but discovered you had left Konoha. Thus, I had no choice but to gather information through your family. However, after spending several days investigating, I found that among your kin, including the entire Inuzuka clan, only you possess this extraordinary summoning beast, capable not only of ice release, but also of utilizing the forbidden technique, 8 gates. I am quite curious if your summoning beast is capable of mastering wood release as well. Upon hearing this, the tree gazed at Danzo, who stood on the platform, his shadow flickering slightly beneath him. First, tell me how my sister and mother are faring, the tree demanded. They are well, Danzo replied. As long as you reveal the secrets of your summoning beast, I will ensure your family is reunited. Upon hearing the tree's concern for her family, Danzo's face contorted into a disdainful smile. Such a person was destined to remain weak. The more one is tethered by emotional attachments, the more vulnerabilities they expose. True strength lies in concealing one's weaknesses. I am that formidable figure standing at the pinnacle. The next Hokage will undoubtedly be me, Danzo. Yuan Fei, watch closely from below, for I shall elevate Konoha to its former glory. The tree remained oblivious to Danzo's inner thoughts, but could easily surmise from his expressions that he was likely concocting grandiose rhetoric to deceive himself. The tree then grasped the 4 Pokeballs at his waist. This ball is known as a Pokeball, designed to summon those little spirits, or what you refer to as summoning beasts. Controlling them is quite simple. Merely holding these Pokeballs will suffice. Upon hearing the tree's response, a subtle smile graced Danzo's previously expressionless face. Very well. Hand over your Pokeballs, and I shall release your family. With a wave of his hand, a root member positioned beside the tree seized the Pokeballs from his grasp, delivering them to Danzo. Danzo examined the Pokeballs, marveling at the craftsmanship that allowed such powerful summoning beasts to be contained within. He pondered the identity of the creator. If only he could acquire such technology, even the tailed beasts of this world would submit beneath his feet. After a moment of admiration for the ingenious design, Danzo turned back to the tree. Oh, one more thing. My investigations revealed that you originally possessed only one Pokeball. What accounts for the additional 3? With an air of resignation, the tree explained earnestly, when each spirit within a Pokeball fully matures, a new Pokeball appears, containing a juvenile version of the spirit. Danzo nodded, confirming that his findings aligned with the tree's explanation. From the initial Riolu to the current Lucario, the additional Pokeballs had indeed manifested as described. Just as Danzo prepared to inquire further about the specifics of the summoning beasts, the tree suddenly fixed him with blood-red eyes, which bizarrely began to swirl with the patterns of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. The tree had been undergoing a process of merging with Gengar, and the intense emotional upheaval had catalyzed the evolution of the Sharingan. Through a psychic connection, the tree had received information from Gengar, who indicated that he had located 2 individuals in an interrogation room. However, it seemed that one of them had already lost all life signs, while the other was in a precarious state. Upon receiving this news, the tree felt as if a part of its heart had been wrenched, and a surge of fury flooded its mind, culminating in the scene that had just unfolded. Danzo, I want you dead. Suchikage was bewildered by this sudden turn of events. At the foot of the tree, a circle of black ripples emerged, and from within, a purple Pokemon emerged. It possessed legs and a short, pointed tail, while its swirling Sharingan eyes were particularly striking, accompanied by several spiky protrusions on its back. Gengar then pulled out 2 individuals from within. One was the already unconscious Joie, and the other, seemingly devoid of life, was Inuzuka Han, the sister of Inuzuka Kiba. Kiba gazed at the 2 and, with a hoarse voice, instructed, Gengar, keep a close watch on them. Today, I shall confront him myself. None of you shall interfere. I will tear him apart. Suchikage, taken aback by the scene, was surprised to discover that Kiba possessed the Sharingan, and that his summoned beast also bore the same ocular power. This was the first time he had encountered a summoned beast with Sharingan, and his desire to acquire Kiba's beast intensified. Kiba, looking at Suchikage, retorted, then go fetch it from the depths of hell. As soon as Kiba's words fell, he vanished from sight. Suchikage, observing Kiba's disappearance, was suddenly engulfed by a profound sense of impending danger. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, he felt his body grow inexplicably light. Whose body is this? It feels so familiar. The tree, unbeknownst to the moment, had already arrived behind Danzo and swiftly severed his head. Gazing at Danzo's decapitated head in his grasp, the tree remarked, you might as well employ Izanagi now. I have allotted time specifically for you. Just as Danzo's consciousness began to fade, he invoked the Uchiha clan's forbidden technique, Izanagi. Moments later, he re-emerged and scathed at a different location. Danzo, scrutinizing the tree once more, acknowledged, it seems I underestimated you. I never imagined you could conceal yourself so deeply, not only acquiring the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, but also possessing such profound knowledge of my circumstances. At that moment, the tree, disinterested in further banter with Danzo, observed his reappearance and vanished once again. Forewarned, Danzo steeled himself, yet the outcome remained the same. Before he could react, his head was once more in the tree's hands, which tossed it up and down playfully. In disbelief, Danzo activated Izanagi once again, transforming the death he faced into a fleeting nightmare. The tree, witnessing Danzo's reappearance, grinned widely. Suddenly, a severed arm soared into the air, still connected by flesh and blood, as if wrenched off by some immense force. Danzo, momentarily dazed, pondered how this could be. It was the 3rd time now, and he had failed to perceive how the tree struck. Using his arm, which had the transplanted Sharingan, Danzo covered the wound, casting incredulous glances at the tree. Finally, the tree spoke, even that Sharingan upon your eye, you still possess 9 chances at resurrection. Now, do enjoy the experience. Upon hearing the tree's words, Danzo instinctively glanced at his bandaged hand, bewildered by how this individual could be so aware of his situation, even knowing the number of Sharingan he had transplanted. Feeling a surge of panic, Danzo discreetly signaled with his remaining hand. Chapter 29. Unveiling power. The members of the Root organization, having received the signal, surged towards the tree's direction. At this moment, the tree, infused with the powers of the Koga Ninja Frog and Gengar, bore a disdainful expression. Let us first deal with you, he declared. The tree began to weave through the ranks of ninjas. Each punch or kick he delivered sent multiple adversaries flying. In the blink of an eye, those who had surrounded the tree were all laid low. At that moment, a scarecrow wielding a scythe, adorned with a cursed symbol, charged at the tree. The tree evaded the scarecrow's assault and leaped aside. Before him stood two individuals, Danzo's guards, Yamashiro Kazama and Yamanaka Inoichi. At this point, Yamashiro Kazama, regaining focus from the scarecrow, signaled to the tree, mind transfer technique. The tree, unflinching, allowed the technique to penetrate his consciousness. Yamashiro Kazama, believing he had succeeded, was about to coordinate with Yamanaka Inoichi to capture the tree when suddenly, a voice resonated within his mind. Did you truly think entering my inner world would be so effortless? Immediately, the scenery before Yamashiro Kazama shifted dramatically, and he found his consciousness returning to his physical form. Upon regaining his body, he clutched his head in despair, his wails echoing throughout the root organization's base until his eyes glazed over, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Beneath the collapsed Yamashiro Kazama, an unidentified liquid began to ooze out slowly. Yamanaka Inoichi, unable to contain himself, inquired of the tree, "What have you done to him? Why is he in this state?" With arms crossed, the tree replied, "I merely guided his consciousness through a glimpse of the 18 layers of hell. Who would have known he could only endure until the 10th layer? It seems he will not awaken from this. You villain." The oil girl, Chigen, removed her gloves and launched an attack towards the tree. She was confident that if she could make contact with its body, she could vanquish it under her venomous assault. The tree observed Chigen approaching with unwavering composure, daring to challenge it in physical combat. It decided to show her what true martial prowess entailed. 8 gates released. The first gate, the opening gate. In an instant, the tree's aura surged, shattering the stone tiles beneath it, while tiny fragments of rock floated momentarily in the wake of its overwhelming presence. Timura, who had managed to pause briefly, witnessed the tree's mastery of the 8 gates. Having opened up to the 7th gate, he was baffled as to why this child from the Inazuka clan not only possessed the Sharingan, but could also activate the 8 gates to such an extent. Suddenly, Timura noticed a peculiar symbol on a Pokeball that had rolled aside during the earlier skirmish. As he recognized it, his pupils dilated in shock. This was Flying Thunder God. Could it be that he had even mastered the Flying Thunder God technique? Who exactly was he? At that moment, the tree remained oblivious to Timura's realization of the secret that could have allowed it to decapitate him. However, even if he were aware, the tree would not have been particularly concerned, for it possessed an abundance of teleportation skills, and its speed was formidable. Meanwhile, Chigen, despite feeling intimidated by the tree's overwhelming presence, steeled herself and pressed forward. She witnessed the tree's right leg move slightly, and it felt as though an invisible force had struck her, propelling her high into the air. The tree gathered its energy, aiming at Chigen's position. Daytime tiger. The air around the tree was compressed to its limits, and a massive white tiger surged towards Chigen with ferocity. Boom! The colossal tree collided with the ethereal oil woman, and under the force of this attack, she dissipated into the air. The tree reappeared before Danzo, declaring that the minor adversaries had been dealt with, and now it was his turn. Danzo gazed at the tree, a flicker of regret stirring within him, but he swiftly cast it aside. Resolute in his belief that his actions were justified, only through such means could Konoha grow stronger in the future. Once again, Danzo met his demise at the hands of the tree, this time crushed beneath its foot. The immense force shattered his body into fragments, blood splattering everywhere, creating a gaping hole where Danzo once stood. Miraculously, he revived once more. The bandages that had entwined his hands during the tree's previous assault fell away, revealing that 3 of his Sharingan had closed. He noted that his right eye still had 8 lives left. The tree, having released the 8th gate state, intended to prolong Danzo's suffering. A swift death would lack the thrill of torment. Believing that the tree had reached its limit, Danzo addressed it, expressing admiration for its abilities. He speculated that the tree had learned the Flying Thunder God technique to reach him so swiftly, and he commended it, confident that it had exhausted its strength. He assured the tree that once he defeated it and acquired its summoning beast, he would not forget its prowess. The tree, amused by Danzo's words, retorted, questioning who had instilled in him the illusion that it had already reached its limits. Danzo dismissed this as mere bravado and formed hand seals. Unleashing a wind release, vacuum wave, a slicing wind blade aimed at the tree. The tree evaded the attack and swiftly closed the distance to Danzo. Surprised by the tree's speed, Danzo concluded that he had no choice but to employ his ultimate move. As the tree approached, intending to subdue and torment Danzo, his arm, infused with Hashirama's cells, suddenly erupted with power, sprouting a massive tree that ensnared the tree, slowly consuming it. In a short while, Danzo emerged unscathed, a mocking expression on his face as he beheld the colossal tree that had sealed the tree within. What do you think of my wood release? Root explosion. This technique was developed through my mastery of Izanagi and Hashirama's cells. Within the giant tree, the tree's voice echoed. It's not as impressive as you think. By the way, how many lives do you have left? As the tree spoke, the giant tree encasing it began to tremble and then splinter into fragments. Danzo heard a single number, and when he next glimpsed the tree's form, he was met with a crimson figure standing before him. How is this possible? He astonishingly activated the 8 gates of Duanjia. The tree gradually retracted, and with a powerful punch directed at Danzo, the latter, having already lost more than half of his body, collapsed to the ground. Observing this, the tree exited the 8 gates state, struggling to suppress the urge to crush him. I must hold back a little. Startled, yet undeterred, Danzo resurrected once more. At this moment, he no longer sought to seize the tree's Pokemon. Instead, he pondered how to escape. The tree seemed to perceive Danzo's intentions. Was he attempting to flee? Today, even the arrival of Jesus could not retain you. In the 30th chapter, the tree transitioned into a state of assimilation, gazing at Danzo in the distance. Previously, while watching the Hokage, he had heard that Amaterasu had never taken a life. Thus, he thought to himself, let me test that theory. At this moment, the tree relished the tormenting process of Danzo. He had once contemplated sending his sister and mother for treatment upon seeing them, but after his examination revealed the grim truth that his sister had already perished. He found that his mother's life had also been extinguished shortly after the arrival of the Gung Ghost, her brain irreparably damaged. At that point, the tree abandoned any thoughts of remaining in the Leaf Village. Now, he sought only to make the man before him experience true cruelty, all the while hoping to discover a means to revive his loved ones within his Pokemon system. The tree conjured 2 shurikens made of water in his hands and hurled them towards Danzo's position. Danzo narrowly dodged them, yet before he could catch his breath, a massive water shuriken, ablaze with black flames, soared toward him. With no escape, Danzo summoned his summoning beast, Dream Mo, to shield him. A piercing wail echoed as Dream Mo, struck directly, departed from this world without comprehending what had transpired, its body engulfed in flickering black flames. Danzo, observing the perilous flames, realized their danger and sought to evade them. How much longer will you hide? The tree's voice resonated behind Danzo, who turned in disbelief. The fire vortex had transformed from an ordinary flame into a black inferno, uniquely suited to the dim surroundings. Trapped within the flames with no means of retreat, Danzo attempted to escape by unleashing various ninjutsu, but instead of diminishing, the strange black flames intensified, ultimately reducing him to ashes. Upon witnessing this, the tree mused that perhaps the rules of the manga could indeed be altered. Had he not just incinerated a being with Amaterasu? Danzo reemerged, with 4 eyes now open on his arm, granting him 5 opportunities in total. He prepared to flee, dashing towards the exit immediately upon revival. The tree promptly followed, instructing the Gung Ghost to carry away the remains of his sister and mother, while also reclaiming the scattered Pokeballs at his waist. Danzo raced towards the exit, intent on reaching the Hokage's building. He understood that, with his current resources, he could not possibly thwart the tree. Nearly all of his root organization had been eradicated by the tree, save for a few members who had ventured out on missions. As the tree calmly pursued Danzo, he found the root base unsightly. Upon exiting, he unleashed an attack that reduced the entire root organization to ruins. Hearing the commotion, Danzo dared not look back, finally emerging onto the streets of Konoha, where he exhaled a sigh of relief, believing himself to be safe. Or was he? Congratulations to you. The sound of the tree gently whispered in Danzo's ear. Upon hearing this, every hair on Danzo's body stood on end in astonishment. How could this be? Unbeknownst to me, I had not noticed him trailing behind just moments ago. In the next instant, Danzo's head once again separated from his body. The ordinary citizens on the street were initially engulfed in silence, which was soon shattered by a cacophony of screams echoing throughout the thoroughfare. With disdain, the tree cast aside the severed head, biding its time for Danzo's next resurrection. Nonchalantly, the tree began to count, and upon hearing the numbers, Danzo's body stiffened before he hastily fled into the crowd. Observing Danzo's retreat into the throng, the tree wore a mocking expression. transitioning into his assimilation form. The tree employed telekinesis to levitate himself. This method had been a spontaneous thought from earlier. He had originally intended to wait until Charizard evolved into Dragonite to achieve flight through assimilation. However, utilizing telekinesis proved viable, albeit somewhat taxing on his strength and concentration. Prolonged flight might not be practical, but in the short term, it posed little detriment to the tree. Thus, floating in the air, the tree monitored Danzo's escape route, leisurely trailing behind him. As the figures around him became increasingly sparse, the tree concentrated, forming a diminutive shadow orb in his hand. This orb was distinct from the usual shadow orbs, for it was infused with Amaterasu flames. Contemplating the whimsical creation in his grasp, the tree mused. I too can conjure orbs. What shall I name this one? He decided upon Dark Necromancer Sphere for his spontaneous technique, employing the technique of Godspeed. The tree vanished from sight, only to reappear directly behind Danzo. Tired of running, are we? Allow me to guide you on your journey. Upon hearing the tree's voice, which was alarmingly close, Danzo instinctively turned to look. He witnessed the tree press the orb directly into his abdomen. The impact of the Dark Necromancer Sphere fused with Danzo's body, causing him to experience excruciating pain, soon followed by an intense burning sensation from within. After enduring the agony for several seconds, Danzo finally succumbed, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath as he gazed up at the tree. What have you done to me? He inquired, a mixture of disbelief and anguish in his expression. With an impassive demeanor, the tree replied, I am uncertain. This technique was merely a recent inspiration of mine. You are my first experimental subject. Delightful, isn't it? As the tree's words fell, Danzo's body underwent a transformation, igniting in black flames from the inside out. The most pronounced change was in his face, where his eye sockets were consumed by the flames, leaving hollow voids, while his mouth gaped wide, revealing the black fire surging forth. Before long, Danzo resurrected once more, but this time, he had reached the limits of his endurance. The relentless torment inflicted by the tree had pushed him to the brink of collapse, although each death allowed him to convert the pain into a nightmarish experience. The visceral reality of pain and the psychological turmoil had become nearly unbearable. Each resurrection echoed with the devilish whisper of the tree's countdown, causing Danzo's heart to flinch with renewed agony. Resigned, he abandoned his flight and turned to face the tree, who approached him with a slow, deliberate gait. Curiosity sparked within the tree. What trickery could Danzo possibly conjure now? Danzo unraveled the bandages from his right eye, revealing the Sharingan he had previously seized from Uchiha Shisui. Originally intended for a pivotal moment when he would ascend to Hokage, he now found himself compelled to employ it prematurely. The tree, recognizing the power of Danzo's Sharingan, braced himself, realizing that Danzo intended to utilize Shisui's eye. Do not invoke the heavenly deity. The consciousness of the tree seemed to have forcefully intruded upon it, continuously altering its memories. The life and personal experiences of the tree were rapidly unfolding, and after a while, it reopened its eyes. At that moment, Danzo covered his right eye, drenched in sweat. This young one's willpower is astonishing. He nearly liberated himself from my control. Witnessing his ultimate domination over the tree, Danzo revealed a satisfied smile. Chapter 31. The kaleidoscope of Jengar. Danzo gazed upon the tree, now kneeling before him, feeling that all his previous efforts had been worthwhile. After being killed by the tree twice, he had abandoned the notion of defeating it, especially after enduring further annihilation at its hands, which exacerbated his inner torment. In those moments of death, Danzo sought hope for life, gradually recognizing the tree's arrogance, which presented him with an opportunity. Subsequently, he used death to induce complacency in the tree, ultimately making a desperate gamble with his right eye. Though the process was arduous, the outcome was favorable. He succeeded. After commanding the tree to surrender all the Pokeballs to him, Danzo returned to his base of operations with the tree. Once he regained his position, he couldn't help but lament the loss of some members. However, with such a powerful and obedient subordinate, he ultimately felt he had gained much. In the ensuing days, once Danzo had recuperated his health, he instructed the tree to assassinate Tsunade, who had just returned to assume the role of the 5th Hokage. He then seized control of Konoha's power, successfully becoming the 6th Hokage, a position he had long coveted. After consolidating his strength, Danzo launched an offensive against the major nations, aspiring to unify the entire world of Hokage. Observing the delight on his face, one could surmise that the dream I bestowed upon him brought him great joy. Let him revel for a moment. When his dreams reach their zenith, I shall awaken him with the harshness of reality. He will surely thank me for it. The tree regarded Danzo, who stood before him, his eyes vacant and a slight smile gracing his lips. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan within the tree's gaze slowly revolved, the patterns resembling countless inverted triangles. It seemed that Jengar's evolved kaleidoscopic Sharingan was indeed impressive. During the process of tormenting Danzo, the tree took a moment to glance at the description of Jengar's newly awakened kaleidoscope. Upon discovering its capabilities, he began to coax Danzo into utilizing the Sharingan in his right eye, glancing once more at Jengar's information, contemplating the opportunity to test another skill. Jengar type, Ghost. Poison ability, Cursed Body, has a chance to prevent the opponent from using the last move. Moves, Hypnosis, Dream Eater, Shadow Ball, Shadow Clone. Poison Jab Kaleidoscopic Sharingan, variant, Left Eye, Jengar's trick, reflects all illusions, allowing the user to project what they wish the enemy to see. With power determined by the strength of the enemy's illusion, Right Eye, Jengar's dimensional gift, shatters a concentrated space. With a cooldown of 4 minutes between uses, Susanoo summons a gigantic Jengar-shaped armor, enveloping the user, forming an invincible defense. As the tree gazed upon the entranced Danzo, lost in his dreams, it forcefully yanked off Danzo's arm adorned with Sharingan, subsequently extracting the remaining 2 eyes. Despite having his arm severed, Danzo remained unresponsive. A foolish smile still plastered on his face as his blood flowed freely. The tree contemplated for a moment before severing Danzo's remaining 3 limbs. Observing Danzo, now reduced to a mere husk, the tree's gaze lingered on his eyes. I shall collect Shirsue's eyes first. Danzo's once vacant gaze had vanished, replaced by 2 hollow sockets from which blood occasionally oozed. The tree procured a rope and bound it around Danzo's neck, dragging him towards Jengar, who awaited them outside the village. Onlookers in the streets, initially filled with terror, gradually grew bolder as they perceived no immediate threat. Whispering amongst themselves, they watched as the tree dragged Danzo along the ground. Who is that boy? How cruel. I don't know, but he seems somewhat familiar. That person being dragged looks quite recognizable too. As the crowd speculated, some returning ninjas recognized the scene. Isn't that Lord Danzo? His companions nodded in agreement. It really is. What should we do? The Hokage is not here yet. You should go inform the higher-ups. I'll keep an eye on things here. The individual heeded his teammates' advice, nodding in agreement. Be careful, I'll go inform them. The tree had long sensed the movements of those nearby, but at this moment, he felt no sense of belonging to Konoha. His only brother, Kiba, might suffer in the future, yet he too was not without pain. At that moment, Mito Minch and Tsunade were sipping tea, discussing the future of Konoha when someone entered. Sir, someone is seeking an audience outside. Intrigued, the two permitted the visitor to enter. Upon arrival, the newcomer recounted what he had witnessed. Upon hearing this, the two exchanged incredulous glances. Who would dare to go so far as to torment Danzo like this? They immediately summoned Konoha's Umbu and rushed to the location reported by the visitor. Meanwhile, the tree leisurely dragged Danzo's mangled body along Konoha's main street, leaving a long trail of blood. Though it was the vibrant spring season, none of the people standing on the street felt warmth. A chilling dread enveloped them as they beheld the crimson streaks on the ground, with bits of flesh clinging to it. As each person witnessed this gruesome sight, they instinctively took a step back, their fear of this boy intensifying. What kind of person is he to commit such cruelty? Indeed, killing is merely a matter of striking down. He tortures others without fear of retribution. The tree, initially progressing towards its destination, halted upon hearing their words. In an instant, the two who had been conversing moments before found their necks abruptly lacking something. Blood gushed forth, splattering the onlookers nearby. Having never encountered such a scene, the crowd, once curious, panicked and fled in terror. The previously bustling discussions faded into silence. Finally, tranquility descended. Do you wish to join them? The gaze of the tree met that of the person who remained in place. At that moment, the individual, paralyzed by fear, could only watch the tree with trepidation. How infuriating it was that the message arrived so slowly. Why had they not returned? Just as he contemplated explaining himself to the tree, Xiaochun and the others finally arrived with Konoha's Umbu. Xiaochun and Minyan, witnessing the pitiful state of their former comrade, were engulfed in rage. Who are you? Why have you harmed the high-ranking officials of Konoha? Xiaochun chimed in. And how could you have reduced Danzo to this state? The tree feigned innocence. I did not torment him. Do you not see the satisfied smile on his face? Upon hearing the tree's words, Xiaochun and the Umbu turned their attention to Danzo lying on the ground. Although his breath was faint, a radiant smile remained on his face, even more brilliant than before. They gazed at Danzo's hollow eyes, his severed limbs, and the bloody trail leading to him, struggling to fathom how the boy before them had accomplished such feats. Chapter 32. Tsunade and Jiraiya returned. Xiaochun and Minyan observed Danzo's condition in silence for a moment before issuing commands to the Umbu behind them to subdue him and rescue Danzo. Following the orders, the Umbu launched an assault on the tree, opting for close combat to avoid harming Danzo. As the tree evaded several thrown kunai, one Umbu, wielding a ninja blade, aimed to sever the rope binding Danzo's neck, hoping to free him first. Yet, the tree would not grant him such an opportunity. With a slight tug on the rope, Danzo was pulled closer to the tree, narrowly avoiding the blade meant to cut the rope. Undeterred, the Umbu altered the direction of his strike towards the tree. The hand that was free swiftly grasped the blade's body. Seeing an opportunity, the remaining Umbu rushed forward, realizing that the tree was now occupied. In an instant, the tree exerted force on the blade, shattering it as though it were fragile glass. Utilizing telekinesis, he controlled the fragments, sending them hurtling toward the assailing Umbu, each one glinting with lethal intent. In an instant, the Umbu who had accompanied Xiaochun and Minyan clutched their throats, yet blood continued to gush uncontrollably. Such was the fragility of life. Once a throat was slashed, survival was impossible. Only 2 or 3 Umbu remained by Xiaochun and Minyan's side, rendered helpless, unsure of how to confront this harbinger of death before them. The tree cast a glance at them, then turned away, dragging Danzo with him as he made his way toward the village's outskirts. He held no interest in them. His sole objective was Danzo. Xiaochun and the others could only watch, helplessly, as Danzo was led away like a dog on a leash. How vexing. Now that Jiraiya is absent, Tsunade has yet to return, and Kakashi lies unconscious in the hospital. It is indeed unfortunate that even the formidable Jonin have embarked on their missions with their respective teams. As I walk past the distant trees, I still hear Sakura's complaints. No wonder I found it peculiar. Why, amidst such a commotion on the streets of Konoha, have I not encountered a single familiar face? At this rate, it seems that Kiba must also be out on a mission. Perhaps that is for the best. Upon reaching the gates of Konoha, I halted my steps, gazing at Danzo, whom I had dragged along all this way. Well, here we are. Let us bring your sweet dreams to an end. I roused Danzo, who had been engrossed in his delusions of grandeur. Just moments ago, he was reveling in dreams of dominating the ninja world, and now, as he was about to ascend to that coveted position, darkness suddenly enveloped him. Pain surged through his entire being, a sensation he could scarcely articulate, as if he were nailed to a chopping block, utterly immobilized. The agony relentlessly assaulted his nervous system. In a feeble voice, Danzo uttered, "What? What is happening? Why is this occurring? Was I not already at the pinnacle of the ninja world? The pinnacle of the ninja world? You?" A mocking voice echoed. And while Danzo pondered the source of the taunt, I continued, "I merely granted you a beautiful dream. After all, you have always adored dreaming. And I have now fulfilled your wish. You should thank me. Inazuka tree. You are Inazuka tree. How can this be? You should be dead. I had you under control. I was to eliminate you upon my success. How is it that you still stand before me?" Hearing Danzo's anguished cries, I retorted, "You are mistaken. The truth is, I have reduced you to a mere husk, having plucked out your eyes. Even if I were to spare your life and abandon you here at Konoha's gates, your days would be numbered." After a moment of silence, Danzo suddenly erupted into laughter. Ha, ha ha ha. It was as if he had lost his sanity. The sound of mockery escaping his lips, whether in jest at his own predicament or as a release of pent-up emotions. Finding the scene increasingly tedious, I regarded the bloodied and battered Danzo, whom I had dragged the entire way, and lifted my foot, intent on ushering this dark chapter of Konoha to a premature conclusion. Just then, the distant sound of laughter reached my ears. "Perverted sage, do you think that after Tsunade becomes Hokage, the next Hokage will be me?" Thud. A conspicuous bump rapidly swelled upon Naruto's head. Tsunade had repeatedly admonished, "I have told you countless times, do not call me Grandma. Refer to me as sister." Naruto, clutching his head with both hands, wore an expression of discontent. "Sister? But I am practically grown." Amidst their jovial banter, The group approached the gates of Konoha. Naruto was the first to spot a figure standing at the entrance, and as they drew nearer, he realized it was me. "Hey, tree, what a coincidence. Were you waiting specifically for me?" After Naruto excitedly shouted this, he attempted to rush forward, but was abruptly seized by Jiraiya from behind. Confused, Naruto gazed at the lecherous sage and inquired, "What are you doing?" At that moment, Jiraiya had lost his earlier playful demeanor. "Do not approach, Naruto. Look at the figure at the base of that tree," he cautioned. Following Jiraiya's words, Naruto directed his gaze downward and was met with a gruesome sight, a bloodied and mangled body, with the remnants of a torso suggesting it was once a person. "This fellow is in grave danger. First, provide me with his basic information," Jiraiya ordered. He had not anticipated that the boy he had hastily encountered before could potentially become an adversary of Konoha. Although bewildered, Naruto relayed the details he knew about the individual. Jiraiya nodded thoughtfully, realizing that the individual belonged to the Inuzuka clan, and thus, the figure at his feet must be an enemy. Exchanging a glance with Tsunade, Jiraiya then led Naruto towards the tree. Upon hearing Naruto's words, the figure at the tree remarked, "I didn't expect you to return so swiftly. How unfortunate." By this time, Naruto and his companions had reached the tree. "What misfortune! This is quite fortuitous. I have brought Grandma Tsunade back. Let us go have some ramen together," Naruto exclaimed. The figure's face broke into a smile, perhaps realizing that this might be his last opportunity. Jiraiya and Tsunade were now wholly focused on the gruesome sight at the tree's base. Tsunade gazed at the mangled body and mused, "Thank goodness my hemophobia has improved, otherwise I would surely faint at this sight." Naruto, now noticing the body, curiously asked, "Tree, who is this person? Is he an enemy preparing to attack Konoha?" The figure smiled again, responding, "You could say he is an enemy of Konoha. I have already taken care of him." Naruto nodded, inquiring further, "Then who is he?" "His name is Shimura Danzo, the leader of Konoha's root," the figure revealed. With this declaration, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Chapter 33. Pokemon Battle of the Three Ninjas. One seeing the sudden quiet, Naruto foolishly asked, "Danzo? Who is that? I don't recognize the name." Raising his gaze, he noticed Jiraiya's somber expression. "What's wrong, pervy sage? Why do you look so grim?" "Danzo is one of the higher-ups in Konoha," Jiraiya replied. "Oh, I see. So he's one of Konoha's upper echelon. I thought." As Naruto's words hung unfinished, the remainder caught in his throat. Koyuki and Minyan hastened towards the trees upon the arrival of reinforcements. "Those despicable fiends dare to act so brazenly in Konoha. I shall ensure they pay dearly for their audacity." The group reached the gates of Konoha, discovering that the tree had not yet made its escape. "Excellent." We've caught up. Upon hearing the commotion, the tree glanced back towards Konoha, spotting Koyuki and her cohort of ninjas approaching. "Fools. I had no desire to engage with you earlier, and now you pursue me with such fervor." Koyuki and Minyan arrived at the gates, encountering Jiraiya and Tsunade. "Your timing is impeccable. This wretch attempted to ambush us, slaughtering numerous ANBU operatives and tormenting Danzo to that state." Jiraiya's heart sank further upon hearing Koyuki's words, while Naruto began to panic. "Perverted sage, what should we do?" Jiraiya pulled Naruto behind him and addressed the tree, "Regardless of your reasons, you must return to Konoha with us. Should there be underlying issues, we shall assist you." Naruto nodded. "Indeed, we are here to help you." Hearing their counsel, the tree shrugged and loosened the rope it had been gripping. As Jiraiya and the others sighed in relief, an unforeseen twist occurred. The tree's foot, swift as lightning, descended upon Danzo's head. With a sound akin to a bursting watermelon, Danzo's head was crushed, crimson blood mingling with fragments of white brain matter, splattering in all directions. The onlookers stood frozen in shock at this sudden turn of events. Jiraiya lamented, "Why did you have to go this far? Such an act may seal your fate from ever returning to Konoha." The tree replied nonchalantly, "Unless you endure my suffering, how can you comprehend my anguish?" People often confront situations with rationality until they personally experience the pain. Is this not a classic case of speaking without understanding? Faced with the tree's derision, Jiraiya found himself at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Koyuki, regaining her composure, commanded the ninjas behind her, "Seize him." The tree observed the approaching ninjas and mused, "My strength is indeed waning, but I have never fought alone." He tossed 3 Pokballs from his waist. Aside from the Jengar on a mission, the remaining Pokemon burst forth from their confines. In a flash of red light, three figures materialized before the tree. Let us cause a ruckus, my comrades. Within the confines of the Pokeball, the omniscient Lucario could no longer restrain itself, charging fiercely towards the shadowy ninjas. Memories of its childhood with Inuzuka Hana, as she held it while dining, flooded its mind. Lucario's aura surged, instinctively unlocking the seventh gate. The dark ninjas present could only catch glimpses of its afterimage. Those of lesser strength could not even perceive that fleeting shadow. With every pause amidst the group, a member of the dark faction was sent flying, the sheer force propelling them nearly 100 meters away. During their flight, they involuntarily expelled shattered innards before crashing to the ground, meeting their demise. Observing this chaos, Tsunade could no longer remain passive. This was the power she had acquired as Hokage, and if this continued, all would fall victim to that formidable spirit beast. With this thought, she rushed towards Lucario. With a tremendous kick, she launched an assault aimed directly at Lucario. Unaware of Tsunade's surprise attack amidst its massacre of the Shadow Ninjas, Lucario was struck and sent soaring, a plume of smoke erupting in its wake. As the smoke cleared, Lucario appeared unscathed, leaving Tsunade astonished. I unleashed my full might with that kick, yet it inflicted no harm. What kind of spirit beast possesses such strength? Although Lucario had sustained minimal damage, its aura had diminished somewhat, and with the 8 gates technique not meant for prolonged use, it resolved to end the conflict swiftly. In the next instant, Lucario vanished from sight, the dust it had stirred dancing momentarily. Tsunade, witnessing Lucario suddenly appear before her, gathered her strength and raised her fist, preparing to unleash her mighty punch. Lucario, observing the pink fist rushing towards it, clenched its own fist, bolstered by the 8 gates. It met Tsunade's strike with a punch of its own, infused with tremendous weight. The ground trembled under the sheer force of their clash. When the dust settled, a colossal crater marked the site of their confrontation. Lucario, having released the 8-gate state, stood panting, gazing at Tsunade, who was now ensnared amidst the debris, her proud figure barely visible. Jiraiya was astonished that Tsunade had been bested by a mere spirit beast. Before he could intervene, a beam of crimson light enveloped Lucario, drawing it back into the Pokeball. Lucario, I have understood your intentions. Return to your Pokeball and rest, he declared. Meanwhile, the remaining Charizard and Greninja coordinated their efforts, unleashing unquenchable black flames paired with ever-shifting water techniques. In no time, the remaining ninjas were vanquished by the 2 Pokemon. At that moment, the frantic Koharu and Minyin, now left as the last 2 standing, urgently called out to the still unengaged Jiraiya. Jiraiya, what are you waiting for? Are you content to witness Konoha's destruction at the hands of this mere child? Upon hearing this, Jiraiya charged towards the 2 Pokemon in the trees. Having discerned that the tree had nearly exhausted its strength, his plan was to neutralize its summoning beast first and then apprehend it. The fiery dinosaur launched the first assault on Jiraiya, its metallic claws gleaming as they lunged toward him. In response, Jiraiya invoked the whirling lion technique, allowing his white hair to extend and envelop a significant portion of his body. The metallic claws clashed against the hair, producing a crisp sound reminiscent of metal striking metal. Seeing that its attack had failed, the fiery dinosaur inflated its cheeks and unleashed a torrent of flames toward Jiraiya. The reason it refrained from using Amaterasu was due to the excessive fatigue it would incur from such intense flames, especially after having collaborated with the Greninja to vanquish the enemy, depleting its stamina considerably. Should it waste more energy, it would soon find itself incapacitated. Chapter 34, Pokemon Battle. The 3 ninjas too. As Jiraiya observed the flames rushing toward him, he swiftly dispelled the whirling lion technique and sidestepped the inferno. With remarkable speed, he formed hand seals, invoking the earth release, yellow spring swamp. The once solid ground transformed into a quagmire, ensnaring both the fiery dinosaur and the Greninja within its depths. Just as Jiraiya felt a moment of relief and prepared to eliminate the 2, the Greninja sprang forth, launching a massive spinning water shuriken toward him. How could he possibly ensnare a frog in a swamp? This was the error Jiraiya had committed. Not discouraged by having only restrained one, he formed hand seals again, executing the fire release, great fireball technique. Concentrating chakra into oil within his mouth, he expelled it as a fiery projectile toward the Greninja. The oil-infused fire technique not only possessed significantly greater power than a standard fire release, but even the water techniques that typically countered fire would have diminished effect against it. The Greninja summoned a column of water from beneath its feet, utilizing the waterfall technique to elevate itself atop the colossal wave, while Jiraiya's fire attack collided with the Greninja's cascading waters. The clash of fire and water instantly generated a vast amount of steam. At that moment, Jiraiya heard a sound akin to the slicing of air above him. The Greninja, having leaped into the air, instantly opened the 8 gates and activated the 5th gate. Its legs descended like a colossal axe, aimed directly at Jiraiya, adorned with a layer of water blades. Realizing the imminent danger, Jiraiya raised his right hand, gathering chakra within his palm. Rasengan, a colossal orb materialized in Jiraiya's palm, aimed directly at the leg of the Koga Ninja Frog. With a resounding explosion, smoke billowed once more, and the formidable force sent the Koga Ninja Frog reeling to the side, its feet scraping the ground for a considerable distance before coming to a halt. At this moment, Jiraiya's face and right arm were flushed crimson, with certain areas even blistering. He had not anticipated that the enveloping water would be not only sharp, but also scalding hot. Its temperature so high that it nearly led to his undoing. Jiraiya silently thanked his instincts. Upon sensing the perilous nature of the water, he had swiftly unfurled his hair for defense. However, some of the explosive hot water had still splattered onto him, resulting in his current state. The tree recognized the limits of the Koga Ninja Frog and recalled it into its Pokeball. Now, only the recently freed Charmeleon remained on the scene. Charmeleon emitted a spark from its nostrils, indicating its displeasure. Locking onto its target, it charged towards Jiraiya, not one to show hesitation. Jiraiya aimed a kick at Charmeleon's head as it approached. Charmeleon, however, ducked to evade and swiftly turned, swinging its tail toward Jiraiya's face. Instinctively, Jiraiya reached out to grasp it, flinging Charmeleon away. Just as he was about to make his next move, he suddenly felt an unbearable pain in his palm. Bringing his hand before his eyes, he discovered that it had been burned, and faintly, he could discern the scent of roasted meat emanating from his palm. Puzzled, he wondered if this was the result of his recent encounter with that summoned beast. Given this situation, physical techniques can no longer be employed to engage with it. Jiraiya was fortunate enough to trigger the fire dragon's unique ability, the flame body. He began to alter his combat strategy, incessantly casting ninjutsu to harass the fire dragon. Before long, the creature's stamina was completely depleted. With no strength left to continue, the fire dragon was returned to its Pokeball by Shrew. One must acknowledge Jiraiya's prowess. His combat experience is indeed vast. However, after a brief period of recovery, Shrew managed to regain a third of his stamina. Although it was merely a third, he felt capable of continuing the battle for a while longer. He was aware that Jiraiya had yet to unleash his full potential, as he had not even employed Sage Mode thus far. Otherwise, Shrew would not still be engaged in combat. He would have fled long ago. He had previously instructed Gungue to hold onto a Flying Thunder God technique, ready to depart at the first sign of danger. Jiraiya observed that Shrew had withdrawn all his summoning beasts and suggested, "Let us return to Konoha. If there are reasons behind this, I can assure you." "Indeed. And I am soon to be the 5th Hokage," he continued. Tsunade, who had emerged from the pit at an unknown moment, appeared somewhat disheveled but showed no signs of injury. Hearing Jiraiya and Tsunade's conversation, Sakura and Sai, who had been observing the battle, exclaimed with excitement, "No. We cannot simply let him go. He has brutally slaughtered the higher-ups of Konoha." Tsunade turned to them and declared, "From this point forward, I am the next Hokage. All decisions will be made by me. You too, silence yourselves." Tsunade glared furiously at SH Rin and Menin, the 2 high-ranking officials of Konoha, exclaiming in frustration, "Are you both truly so dim-witted as to overlook the potential standing right before you?" Setting aside his extraordinary summoning beasts, his own prowess is formidable. If he were to agree to return to Konoha, he would undoubtedly become a powerful asset for our future. Naruto, who had refrained from intervening until now, spoke up. "Stand down, SH. I trust that the perverse sage and Granny Tsunade will deliver justice." SH, observing Naruto's persistently naive expression, remarked, "I envy you. No matter how dark the world around you may be, you always manage to shine and illuminate others. But I am not you. Had I endured your trials, I might have obliterated everything around me, including the present moment." With that, SH retrieved a kunai from his ninja pouch and fiercely slashed at the forehead protector resting upon his shoulder. Seeing this, SH Rin and Menin breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, "Finally, this little brat is finished." SH Rin shouted towards Tsunade and the others, "Look, this boy has betrayed the village. Seize him, or better yet, eliminate him. At that moment, SH's body abruptly appeared before SH Rin. He seized her by the throat. Due to his age, he could not lift her. But as he tightened his grip, her face began to turn a ghastly shade of purple. Menin, wishing to assist, was paralyzed with fear at SH's mere glance. With a sharp crack, SH Rin succumbed to SH's hold, losing her breath. Menin, witnessing the demise of his former teammate, was engulfed in a tumult of emotions. With Daybreak and Danzo gone, and now SH Rin too, he pondered whether it was time for him to exit this stage. In a moment of despair, Menin drew a kunai, aiming it at his own neck. Just then, a hand reached out and firmly grasped his arm, preventing the act. Menin, staring at the kunai so close to him, was drenched in cold sweat. What has come over me? How could I contemplate such an act? At that moment, he recalled SH's warning gaze, which had not only served as a caution but also contained a hint of hypnotic influence, amplifying his inner turmoil and enticing him towards self-destruction, only to be interrupted by Jiraiya. Jiraiya, observing SH, realized the boy was far too dangerous. I must apprehend him, he declared, preparing to enter Sage mode. However, Naruto interjected, perverse Sage, let SH go. I implore you. Naruto understood that SH had transformed. He could not fathom the changes that had taken place, but the SH he once knew, the first to offer friendship, had vanished. Yet, he could not bear to witness SH being captured by Jiraiya and the others. Thus he pleaded earnestly. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Jiraiya saw a reflection of his younger self. Recalling how he had once foolishly begged the third Hokage on behalf of Orochimaru. With that thought, Jiraiya relinquished his intentions, saying, I hope you do not come to regret this, Naruto. SH, hearing Naruto's plea, replied, You need not plead for me. I can walk away on my own. However, since you have spoken, I shall owe you a favor in the future. Naruto paid little heed to SH's words, unaware that this very moment would alter Jiraiya's fate, allowing them to reunite as teacher and student later on. With a serious expression, Naruto addressed SH, Though I spare you this time, know that should I encounter you again, I will certainly bring you back. SH smiled at Naruto's declaration and turned to walk towards Jinguei, who had been waiting for him in the woods. As Naruto watched SH's retreating figure, he vowed, SH, next time, when I grow stronger, I will use my own power to bring you back to Konoha, to rescue you from the path of a rogue ninja. Approaching Jinguei, SH gently patted its head, saying, Thank you for your hard work. We may have to linger in your shadow space for a while longer. Jinguei nodded before merging into SH's shadow. SH then sought out a nearby inn to rest temporarily. While the mission concluded, Kiba was burdened with heavy thoughts. Noticing his unease, Hinata expressed her concern. Kiba, are you all right? You seem rather unwell these past few days. Kiba shook his head. I don't know why. I can't quite put it into words. I just feel a sense of impending dread, as if something bad is about to happen. Hinata reassured him. Do not dwell on it too much. Nothing will happen. Kiba considered her words, finding some solace. He nodded, realizing Hinata was right. His mother was at home, his sister in the hospital, and his unreliable brother was strong enough to fend for himself. The likelihood of him encountering danger was relatively low. With that thought, a smile returned to Kiba's face. Kurenai and her team returned to the village. Sensing that the streets lacked their usual vibrancy, they proceeded to the Hokage Tower to report on their mission. During this time, Kiba learned of the troubling events that had unfolded while he was away. How could this be? How could my brother possibly have turned into a rogue ninja, and even murdered his own kin alongside the esteemed leaders of Konoha? Hinata and Shino from Team 8 gazed at Kiba in this state, momentarily at a loss for how to offer solace. The rumor circulating through Konoha undoubtedly originated from the mouth of Danzo. It is true that Danzo was slain by Shu, a fact witnessed by many. However, in a bid to amplify the hatred towards Shu, Danzo falsely implicated Shu's already missing mother and sister as his victims. Kiba was unsure how he had returned home. Just before embarking on his mission, the family had been lively and joyous, yet now the vast house was engulfed in a haunting silence. He found a corner to crouch in, while Akamaru, who had been by his side, was at a loss for how to comfort his master and could only lie quietly beside him. Days passed, and Tsunade successfully healed Kakashi, Sasuke, and the others, who merely required a brief period of recuperation before being discharged. On this day, Tsunade was inaugurated as the 5th Hokage of Konoha and simultaneously disseminated the news of Inuzuka Shu being labeled a rogue ninja. along with the details of his heinous acts against the upper echelons of Konoha and his own family. This course of action was primarily due to a unanimous decision by the elders of Konoha, aimed at preserving the village's reputation. They could not simply overlook the defection of a ninja, lest others be emboldened to follow suit. Upon assuming the mantle of Hokage, Tsunade grasped the weight of her responsibilities and, for the sake of Konoha's future, reluctantly acquiesced to the elders' demands. At that moment, she lay in bed, staring vacantly at the ceiling above. Initially, he had intended to explore the various realms of the Hokage world, but now he found himself resigned to never returning. Subsequently, Shu began to ponder his future. He had been contemplating how he might resurrect his mother and sister when a thought struck him: the legendary Pokemon, Ho-Oh. As a mythical being within the Pokemon realm, Ho-Oh possessed extraordinary powers, the most significant of which was the ability to revive the deceased. As long as Shu could preserve the bodies of his loved ones, there would be hope. With a sense of tentative optimism, Shu inquired of the system to awaken Ho-Oh, only to be met with a notification. Ding! Unable to awaken the specified Pokemon, the host must possess 6 mature Pokemon to unlock this option. The initial inquiry was met with a complimentary response. To awaken the legendary Pokemon Ho-Oh, one requires the divine fruit of the sacred tree. Upon hearing this, a smile once again graced the face of the tree, for it was indeed possible to summon a specific Pokemon, albeit with the condition of possessing 6 Pokemon alongside a unique artifact. With a newfound purpose, the tree resolved to journey to the Land of Snow, knowing from the original text that it was the only suitable location for his intentions. He aimed to seize control of that realm and to enter the remains of his kin there. Subsequently, the tree embarked on a quest to locate the actress Windflower Snow. Fortunately, it did not take long for him to find his target. Meanwhile, in Konoha, events were unfolding. Mere days after Inuzuka Tree's defection, Uchiha Sasuke also abandoned the village. The catalyst for Sasuke's betrayal stemmed from a sudden bout of competitive spirit, leading him to challenge Naruto, only to discover that the once underestimated Naruto had surpassed him. Driven by the desire for greater power, he fled to Orochimaru. In light of Tree's actions, Tsunade was infuriated upon receiving this news. However, due to the current shortage of personnel in Konoha, she could only dispatch the recently graduated Genin to apprehend Sasuke. At this moment, Naruto had resolved firmly within himself. Having previously allowed Tree to escape, he was determined to retrieve Sasuke this time. Meanwhile, Tree was experiencing one of the most baffling moments of his life. Windflower Snow, initially nursing her solitude in a bar, was approached by a young boy. Annoyed, she remarked, "I have no interest in you, especially given your tender age." As Tree stood beside her, he could only express his incredulity, retorting, "Small? Me? Do you believe I could frighten you if I pulled something out?" Chapter 36. Journey to the Land of Snow. Fenghua Xiaoxue gazed at the departing tree spirit, urging it not to bother her. She felt utterly perplexed. Having finally escaped from the film crew, she had encountered an audacious little spirit attempting to engage her in conversation. The tree spirit, equally bewildered, thought to itself that it hardly resembled a mere conversationalist. Surely, there must be limits to such narcissism. At that moment, a figure burst through the tavern's entrance, hastening to stand before Fenghua Xiaoxue. "Xiaoxue, I finally found you," exclaimed Santai Fu, somewhat exasperated. His princess was undeniably headstrong, though the filming location was perilous. Set in the Land of Snow, Santai Fu perceived it as an opportunity. He had already reached out to his old comrades. Upon the princess's arrival in the Land of Snow, they would guide her to the secret treasure left for her by the king. By retrieving the treasure, and with their combined efforts, they would surely assist the princess in reclaiming her throne from the clutches of Fenghua Nuteo. Fenghua Xiaoxue set down her cup and regarded Santai Fu. "Who told you to call me by that name in public? I have reiterated countless times that outside. I go by my stage name, Fuji Feng Shuehui." "Understood, miss." Santai Fu nodded vigorously. Fenghua Xiaoxue continued, "You should give up. I will not accompany them to that place." The tree spirit, eavesdropping on their exchange, recognized that the place she referred to was undoubtedly the Land of Snow. "I can assist you," a sudden voice chimed in, catching Santai Fu's attention, revealing that another presence lingered beside the princess. Fenghua Xiaoxue laughed at the tree spirit's declaration. "You, a mere little spirit, wish to help us? Are you aware of our predicament?" The tree spirit replied, "Of course, you are the princess of the Land of Snow, seeking to reclaim your father's throne from Fenghua Nuteo. Both Fenghua Xiaoxue and Santai Fu stared at the spirit in astonishment. How do you know our information? Are you perhaps sent by Fenghua Nuteo? They queried. The tree spirit responded, I was once a ninja from Kanahagakure. I learned of your plight by chance while perusing the village archives. Was it not a masked ninja named Kakashi who accepted the mission you posted? Santai Fu nodded at the spirit's words, recalling that he had indeed sought assistance from Konoha to post the mission. You are correct. But you are merely a little spirit. As the tree met Santai Fu's skeptical gaze, he remarked, if you do not believe me, it is of little consequence. You have witnessed the prowess of the ninjas from Konoha. Santai Fu reminisced about the time when Kakashi single-handedly rescued them from the land of snow, realizing that the young boy before him possessed formidable strength. After a moment of contemplation, Santai Fu acquiesced to the tree's request. Fenghua Xiaoxue, observing the agreement between the two, interjected, what does it matter if you two have consented? I have not agreed to anything. I shall return. You may proceed on your own, but I refuse to court death. Santai Fu, momentarily at a loss, was interrupted when Fenghua Xiaoxue suddenly felt a sharp pain in her neck. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself aboard a grand vessel. Where am I? She wondered, still disoriented, as someone lifted her up, announcing, Come, we are about to commence the first scene. As Fenghua Xiaoxue was led to the center of the set, she realized, am I filming? Under the director's guidance, she eventually completed her first take. Stepping down, her face was filled with indignation, completely ignoring the incessant apologies from Santai Fu trailing behind her. Finding a secluded corner to rest, she gazed out at the endless sea, her heart increasingly unsettled. Am I to return to that place once more? She pondered, bowing her head in resignation. What am I afraid of? I have said it before, with me here. Hearing a voice nearby, Fenghua Xiaoxue turned towards its source and saw the tree leaning over the edge of the ship. It is all your fault. Had it not been for you, my tranquil life would not have been disrupted. Your words are futile now. We are already en route to our destination, the tree replied. Fenghua Xiaoxue sighed in resignation. Indeed, it is all over. The tree approached her and said, do not worry. Hand me the key around your neck. Fenghua Xiaoxue regarded him warily. You truly are not a minion of Fenghua Nutao? Seeing her apprehension, the tree assured her, I am certainly not. Moreover, had I intended to steal your necklace, I could have done so while you were unconscious. Despite his reassurances, Fenghua Xiaoxue remained cautious. Let me share a secret with you. The mysterious treasure your father left you is merely a solar heater, a device that allows you to glimpse spring for a fleeting moment. Fenghua Xiaoxue stared at the tree in disbelief, memories of her childhood resurfacing, recalling a conversation with her father. What was Xiaoxue's wish? Fenghua Xiaoxue gazed affectionately at his little princess, Xiaoxue, who, in her childhood innocence, looked up at her father and expressed her desire to witness the arrival of spring. Rest assured, my dear, your wish shall surely be fulfilled by your father. Fenghua Xiaoxue reassured her, gently stroking her head. Overcome with emotion, tears streamed down Xiaoxue's cheeks as she could no longer contain herself. After a moment of weeping, she lifted her gaze to the tree and asked, why do you know these things? The tree, half-jokingly, replied, because I am a prophet. Without further words, Fenghua Xiaoxue handed the key around her neck to the tree, hoping it had not deceived her. The tree nodded. In truth, it found little use for the key, but merely wished to put her at ease. Thus, as the great vessel continued its journey, Fenghua Xiaoxue accompanied the film crew, unwittingly nearing the Snow Kingdom. The glaciers began to multiply around them, floating serenely upon the sea. The director, upon witnessing this spectacle, joyfully instructed the captain to dock at a nearby spot. Hurry. This is an exceptional location for filming. Let us all disembark, he exclaimed, beckoning everyone to step onto the colossal glacier. Once assembled, the director stroked his chin, feeling that something was still amiss. If only it would snow, he mused, and as if his words had conjured it, delicate snowflakes began to drift gently from the heavens. Oh, how beautiful! The crew gasped in awe at the unexpected snowfall. The director, seizing the moment, urged the staff to prepare for filming. Get ready, everyone. We must capture this scene. Standing aside, the tree observed the descending snowflakes. Has it finally arrived? It pondered, having followed them all the way here, nearly giving up hope. On the massive glacier, 3 figures were silhouetted against the sky. The princess stood below, and they prepared to make their move. As the leader issued commands, the trio advanced toward Fenghua Xiaoxue. Chapter 37. The snow shinobi amidst the flurry of activity, a voice suddenly echoed from above. Well, well, is that not our princess of the Snow Kingdom? We did not expect you to return. We've been waiting quite a long time. Upon hearing the voice, Fenghua Zhaoxue looked up, her heart sinking as she recognized the familiar figures etched in her memory from childhood. She felt weak and collapsed onto the ground. They have returned. Just as despair threatened to engulf her, a figure stepped forward. What is there to panic about? I am here, the tree declared, positioning itself before Fenghua Zhaoxue and addressing the three figures above. So, you are the ninjas of the Snow Kingdom? You do not seem so formidable. The three, standing atop the glacier, regarded the tree with disdain. The largest among them could no longer contain his anger. Wolf Fong, let me teach this little brat a lesson. Having uttered these words, he plunged down from the lofty glacier, aiming for the position of the tree. A resounding crash echoed as the snow on the glacier's surface was propelled half a meter into the air, scattering snowflakes in all directions. As the flurry subsided, the formidable figure of the winter bear, Hail, emerged. He surveyed his surroundings and, upon failing to spot the tree, triumphantly declared, "It seems I have crushed it." Such a feeble creature, merely boasting without substance. Just as the winter bear intended to stride towards the location of Windflower and Little Snow to seize her, the two individuals perched above on the glacier shouted down to him, "Winter bear, beware above." Uncomprehending, the winter bear Hail instinctively gazed upwards, only to witness a foot magnifying in his line of sight. With a resounding thud, the winter bear Hail was struck with tremendous force, spinning rapidly on the spot like a top forcefully struck before collapsing to the ground, still propelled by residual energy, skidding for a distance. Tree, with hands tucked into his pockets, remarked, "That is precisely why I said, you are all rather unimpressive." The wolves of the glacier, Fong Avalanche and Crane Wing Snowstorm, could no longer afford to observe passively and charged towards Tree. Crane Wing Snowstorm, utilizing his chakra armor, soared above, casting ninjutsu upon Tree. Ice Release, Snowstorm. A fierce chill enveloped Tree, who was unperturbed, puffing his cheeks slightly. Fire Release, Super Fireball Technique. The once deep orange fireball, under Tree's manipulation, donned a black cloak, infused with the Amaterasu flames, surging directly against the ice release of Crane Wing Snowstorm. As the black flames approached ominously, terror filled Crane Wing Snowstorm's visage. What? How could this be? The moment the black fireball struck her, she was engulfed without a single scream, her form gradually dissipating into the air. Fong Avalanche, momentarily stunned, swiftly formed hand seals. He understood that hesitation could lead to his demise. Only by striking first could he seize a fleeting chance at survival. Ice Release, One-Horned White Whale. A gigantic, snow-white unicorn whale materialized from thin air, crashing down towards Tree. The director, who had been spectating, couldn't contain his excitement. "Quick, capture this. Document everything. Do not miss a moment. This is true combat. I must include this in the edit. It is simply exquisite." Crack. The massive body of the unicorn whale, poised to strike Tree, became riddled with cracks, gradually shattering into fine ice crystals that glimmered in the sunlight, radiating a spectrum of colors. Tree's silhouette re-emerged before the crowd. At that moment, Tree slowly retracted his fist, standing amidst the shattered, shimmering ice crystals, resembling a deity. Beside him, the kneeling Windflower Snow, captivated by the spectacle, found herself entranced. Is he a divine being sent from the heavens to rescue me? In the presence of the Tree, Langia Avalanche witnessed his ninjutsu effortlessly shattered, leaving him rooted in place, bewildered as to what could possibly obstruct the Tree. As the Tree approached him, it relinquished its threats, suggesting he simply follow. Upon hearing these words, Langia Avalanche felt an overwhelming sense of relief, realizing he had been granted a second chance at life. The Tree spared him, cognizant that after encasing his kin within the confines of the Snow Country, should he depart, no one would be able to safeguard his family against the formidable forces of that land. Although Langia Avalanche's prowess was rather lacking, it was nonetheless significantly superior to that of an average ninja. Subsequently, at the Tree's behest, Langia Avalanche examined the injuries of Winter Bear Hail, only to find, regrettably, that the latter's neck had become grotesquely twisted from the Tree's earlier kick. This only deepened Langia Avalanche's reverence for the Tree. Once everyone had gathered their belongings, they boarded the vessel one by one. The third master approached Princess Windflower Snow, expressing a newfound optimism about their success. Princess Windflower Snow, too, felt a flicker of confidence as she gazed upon the tree, admiring the scenery at the bow of the boat. Langia Avalanche cautiously positioned himself behind the tree. In addition to their small contingent of ninjas, Windflower Fury had employed 2 external rogue ninjas whose strength surpassed their own, one of whom wielded ice ninjutsu. The tree understood Langia Avalanche's thoughts. Their ability to use ice ninjutsu stemmed from their geographical circumstances, and now, encountering a true practitioner of such techniques was indeed astonishing. Upon hearing Langia Avalanche's musings, the tree couldn't help but wonder if those 2 were the ones in question. If so, it would indeed be an extraordinary coincidence. The grand vessel continued its journey until an immense glacier obstructed its path. The captain, visibly troubled, ascended to the deck, lamenting that their route was blocked. To proceed towards their destination, they would need to take a detour, potentially wasting an entire week. Just as the director prepared to instruct the captain to navigate around the obstruction, the tree interjected, "No need, allow me." With that, the tree leapt to the bow of the ship, raising its right hand high. A colossal shuriken, composed of water, materialized in its grasp, its edges igniting with black flames. The Amaterasu water shuriken, a massive weapon of swirling water encircled by flames, hurtled towards the glacier that barred their passage. The sound of its rapid rotation resonated in their ears. The shuriken effortlessly cleaved the glacier in 2, continuing its trajectory until it struck the ocean's surface, erupting into a towering geyser of water. Within moments, the water column ignited in black flames, spreading across the sea until the tree's energy dissipated and the flames finally extinguished. At this moment, the onlookers aboard the vessel regarded the tree with newfound awe. As everyone composed themselves, the director waved his hand, declaring, "All right, let us continue our voyage towards our destination and complete the final scene." Chapter 38. Handling personal matters uncertain of the passage of time. The crew aboard the vessel beheld a colossal island, and their faces lit up with joy. "How splendid! We have arrived." Fenghua Xiaoxua, with hands clenched tightly, thought to herself, "At last am I back, Father." As the ship docked, everyone disembarked, and Fenghua Xiaoxua gazed at the familiar yet foreign landscape before her, momentarily lost in a daze. Suddenly, a thick fog enveloped the surroundings, obscuring the figures of those nearby. In this suffocating ambience, Fenghua Xiaoxua felt a wave of panic and stumbled forward aimlessly, inadvertently falling to the ground. A resonant voice reached her ears, "The new year has yet to arrive. And even if you kneel before me, I shan't bestow upon you a red envelope." She looked up to see a tree, which had somehow approached her, its branches swaying as if in jest. Tears, not yet dried, glistened in her eyes. "Who has come to pay you New Year greetings, you shameless little imp?" The tree tilted its head. "It has been quite some time. You remain unchanged." As the fog gradually lifted, Fenghua Xiaoxua was taken aback to find herself encountering him once more. Now standing upright, her curiosity piqued, she turned towards the direction the tree was looking, only to behold a peculiar figure clad in bandages, wielding a large sword, accompanied by an adorable girl. "Zabuza, it has been ages," the tree remarked, astonished that his prediction had indeed come true. Zabuza and Haku, whom he had once spared at Kakashi's behest, had reappeared in his limited excursions. It seemed Zabuza was indeed fortunate. Looking at the young girl before him, Zabuza no longer bore the disdain he once had. Instead, a hint of gratitude shone in his eyes. It was not due to the tree's presence. Had it not been for this encounter, he and Haku would have long been spirits. After that fateful meeting, they had come to understand each other's hearts. And Zabuza no longer regarded Haku as merely a tool, but cherished him as his dearest kin. The tree approached Zabuza, observing the bond between him and Haku, and said, "Congratulations, Zabuza. Do not worry, I bear no prejudice towards you. My capacity for acceptance in this regard is quite robust." Hearing the tree's words, Zabuza felt a flicker of warmth within him, only to have it swiftly extinguished. Indeed, this little imp remained insufferable. Subsequently, the tree conveyed his intentions to Zabuza, who inquired, "So, do you plan to remain in the land of snow?" The tree nodded, acknowledging his status as a rogue ninja of Konoha. He believed that the land of snow was the most suitable refuge for his family, and with you all here, he felt a sense of reassurance should he decide to depart later. Zabuza, upon hearing the tree's words, expressed his support, recalling how he and Haku had owed their lives to the tree and felt it was time to repay that debt. The tree turned to Kazuhana Yukigaze and inquired, "You've heard my words as well. How about this? I will assist you in reclaiming your throne, but in return, I ask for a place to settle here." Yuki-Gaze nodded in agreement, sealing their pact. "Then you shall wait here while we handle the matter within." Yuki-Gaze watched the retreating figures of the tree and his companions. Rooted to the spot, when the tree and Zabuza returned to the city gates, they found the previously opened doors firmly shut. Kazahana Nuteo stood atop the city wall, gazing down at the trio. "I knew all along that you wandering ninjas were unreliable. I didn't expect you to betray us so swiftly." In response to Nuteo's taunt, the tree gestured to Zabuza. "Doesn't this feel familiar? I recall Kato behaving similarly." Zabuza's bandaged face darkened at the remark as he reached behind, preparing to strike Nuteo. "Leave this to me. Let us resolve this quickly. I have other matters to attend to." In an instant, the tree vanished from sight, prompting Zabuza's pupils to constrict. He was faster than their first encounter. Moments later, a shadow was hurled from the wall, landing at Zabuza's feet. He beheld Kazahana Nuteo, clad in shattered black chakra armor, resembling a beggar's rags, breathless and bleeding profusely. Zabuza couldn't help but marvel at the young man. Despite his harsh words, his strength had undeniably grown. Having spent some time in the land of snow, Zabuza had gained insight into their chakra armor, particularly the one Nuteo wore, which required time to master, even for him. The tree reappeared before Zabuza. "It's done. Call them over. I have my own tasks to attend to." After completing the scene, Yuki-Gaze approached the director to express her desire to withdraw. The director chuckled. "No worries. I didn't expect the actress I found to actually be a princess." Haha. As the filming crew departed, Fenghua Xiaoxue ascended to the throne with the support of her former senior associates. On this day, the reigning queen Fenghua Xiaoxue and the tree arrived at the location where her father had told her a treasure awaited. The tree handed the key back to Fenghua Xiaoxue, stating that upon opening it, she would merely discover a heating device that would briefly reveal the essence of spring before reverting to its original state. Fenghua Xiaoxue refrained from accepting the key. Instead, she turned to the tree and remarked, "If I were to unlock it, wouldn't that prevent you from keeping your loved ones?" The tree shrugged indifferently. "It's fine. I can wait until this cooling device becomes ineffective." Fenghua Xiaoxue shook her head. "No need. I have seen enough of spring outside. Now it seems the snow of my homeland feels far more comforting, though I realize this too late." After her words, she turned to leave, knowing that the remaining time required the tree to be alone. Upon her departure, Fenghua Xiaoxue commanded that no one disturb the tree. Once the area was clear, the tree excavated a frozen spot, creating an ice cave, and summoned 2 ice coffins from his shadowy realm through Gungue. Gazing at the 2 figures within the coffins, the tree reflected, "In truth, I do not belong to this world. When I first arrived here, I felt lost and helpless, utterly unlike the detached characters from the novels I once read. I always felt out of place in this world, but after awakening my Pokemon, their companionship alleviated that sentiment significantly. Your concern for me helped me release the lingering resentment in my heart. Seeing you both tirelessly engaged in your tasks, I now find solace knowing you can finally rest. You need not worry, I will certainly revive you. As for you, that stubborn lad is likely still oblivious to what has transpired. Perhaps this is for the best, sparing him further pain." The tree spoke fervently, and upon finishing, he cast a deep gaze at the 2 figures before sealing them within the ice cave. "Wait for a while. It shan't be long before we can reunite." Chapter 39. The Spirit Reaper. Time flew by swiftly, and 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, the tree had grown considerably, now standing over 6 feet tall, a remarkable feat for a mere 16-year-old. His dark, tousled hair danced in the evening breeze, and a hint of a roguish smile graced his face. Finally, evolution had arrived. A luminous glow ignited before the tree, and as it faded, a creature, entirely verdant with a colossal flowering tree upon its back, materialized before him. At long last, he had evolved into Venusaur, taking slightly longer than Pikachu's evolution, but now, he had gathered all 6 of his Pokemon. Following the transformation of his Ivysaur into Venusaur, the system chimed in. "Beep. Host has collected 6 Pokeballs. System upgrade commencing. Beep. System upgrade complete." Upon hearing the voice in his mind cease, SH, filled with curiosity, opened his profile to observe the transformations that accompanied the collection of 6 Pokeballs. Name, Inazuka SH Skills, Replication Disc. This ability allows for the duplication and engraving of skills, enabling pets to learn them. The higher the adaptability of the attribute, the greater the power. Rarer skills take longer to replicate, and cannot be interrupted. Synchronized 3. The option to select 3 possessed Pokemon and utilize all their abilities, which can be stacked. Gigantamax 2. The capacity to Gigantamax 2 Pokemon, resulting in a powerful evolution. Wave of Resonance. A direct communication channel with his Pokemon resides within his heart. Evolution. The capability to initiate a super evolution for one Pokemon, designated Awakening, awakens a Pokemon based on the required items. Ensuring the awakened Pokemon reaches its final form, the host is a true trainer and will no longer automatically awaken Pokemon. Note: the simultaneous appearance of Pokemon is limited to 6, with the remainder residing in a space box, where they remain in a dormant state. Pokemon: Lucario, Gengar, Greninja, Charizard, Raichu, Venusaur. After reviewing his profile, SH could not help but marvel at his significant growth. He then proceeded to examine the Pokemon he had trained over the years. Charizard type: Fire, Flying ability, Flame body, has a certain chance to burn opponents upon contact. Skills: Amaterasu, Fire release, Great Fireball, Fire release, Great Fire extinguish, Fire release, Great Fire Dragon, Flamethrower, Fire spin, Metal Claw, Iron Tail, Quick attack. Raichu type: Electric ability, Lightning Rod, is unaffected by electric type energy. When attacked by electric type energy, it amplifies its own electric type moves. Skills: Thunder Punch, Quick attack, Shadow Clone, Thunder. Volt tackle, Volt attack. Venusaur type: Grass, Poison ability, Chlorophyll, doubles its attributes in sunny weather. Skills: Leaf Blade, Sweet Scent, Magical Leaf, Solar Drain, Sunny Day, Seed Bomb. Upon concluding his review, SH felt a surge of elation, realizing he was one step closer to his goal. He then made his way toward the palace in the Land of Snow. Inside the palace, Fenghua Xiaoxue had shed her youthful innocence, now embodying the regal demeanor of an empress. As she observed SH approaching, her demeanor transformed back to that of a young girl. "How come you returned so quickly this time? Have you completed your bounty task?" SH nodded affirmatively. "Yes, I plan to visit my sister this evening, but I may have to be away for a while." Upon hearing SH's words, Fenghua Xiaoxue's previously bright mood instantly dimmed, a hint of melancholy creeping into her heart. "Will you return afterward?" SH smiled reassuringly. "Of course, I will return. My family is still here." "Is it solely for the sake of visiting your family?" The tree averted its gaze from the expectant eyes of Fenghua Xiaoxue, remaining silent. Noticing his reaction, Fenghua Xiaoxue felt a tinge of disappointment. Throughout their 3 years of companionship, she realized she had developed feelings for this once mischievous boy. The journey in the Land of Snow had not been without its challenges, yet each time trouble arose, it was the tree who stepped forward to resolve it. Unbeknownst to her, this reliance fostered within Fenghua Xiaoxue, who had lost her father's love at a young age, a newfound sensation of trust in others, leading her to harbor unexpected emotions for the tree. Watching him retreat to the backyard, she returned to her room, her spirit dampened. The tree approached the icy cave that sealed away his family, gazing at the 2 figures within. "I may be away for a while. To ensure your swift revival, I must prepare. Trust me, that day is approaching, and the wheels of fate have begun to turn." It wasn't until the following day that the tree left the backyard. Observing Zaibujan and by standing at the entrance, he entrusted them with the situation. "If anything happens, crush the parasitic seed I've given you, and I will arrive in an instant." Zaibujan nodded in understanding, reassuring him. I inquired, "Aren't you going to bid farewell to the queen before you leave?" The tree shook his head, responding, "We will meet again." With that, he departed the palace. At that moment, a striking figure appeared high within the palace. Watching as the tree's silhouette slowly faded from view, "I will wait for you, no matter how long it takes." Having left the Land of Snow, the tree discovered a structure resembling a restroom. From his pocket, he retrieved a blue mask, which he donned before stepping inside. Within, he activated a hidden mechanism, revealing a passageway beneath. Without hesitation, he descended into the tunnel. Before he reached the end, the cacophony of voices echoed from below. "Ha! I waited by the restroom for 2 whole months just to kill that target." One person jested, "No wonder it still smells so bad up here." Another chimed in with laughter. Finally, the tree arrived below, where a group of revelers turned their attention toward him. Gradually, the noise in the room began to subside. A newcomer observed his previously jovial companion, now silent. "What's wrong? Why aren't you speaking?" Upon hearing this, the man instinctively covered the newcomer's mouth and gestured for silence before releasing him. "Be careful, This is the Elf Reaper. The Elf Reaper? The newcomer wore a look of confusion, prompting the man to elaborate. He recounted his early days at the Underground Bounty Guild, when he was mocked by some foolish individuals. In response, he unleashed a peculiar spirit beast, silencing that person forever. As a result, everyone soon recognized him as someone not to be trifled with, and they ceased to provoke him. However, upon his return, he found the noise intolerable and released several more extraordinary spirit beasts, exterminating all those who spoke too loudly. A few of the more formidable dissenters attempted to resist, yet none escaped their fate. Gradually, it became known that he referred to these spirit beasts as Pokemon, which led to his ominous title of Spirit Reaper. An elder seemed to recall something and whispered to the newcomer, "Oh, there's one more significant detail. He has never accepted a task below a certain rank, and he has never failed." Upon hearing this, the newcomer gazed at the tree with a mixture of disbelief and reverence. Chapter 40. A chance encounter with Kakuzu. As the voices around him dwindled, Tree, accustomed to the silence, continued toward the innermost door. In previous years, he had been preoccupied with training his Pokemon, striving for their swift evolution through rigorous combat drills. Upon reaching the door, Tree pushed it open and stepped inside. Before him stood a simple desk with an individual reclining with their legs crossed, rhythmically swaying them. A cigar clutched between their lips released a haze of smoke that enveloped the room. "At this rate, you won't last more than a few years," Tree remarked. Hearing the voice, the man lowered his legs. "Ah, you've arrived, Spirit Reaper," he said. Tree, hidden behind his mask, rolled his eyes in exasperation at such a juvenile moniker. "Could you please refrain from calling me that? It's utterly embarrassing." The man continued, "What brings you here today?" "I currently have no tasks that might pique your interest." Tree settled onto the sofa. "What about the matter I previously mentioned? I've completed numerous tasks for you." "Haven't I?" The man pondered for a moment, then retrieved a scroll from the desk drawer. "This is the extent of what I could gather. I've done my utmost to collect what you require." Tree employed his telekinetic ability to draw the scroll into his hands. As he unfurled it, he examined the recorded techniques of wood release. "Is this all there is?" Upon hearing this, the man felt a twinge of embarrassment but proceeded to elucidate. "It is indeed somewhat lacking. However, you must understand that wood release is the very essence of Konoha. Although no one can wield it now, it remains under strict surveillance. In fact, it is not even documented in the sealing scroll." The tree nodded, recalling that when he replicated the sealing scroll, he had not discovered any jutsu pertaining to wood release. Furthermore, he now harbored suspicions that the third Hokage had intentionally provided Naruto with a redacted version of the sealing scroll, as there were numerous jutsu such as Impure World Reincarnation and Shiki F Gene that he had never encountered. Gazing at the scroll in his hand, the tree decided to stow it away. It was certainly better than having nothing at all. He would make do with it for now, utilizing it for his Venusaur. With this thought, he prepared to rise and depart. Noticing the tree's intention to leave, the man inquired, "Are you really just going to walk away without taking on a mission or two?" "Never mind, it is no longer necessary. I have other matters to attend to." The man replied with a nod, adding, "Should the need for collaboration arise again, do not hesitate to reach out." The tree exited the Underground Bounty Exchange, his next destination being the village hidden in the clouds, where the abundance of lightning release would allow him to seize their sealing scrolls for Reichu's training. As he made his way toward the village, a figure suddenly appeared before him. "Are you the Grim Reaper of the Elves?" Lost in thought, the tree was startled by the interruption and looked up with curiosity, only to find a figure clad in a black robe adorned with red clouds standing before him. He was puzzled as to how the individual recognized him, only to realize that he had been so engrossed in his musings that he had not yet removed the mask from his face. Observing the person before him, he deduced that this must be Kakuzu. Having just departed from the Akatsuki, Kakuzu sought to check the guild for any available bounty tasks, while Haiden lagged behind due to his habitual lethargy. "What is it?" The tree's cold voice emanated from behind the mask. In response, Kakuzu chuckled. "Your head, I recall, is worth quite a sum in the guild's missions, is it not?" Upon hearing Kakuzu's words, the tree understood his intentions. "Seeking death, are we?" With a resounding crash, Kakuzu was the first to strike, delivering a punch aimed squarely at the tree's visage. To his astonishment, his fist passed right through it. "Such meager skill would hardly secure my bounty," he heard the tree's mocking voice. In retaliation, Kakuzu formed hand seals, unleashing a torrent of flames with fire release, great fireball technique. The searing heat charred the ground beneath him. When the flames subsided, Kakuzu found that not even the shadow of the tree remained. Alas, I failed to control my strength. Now there isn't even a corpse left. Just as he lamented this loss, he felt a sudden tap on his shoulder. Hey, could you spare a glance at me? I've been behind you for quite a while. Upon hearing the voice from behind him, Kakuzu instinctively attempted to distance himself, but it was too late. The tree had already coalesced a dark sphere in its hand, an ominous dark spirit ball. The sphere struck Kakuzu squarely in the abdomen as he turned, sending him hurtling away. Rising from the ground, he assessed his condition. Aside from a slight ache, he appeared relatively unscathed. Is this your way of tickling me? Kakuzu taunted the tree, but his expression soon shifted. A searing sensation enveloped him, spreading from within, until he was engulfed in black flames. Suddenly, four-masked tentacled creatures erupted from his back, one of them transforming into Kakuzu's own likeness. The look on Kakuzu's face soured. He had yet to finish his act when he was dealt a harsh blow. Witnessing his heart's waste, his ire flared. Daring to destroy my heart, I shall take yours to compensate. With that, the two masks floating beside him settled onto his shoulders, while another lingered at his chest. Combining his remaining techniques, he unleashed the four symbols, impact cannon, channeling all his might toward the tree. The tree regarded the approaching energy cannon, acknowledging its impressive power, yet the right eye of the tree underwent a transformation, the kaleidoscope within swirling rapidly. Following his gaze, a space shattered as the four symbols cannon struck. The energy from the cannon infiltrated the fractured space. Gung-Gui's dimensional gift allows him to obliterate the focal point of his gaze, with a cooldown period of 4 minutes. Gung-Gui's kaleidoscope proves to be remarkably effective. Kakuzu, astonished that his mixed ultimate technique had failed, pondered how this individual had managed to nullify his attack. The tree launched a counterattack, now capable of assimilating 3 Pokemon. Typically, his first choice was always Gung-Gui, followed by Lucario. Now he had added Charizard to his roster. Since Charmeleon evolved into Charizard, the tree had acquired the ability of flight, though he was not particularly fond of the sensation of being airborne and seldom utilized it. The tree swiftly approached Kakuzu with a quick attack, and before Kakuzu could react, he struck with Dragon Claw, piercing directly into the mask adorning Kakuzu's chest. With a resounding crack, yet another of Kakuzu's lives came to an end. The tree lifted his leg and delivered a powerful kick, sending Kakuzu hurtling away, skidding several meters across the ground. Kakuzu, struggling to rise, cursed under his breath, feeling that he had encountered a formidable opponent today. What is that fool Haiden doing? Why hasn't he arrived yet? Chapter 41, The Immortal Duo. Just as Kakuzu contemplated Haiden's tardiness, the tree raised his knee and propelled Kakuzu outward. Kakuzu's body was launched into the air, and at that moment, the tree had already positioned himself before Kakuzu. Unleashing a barrage of punches with a weight akin to 1,000,000 tons, the tree swung its fist, striking Kakuzu's body with a force so fierce that it created a deep crater in the ground, resembling a meteor shower. As the dust settled, Kaku lay on the ground, his form tattered and broken, resembling a shattered doll devoid of life. The 2 masks upon his shoulders detached from his mangled body, flying off to the side. As he reformed, Kaku still possessed 3 hearts, but his gaze was imbued with an unprecedented gravity. What manner of creature is this, to possess such strength? In that moment, Kaku contemplated a temporary retreat. Utilizing wind release, pressure damage, fire release, head hardship, and lightning release, earth walk, he conjured a combined ninjutsu, electric flamestorm. With only the hearts of fire, wind, and lightning remaining, he reluctantly unleashed the combined technique. The flames, already fierce, surged even more violently with the aid of the wind, while the lightning accelerated their strike towards the foe. The tree, observing the rapidly approaching amalgamation of energy, had no time to react before being engulfed by the overwhelming force. Upon witnessing his attack connect, Kaku did not relent. Instead, he swiftly turned to return to Haiden's previous position. He did not believe that the one who had thwarted his mightiest strike would fall to his combined ninjutsu. As if to affirm Kaku's speculation, when the energy dissipated, a colossal figure of deep purple and black emerged, enveloping the tree entirely, untouched by the assault. Kaku glanced over and discerned that the tree had sustained no injuries. How exaggerated! Yet, that shell, reminiscent of the Uchiha clan's Susanoo, indeed possessed formidable defensive capabilities. As the tree dispelled the Susanoo of Gung-Gui, he noted Kaku retreating into the distance, thinking he could flee after the ambush. Alas, I am not as benevolent as Hashirama. I shall not allow you to escape unscathed. While Kaku ran, he glanced back only to find the tree's figure had vanished. Where did he go? This is troublesome. Rapidly adjusting his position, Kaku, an ancient being of the same era as the first Hokage, instinctively sensed danger through his extensive battle experience. Indeed, as Kaku repositioned himself, the tree materialized beside him, its fist crashing down heavily where Kaku had just been. The ground erupted into a deep pit from the force of the missed strike. Kaku, having evaded, silently rejoiced. Thankfully, he had adjusted his position, but Jiao Du gazed at the tree, which had failed to land its attack, and at the deep crater it had created upon impact with the ground. He recalled the earlier punches that had struck him. How could this individual possess such formidable martial prowess? It seemed that his strength rivaled even that of Tsunade, renowned for her extraordinary might. The tree, realizing its assault had missed, felt a flicker of surprise. It had not anticipated being evaded. This was indeed intriguing. The tree once more pursued Jiao Du, who, sensing the relentless approach of this deadly adversary, felt a surge of urgency. The immediate priority was to reunite with Haiden, and then perhaps, through Haiden's unique abilities, they could eliminate this foe. As the two figures engaged in a cat-and-mouse chase, the distance between them steadily diminished. At last, Jiao Du beheld a familiar silhouette ahead. Finally, he had arrived. At that moment, Haiden strolled leisurely along the path, his scythe in hand. Jiao Du mused over his comrade's lack of urgency. After all, he had merely stepped away for a moment, yet it seemed the world had turned upside down. He resolved to ensure that Haiden would also be offered to the Lord of the Evil Gods next time. Upon reaching Haiden, Jiao Du halted. Haiden, noticing Jiao Du's return, expressed his curiosity. Why have you come back? Surely you did not return solely to seek my presence? Even if you did, I shall not forgive your earlier disregard for my absence. Jiao Du, catching his breath, urged, no time for idle chatter. We have an enemy on our heels. Be cautious. I have already lost 2 hearts to him. Barely had Jiao Du finished speaking when the tree caught up, observing the additional figure before him. Haiden. He had not anticipated encountering the immortal duo so soon after emerging. Haiden, irritated by the sight of the tree, particularly the comically blue mask adorning its face, turned to Jiao Du and inquired, is this the one wearing that ridiculous mask? Jiao Du, you are truly pathetic, having been so thoroughly defeated by such a fool. Upon hearing Fei Duan's taunts, Jiao Du could hardly muster the energy to respond to his brainless companion. Seeing Jiao Du's silence in the face of his mockery, Fei Duan, filled with self-satisfaction, swung his scythe in a flourish and declared, let me handle him. I wish to present him to the Lord of the Abyss. Surely, the Lord will be pleased. With this thought in mind, Fei Duan, brimming with enthusiasm, rushed toward the tree, brandishing his scythe. As the tree observed the scythe descending towards its neck, it remained utterly unfazed. If one were to consider who posed the least threat to the tree in the current world of Naruto, Fei Duan would rank second. No one would dare claim the top spot. With the synergy of Fei Duan's scythe and his martial arts, the tree, utilizing the ghostly attributes of its Gung-Gui form, was completely immune to purely physical attacks. The blood-soaked blade of Fei Duan's scythe passed straight through the tree's neck without resistance. A flicker of surprise crossed Fei Duan's face upon realizing his scythe had merely passed through the tree's body. He swiftly altered his stance and struck again, only to achieve the same result. Unable to draw blood from the tree, Fei Duan found himself powerless to activate his cursed technique, which relied upon blood. The tree, observing Fei Duan's relentless attempts to slice at it, mused whether it was time for it to counterattack. With that thought, the tree lifted its leg and sent Fei Duan flying. Jiao Du, watching from the sidelines, was struck with disbelief. How is it possible that Fei Duan cannot even land a blow on that creature? Before Jiao Du could further comprehend the situation, the tree reappeared before Fei Duan, placing its hands on his face. With a slight exertion of force, the tree decapitated Fei Duan. The headless body of Fei Duan flailed about, desperately wielding its weapon, while the tree held his severed head aloft. Fei Duan, in his typical brashness, exclaimed, "You wretched creature! Even so, you cannot kill me. What can you do to me?" The tree paid no heed to Fei Duan's words. Holding the head at eye level, it seemed to ponder something. Fei Duan, gazing at the close proximity of the blue smiling mask, suddenly felt a flicker of unease. What is this creature planning? Before Fei Duan could fully process his thoughts, he perceived the world around him beginning to spin. The tree twisted Fei Duan's head in its grasp and, with a surge of power, kicked it skyward. Shielding its eyes from the sun, the tree watched Fei Duan's head soar into the distance. Indeed, it should land perfectly. As Fei Duan's head flew further away, he shouted defiantly, "You wretched creature! I will return." The words of Haydn gradually became indistinct in the air, and his head transformed into a shooting star, vanishing from their sight. Chapter 42. The appearance of the masked man. Kisame observed Haydn's head soaring away and glanced at the remaining body, flailing its scythe aimlessly. Truly, I should not have held any expectations for that man. Shu watched as Haydn, now headless, continued to move with remarkable vigor. Indeed, he was an anomaly within the realm of Naruto. Even without a head, his body remained so animated. If he were in our world, he could undoubtedly juggle 2 jobs as a duck, experiencing the best of both worlds. Turning his gaze toward Kisame, Shu declared, "Well then, let us proceed." At this point, Kisame had resigned himself to fate, adopting a battle stance, prepared to confront Shu to the bitter end. Suddenly, Shu moved, but his target was not Kisame. It was a nearby tree. A powerful jab struck the trunk, instantly shattering it into a flurry of splinters. After observing for so long, it was time for something to emerge. Shu paused, addressing the ground where the tree had stood. "It is time for you to show yourself." At that moment, a figure began to materialize from the ground, wearing a pitcher plant on its head, revealing a black and white face. Upon seeing this individual, Shu recognized him as the pampered man. From the moment he entered the forest, he had felt the weight of a gaze upon him. The emerging figure donned the same attire as Kisame and the others. "I am Zetsu," he declared, "and I have come here to request that you cease your battle. We belong to an organization known as Akatsuki." Shu, still wearing his mask, retorted, "What does that have to do with me? This man has provoked me, and I shall send him to meet his maker." Zetsu continued, "You may not yet grasp the significance of our organization. Allow our leader to elucidate further. By the way, he is also known as Uchiha Bido." With that, Zetsu stepped aside, and the air began to warp, allowing a figure to emerge from the distortion. A man adorned with a spiral mask appeared before Shu. The masked man regarded Shu. "Greetings, I am the leader of this organization, Uchiha Bido, though I currently conceal this identity." Feigning disbelief, Shu replied, "Who are you trying to deceive? Uchiha Bido could not possibly still exist in this world." The masked man spoke with calm assurance. "Just because you find it hard to believe does not negate his existence, does it?" After listening to the words, the tree gazed at the masked man and declared, "Even if you were truly Uchiha Madara, I would still seek to eliminate that individual." At this moment, Tobi, who was feigning to be Uchiha Madara, felt a surge of anger. Firstly, Akatsuki's reckless hostility was beginning to irk him, and secondly, he felt belittled by Tree. Determined to teach Tree a lesson, Tobi initiated his attack, flinging a chain toward Tree. Tree observed the incoming chain and chose to disregard it, raising his fist to meet the oncoming assault. Having extensively utilized Pak mon-assimilation, Tree discovered that his preferred combat style was hand-to-hand fighting. The visceral thrill of each punch was utterly irresistible, unless circumstances dictated otherwise. Tree's first instinct was always to engage in close combat. As Tobi's chain appeared poised to strike Tree, it unexpectedly passed right through him. Tobi, taken aback, realized he had just received a notification from Zetsu and rushed over, having missed Tree's prior battle with Haydn. Zetsu's information had yet to be relayed to Tobi. Just as Tree's fist was about to connect with Tobi, it too passed through him without resistance. Thus, the two men traversed through one another, and Tobi halted, intrigued by Tree's fascinating ability. No wonder he was so audacious. Tree chuckled, "You're not so bad yourself." Tobi, still bewildered by Tree's powers, was reluctant to continue the fight. "Let us cease hostilities. You possess formidable strength. Would you consider joining us?" Tree, taken aback by Tobi's sudden invitation, mused that it was an act of desperation. "So, you cannot defeat me, and now you wish for me to join?" Tobi reiterated, "Although you appear immune to attacks, there must be some limitations. Our organization, Akatsuki, is committed to pursuing dreams. Our ultimate goal is to establish peace within the ninja world, eradicating conflict. Many powerful individuals have already joined us. What do you think?" Listening to Tobi's lackluster rhetoric, Tree couldn't help but think that such poor persuasion skills were likely what led to his eventual defeat at Naruto's hands. Really? Is true peace truly attainable? Tree feigned interest. Tobi smiled at Tree's words. "Of course. You can join us, and together we shall achieve this goal. After a moment's contemplation, Tree replied, very well. I shall join for now. However, if it does not align with my expectations, I will withdraw at any time. Toby nodded. That is acceptable. The official leader of Akatsuki is a man named Pain, while I remain in the shadows to prevent other ninja villages from discovering my presence and disrupting our plans. Tree acknowledged this information, and Toby then inquired, can you remove your mask now? Tree casually responded, you should remove yours as well. I have yet to see the real Uchiha Madara. Toby chuckled nervously. That is not possible. It would be disastrous if anyone were to see me. Tree rolled his eyes beneath his mask, recognizing that the most perceptive Zetsu was present, alongside several other formidable individuals. If anyone truly laid eyes upon them, would they even leave alive? Obito seemed to realize his excuse was rather flimsy, but fortunately, the tree didn't dwell too much on his mask. Reaching up, it removed its own mask. Kakuzu watched with curiosity, eager to see the face of the one who had overpowered him so effortlessly. Before them appeared the youthful visage of the tree. Allow me to introduce myself, Inazuka Ki, a missing nin from Konoha. Upon hearing this, Obito processed the information before responding. Report to Amige Cure afterward. I'll inform Pain in advance. By the way, he continued, since you're Uchiha Madara, you must have quite the collection of fire-style techniques, right? Mind sharing some? I'd like to train my pet. Obito found the request peculiar. Asking for Uchiha scrolls to train a pet? It almost felt like an insult. Still, he retrieved a scroll from his cloak and tossed it to Ki, considering it a small incentive for joining the organization. Then, with Zetsu in tow, he vanished into the distorted void. He examined the scroll in his hands. Perfect. Now Charizard can learn some new moves. Previously, he had only managed to scavenge a few techniques during his bounty hunting days. Kakuzu stared at the young face before him, unsure how to react. He broke the silence first. We're teammates now, so let's put the past behind us. Just be more careful next time. Not everyone will be as forgiving as me. Oh, and I won't be traveling with you. I have business in Kumobikure first before heading to Amige Cure. With that, he set off toward the hidden cloud village. Kakuzu exhaled slowly as he watched the retreating figure. What a terrifying brat. Chapter 43. Reichu versus the Two Tails. After resting briefly, Kakuta rose and began securing the still twitching headless Haiden. What a nuisance. Who knows where his head flew off to? Thus began Kakuzu's search for the missing head. Meanwhile, he journeyed leisurely toward his destination. Days of traversing mountains and rivers later, he finally arrived at Kumogakure. Gazing at the towering peaks surrounding the village, he mused, quite different from Konoha. Though, if I had to choose, Konoha is still more comfortable. Venturing inside, he wandered the village. His pale complexion standing out starkly against the sun-darkened skin of the villagers and shinobi. That night, he summoned Jengar and tasked it with locating Kumobikure's forbidden scroll. By midnight, Jengar returned, clutching an assortment of scrolls. Unrolling them, he found only basic lightning-style techniques, none of the coveted Nukite or lightning armor techniques. Looking out at the full moon, he sighed. Seems I'll have to resort to force after all. The next morning, after breakfast, he left the village. The moment he stepped beyond its borders, the watchful eyes that had been tracking him disappeared. As expected, they monitor all outsiders, whether it's me or any other newcomer. Their vigilance is commendable, but futile. From the waste, the tree produced a pockball, and in a flash of crimson light, a vibrant orange figure materialized before it. Reichu approached the tree, affectionately nuzzling its cheek against the tree's leg. The tree gently patted Reichu's head, signaling, now, let us witness your performance. With a cheerful Reichu. In response to the command, Reichu balanced on its tail, floating gracefully into the air, and soared toward the gates of the hidden cloud village. Upon reaching the entrance, Reichu's cheeks crackled with electric energy, unleashing a powerful thunderbolt directed at the village. The vigilant ninjas assigned to guard duty, alerted by the commotion, rushed out to investigate. What is happening? Is someone attacking the village? After several ninjas emerged, they began to patrol the surroundings, ultimately discovering the source of the disturbance. One of the ninjas found Reichu's appearance rather endearing, pondering whether this little creature was also a summoning beast. Another ninja shook his head in uncertainty, suggesting that it might be, but they were perplexed as to why it would attack the gates of the hidden cloud village. They decided to capture it first and leave further matters to Lord Reikage. The group encircled Reichu, employing a weak lightning technique to incapacitate the little creature. Several bolts struck Reichu, yet due to its affinity with lightning rods, the attack had no effect on it. Instead, it enhanced Reichu's own electric abilities. Sparks danced along the sides of Reichu's cheeks, and in the next moment, a tremendous bolt of lightning descended, rendering the ninjas dazed on the spot. Observing from a distance, other ninjas were astonished by Reichu's prowess, marveling at how such a small summoning beast could unleash such formidable lightning techniques. Seeing that the situation was spiraling out of control, one ninja hurried to inform the Reikage. Just returned from training, Yomurin noticed a crowd gathered at the village's outskirts and approached out of curiosity. Upon recognizing Yomurin, the ninjas immediately responded with respect, explaining that an unidentified summoning beast had caused a commotion at the village's entrance, and someone had already been dispatched to notify the Reikage. Yomurin, somewhat exasperated, wondered if it was truly necessary to inform the Reikage over such a trivial matter. Deciding to take matters into her own hands, she stepped forward. Meanwhile, Shiboku found a vantage point to continue observing the spectacle. Upon seeing Reichu for the first time, Yomurin was captivated by its adorable appearance, contemplating whether she could capture it as her own summoning beast. With this thought, she launched an attack on Reichu, who deftly evaded her strikes. Growing impatient as her attempts failed, Yomurin became increasingly agitated. Seizing the opportunity, Reichu retaliated with a powerful iron tail, sending Yomurin sprawling, rolling several times on the ground. Yomurin struggled to rise, acknowledging Reichu's strength. Resolving to be more assertive, she began to transform, enveloping herself in a cloak of tailed beast energy. With this newfound power, her speed and strength surged dramatically. She formed claws with her hands and lunged at Reichu, yet each strike fell short. Yomurin unleashed a blue fireball, which Reichu narrowly dodged. To her surprise, the fireball altered its trajectory and headed back towards Reichu. As Reichu's cheeks glowed, it launched a ball of electricity to collide with the fireball. The two forces met mid-air, resulting in a spectacular explosion that dissipated energy across the sky. Realizing she could not subdue Reichu, Yomurin summoned the full extent of her tailed beast transformation, revealing a majestic blue cat before Reichu. The cat, with its two swishing tails, unleashed a barrage of blue fireballs toward Reichu. Faced with the overwhelming assault, Reichu momentarily froze, lacking the experience to respond effectively. In a moment of clarity, Reichu utilized an electric net to ensnare the incoming fireballs. A voice echoed in Reichu's mind, and upon recognizing Shiboku's guidance, Reichu instinctively complied. A massive net of electricity ensnared the multitude of fireballs, which, upon gathering together, detonated within the electric web, sending debris and dust flying into the air. The cat, undeterred by the explosion, seized the opportunity to strike, while Reichu was momentarily blinded. Shiboku, witnessing the renewed assault, urged Reichu to leap away. Since you enjoy transforming, it's time for you to evolve as well. Gigantification. Reichu's body gradually swelled, and in the blink of an eye, it matched the size of the approaching cat. Upon witnessing this, the cat lunged at Reichu. Reichu stepped back, raising its tail as a weapon, striking the cat's face as it charged forward. Reichu summoned an electric field, with bolts of lightning crackling beneath its feet. The fallen cat and the area surrounding Reichu were enveloped in a magnetic storm of electricity, enhancing Reichu's speed once more. Reichu swiftly approached the cat, which had just regained its footing. Its right fist shimmered with electric energy as it unleashed a thunder punch, landing a fierce blow on the cat's face. The impact sent the cat flying, causing it to shake its head in anger. The cat then opened its mouth, concentrating energy within. The tree observed as the cat prepared to unleash a tailed beast ball. Reichu, deliver the final strike, the ultimate impact. Upon hearing the command, Reichu transformed into a streak of light, hurtling towards the cat's position. Just as the cat was still gathering energy for the tailed beast ball, Reichu's assault interrupted the process, causing the incomplete ball to detonate in its mouth. The cat was struck solidly by Reichu's attack, its massive body sent soaring until it crashed into a high peak, where it was buried beneath the falling debris. The tree notified Gung-Gue, and shortly thereafter, Gung-Gue brought the unconscious Jinchuriki, now transformed into a wooden figure, before the tree. Chapter 44. The battle against the fourth Reikage. The previously quiet ninjas of the Cloud Village could no longer maintain their composure upon seeing the Jinchuriki brought to the feet of the tree. Their comrade had been captured. They rushed towards the tree, intent on rescuing the Jinchuriki. A shadow darted in front of them, blocking their path. After using its final strike, Reichu could no longer maintain its gigantification and had returned to its original size. The Cloud Ninjas recognized Raichu as a summoning beast, likely an ally of the figure in the distance who had captured the Jinchuriki. They unleashed their lightning release techniques with all their might. Bolts of lightning rained down upon Raichu, which stood unfazed amidst the tempest of electricity. When the Cloud Ninjas ceased their assault, they were astonished to find that Raichu appeared entirely unaffected, even growing more invigorated. One seasoned ninja spoke up, though it seems incredible, if my assumption is correct. This peculiar summoning beast appears to be immune to lightning release damage. After the elder spoke, he formed hand seals once more. Fire release, Fire Dragon Tornado. A flaming dragon spiraled towards Raichu. This time, however, Raichu did not remain stationary. It nimbly leapt aside, evading the incoming flames. Witnessing Raichu's agility, the ninja confirmed his suspicion. It could only be immune to lightning release. Everyone, employ other ninjutsu or engage it directly with taijutsu. The Cloud Shinobi, obedient to their commands, refrained from employing lightning release against Raichu, opting instead to utilize techniques of different attributes. Although the reputation of the Cloud Village's lightning release is renowned, they also possess formidable proficiency in other ninjutsu and taijutsu, particularly in the latter, which is celebrated for its strength. Observing their shift in combat strategy, Raichu noted their abandonment of lightning release as they drew their weapons and advanced towards him. Fortunately, Raichu's relatively small and agile form allowed him to deftly maneuver amidst the onslaught of ninjas, skillfully evading their attacks. With the harmonious combination of his electric fist and iron tail, it wasn't long before the assailants from the Cloud Village fell one by one to the ground. Gazing at the defeated Cloud Shinobi, Raichu panted lightly, yet clapped his hands joyfully, turning his gaze towards the tree with a raised head, wearing an expression that seemed to beckon praise. This charming display elicited a chuckle from the tree, reminiscent of Raichu's ever-proud demeanor. In response, the tree raised a thumb in approval. Witnessing this, Raichu's smile brightened even further. At that moment, two figures swiftly approached the entrance of the Cloud Village. Upon halting, one of them, a robust man with dark skin and golden hair, began to inquire, while the other, sporting sunglasses and identical skin tone, stood beside him silently. What is happening? Upon hearing the inquiry, a vigilant ninja reported, Lord Raikage, someone has come to cause trouble in our Cloud Village, and they have captured Lord Jinchuriki. What? Who dares to be so audacious? Upon uttering this, the Raikage strode towards the exit, eager to discover which ninja had the audacity to disrupt their village and capture their Jinchuriki. The tree observed as another figure emerged. Raichu, would you like to return and rest for a moment? The tree's voice resonated within Raichu's mind. Upon hearing this, Raichu shook his head. He yearned to continue honing his skills. The predecessors who had just emerged were far superior to him, and he was determined not to be outdone. As the Raikage prepared to confront Raichu, the peculiar man in sunglasses intervened, raising a hand to halt him. Brother, let me handle this. Fool. The Raikage nodded in agreement. Then I shall deal with the other person and rescue Jinchuriki. After establishing their roles, the Raikage was enveloped in a surge of lightning, and in an instant, he vanished from sight, reappearing before the tree. Are you the one causing chaos in our Cloud Village? The tree met the gaze of the imposing figure before him and replied, Indeed, I wish to propose a trade. Intrigued, the Raikage responded, Go on. I shall return your Jinchuriki to you, in exchange for a scroll containing the records of your village's techniques and the armor of lightning. What say you? Ha ha. Hearing the words of the tree, the fourth Raikage burst into laughter. It was the first time he had encountered someone audacious enough to extort from the village of Kumogakure. The tree disdainfully remarked, Well, now you have indeed seen it. The Raikage's smile vanished, and a surge of electricity coursed through him. Let me see what you are capable of, daring to demand something from our village. In an instant, the Raikage vanished, leaving a crater where he once stood. The next moment, he materialized before the tree. Thunder's fury. The Raikage concentrated his lightning chakra into a blade and struck down at the tree. At that moment, the tree had already assimilated its traits, transforming into those of lightning, combat, and spirit. As he watched the Raikage's blade descend, the tree stood resolute, unyielding. 1,000,000-ton fist. The collision of their forces sent shockwaves through the ground, shattering the earth and sending debris flying in all directions. In the next instant, a figure was propelled from the dust. The tree adjusted his position mid-air to lessen the impact, yet upon landing, his feet scraped along the ground for a distance before coming to a halt. Indeed, it's the Raikage. even when I nullified the effects of lightning. That immense force still sent me flying. Intriguing. Seizing the opportunity, the Raikage pressed the attack, not allowing the tree a moment's respite. Empowered by the lightning armor, he vanished once more. Raging Thunder Axe. When the Raikage reappeared, he was directly above the tree, his feet descending to strike. Are you giving me face? You dare to try and overpower me? As the Raikage's attacks were imbued with lightning, the tree's ghostly traits proved ineffective. However, the tree was not one to shy away from battle. Boom. The atmosphere surged as the tree's skin turned a crimson hue, and his tousled black hair stood erect. The 8 gates. The first gate, open. Upon opening the 7th gate, the tree felt his strength amplify instantaneously. 1,000,000-ton fist, Tiger Charge. The original technique merged with the power of the 8 gates and the inherent daytime tiger. A colossal white tiger materialized around the tree's fist, charging toward the 4th Raikage. Compared to Guy's daytime tiger at the 7th gate, this manifestation was more solid and immense. At that moment, the Raikage had no time to evade and could only brace himself, striking downward toward the enormous tiger before him. Boom. A powerful impact swept through the scene like a tempest, causing the hair of those nearby to stand on end in the wake of the whirlwind. As the dust began to settle, the figure of Lei Ying reemerged before the crowd, albeit in a less than favorable state. Though he had managed to straighten his posture, the irregular twists in his right calf betrayed his condition. Lei Ying tore off the tattered remnants of his white robe and fashioned a makeshift bandage for his injured leg, securing the distorted area with care. Well done, little brat. You have successfully provoked my wrath. Chapter 45. The arrival of Lucario. The tree's face remained adorned with a smile. Are you in a hurry? Without further ado, Lei Ying declared, Thunder Armor, full power. With a resounding boom, the ground beneath him could no longer withstand the intensity of his aura, fracturing like a tortoise shell. In an instant, Lei Ying's figure vanished from the tree's sight. Undeterred, the tree, having opened the 7 gates, surged forward in pursuit of Lei Ying. Claps of thunder echoed as the cloud ninjas observing from a distance could no longer see the combatants. They could only hear the sounds resonating through the air, a testament to the ferocity of their clash. Meanwhile, Raichu was engaged in a struggle against Karabi's relentless assault. Karabi, skillfully wielding 7 blades with his dancing form, launched an onslaught towards Raichu, who evaded the incoming strikes using Shadow Clone technique. However, despite his evasive maneuvers, Raichu sustained numerous minor cuts, his body appearing as if it had been stained crimson. As Raichu gazed at Karabi, determination filled his eyes, and a surge of electricity enveloped him. Channeling his energy, he unleashed a full-powered thunderbolt directed at Karabi's position. Karabi, noticing the formidable bolt of lightning hurtling towards him, acknowledged the strength of Raichu's lightning technique, realizing he had underestimated this orange summoning beast. Almost there, you fool. A crimson cloak of the tailed beast enveloped Karabi as he unleashed the Radiant's heat blade. With remarkable speed, Karabi charged towards the oncoming lightning bolt, which exploded upon impact, illuminating the surroundings and compelling those outside the village to instinctively shut their eyes. When they reopened them to witness the clash between Raichu and Karabi, they discovered the peculiar summoning beast sprawled on the ground. The tree, entwined with the shadow of lightning, sensed Raichu's condition and tossed another Pokeball from its waist. A flash of red light heralded the arrival of Lucario. Your younger brother is being bullied. Go forth. The restrictions have been lifted. Through years of harmonious interaction with the Pokemon system, the tree had gradually uncovered many latent abilities. It turned out that the tree could bestow a portion of its authority to Pokemon, enabling them to utilize skills such as Gigantamaxing and Mega Evolution independently. Lucario, having been in the Pokeball at the tree's waist, was fully aware of the unfolding situation. Following the tree's command, it charged towards Karabi. Just as Karabi intended to seize the fallen Raichu, a sharp sound sliced through the air from behind. Reacting swiftly, Karabi crossed its arms to block Lucario's incoming flying kick. Facing each other, Karabi remarked, Are you and that peculiar summoning beast companions? Fool. Scoundrel. Ignoring Karabi's odd lyrical accent, Lucario immediately activated the 8 gates, unlocking up to the 7th gate, just like the tree. An overwhelming aura surged from Lucario, causing the air around its ears to resonate. Being the first Pokemon to stay by the tree's side, Lucario had always regarded the subsequent arrivals as its juniors. The fact that its junior was being bullied ignited a fierce anger within Lucario. Boom. The ground beneath Lucario buckled under its weight as it propelled itself like a cannonball towards Karabi. Realizing the ferocity of Lucario's approach, Karabi took the situation more seriously, brandishing 7 blades in defense. With each close-range strike, Lucario delivered precise blows against Karabi's blades. In a stylish maneuver, Lucario executed a spinning side kick, sending Karabi flying. Karabi managed to flip in midair, landing gracefully on the ground. Impressive martial arts, fool. Scoundrel. As Karabi's words echoed, the 7 blades adorning his body suddenly became riddled with cracks. With a sharp snap, the blades, now reduced to mere handles, scattered across the ground, landing at Karabi's feet. In a bid to conserve energy, Lucario momentarily withdrew from his 7-gate state. At that moment, the voice of the 8 Tails resonated within Karabi's heart, urging him not to underestimate his opponent, for he sensed that the spirit beast before them still harbored untapped power. Karabi, acknowledging the warning from the 8 Tails, retorted, "I understand. I'll take this seriously, you fool." His form shifted once more as he entered his half-tailed beast transformation, augmenting his strength and stature. Karabi charged towards Lucario, who, upon witnessing the imposing figure of the half-tailed beast Karabi, decided to abandon restraint and unleashed his Gigantamax form. With a resounding crash, Lucario braced himself against the oncoming charge of the colossal Karabi. The sheer force propelled Lucario's body backward, leaving deep ruts in the ground beneath him. As he came to a halt, Lucario seized Karabi by the horns and hoisted him aloft, subsequently launching him into the earth. Karabi's immense form crashed down, creating a massive crater upon impact. Just as Lucario contemplated a follow-up assault, he sensed a surge of energy coalescing within the crater. With a determined stance, he placed his hands at his waist and began to gather energy. Suddenly, a colossal sphere of pitch-black energy hurtled towards Lucario, who simultaneously completed his own gathering of energy in the form of a blue wave projectile, hurling it forth. The blue projectile collided with the dark-tailed beast orb, unleashing an energy shockwave akin to a tempest, leaving devastation in its wake. Even the battling figures of the trees and Raikage were momentarily halted by the overwhelming force. As the shockwave subsided, a vast, concave crater with a diameter spanning several hundred meters emerged from the once even ground. Lucario's gaze remained fixed on Karabi, and from the rapidity of his breaths, he could discern that this strike had severely drained his own stamina. In an instant, Lucario, who had been panting before the half-tailed beast Karabi, vanished from his sight. "Be careful," he warned. As Karabi heeded the warning of the 8 Tails, he found himself momentarily disoriented, while Lucario had inexplicably appeared at his side. Lucario unleashed a series of close combat strikes, each connecting with Karabi, culminating in a powerful charged punch that sent him sprawling. Harnessing its innate ability, Lucario's speed surged in response to its injuries, and with the last vestiges of its stamina, it propelled Karabi further away. At that moment, Karabi's body lay battered and bruised, causing him to revert from his half-tailed beast form and succumb to unconsciousness. The 8 Tails within Karabi, witnessing this, resignedly prepared to take control of his body. Noticing his opponent had fallen, Lucario regained its composure, cradling Raichu in its arms, and swiftly made its way toward the tree. The fallen Karabi's body erupted with a brilliant surge of crimson energy. Chapter 46. 8 Tails. Lucario sensed a wave of energy emanating from behind and halted its advance while still holding Raichu. It bent down to place the unconscious Raichu aside, intending to initiate Mega Evolution and resume the battle against the 8 Tails. However, at that moment, a voice echoed in Lucario's mind, Tree's voice. "Not yet, Lucario. The time is not right, perhaps next time." Upon hearing Tree's voice, Lucario nodded in acknowledgement, disregarding the 8 Tails behind it, and raced toward Tree's location while still carrying Raichu. Tree, upon seeing Lucario and Raichu approach, opened the Pokeball he had in hand, drawing them both back into its confines. "Rest well, you have performed admirably," Raikage observed quietly from the side, remarking, "You truly are formidable, little one. How about leaving the wooden man to us, and considering joining our Cloud Village?" Tree, still enveloped in the state of the 8 Gates, gazed at Raikage, who was similarly harnessing the full power of the Raijin armor. "On second thought, joining you would merely render me as cannon fodder. I am well aware of the saying, those not of my kind will harbor ill intent." Raikage, upon hearing Tree's words, retorted, "In that case, I cannot allow you to remain." Tree chuckled at the fourth Raikage's bravado, Who granted you such audacity? The octopus behind you? At this moment, the Eight Tails had arrived beside the wreckage. A brief glance exchanged between the two was enough for them to grasp each other's intentions. The wreckage's body surged into motion once more, his speed so exceptional that he left behind a series of afterimages as he dashed through the air. The trees, too, began to shift. After unlocking the 8 gates, their enhancement was equally formidable. The two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows, with the tree entirely forsaking defense, focusing solely on offense. The tree's fist, seemingly an ordinary straight punch, transformed into a beam of energy, striking towards the wreckage's form. Observing the tree's accelerating speed and increasing frequency of attacks, the wreckage, initially able to match the tree's prowess while operating at full power, found himself increasingly outpaced as time wore on. The tree's punches darted towards him like meteors, overwhelming the senses. Seizing an opportunity, the tree landed a direct hit to the wreckage's abdomen, the force propelling him through the air. Fortunately, the Eight Tails was there to intervene, extending a tentacle. It caught the wreckage mid-flight, mitigating further injury. The Eight Tails gently placed the wreckage on the ground, where he stood, clutching his abdomen, which churned violently, while a sense of pressure weighed heavily on his chest. Unable to contain himself any longer, the wreckage coughed up a mouthful of blood. What a formidable display of taijutsu! If I am not mistaken, that technique I sensed earlier was indeed the forbidden jutsu of Konoha, the 8 gates. To sustain its use for such an extended period without succumbing to exhaustion is truly monstrous. At that moment, the Eight Tails extended a tentacle, slowly wrapping around the injured wreckage before tossing him towards the direction of the hidden cloud village. As the villagers witnessed their wreckage hurtling towards them, they rushed to catch him. "Wreckage-sama, are you unharmed? We must notify the medical department immediately." The wreckage brushed aside the ninja who had come to support him. "I am fine, merely a trifling injury. I can still fight. How dare that Eight Tails act on its own and throw me over here?" As he spoke, he attempted to stride back towards the tree's position. At that moment, a strikingly attractive woman stepped forward. "Please, Wreckage-sama, do not act so recklessly. If anything were to happen to you, what would become of our hidden cloud village?" Upon hearing the voice of Mabu-e, the wreckage fell into a solemn silence. Mabu-e continued, "The top combatants of our village are already injured, and the wooden puppet remains in the enemy's grasp. If any misfortune were to befall you, the village of Yunrin would truly be doomed." With a resigned nod, the wreckage began to quietly receive the treatment from the medical ninjas, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the position of the tree. On the battlefield, the tree had also exited the 8 gates released formation. The Eight Tails observed the tree before him, his round eyes devoid of any contempt, instead revealing a hint of gravity. For the Eight Tails had come to a disbelieving realization. Despite the prolonged battle between the wreckage and the tree, he had assumed that even if the tree managed to overpower the wreckage, it would surely suffer significant exhaustion in the process. However, upon closer inspection, the tree standing before him exhibited not a trace of disarray in its breathing, and aside from a light coating of dust, its attire remained entirely intact. This human child, from whence did he emerge? It is truly terrifying. In a bid to protect his Jinchuriki, the Eight Tails found himself compelled to launch an attack on the tree. Analyzing the earlier confrontation between the wreckage and the tree, the Eight Tails noted the tree's remarkable speed. Should he opt for the tailed beast bomb outright, the likelihood of success would be virtually non-existent. Thus, he resolved to engage in close combat, seeking to restrict the tree's movements before unleashing the tailed beast bomb to eliminate it. The Eight-Tail strategy was sound, yet he underestimated the tree's prowess. Even as he exercised utmost caution, he swung his 8 tails, attempting to ensnare the tree within their grasp. As the colossal tails descended upon him, the tree, empowered by the justice of the Lucario, maintained its speed advantage. It moved gracefully between the 8 tails, as though they were mere figments of imagination. Frustrated by his inability to confine the tree, the 8 tails altered his approach, directing his tails downward in a relentless barrage against the tree. The tails struck in rapid succession, transforming what should have been 8 individual strikes into a seemingly infinite flurry of tentacle-like assaults. Boom, boom, boom. The 8 tails struck the ground, sending debris scattering in all directions, while smoke enveloped the area where the tree stood. Once the 8 tails ceased its assault, it gazed towards the tree, eager to discern whether its attack had been effective. As the dust settled, all that remained was a ravaged landscape, Yet the tree's presence was conspicuously absent. Octopus, have you finally exhausted yourself? Upon hearing a voice from above, the Eight Tails looked up to find a figure hovering effortlessly before it. The tree floated in midair, arms crossed, regarding the formidable Eight Tails with a mocking expression. It is no wonder that Uchiha Madara referred to you as mere beasts. Your intellect is indeed simplistic. If your Jinchuriki were conscious, the two of you might have been able to provide me with a modicum of amusement. However, as it stands, the tree shook its head, and then its form vanished before the Eight Tails' eyes. Not good. The Eight Tails sensed danger and attempted to evade. But the tree had already materialized above its head. Chapter 47. The delectable tentacles of the Eight Tails. At that moment, the tree raised its right hand high. A colossal black sphere coalescing at its center. Great ball of dark necromancy. The tree propelled the dark orb downward onto the head of the Eight Tails. Unlike the usual necromantic spheres employed by the tree, this one erupted upon contact with the Eight Tails' formidable cranium, unleashing pitch-black Amaterasu flames that instantly engulfed the Eight Tails in their fiery embrace. Under the searing black flames, the eight-tailed beast let out a mournful cry that echoed throughout the entire expanse, its eight tails thrashing wildly in disarray. One of its tails was even severed, flying off to the side with a thunderous crash. As the struggle of the eight-tailed beast gradually subsided, it collapsed to the ground, while the Amaterasu flames continued to scorch its form until the energy released was completely consumed, slowly extinguishing. The tree approached the fallen Eight Tails, inhaling deeply. Enchanted by the aroma reminiscent of takoyaki, it swiftly made its way to the half-cooked Eight Tails, retracting a tentacle, observing the enormous octopus tentacle in its grasp. Slightly charred by the Amaterasu flames, the tree savored the tantalizing scent wafting from it, saliva pooling in its mouth. With a greedy swallow, it took a hearty bite of the tentacle, delighting in the succulent texture, discovering a hint of sweetness that rendered it insatiable. Delicious. This is even better than what I had in my previous world. Oh, how satisfying. In the blink of an eye, the tree devoured the entire tentacle. After savoring the last morsel, it licked its fingers, and in an instant, the tree vanished, only to reappear moments later with two more steaming octopus tentacles in hand. As the tree patted its now round belly, it couldn't help but let out a satisfied belch. Oh dear, I might just burst. It seems I cannot finish the rest. Perhaps I shall take them to go. After all, the octopus tentacles are quite delectable. With that, it tore down the remaining 4 tentacles. This novel experience had opened a new door for the tree. From that moment on, whenever it encountered other bizarre creatures, its first thought was not how to defeat them, but rather a curiosity about their flavors. The tree approached the severed octopus tentacle, pondering whether it would come willingly or if it would be taken to be consumed. At that moment, Karabi, who had attempted to disguise himself using the Eight Tails tentacles, emerged from hiding. It turned out that during the struggle with the tree, the eight-tailed beast had been trying to awaken Karabi, and once Karabi's consciousness finally stirred, they devised this plan to deceive the tree and attempt a surprise attack. However, the tree saw through their ruse. Karabi appeared before the tree, while his mental consciousness delved inward, seeking counsel from the eight-tailed beast. Yet, upon entering his inner world, he was met with an unsettling darkness, discovering that the eight-tailed beast, who had previously occupied this space, was now nowhere to be found. Surprised, Karabi exclaimed, "Where's the Eight Tails? It was here just a moment ago." Overwhelmed by astonishment, he forgot to add his signature catchphrase. Immersed in the depths of his inner world, Karabi meticulously searched for the eight-tailed beast, ultimately finding it huddled in a corner, tightly wrapped by its own 8 tails, murmuring in a trembling voice, "So terrifying, so terrifying. Someone is eating me, so terrifying." Karabi heard the soft murmurs of the 8 tails, perhaps understanding the reason behind its fear. For who would not harbor trepidation when confronted by a creature that delights in consuming its own kind? The tree observed Karabi, who had been lost in thought since the emergence of the 8 tails tentacles, and approached with a firm tap on the head. "What are you daydreaming about?" The sudden jolt brought Karabi back to reality, causing him to recoil in surprise. "What do you want, you fool, you scoundrel?" Smack! Another sharp tap on the head followed. Karabi, now cradling his head with both hands, crouched down. The tree remarked, "You dare to insult me when you cannot even defend yourself?" Karabi lifted his gaze toward the tree. I did not insult anyone. You fool, you scoundrel." Smack! Just as he finished speaking, another strike landed on his hands, rendering Kairabi compliant, silencing him at last. At that moment, the Raikage, accompanied by a contingent of Cloud Shinobi, hastily approached. In truth, as soon as the 8 tails had been vanquished by the tree, the Raikage had intended to rush over. However, it was precisely during a critical moment of healing, and to interrupt would have rendered the previous efforts futile, possibly exacerbating the initial injuries. As the tree observed the Raikage bounding towards him, he noted the state of the latter's right leg, which had previously been twisted in battle but had now returned to its former condition. "What is the matter? Do you wish to challenge me again?" As the tree observed the arrival of the Raikage and his entourage, he surmised that the Raikage remained undeterred, still yearning for battle. Should the Raikage choose to engage once more, the increasingly impatient tree would unleash his full might, eliminating all before him, and subsequently embark on a quest within the hidden cloud village to procure the jutsu he sought. The outcome of such endeavors mattered little to him. As long as the divine tree ultimately materialized, he was indifferent to the fate of all others. The Raikage, fixated on the tree, astutely sensed a fleeting aura of lethal intent emanating from him. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, the Raikage spoke. "I am willing to adhere to your previous terms, but you must also uphold your earlier promise." The Raikage now found himself apprehensive of the tree's potential duplicity. He had once been the one to deceive others, but now the tables had turned. After a moment of contemplation, the tree concluded that capturing the 2 tails and 8 tails at this juncture was futile. It would be wiser to wait until he infiltrated the Akatsuki before attempting to seize them. Prematurely collecting tailed beasts would only arouse suspicion regarding his knowledge of their plans. The tree nodded in agreement. The Raikage exhaled in relief. This was a scenario he could never have anticipated, his adversary, the tree, conceding. However, he recognized that should he continue to confront the tree head-on, even a victory would come at a significant cost to the hidden cloud village. Moreover, if other villages intervened at that moment, the fate of his own village would be jeopardized. The Raikage retrieved a scroll from his vest and tossed it to the tree. "All the jutsu you require are contained within this scroll, along with some additional lightning-style techniques, as a bonus from me." The tree unfurled the scroll, glanced at its contents, and nodded in satisfaction. He then turned to leave, and as he passed the 3 massive octopus tentacles he had previously severed, he tossed a Pokeball from his waist. In an instant, Venusaur, Greninja, and Charizard materialized before him, while Gengar lingered in the shadows of the tree. Lucario and Raichu rested within their respective Pokeballs, recuperating. After summoning the trio, the tree instructed them to each carry one of the enormous octopus tentacles and head towards the Rain Village. The Raikage watched in awe as the tree unleashed 3 distinct and extraordinary summoning beasts, silently relieved that he had not acted upon his earlier impulse to strike. As night descended, the tree felt his odds diminishing. The shadows released the specter of Gengars, alongside the partially restored Raichu and the fully rejuvenated Lucario. Observing his gathering of Pokemon, the tree's countenance brightened with joy. "Greetings, everyone. It has been a while since we last convened. Today, we are fortunate to have delectable ingredients. Let us revel in merriment, especially Raichu and Lucario, for your battles have been arduous." Upon hearing the tree's words, the other Pokemon expressed their discontent with vocal protests. "Indeed, you two have labored, and I apologize for not allowing you to partake in the battles. I assure you, next time, you shall all have your turn." The tree, acknowledging the grievances of his Pokemon, bowed his head in contrition. Meanwhile, Charizard reignited the 3 tentacles, and amidst laughter and cheer, the 6 companions swiftly devoured the 3 tails. In another locale, Kakuzu continued to search for Haiden's head, still carrying his headless body. As he traversed a forest, a raucous voice pierced the air. "Damn it, you insolent squirrel! How dare you use my head as a toilet? Just wait until I have a body. I shall rend you limb from limb." Recognizing Haiden's voice, Kakuzu proceeded towards the source of the commotion, only to witness a squirrel anthropomorphically perched on Haiden's head, urinating. After finishing, it shook itself and, with a disdainful glance at Haiden, scampered away into the woods. Haiden could only roar impotently while caught in the branches. "Hey, are you done shouting?" A familiar voice emanated from below. However, due to his position, Haiden could not see below and anxiously called out, "Is that you, Kakuzu? Excellent. Hurry and free me." Seeing Haiden's predicament, Kakuzu, feeling partially responsible, refrained from further banter and rescued Haiden from his arboreal entrapment. After a brief mending, Haiden adjusted his head back onto his body. "Oh, The comfort of having my head back in place. By the way, have you dealt with that scoundrel? Kakuzu shook his head and replied. He has been absorbed by the organization and is preparing to join. He did not mention the masked individual claiming to be Uchiha Obito. For his sole purpose in joining the organization was profit, and the group's modus operandi suited him well. He was not inclined to concern himself with extraneous matters. What? That bastard has joined the organization as well? Infuriating. The next time we meet, I shall offer him to Lord Jashin. It would be wise for you to avoid provoking him. His strength has already surpassed ours. Kakuzu, having lived for such an extended period, realized the disparity between himself and the tree after their previous encounter. He suspected that the tree had not exerted its full power during that confrontation, as it appeared to toy with them, never once emanating a sense of lethal intent. Haiden, upon hearing Kakuzu's words, scoffed dismissively. Why elevate the prowess of others? This is not like you, Kakuzu. Do you not wish to exchange his head for a fortune? Kakuzu rolled his eyes in response. I do enjoy wealth, but I do not relish courting death. Anyway, the leader has summoned us back to the Hidden Rain village. Perhaps a new scheme is about to unfold. After all these years, it seems we are finally to have some purpose. Haiden trailed behind Kakuzu, continuously muttering. You are becoming increasingly timid. Rest assured, when next I encounter that fellow, I shall ensure he meets the Dark God. Suit yourself. I only hope you do not come pleading for my assistance in sewing your head back on next time. After finishing the tentacles of the Eight Tails with his Pokemon, the tree resumed his journey toward the Hidden Rain village. Upon arrival, he observed the incessant drizzle that characterized the village, a weather that was decidedly uninviting. As he entered the Hidden Rain village, droplets of water falling from the sky were deflected before they could touch him, as if a mysterious force were shielding him. This was due to the psychic barrier he had enveloped himself in, as he detested the uncomfortable sensation of being soaked and sticky. Atop a tower in the Hidden Rain village, a figure with violet, wave-patterned pupils addressed a strikingly beautiful woman with an icy demeanor. A stranger approaches. You should investigate. Understood, came her simple, cool reply, and she transformed into a flurry of paper fragments, scattering into the air. The tree continued to explore the Hidden Rain village with curiosity. Oh, this delicacy is quite delightful. I have never tasted it before. Not to my liking. The flavor is rather peculiar. Suddenly, a shadow obstructed the tree's leisurely wanderings. Despite the figure being cloaked in black, her graceful form was unmistakable. With striking violet hair and an austere visage, the tree instantly recognized her. Conan regarded the tree and inquired, Who are you, and what brings you here? The tree responded with a puzzled expression, I am merely a tourist. Is that a problem? Am I unwelcome? Ordinary tourists do not possess abilities as extraordinary as yours, Conan retorted, her eyes narrowing with suspicion as she concealed her hands within her sleeves, ready to strike if necessary. Noticing her demeanor, the tree abandoned any intention of jest. I was recommended to join the organization. Is that so? Conan replied, intrigued. That person claimed to be Uchiha Madara. Upon hearing this, Conan fell silent, contemplating before motioning for the tree to follow her. As they walked, the tree observed the villagers greeting Conan with reverence, calling her Lady Angel. What is your connection to Jesus? Xiaonan halted her steps, glancing back at the tree. Jesus? The tree, noticing Xiaonan's pause, elucidated, Jesus created the angels. Xiaonan turned her head back, retorting, I was not created by Jesus, if one must insist. It would be the deity Pain of Rain, Shinobi Village. Splendid. The tree fell silent at this rather juvenile response. It had now discerned the method to alter such youthful folly. A good thrashing would suffice. If that failed, another beating would surely awaken them in the end. Xiaonan led the tree to the Tower of Rain, Shinobi Village. Pain, the Deva path, observed the approaching tree. Uchiha Madara has already informed me of your circumstances. Welcome to our organization. The other members will soon return, and we shall introduce you then. Upon finishing his words, Pain instructed Xiaonan to escort the tree away. Alone, Pain stood atop the tower, gazing down upon Rain, Shinobi Village. Our plan has commenced. I shall fulfill your wish and bring true peace to this world. Chapter 49. The Headless Haiden. Once more Xiaonan brought the tree to a room. You may stay here temporarily. I have placed the organization's attire on the table for you to change into shortly. Noticing Xiaonan's icy demeanor, the tree teased, Shall I change now? Unmoved by the tree's jest, Xiaonan shot him a frosty glance. The tree, feeling the chill of her stare, shrugged. All right, I was merely joking. Xiaonan chose not to engage further and exited the room. After her departure, the tree picked up the red cloud-embellished attire. Is this not one of the most popular outfits from Naruto, the Akatsuki uniform? Having left the tree, Xiaonan returned to Pain. I have temporarily settled him. Can we trust his information? After all, he was referred by that individual. The Deva Path, looking down at Rain Shinobi Village, replied, no worries. We shall utilize his strength. The reins remain in our hands. Should any anomalies arise, I will deal with him directly. For now, you may team up with him. No, I will not leave your side. What will happen to you if I am gone? Pain intended to persuade Xiaonan further, but seeing her resolute expression, he abandoned the notion. Very well, we shall arrange matters later. In the subsequent days, the tree quietly remained in his room, primarily contemplating his selection for the 7th Pokemon. All 6 of his Pokemon had awakened, and opting for an ordinary Pokemon to awaken next would yield minimal enhancement. Although he felt confident even against Madara, he still lagged behind in strength compared to the Six Paths level. Slowly, the image of Madara's imperious demeanor from his previous life in Naruto materialized in his mind. And suddenly, that figure began to overlap with a Pokemon he was well acquainted with. Indeed, I can attempt to awaken it as an artificial divine beast. Its strength is formidable, and the conditions for its awakening should be less stringent than those for the genuine divine beasts. Upon this realization, I promptly activated the system. I had previously perused the requirements for awakening other legendary Pokemon, such as Rayquaza and Groudon, yet the prerequisites were excessively demanding. Whether it required the Heart of the Moon and the Heart of the Sun or the Earth's energy source. The names alone suggested they were no less complex than obtaining the fruit of the sacred tree. The primary issue was that I was unaware of how to acquire these items. Had I known, I might have considered awakening multiple beings. For now, I must postpone my endeavors and await any potential modifications to the system. I opened the familiar interface and searched for the Pokemon I wished to awaken. Mutuo, Awakening Condition, Heart of the Wraith. The Heart of the Wraith? What on earth is that? Upon hearing the name, I instinctively paused, suddenly smacking my forehead. Of course, I recall watching a film titled The Death of Naruto, where a character seemed to be named Wraith. With this thought in mind, regardless of whether my speculation held merit, I was eager to give it a try. Once the affairs at Akatsuki concluded, I would venture there and investigate. I had not heard any recent disturbances in the ninja world, indicating that the plot had yet to unfold. Having been an active bounty hunter in the ninja world, if I had not caught wind of any rumors, it was highly probable that events had not yet commenced. Just then, the door swung open, revealing Conan before me. Everyone from the organization has returned. The leader has something to discuss and wishes to introduce you as the new member. Upon hearing this, I rose, donned the Akatsuki attire, and followed Conan. Within a concealed cave in the Rain Shinobi village, an unusual statue came into view, adorned with 9 tightly shut eyes and 10 elongated tails resembling arms. This must be the shell of the 10 tails, the Six Paths magical statue, I mused as I approached. The others had already arrived, standing in their respective positions, curiously assessing the newcomer they had yet to encounter. Among them, Kakuzu and Haiden reacted differently upon seeing me. Kakuzu chose silence, refraining from the mockery typical of other members, while Haiden began to shout at me, "You vile creature! At long last, we meet again. This time, I shall offer you to Lord Jashin." After completing his words, Haiden leaped down from the statue's hand, brandishing his scythe, and aimed a strike at the tree. The other members of the Akatsuki were intrigued by this display, curious to gauge the prowess of the new arrival. Even Pain, standing at a distance, did not intervene in Haiden's actions. As Haiden rushed towards the tree, his scythe danced swiftly in his grip, the blades gleaming ominously at intervals. With a swift motion, a glint of cold light sliced through the trunk. Yet he found it as futile as his initial attempt. His strikes continued to pass through the tree's form. The tree stood motionless, hands in pockets, allowing Haiden to strike for a full 3 minutes. During this time, Haiden exhausted every conceivable offensive maneuver, yet all were rendered ineffective, passing harmlessly through the tree's body. Resigned, Haiden finally ceased his assault. At that moment, he felt the familiar sensation return to his cheeks as the tree placed its hands upon his face, exerting the same pressure as before. With a swift motion, Haiden's head was once again severed from his body, the stitches that Kakuzu had previously applied torn asunder. The tree, regarding Haiden's severed head without a word, kicked it towards the exit. Haiden's head soared like a shooting star, leaving behind his final exclamation, "Damn it, What an annoying feeling. Kakuzu, remember to find me. Ah, ah, ah. This time, without a head. Haiden's body did not flail about aimlessly as before, but instead stood still in silence. At this moment, Kisame, standing beside Itachi, curiously inquired, "Did that guy use Genjutsu? Why did Haiden's attacks have no effect?" Itachi, having activated his Sharingan, shook his head, stating, "No, I detect no signs of Genjutsu. It must be some form of ability." And moreover, Itachi perceived the fleeting motion of the tree's strike as extraordinarily swift, so much so that even with his Sharingan activated, he could merely glimpse a blurred afterimage. The other members of the Akatsuki organization had caught a glimpse of the tree's prowess and ceased their discussions. After all, those who had joined Akatsuki were exceptional talents from their respective villages. Had any new member lacked significant strength or unique abilities, their admission would have been inconceivable. Even with Pain's consent, they would not have acknowledged the newcomer, as they held their own pride. This was also the reason Pain did not intervene when Haiden acted. He too was curious about the tree's capabilities. Chapter 50. The tree and Itachi. Pain regarded the tree and said, "All right, you may proceed over there." Rather than choosing another vacant spot, the tree leapt beside Kakuzu. "What a coincidence. We meet again," the tree remarked. Kakuzu, uncertain of what to say, chose silence. "How aloof. I've developed several new techniques this time. Let us test them out next time," the tree added, prompting Kakuzu to instinctively shift his body away. At that moment, Pain spoke up. "Now that everyone has arrived, let us outline our forthcoming endeavors. We are about to embark on our most critical mission, the capture of the tailed beasts. Through our investigations over the past few years, we have gathered substantial information regarding the locations of each tailed beast and their Jinchuriki. The time to apprehend them has come. From now on, we will operate in pairs to capture the tailed beasts. Once successful, employ the sealing techniques I have imparted to you to extract the beasts." After concluding, Pain turned his gaze toward the tree. "You shall first visit Orochimaru and retrieve the void ring he previously seized from Akatsuki. This will serve as a test of your eligibility for formal membership in our organization." The tree nodded, eager to venture out and see if he could locate the wraith. Following Pain's instructions, everyone set off to fulfill their respective tasks. Meanwhile, Kakuzu resumed his search for his companion's head. As the tree journeyed toward his destination, a figure emerged before him. "Why did you defect from Konoha?" The tree gazed at Uchiha Itachi standing before him and remarked, "What concern is it of yours? Are you not also a rogue ninja from Konoha? I merely harbor doubts regarding your motives for joining the organization. Should I uncover any peculiar behavior on your part, I will not hesitate to end your life." With that, Itachi turned to leave. The tree observed Itachi's retreating figure and recalled, "During my time in Konoha, I had a teammate who harbored great animosity towards his brother. Interestingly, he seems to be with Orochimaru now. What if I were to eliminate him?" In an instant, several shurikens flew swiftly towards the tree's head, piercing through and embedding themselves into a distant trunk. Itachi turned his head, his Sharingan spinning ominously. "That is my toy. I would prefer it not to be disturbed." The tree nonchalantly replied, "What a coincidence. I delight in playing with others' toys." A colossal fireball erupted before the tree, hurtling towards him. He leapt high into the air to evade it. Witnessing this, Itachi pondered whether the tree could only dodge physical attacks or if it was a matter of time. However, the interval for this attack was shorter than that of Haiden's earlier assault, leading him to conclude the former was more likely. True to his reputation as a combat genius, Itachi had already analyzed the tree's abilities after just their brief encounter, supplemented by prior intelligence. As the tree landed from his jump, Itachi, having grasped the situation, ceased to be courteous, for the tree's earlier words had truly crossed his line. "Tsukuyami." The three Tomo and Itachi's left eye began to spin rapidly, gradually forming a complex pattern, as blood tears streamed from his eye sockets. Unbeknownst to Itachi, the tree's left eye had also transformed into a Sharingan, spinning in tandem. An evil prank. Itachi found himself ensnared in a familiar blood-red space, while the tree was bound to a cross. In Itachi's hand appeared a katana as he approached the tree, firmly secured. "For the next 72 hours, I shall control everything here. You will savor this experience," he declared, raising his katana, poised to strike. Yet, the tree, bound to the cross, exhibited no signs of anxiety. "What do you envision your outcome to be, Mr. Uchiha?" As the tree's words echoed, the crimson scenery before Itachi shifted dramatically. The once blood-red space faded away, and the blood moon hanging in the sky vanished without a trace. A gentle drizzle began to fall upon Itachi's face. Is this? Even amidst our battle, you remain distracted? Do you hold me in such low regard, Uchiha Itachi? Hearing the familiar voice, Itachi turned his gaze forward to see the now fully grown Sasuke clad in a white samurai robe, glaring at him with fury in his eyes. I have slain Orochimaru. I have taken everything from him. The warm-up is over, Itachi. Are you prepared to atone for your sins? Without giving Itachi a moment to react, Sasuke lunged forward, his Kusanagi sword thrusting toward him. Itachi swiftly seized Sasuke's wrist, redirecting the attack. Chidori. Electricity crackled around Sasuke's left hand, the sound resembling 1,000 birds crying out as he aimed for Itachi's throat. Caw, caw, caw. The pierced Itachi dissolved into a flock of crows, scattering in all directions before reforming into his body once more. Unknowingly drawn into the battle, Itachi engaged Sasuke in combat. Mid-fight, he suddenly sensed Orochimaru's presence hidden within Sasuke's body. Despite his grievous injuries, he summoned Susanoo and sealed Orochimaru away within the Totsuka blade. Seizing the opportunity, Sasuke drove his blade through Itachi, sending him collapsing in the distance. Coughing up a mouthful of blood, Itachi dragged his broken body towards Sasuke. Reaching his younger brother, he gazed upon the exhausted Sasuke before gently flicking his forehead one last time. Forgive me, Sasuke. And with that, Itachi fell. I am not dead, am I? Why can I still clearly see Sasuke? Itachi realized that aside from being unable to move or speak, he could indeed see Sasuke and hear sounds. Sasuke, seated on the ground, was panting heavily, greedily inhaling the fresh air. Before he could react, the void behind him suddenly distorted, and a masked figure emerged from within. Recognizing the situation, Itachi felt uneasy. This was the individual who had once claimed to be Uchiha Madara. His current objective must be Sasuke. Subsequently, much like in the original narrative, Sasuke was deceived by Obito and joined the Akatsuki organization. How do you find this conclusion? Are you satisfied? Hearing the voice, Itachi turned his gaze. He was unaware of when he had regained the ability to move. It was merely that the individuals in the scene could not see him. The figure of Hashirama appeared before Itachi. Observing this tragic character from the Hokage lineage, who sacrificed himself for the so-called will of fire to such an extent, Itachi reflected on the contrasts between himself and Hashirama. Itachi had slaughtered his entire clan, including his kin, for the greater good of peace in the village, while Hashirama, driven by his familial ties, nearly decimated Konoha in his pursuit of peace, almost wiping out the higher-ups of the village. Chapter 51, The Witch. Ziwang Itachi heard the voice and snapped back to reality, looking at Hashirama standing before him. In certain respects, I find you quite similar to myself. However, concerning your family, I perceive your selfishness regarding your brother. You have always centered your actions around your own desires, believing that everything you do is for his benefit, when in truth, you merely wish for him to follow the path you have laid out. Have you ever considered his own thoughts? You have never attempted to trust your brother. As Hashirama's words concluded, Itachi fell into deep contemplation. At the moment Hashirama dispelled the illusion, he realized that each individual has their own way of life. For now, I simply wish to fulfill the goals that reside in my heart, nothing more. Itachi watched Hashirama's departing figure, pondering his own aspirations. After this encounter with Hashirama, Itachi's heart had shifted, altering the plans he had previously prepared. After Hashirama left, he headed towards Orochimaru's direction. Upon reaching a resting place, Hashirama noticed the villagers in a frantic rush to gather their belongings, preparing to leave. Curiosity piqued, he stopped one of the individuals passing by. Where are you all in such a hurry to go? What has happened? The person instinctively attempted to shake off Hashirama's grasp, but despite their efforts, they could not break free. Finally, in desperation, they said, "Please, let me go. If we don't leave soon, it will be too late. Those monsters have already reached the neighboring village." Monsters? What monsters? A group of stone soldiers has arrived here. The village ahead lies in ruins. Let me go? The tree, observing the urgency etched on the face of the individual before it, decided not to prolong the matter and loosened its grip, allowing him to flee. Watching the individuals vanish like smoke, the tree pondered, could it be that? It seems I must alter my destination. With that thought, it vanished from its current location, reappearing at the place previously described by the villager. Standing atop a rooftop, it gazed at the soldiers charging towards this direction. These soldiers, resembling terracotta warriors, were entirely black. Brandishing weapons, and wherever they roamed, destruction ensued, leaving no blade of grass unscathed. The tree concentrated and formed a wave missile in its right hand, which it hurled into the midst of the terracotta soldiers. Boom! The struck soldier was instantaneously obliterated. However, it was not long before the shattered stone warriors reassembled, except for those whose cores had been destroyed. Witnessing this scene, the tree nodded in affirmation. It seems I was correct. The storyline surrounding Naruto's demise is commencing. As it speculated on the current timeline, it made its way towards the land of demons. At this moment, it should be when Kasuna has just unsealed the barriers. Thus, I shall first seek out their witch, Ziwang, in the land of demons. If fortune smiles upon me, I may encounter familiar faces. In Konoha, the fifth Hokage summoned Neji, Naruto, Sakura, and Lee. Are you all aware of your mission? You are to rescue the witch Ziwang of the land of demons and assist her in sealing the malevolent spirits. Naruto was the first to nod. I understand, Granny Tsunade. Bang! A large bump suddenly appeared on Naruto's head, steaming with heat. How many times must I tell you not to call me Granny Tsunade? Moreover, this time, Neji will lead the team, as he is now a Jonin. What? How is that possible? Naruto exclaimed in disbelief, realizing he was still a Chunin while Neji had achieved Jonin status. Subsequently, the group set off towards the land of demons to rescue the witch Ziwang. As they advanced swiftly, they encountered the stone soldiers wreaking havoc upon their homeland. Neji commanded, Naruto, you head to the destination first. We will clear these enemies. Following the orders, Naruto temporarily separated from Neji and the others, making his way towards the land of demons. Neji, along with Lee and Sakura, began to eliminate the stone soldiers before them. As they dispersed, Lee employed his signature taijutsu to clear the obstacles in their path. There are indeed many. Unbeknownst to him, Lee sustained a gash on his cheek, blood trickling down. Undeterred, he continued his assault on the remaining stone soldiers. Oblivious to the fact that the positioning of the stone soldiers was diverging, gradually straying from their formation. Once Lee dispatched the last of the stone soldiers blocking his way, he turned to regroup with Neji and the others, only to find an individual standing before him, obstructing his path. Lee looked up and inquired, "You are?" As Neji and Sakura finally eliminated all the stone soldiers, Neji glanced around and wondered, "Where's Lee?" "I'm right here," Lee exclaimed, dashing towards Neji and the others. "There were a few stone soldiers over there, and I took care of them. This is what youth is all about." Sakura, observing the exuberance of Lee, instinctively sidled away. Noticing that Lee, despite his disheveled appearance, was unscathed, Neji nodded and said, "Let us continue our journey and swiftly reunite with Naruto." The group set off once more towards the land of demons. Upon reaching their destination, they beheld countless clones of Naruto pouring out of the loft, while the real Naruto cradled a young girl in his arms. Neji and his companions hurried towards Naruto. "Hurry," they urged, as they noticed the stone soldiers emerging from the main city, beginning to provide cover for Naruto and retreat together. They eventually arrived at a safe location, where Naruto gently set down the girl named Jiwan, along with her subordinate, Suasue. Jiwan, having been rescued, remained silent, her expression neutral. In Naruto's embrace, she had discerned his visage and understood the fate that awaited him. The group found a place to rest for the night, gathering together to share a meal. Suddenly, Jiwan turned to Naruto and stated, "You will die." "What?" Cough cough. Naruto nearly choked on his food upon hearing Jiwan's unexpected proclamation. Regaining his composure, he fixed Jiwan with a stare. "Are you trying to choke me to prove the validity of your words?" Following her remark, Jiwan lapsed into silence. At that moment, Suasue, as Jiwan's subordinate, spoke up. "What Lady Jiwan says invariably comes to pass. There have been no exceptions from the past to the present." Hearing Suasue's affirmation, Naruto appeared calm on the surface, yet turmoil brewed within him, perspiration beginning to bead on his forehead. At this juncture, Lee turned to Jiwan and inquired, "What about me? What does my fate hold?" Jiwan cast a casual glance at Lee, but her expression shifted from indifference to disbelief. "How is this possible? I cannot see his fate. A person whose destiny is invisible. Could it be that such a being, as described in legend, truly exists?" Hearing Jiwan's murmurs, Lee turned to Naruto, offering reassurance. "See, she isn't infallible. Perhaps she simply misreads things, like how she cannot see my future." Encouraged by Lee's words, Naruto felt rejuvenated. "Indeed, my future is in my own hands. How could it be determined by a mere utterance of yours? Chapter 52. The targeted apparition as Naruto radiated with renewed vigor. Lee let out a sigh, pondering the future he had hoped to discuss with Sakura. Alas, it seemed his own future was shrouded in obscurity, leaving him profoundly disheartened. Squatting by the side, he idly drew circles in the dirt with a stick. Sakura, overhearing him, rolled her eyes, exclaiming, "I would never want to be with someone as brutish as you." Her words further diminished Lee's spirit, causing him to slump dejectedly. Neji cast a contemplative glance at the despondent Lee. The following day, as the group embarked on their journey toward the land of Marsh, they were suddenly ambushed. From the precipice above, four figures descended upon them with intent to attack. Neji swiftly organized their defense, instructing, "Naruto, you must protect Ziwang while we engage the enemy." Heeding the command, Naruto took Ziwang and moved away from the fray. At that moment, the figure in the center commanded, "Shan, pursue them." One of the assailants broke away, chasing after Naruto and Ziwang. Neji attempted to intervene, but three adversaries leapt down to obstruct their path. "You will face us. Prepare to meet your demise. We have been empowered by our master." With that declaration, they unleashed their ninjutsu upon Neji and his companions. Anticipating the onslaught, Neji signaled for them to scatter. A burly assailant targeted Lee, unleashing a fierce fire technique. The searing flames surged toward Lee, but he deftly evaded, leaving behind an afterimage consumed by the inferno. Itai, believing the threat had passed, prepared to assist his comrade when a powerful gust swept through the air. Konoha's fierce wind. Lee soared down from above, delivering a sweeping kick. Itai, sensing the impending force, knew he could not evade the strike and braced himself, crossing his arms defensively over his chest. With a resounding impact, the powerful blow sent Itai flying across the battlefield. Lee, astonished that his attack had been withstood, watched as Itai shook off the numbness in his arms and remarked, "Impressive strength, but still not enough." With that, Itai enveloped himself in earthen armor, transforming into a towering stone giant. Undeterred, Lee resolved to reveal his true potential, declaring, "The 8th gate of the 8 gates, open." Xiao Li swiftly arrived at the 6th gate, his entire body flushed with a radiant crimson hue, his eyes entirely obscured by the whites. In a blur, Xiao Li moved at an astonishing speed, leaving the clumsy Itai struggling to keep pace. Each time Itai swung his massive fists, he merely struck empty air, creating craters in his wake. The surroundings were filled with the fleeting remnants of Xiao Li's rapid movements. Seizing the opportunity presented by Itai's awkward attacks, Xiao Li positioned himself below Itai and leapt, delivering a powerful kick that struck Itai's chin, sending him hurtling into the air. Xiao Li pursued him aloft, executing a magnificent inverted kick that connected with the off-balance Itai's body. Like a meteor, Itai plummeted to the earth, sending shards of stone and plumes of dust into the air. Meanwhile, Xiao Li, still suspended in the air, gathered energy in his hands and shouted, "To the peacock!" Fireballs erupted from his fists, all aimed at the incapacitated Itai below. Upon landing, Xiao Li dispelled the 8th gate state, panting slightly. As the smoke within the crater dissipated, Itai lay motionless, rendered unconscious. Neji and Sakura had also triumphed over their respective foes, and Xiao Li ran to join them. Naruto, having finally dealt with the enemies pursuing them, faced a somber sight. Ziwang lay on the ground, lifeless from a surprise attack. Naruto stood sorrowfully before Ziwang's fallen form. And at that moment, Neji, Xiao Li, and the others arrived, witnessing the tragic scene. "Is Ziwang?" Neji inquired, uncertainty lacing his voice. "She was ambushed. I was preoccupied with another opponent and couldn't assist her in time." From the bamboo grove, a shadow approached. As the group turned, they were astonished to see another Ziwang emerge. She stepped forward, stating, "The one who perished was Tsukumo. I foresaw his demise yesterday and informed him, hence his death today." Her tone remained eerily calm. Witnessing this scene, Naruto's fury ignited. "This person died for you, and you speak of it so callously, as if it were a mere fact." As Ziwang, who had just turned away, trembled slightly, Naruto approached and realized that her face was already streaked with tears. Upon witnessing this, the words he intended to utter became lodged in his throat. Once everyone had composed themselves, they pressed onward, ultimately arriving at the volcano in the land of Marsh, where the body of the monstrous entity was sealed. At this moment, Ziwang was to rely on her own strength to reseal it. Upon reaching the volcano's mouth, They beheld a multitude of stone soldiers below. Naruto spoke, "We will clear the way for you. Seize the opportunity to seal it." With that, Naruto and the others launched an assault on the stone soldiers, and through their efforts, they finally opened a path for Zhuang to rush inside. Venturing deep into the sealing chamber, Zhuang encountered a withered man sprawled on the ground, Kasuna, the one who had initially unbound the spirit of the monstrous entity. He had contained it within his own body, ultimately returning it to this place. As Zhuang gazed upon the now-revived entity, despair washed over her. "It's over. Everything has ended," she murmured as she sank to her knees. The monstrous entity waved its dark tentacles, ensnaring Zhuang and drawing her towards its maw. In that critical moment, Zhuang seemed to glimpse her mother, Meyer, who appeared by her side and rescued her. Upon regaining her senses, Zhuang found herself cradled in Naruto's arms. Observing his timely arrival, he smiled. "Thank goodness, I almost didn't make it." Naruto set Zhuang aside and resumed his fight against the monstrous entity. As the tentacles under its control multiplied, Naruto struggled to evade them. One massive tentacle seized the opportunity, poised to pierce him. Zhuang watched in horror, her heart heavy with despair. Surely, prophecies come true. Had they truly failed? The tentacle loomed larger in Naruto's vision, and just as it was about to strike, a green figure darted in, kicking the tentacle away. Leaf, great whirlwind. The rescued Naruto landed safely, and Lee, beaming with a bright smile, gave him a thumbs up. "How's that? Am I timely or what?" Naruto nodded, a joyful grin spreading across his face. "Thank you, Lee." Turning his gaze back to Zhuang, he encouraged, "See? Fate can be altered. I believe we will succeed." Inspired by Naruto's radiant smile, Zhuang felt a resurgence of faith. Suddenly, the bells adorning her shattered, and a brilliant light emanated from her, revealing her true power. Zhuang clasped Naruto's hand. "Let me lend you my strength. I believe you can defeat it this time." Chapter 53. A reunion. After many years feeling the power coursing through Zhuang's hand, Naruto gradually coalesced a massive, colorful sphere. He lifted it high and charged towards the monstrous entity. Wind release, spiraling sphere of destruction. With a powerful leap, Naruto descended, imprinting the large dumpling in his hand upon the face of the specter. The attacked apparition gradually dissipated into the air, while the stone soldiers engaged in battle outside came to a halt, ceasing their movements. Kakashi and the others, rushing to assist, exhaled in relief upon witnessing the scene. Glancing towards the cave, it seemed they had succeeded. Zhuang, seeing Naruto's triumph, beamed with joy as he approached her. "Let us depart. The battle outside should have concluded by now." With that, he grasped Zhuang's hand and exited the cave. In the molten core where the specter had been vanquished, a blood-red orb floated above the lava. "Humph, did you think this would obliterate me, the specter? Next time, I shall resurrect in full form." This was merely a shell cast aside. Is that so? Yet you may find that opportunity for resurgence is not in your favor. Before the orb could react, it felt itself ensnared in a firm grip. Who is this thick-browed fool? Release me at once. Little Lee wore an expression that was uncharacteristic for him, revealing a playful smirk. "Ah, the very fellow who called himself this lord last time is still searching for his head. Is he? Would you care to try?" Little Lee sensed a tremor in the orb he held. "Enough of this banter. I shall submit the heart of the specter to the system." Ding. Host detected to possess the heart of the specter. Conditions for awakening the Dream Master are met. Would you like to awaken? Awaken. Ding. Awakening successful. Estimated time 4 days. Little Lee gazed at the vanishing heart of the specter in his hand, a joyous smile gracing his face. "Indeed, my efforts were not in vain. This is splendid." Kakashi and the others observed as Naruto and Zhuang emerged. "Wonderful. You're back and unharmed." Naruto scratched his head sheepishly. "All is well. We successfully completed our mission." At that moment, Neji inquired, "By the way, where's Little Lee? Wasn't he also inside?" "Oh, indeed. Where has that watermelon peel gone?" "I'm right here." "Naruto, you rascal, prioritizing a girl over your friends, dragging her away without a thought for me." Upon hearing Little Lee's teasing, Naruto bashfully rubbed the back of his head. However, when Little Lee rejoined them, Neji, without warning, launched an attack against him. He struck with an open palm towards Little Lee. Smack! Little Lee seized Neji's wrist mid-attack, puzzled. "Neji, what are you doing? Why the sudden ambush?" Neji struggled to free his wrist from Little Lee's grip, but to no avail. "You are not Little Lee. Tell me, where is he?" Upon hearing this, Kakashi's expression immediately turned grave. A kunai suddenly appeared in his hand, thrusting towards Lee. Lee, taken aback by Kakashi's abrupt aggression, found himself at a loss for words as the kunai approached. Releasing Niji's wrist, he leapt backward. Niji, what nonsense are you spouting? What do you mean I'm not Lee? Meanwhile, Naruto, standing nearby, was equally bewildered. Niji, what's wrong with you? Why do you say he isn't Lee? Niji gazed at the figure before him, realizing that this was not the Lee he knew. Since that day when Lee had inquired about his future, Niji sensed something amiss. Naruto, do you ever ponder about your future as discussed by others? Naruto contemplated and replied, not really. My fate is in my own hands. Nothing is truly predetermined. Niji nodded in agreement. Exactly, you think that way. Moreover, someone like Lee, who firmly believes that with enough effort he can surpass genius, would never ask someone about his own future. You all prefer to forge your own destinies. After hearing this, Naruto nodded and pulled Tintin behind him. Who are you really? And where's the true Lee? A smile broke across Lee's face. Oh, it's been a while. I just wanted to play a little game with everyone. And I didn't expect you to catch on. Suddenly, Lee's form shifted, revealing a figure clad in a black cloak adorned with red clouds, standing before Naruto and the others. As they recognized the newcomer, they gasped in astonishment. Inuzuka Kiba. Long time no see, everyone. Kiba waved cheerfully at them. Kakashi, observing the attire, approached and inquired. So this outfit? Indeed, you've joined their ranks? Naruto, realizing that Kiba's clothing resembled that of those who had pursued him in his youth, shouted with fervor, Kiba, are you really going to continue down this misguided path? Kiba shook his head, asserting, there is no right or wrong. I simply wish to pursue what I desire. Upon hearing this, Naruto wasted no time, concentrating his chakra into a Rasengan as he charged at Kiba. I warned you, the next time we meet, I will not let you go. The tree observed Naruto charging towards it with an innocent determination, only to vanish from his sight in an instant. A sharp clap echoed as a hand landed on Naruto's shoulder. The tree leaned in slowly, whispering softly into Naruto's ear. Your current strength is far from sufficient to take me away. Realizing the predicament too late, Naruto swung the Rasengan behind him. The tree casually extended its hand, effortlessly capturing Naruto's wrist, much like it had done with Niji moments before. Despite Naruto's relentless struggles, he could not free himself from the tree's grasp until the Rasengan dissipated. Kakashi had already activated his Sharingan, observing the tree's swift movements. How astonishingly fast. Even with my Sharingan activated, I cannot clearly perceive its actions. The tree lifted its leg and delivered a powerful kick, sending Naruto flying. At that moment, Niji launched his own attack. 8 trigrams air palm. A fierce gust of wind surged towards the tree, carving a deep trench in the ground as it advanced. The tree raised its hand, Rasengan. The blue energy sphere collided with the incoming attack, and at the center of their clash, debris flew, shrouded in dust. Yet, as the dust settled, the tree had already vacated its previous position. Kakashi, witnessing this, immediately called out, Niji, watch your back. Niji, with little time for unnecessary movements, initiated a defensive maneuver. 8 trigrams palm, revolving heaven. Spinning at high speed, he created a protective barrier around himself. Ultimate absorption. The tree unleashed the skill of the Venusaur for the first time. A green glow emanated from its hand as it glided over Niji's defensive technique. Feeling the energy coursing from its palm, the already dense energy became even more potent. Niji, caught in the spiraling motion, found his speed diminishing, sensing his strength rapidly depleting until he ultimately collapsed to the ground. How? How could this happen? Why do I feel completely drained of energy? Raikiri. Kakashi emerged from behind the tree, his right hand, charged with lightning, aimed directly at it. Chapter 54. The 7th Pokemon. The tree pivoted, seizing Kakashi's wrist, and, utilizing Kakashi's momentum, flung him away. A resounding crash followed as Kakashi's attack veered off course, and his Raikiri struck a nearby stone pillar. The towering pillar crumbled under the force of Kakashi's lightning, the base shattered, and the upper structure lost its support, crashing down upon him, burying him beneath a mound of rubble. The tree dusted off its hands, the black cloak billowing in the wind with a rustling sound. Honestly, I merely wish to reminisce with you all, yet you insist on resorting to violence. You wretched being. Sakura's voice rang out as she turned to face the tree, raising her fist to strike it. The tree leapt back, narrowly avoiding her blow, which landed forcefully on the ground. The once smooth surface shattered like a spider's web, cracking in all directions. As Sakura withdrew her fist, She looked up to locate the tree, only to be met with a powerful kick. The weighty strike landed squarely on her abdomen, sending a jolt of pain coursing through her body. She was propelled like a cannonball, crashing against the rocky wall before coming to a halt. Apologies, this kick bears a hint of my personal nostalgia from watching anime in a past life. Shadow clone technique. Having been sent flying, Naruto surged forward once more, a multitude of clones rushing towards the tree, each one wielding a Rasengan. Multiple spiraling sphere barrage. Naruto, how unchivalrous of you to engage in a group assault, yet I am unperturbed. Jingar's Susanoo. A colossal purple figure materialized, enveloping the tree within its grasp. Standing atop the head of this Susanoo, the tree casually pocketed his hands, declaring, "You may gang up on me, but I'll unleash my mecha. Who fears whom?" The Susanoo of the tree differed from those of the other Uchiha clan members, while they manifested as Tengu-like forms armed with various weapons. The tree's Susanoo took the form of a gigantic Jengar, enshrouding him. Though it bore no weapons, through prior experimentation, the tree discovered that he could wield Jengar's innate abilities, effectively merging with the colossal entity. Toxic eruption. The Jengar Susanoo opened its massive mouth, unleashing a torrent of purple liquid that sprayed in all directions. Any of Naruto's clones that came into contact with it dissipated into smoke. As the tree intensified the flow of poisonous liquid, Ziwen, who had been watching from the sidelines, found herself in peril. Standing on a stone, her footing slipped, and she was on the verge of falling into the toxic stream. In the nick of time, Naruto appeared, sweeping her up in a princess carry to escape the imminent danger. As the tree dismissed the Susanoo, the toxic substance on the battlefield began to gradually dissipate. The tree observed the panting Naruto and remarked, "It seems this time you were unable to catch me, Naruto. Until we meet again." With that, the tree vanished from Naruto's sight. As Naruto held Ziwen, he gazed at the spot where the tree had just been. Naruto gently set down Ziwang and successfully rescued Kakashi and Sakura from the rubble. Kakashi, appearing quite disheveled, brushed the dust from his clothes, astonished at how much the trees had grown in the years since they last met. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, he returned to the original coordinate point, ensuring minimal time wastage. With that settled, their next destination was Orochimaru's lair. In the ensuing days, Kakashi followed the plan, heading towards Orochimaru's base in the Sound Village. During one of these travel days, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Mutewo is awakening. Please take note. Ding. As the host has now acquired the 7th Pokemon, the home function is now activated. Home function stores surplus Pokemon. Those residing within will enter a state of dormancy, allowing the host to summon them directly from the home without the need for Pokeballs. Listening to the series of notifications, Kakashi realized that future Pokemon would no longer require Pokeballs for summoning. They could be directly called from the home. He was surprised to discover that he could still pursue the path of a summoner. After a brief contemplation of the system's features, he eagerly opened Mutewo's information. Mutewo type, psychic ability, pressure. Opponents battling against it will feel an overwhelming sense of intimidation and anxiety. Those with weak hearts may even faint. Skills, bind, telekinesis, Psyblade, self-restoration, future sight, life dew, psychic amplification, click to expand. Upon examining Mutewo's skills, Kakashi felt an overwhelming sense of strength. This ability was akin to the Conqueror's Haki in One Piece. Was this truly an ability characteristic of Pokemon? It felt as if it had been altered. Instantly, Kakashi shifted his assimilation attributes to Ghost, Psychic, and Fighting. He felt the power coursing through him, and, after a prolonged moment, opened his eyes. How can I enhance Mutewo's strength? The Sharingan? No, that won't work. Jengar already possesses it, and it will eventually evolve into the Rinnegan. If I were to grant Mutewo the Sharingan, the abilities would overlap. That leaves the Rebirth Eye? A plan gradually took shape in the mind of the tree. For now, it was best to seek out Orochimaru. The matter of the reanimation Eye could be meticulously planned later. Utilizing its extraordinary abilities, the tree swiftly made its way towards the intended destination. Previously, the slow speed of flight combined with the limited power of Jengar had hindered its progress. Even though it could achieve rapid flight, the energy expenditure was considerable. Now, with the presence of Mutewo, a pure psychic Pokemon, the tree found its telekinetic prowess to be effortlessly executed. Originally, it would have taken 2 days to reach the destination, yet at this moment, the tree stood at the entrance of Orochimaru's Sound Ninja Village. Adjusting the conical hat atop its head, the the tree stepped inside. The two ninjas stationed at the gate observed as the tree approached, and just as they prepared to inquire, the tree revealed its eyes hidden beneath the hat. The two, intending to question, halted their steps, no longer harboring any intention to obstruct. Satisfied, the tree nodded. The employment of hypnosis had become remarkably effortless. Previously, when attempting to use hypnosis against foes, its effect was fleeting and the energy consumption was immense, rendering it not worth the effort. Hence, it had never employed it in battle. Now, however, a mere glance was sufficient to induce self-hypnosis, illustrating the formidable strength of the tree's mental prowess. The tree wandered freely within the Sound Ninja village, with any patrolling ninjas who approached to inquire falling victim to its hypnotic gaze. This continued until a white-haired youth adorned with glasses appeared. "You seem not to be a ninja from our village," he remarked. Kabuto, having just exited Orochimaru's laboratory, inadvertently spotted a familiar figure and felt compelled to approach. Chapter 55. Mutuo versus Orochimaru. Upon hearing someone call, the tree turned its head. This bespectacled individual was Kabuto. As Kabuto recognized the tree's visage, memories flooded back. This person seemed familiar, as if encountered before. He recalled having taken note of the tree during the Nin exams in Konohagakure, and after a moment's contemplation, Kabuto finally remembered. This was Inuzuka Kiba, whom Orochimaru had instructed him to investigate during the exams. How had he come to join that organization? As Kabuto prepared to question the tree, he suddenly felt a weight descend upon his mind. A smile blossomed on the tree's face. It had been pondering who might know Orochimaru's whereabouts, and now, fortune had brought someone directly to it. The tree immediately employed hypnosis on Kabuto, discreetly gauging the expenditure of its mental energy. Indeed, the stronger the individual, the greater the energy required to control them. Guiding Kabuto, the tree led him to Orochimaru's location. As Kabuto opened the door to Orochimaru's laboratory, the latter, engrossed in his research, cast a curious glance at the returning Kabuto. "What is it? What brings you here again?" Orochimaru observed Kabuto's lack of response with a hint of curiosity. Approaching him, he noted Kabuto's vacant gaze, pondering whether he had fallen under someone else's control. How intriguing. Orochimaru mused, casting his eyes towards the door. "Are you not coming in?" Shu gradually stepped forward, materializing before Orochimaru. "It has been quite some time, Uncle Snake," he remarked. Orochimaru recognized the figure before him as the young boy who had once humiliated him in Konoha. "To think it was you. Have you truly joined that organization?" Orochimaru studied the attire adorning Shu, a nostalgic expression gracing his features. Shu removed his conical hat. "I simply fancied this outfit, so I decided to join and give it a try." Meanwhile, Kabuto, standing nearby with a dazed expression, slowly regained his composure. Where's this? How did I end up here?" Upon seeing Kabuto's bewilderment, Orochimaru exhibited a look of surprise. "Cease your searching. You were brought here under someone else's control, Kabuto. It seems you have been rather lackadaisical of late." Kabuto, astonished by Orochimaru's words, reflected inwardly. That individual had merely glanced at him. Yet he managed to control him. How potent that Jinjutsu must be. Orochimaru then turned his gaze to Shu. "What brings you here?" "Naturally, I seek power. I intend to eliminate that man," Shu declared with fervent determination. Orochimaru regarded him with a chilling gaze. "Do not jest with me. I have heard whispers of your exploits. You managed to slay Danzo alone and escape from Jiraiya and Tsunade's clutches. Your strength is commendable. Truly, you possess no sense of humor," Orochimaru continued. "I have come here to retrieve the Organization S ring. You wouldn't pose any difficulties for me, would you?" Shu, gazing earnestly at Orochimaru, responded. "I have long since misplaced that ring. I may not be able to provide it." Unfazed by the response, Shu acknowledged that if Orochimaru were so accommodating, he would not be the renowned Sannin of Konoha. "In that case, allow me to assist you in recalling its whereabouts," he offered. As his words faded, Shu flickered and reappeared before Orochimaru, raising his fist to strike Orochimaru's head. Bang! Orochimaru's head exploded. Shu shook his hand, feeling the odd sensation. It was merely a substitution technique. Indeed, the Orochimaru that had just been struck crumpled to the ground, transforming into a pile of mud. Swish! Orochimaru appeared behind the tree, moving like an arrow released from its bow, swiftly launching an assault upon the tree's back. With a gaping mouth, a gleaming sword emerged from Orochimaru's throat, aimed directly at the tree. As the blade made contact with the tree's form, it astonishingly passed through as if it were nothing. Orochimaru adjusted his stance, positioning himself opposite the tree. Once again, he employed that peculiar ninjutsu, reminiscent of previous encounters, which piqued his interest. The tree regarded Orochimaru with an air of innocence. The sword strikes and summoned serpents were mere physical assaults, rendering any reaction unnecessary. Orochimaru's cheeks puffed out as he unleashed a mighty gust, wind release, pressure damage. A whirlwind raced towards the tree, yet upon reaching its vicinity, it abruptly halted, gradually dissipating as if hindered by an invisible barrier. The tree observed Orochimaru and declared, "Your performance has concluded, now it is my turn." With a snap of his fingers, a figure manifested before Orochimaru. It was a creature that appeared to be a hybrid between a humanoid and a feline, shimmering in silvery hues, with purple eyes, tail, and abdomen. Neural tendrils extended from its back to the nape of its neck, and its fingers were formed from 3 small orbs. This was the first time the tree summoned Mutuo, eager to gauge the prowess of a legendary Pokemon within the world of Naruto. Mutuo crossed its arms, hovering effortlessly above the ground. It turned its head towards the tree, disregarding Orochimaru entirely. "You are the one who summoned me?" As the tree prepared for the unfolding drama, a voice resonated within his mind. Mutuo cast a glance in his direction, and the tree instantly comprehended that this was Mutuo's form of telepathic communication. He suddenly recalled that Mutuo could engage in mental dialogue. Using telepathy, the tree responded, "Indeed, I understand you have many inquiries, as do I. However, let us first address the matter at hand before discussing subsequent affairs." Mutuo contemplated for a moment and replied, "Very well." Orochimaru, observing the extraordinary creature before him, recalled having previously instructed Kabuto to investigate the tree. This must be the unique summoning beast Kabuto mentioned. Mutuo, regarding Orochimaru, unleashed its full potential without reservation. In the wake of this overwhelming aura, papers in Orochimaru's laboratory began to swirl chaotically in the air. Orochimaru felt the formidable energy radiating from Mutuo. What an intimidating aura. What kind of spiritual beast is this? Meanwhile, the ever-silent Kabuto had long lost the ability to speak. Mutuo initiated the assault, casting a binding technique that enveloped Orochimaru. Suddenly, Orochimaru felt his body stiffen, rendering him immobile. Mutuo concentrated an orb of shadow energy and hurled it towards Orochimaru, just as it seemed destined to strike him. Kabuto interposed himself, neutralizing Mutuo's attack, allowing Orochimaru to finally break free from Mutuo's grasp. With a grave expression, Orochimaru regarded Mutuo. "How formidable. It managed to control me in an instant." Orochimaru launched his counterattack, summoning the serpent's formation. A multitude of snakes poured forth from his mouth, swiftly filling the laboratory with venomous serpents. Unfazed by the onslaught, Mutuo activated its psychic abilities, sending all the snakes flying. Seizing the opportunity presented by Mutuo's distraction, Orochimaru elongated his neck and lunged at Mutuo, saliva dripping from his maw, which elicited a look of disdain from Mutuo. Chapter 56. Farewell, Airjuzi. Mutuo raised its foot, channeling energy, and delivered a powerful kick towards Orochimaru's incoming head. The impact resonated through the air, sending Orochimaru's head soaring like a football towards the ceiling, where it lodged into the laboratory's overhead structure. At that moment, Orochimaru resembled a giraffe, his head caught in the ceiling while his body stood on the ground. Resigned, he returned his body to its original form, gradually retracting his neck to a normal length, inching closer to his head ensnared above. Orochimaru pushed against the ceiling, causing debris to fall alongside him. Finally liberated, he mused, "Ah, I believe I remember where that ring is." Orochimaru's newly reborn body was nearing its limits. Continuing the battle was unfeasible, and he had to concede for the time being. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, the tree instructed Mutuo to stand down. As the tree attempted to recall Mutuo, it met Mutuo's gaze, understanding its intent, and refrained from forcibly returning it to the system's abode. After a brief wait in Orochimaru's laboratory, he reappeared, tossing an object to the tree. "This is it," he declared. The tree examined the ring in hand, nodded, and prepared to depart with Mutuo. At that moment, Orochimaru's voice echoed, "Could you spare a bit of blood from your spiritual beast? I propose a trade." The aura emanating from Mutuo suddenly erupted, causing the already dilapidated laboratory to begin collapsing under its formidable pressure. The surrounding walls cracked and crumbled, prompting the tree to hastily retreat from the scene. Orochimaru and Kabuto also sought to escape, only to discover that their bodies were immobilized. Orochimaru gazed in astonishment at Mutuo, who hovered in the air, fixated on him with eyes aglow in crimson light. With a resounding crash, the precariously balanced laboratory finally succumbed to its fate. While the tree had long since vacated the premises, observing the remnants of what was once a functioning laboratory now reduced to ruins, the tree mused about Orochimaru's construction quality. Suspecting corners had been cut. As the dust from the collapse gradually settled, Mutuo's silhouette emerged first, still levitating, with debris suspended around it. At that moment, sounds emanated from the rubble as Orochimaru and Kabuto crawled out. No sooner had they regained their footing than Mutuo commanded the floating stones to hurtle towards Orochimaru. Hearing the rush of air, Orochimaru barely had time to lift his gaze before being pierced and collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Witnessing this, Mutuo's fury began to wane. The tree approached slowly, eyeing Orochimaru's fallen form. "Stop feigning death, Snake Uncle. If it were that easy to kill you, you would have perished long ago." The lifeless body of Orochimaru began to writhe, and soon, a fresh incarnation of Orochimaru emerged from the corpse's mouth. The tree regarded the newly reborn Orochimaru, slick with remnants of the past. "Truly, Snake Uncle, you excel in theatrics." Standing once more before the tree, Orochimaru questioned, "Why did you strike so suddenly?" It was evident to him that he had been the primary target of the earlier assault, with Kabuto merely collateral damage. The tree shrugged helplessly. "My companion detests being subjected to experiments." Instinctively, the tree paused, realizing, wait. If this is a newly birthed Pokemon, how could it possess memories of the past? Could it be that the Mutuo I awakened retains its former recollections? How intriguing. As Mutuo prepared to strike again upon witnessing Orochimaru's unscathed revival, the tree intervened. "Enough for now. If you wish to teach him a lesson, there will be ample opportunity in the future. Just a heads up. This fellow is notoriously difficult to eliminate." Hearing the tree's voice, the violet glow around Mutuo's hand faded. The tree turned to Orochimaru, saying, "All right, we must take our leave. Until next time." With that, the tree departed from the hidden sound village, accompanied by Mutuo. Orochimaru watched as their figures vanished, yearning for the unique genes of that extraordinary psychic beast. "Oh well, let me secure the Sharingan first. Other matters can wait for another occasion." Just as the tree ventured not far from the hidden sound village, a figure emerged from the woods ahead. Upon recognizing the newcomer, the tree halted, exclaiming, "Well, Air, how is it that you, like your brother, have a penchant for intercepting others on their journey? Previously, you were halted by Itachi on your way to the Akatsuki, and now, upon your return, Sasuke has once again obstructed your path. One could say that you truly embody the essence of brotherhood, wouldn't you agree?" Sasuke's presence here is merely a twist of fate. He was training in the Sound Village when he sensed commotion outside, prompting his curiosity to investigate. As he approached, he caught sight of a figure clad in attire reminiscent of his brother's organization, prompting him to pursue in hopes of gathering information about Itachi. Now a matured Sasuke gazes at his childhood comrade before him. "You have also joined that man's organization, Haven to you? You must know where he is. So tell me, for I seek to end his life." Hearing this, the figure chuckled lightly. "Do not jest. Your abilities remain far too feeble to pose any threat. Unless Itachi were to deliberately hold back." As Sasuke listened to the taunt, his expression darkened progressively. In an instant, he vanished from sight, thrusting his sword towards the figure's chest. The figure observed Sasuke's assault, pondering, why do they always resort to blades upon their meetings? Perhaps I should try it next time. To no surprise, Sasuke's attack passed harmlessly through the figure's form. Initially taken aback by the ineffectiveness of his strike, Sasuke remained undeterred, perceiving it merely as a probe. Turning around, the figure raised his hands and feigned innocence, stating, "See, even without making a move, you cannot harm me. Would you care to play with the Pokemon beside me instead?" Sasuke glanced at the Mutuo nearby, incredulous at the underestimation of his abilities. Sasuke disregarded Chow Ming and prepared to launch another assault on the tree. His sword shimmered with lightning as he advanced once more. However, a figure interposed itself before him. Chow Ming, eager to extract further information from the tree, was impatient with the ongoing frivolity between the two and sought to eliminate the hindrance. Utilizing a psychic barrier, Chow Ming deflected Sasuke's Chidori. Sasuke, witnessing his attack halted before Chow Ming, was filled with astonishment. How could this be? After years of relentless training, am I now incapable of overcoming even a mere summoned beast of the tree? Infuriated, he activated his three Tomo Sharingan, the Tomos within his eyes spinning rapidly, unleashing their power. Chao Meng sensed the potency of Sasuke's Sharingan, and an expression of curiosity graced his features. Yet, he promptly amplified his psychic abilities, seizing control of Sasuke. Observing the conclusion of the skirmish, the tree approached the suspended Sasuke, who was entirely at the mercy of Chao Meng. See what I mean? You remain so feeble. How could you possibly seek vengeance? Perhaps it would be wise to return to Orochimaru for further training. Sasuke, filled with resentment, found himself powerless in his suspended state. Left with no recourse but to remain still, the tree and Chao Meng resumed their journey, indifferent to Sasuke's plight. Moments later, Sasuke, struggling to free himself from the grasp of the air, clenched his fists tightly. Damn it! Next time, I shall defeat you, tree, and that individual as well. Just wait, our feud is far from over. With that, Sasuke set off toward the Sound Village, intent on learning new techniques from Orochimaru to further augment his power. Chapter 57. A reunion with the little ninjas of Konoha. On their way to the Akatsuki organization, the tree and Chao Meng began to converse. Do you retain memories from before? Chao Meng, hearing the inquiry, replied, Yes, I was summoned from another world. I had been residing in my domain until I was abruptly brought here, and I can now feel that my life is intertwined with yours. As he spoke, Chao Meng gazed at the tree, lost in thought. Curiously, I am not a native of this realm either. I too arrived from another world, the tree responded. Is there a way to return? Chao Meng inquired. The tree fell silent for a moment before answering. As of now, no method has been discovered, though perhaps one may emerge in the future. Can you awaken other Pokemon as well? Certainly. However, the requirements are not fixed. I will need to awaken the Phoenix King later to assist me in completing certain tasks. Subsequently, Tree briefly conversed with Mutuo, which prompted Mutuo to halt its advance. In that case, please allow me to return to your system abode. Unless there are formidable adversaries, do not summon me. Tree nodded in understanding, subsequently recalling Mutuo back to the system sanctuary. Tree comprehended Mutuo's perspective. Being abruptly summoned to an alternate realm filled exclusively with humans was indeed a burden for Mutuo. Given its aversion to humanity, before long, Tree returned to the Akatsuki organization, making his way to Pain, where he observed Conan standing nearby. I have returned. Does this mean I am officially joining now? Well, you shall take this ring, Pain replied. Tree nodded and adorned himself with the ring. What about my teammates? Shall I team up with the individual beside you? You should first seek out Haiden and assist them in capturing tailed beasts. I will arrange your subsequent teammates, Pain instructed. I see. Very well, Tree responded before vanishing from the Akatsuki base, heading towards Haiden. Charming Haiden, we meet again. Is it at the Temple of Fire? It has been ages since I last saw Shikamaru. At the Temple of Fire, Haiden had just slain a monk and boasted to Kaku, see? I told you it was wise to come find me first. My efficiency in earning money is unparalleled. It turned out that during their journey, Kakuzu had been voicing his frustrations regarding Haiden, as Haiden's antics had adversely affected Kakuzu's earning potential. Acknowledging his fault, Haiden astonishingly refrained from retorting, considering that Kakuzu had sought him out twice and even helped him stitch himself back together. After resolving this matter, Kakuzu instructed Haiden to take the corpse away for payment. Haiden dutifully dragged the deceased body along. The survivors of the Temple of Fire, upon realizing their safety, immediately sent a distress signal to Konoha. Tsunade received the intelligence and dispatched Asuma to lead a team to the Temple of Fire to assess the situation. Accompanied by Shikamaru and his team, Asuma arrived at the devastated temple, their hearts heavy with grief, and commenced the search for the perpetrator who had slain their friend. During Asuma's search, Tree finally encountered Kakuzu and Haiden. Hello, we meet again, have you missed me? Tree exclaimed. Kakuzu remained silent as usual. Haiden, witnessing Tree's elated demeanor, was about to utter something but was halted by Kakuzu tugging at his sleeve. I no longer wish to seek out the leader. You understand my meaning, Haiden? Haiden swallowed back his words, turning his head away in reluctance, refusing to meet Tree's gaze. Kakuzu then inquired, what brings you to our domain? Is there something amiss? It was not the leader who summoned me. I had thought the leader would pair me with that purple-haired beauty. Alas, it is certainly the leader's reluctance that has led to this. How miserly. Kakuzu paid no attention to the tree, but remarked, let us first escort this fellow to the Underground Bounty Guild to exchange for our earnings. Then we shall proceed to capture the Two Tails in the Cloud Village. The tree admired Kakuzu's diligence in earning money for the organization. If Kakuzu were to learn that the hard-earned money was exchanged by Conan for explosive tags to craft fireworks, he might very well be infuriated. The trio made their way to the underground bounty guild, where several figures discreetly observed them from the shadows. Asuma, concealed in the darkness, watched the three enter the guild and then exchanged a glance with Shikamaru. Shikamaru instantly comprehended Asuma's intent and began to set traps outside. When the trio emerged, a shadow appeared beneath their feet. The tree, realizing he could not move, feigned surprise. "Oh no, I can't move. Kakuzu, help me. Quickly, save me." Kakuzu, hearing the tree's cries and noting the clumsy act, recognized it as a ruse. Those who fall for it must have ulterior motives. "Ha ha ha. You finally bit the dust, didn't you? Now, behold the performance of your esteemed Haiden, and learn a thing or two, you little imp." Kakuzu acknowledged Haiden's comment. "Indeed, my teammate lacks intellect." Haiden then shouted at Shikamaru, who was attempting to ambush them. "Come at me. I wish to see what skills you possess." Unfazed by Haiden's taunts, Shikamaru continued to manipulate the trio's movements. Asuma knew that Shikamaru could not maintain control for long. Drawing out a kunai, he lunged toward Kakuzu, striking him in the heart, causing Kakuzu to collapse. At that moment, Shikamaru could no longer sustain his control, and the tree and Haiden regained their mobility. Shikamaru leaped to Asuma's side, having dispatched one, while two remained. At this juncture, Shikamaru glanced at the tree and Haiden. Upon recognizing the familiar face of the tree, he exclaimed in astonishment, "Tree, how could it be you?" The tree, feigning sorrow upon being recognized by Shikamaru, lamented, "You only just noticed me? How heartbreaking." Shikamaru looked at the tree, puzzled. "Why did you join this organization, and why did you betray the ninja village?" In the realm of trees, there exists no definitive path. The village has indeed provided the answers, yet whatever I say now is merely a reflection of the past. Furthermore, Naruto was already aware of this matter. Did he not convey it to you? Shikamaru shook his head, admitting that Naruto had not reported this incident. At that moment, Shikamaru felt a complex mix of emotions, reminiscent of childhood friends now destined to confront one another as adversaries. Asuma approached Shikamaru, reminding him that this was not the time for sentimentality, urging him to apprehend them first, with further discussions to follow. After speaking, Asuma launched an attack towards Haiden. Meanwhile, she retrieved a pokeball from his waist, declaring, "Let us commence as well. I wish to see if you have made any progress over the years." A flash of red light illuminated the scene, as Lucario materialized before them, ready to engage in nostalgic exchanges. In recognition of Shi's Pokemon's prowess, particularly after years of separation, Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji steeled themselves for the challenge. Shikamaru initiated with Shadow Imitation Jutsu, aiming to control Lucario. But the creature's speed was astonishingly nimble, rendering Shikamaru's shadows ineffective. Choji employed Expansion Jutsu, also directing his attack at Lucario. Chapter 58. Remain composed. Do not be distorted. Ino discreetly raised her hand behind Shikamaru, targeting Shu. Mind Transfer Jutsu. In the next instant, her consciousness entered Shi's mind. However, as Ino attempted to exert control, a voice interrupted, "Impudent." In the presence of an adversary, especially when the strengths of both sides are uncertain, do not recklessly invade another's mind. Consider this a lesson. Remain here obediently. Upon hearing Shi's words, Ino realized her predicament. When she tried to withdraw from the mind transfer jutsu, she found herself trapped within Shi's consciousness, unable to escape. In the physical realm, Ino had collapsed to the ground. Shikamaru, perplexed, questioned, "Ino, what has happened?" He shook her body repeatedly, yet she showed no signs of awakening. Shi's voice resonated, "Fear not. She is merely ensnared by me temporarily. Once you defeat me, I shall release her." "You scoundrel." Choji, having utilized Expansion Jutsu, was engaged in a fierce battle with Lucario, though it was more accurate to say that Lucario was effortlessly countering Choji's blows. Despite his relentless attacks, Choji could not maintain his stance, eventually ceasing the use of Expansion Jutsu to catch his breath. Lucario, observing this, also halted, granting Choji a moment of respite. As Shikamaru and Choji found themselves in a tense standoff with Lucario, Asuma was locked in an intense duel with Haiden. Asuma's kunai, imbued with wind chakra, clashed repeatedly against Haiden's weapon. In their physical confrontation, Asuma ultimately gained the upper hand, delivering a powerful kick that sent Haiden sprawling. With swift hand seals, Asuma unleashed Fire Style, Ash Pile Burn. The smoke engulfed Haiden, who had been kicked away, and soon afterward, the smoke ignited, enveloping his entire being. Oh! The cries that initially emanated from within the smoke gradually transformed into sounds of pleasure. The nearby Shikamaru furrowed his brow at the grotesque nature of Haiden's moans. Haiden, if you continue to make such repulsive noises, I shall sever your head, he shouted toward Haiden's direction. Upon hearing Shikamaru's words, Haiden's cries abruptly ceased. As the smoke dissipated, it revealed Haiden, his expression oddly contorted, resembling one who desperately needed to relieve himself but found no suitable place to do so. Unable to contain his disdain, Shikamaru remarked, "Looks like you're constipated, wearing that expression as if you've just eaten feces." Haiden, upon hearing Shikamaru's words, felt an urge to retaliate. However, recalling the sensation of his mind soaring through the sky, he decided to endure for a bit longer. He chose to disregard Shikamaru and instead directed all his malice toward Asuma. It's all your fault. I shall offer you to the evil god." Haiden brandished his scythe and charged once more at Asuma. Meanwhile, Lucario resumed his battle with Dingji, this time with far greater ferocity. Dingji soon found himself at the mercy of Lucario, who relentlessly pummeled him back and forth like a mere punching bag. With a resounding thud, Dingji could no longer withstand the assault and slowly collapsed to the ground. Shikamaru, observing from the sidelines, felt utterly helpless. He turned to his companion and said, "See, no matter how high your intellect, in the face of absolute strength, all is in vain. You can only watch as your teammates fall one by one. If fortune does not favor them, they may even meet their demise." After speaking, Shikamaru approached the still-laying Kakuzu. "Kakuzu, how much longer do you intend to feign death? If you do not rise now, perhaps it's best you remain down." Hearing Shikamaru's words, Kakuzu reluctantly got to his feet, brushing off the dust from his body. The adage that the longer one lives, the clearer their thoughts become was exemplified in Kakuzu's case. Previously, when he was pierced through the heart, he had aimed to strike down Shikamaru and his companions in a surprise attack, only to realize that Shikamaru stood in the ideal position for his ambush. After eavesdropping on Shikamaru's conversation with his allies, Kakuzu deduced that they were merely reminiscing and exchanging pleasantries, intending to part ways safely. Having arrived at this conclusion, Kakuzu lost all desire to continue fighting and chose instead to quietly lie on the ground, pretending to be dead, wishing to remain undisturbed until their encounter concluded. Why not resist Shikamaru? Jiao Du finds himself in uncertainty, pondering the limits of Shu's power. Based on previous encounters, he surmises that as long as he does not provoke Shu, the latter would refrain from causing him trouble. Thus, Jiao Du meticulously plans his strategy and feigns death. However, unexpectedly, Shu calls out to him, leaving Jiao Du somewhat speechless. Initially resistant to being schooled by Shu, Lu Quan is taken aback to witness that their initial ambush on the enemy has seemingly had no effect. This revelation stirs something within him. Shu glances at Lu Quan, remarking, "See, your strategy bears no influence on us. It merely serves to entertain you." As if to validate Shu's assertion, Fei Du, incited by Shu's provocation, launches a reckless assault on Asuma. Asuma, astonished to see Fei Du, who has had his throat slashed and heart pierced, still thriving, is left incredulous. How is this possible? Why is he unharmed? In Asuma's moment of bewilderment, Fei Du seizes the opportunity to injure Asuma's arm. With excitement, Fei Du brings the blood from his blade to his lips, licking it clean, his smile taking on a twisted demeanor. "Ha! Behold the might of the evil god. Are you ready to face the judgment of the evil god?" Suddenly, a forceful blow strikes the back of Fei Du's head. Shu has inexplicably appeared beside him. "Fight properly. There is no need for such grotesqueness. Your laughter is quite unsettling," Shu admonishes. "You. Very well." Fei Du grits his teeth, suppressing his urges, and begins to invoke his secret technique, a complex formation materializing beneath him. His appearance transforms into that of a black skeleton. Eager to shout at Asuma, he catches sight of Shu standing nearby and restrains himself. For the first time, Fei Du silently prepares to attack, drawing a slender stick and plunging it into his own abdomen. From a distance, Asuma finds Fei Du's actions perplexing, but in the next moment, he feels identical wounds manifest upon his own body. As Fei Du observes Asuma clutching his abdomen in agony, kneeling on the ground, a perverse smile spreads across his face. "Enough. Behave yourself." "Yes, yes." At this juncture, Lu Quan, taken aback not only by Fei Du's peculiar abilities, but also by Shu's authority, wonders why Shu can command his two teammates so effortlessly, and why they do not dare to resist. Chapter 59. An unpleasant feeling. Asuma, now on the ground, gazes in astonishment at Fei Du, who is enacting his ritual. How can this be? Why do his wounds transfer to me? In response, Fei Du's expression of triumph becomes increasingly difficult to conceal. Ha ha ha, have you come to recognize my prowess? Soon, I shall offer you to the evil god. Beside him, Shikamaru, who had been speculating about the tree's identity, finally came to a realization. Asuma-sensei, how could this happen? Could it be due to that peculiar circle he drew earlier? His mind raced with thoughts while his hands continued their swift movements. A shadow, dark as night, extended from beneath his feet, slowly creeping toward Haiden's position. At that moment, Haiden had raised his weapon high, poised to plunge it into his own heart. Just as the sharp tip of the weapon was mere millimeters away from piercing his heart, Haiden's hand suddenly froze. Puzzled, he exclaimed, "Huh? What is happening? Why can't I control my body again?" Shikamaru, with great effort, exerted his influence over Haiden, guiding him slowly out of the ritualistic circle he had drawn. Once Haiden's final foot stepped beyond the boundary, Shikamaru exhaled in relief and turned his gaze toward the two figures standing nearby, Kakazu and the tree. Concern crept into Shikamaru's thoughts. If Kakazu were to strike suddenly, or if the tree commanded his Lucario to attack, he would find himself utterly defenseless, and Haiden would regain his autonomy. Observing the scene unfold, the tree addressed Kakazu. "Are you just going to stand there? Aren't you going to assist Haiden?" Jay, with an air of indifference, remarked, "If Fadewan cannot even handle this, then assisting him would be of little consequence." Although he spoke thus, his mind wandered to the thought that had he dared to act just moments ago, he might have found himself subdued beneath Fadewan's might. How could he feign innocence and beckon me to act? As if the years I have spent honing my skills were in vain? Indeed, regardless of how formidable my strength may be, I remain but a mere child. Upon hearing Jay's words, the tree cast a surprised glance in his direction, realizing that this fellow possessed a commendable level of awareness. At that moment, Lucario approached the tree's side, observing the tug-of-war between Shikamaru and Fadewan. For the first time, Lucario beheld the tree up close, his green bean-like eyes fixated intently. Is this truly the spirit beast of that child? Though appearing rather frail, its earlier display of strength was not inferior to that of Fadewan. Previously, when Fadewan clashed with the tree had engaged in battle through assimilation, making this encounter with the tree's Pokemon a first for Lucario. Lucario sensed Jay's gaze and proudly lifted his head, his eyes coldly scrutinizing Jay. The two locked eyes in an unspoken challenge, prompting Jay to awkwardly avert his gaze from Lucario, struck by the piercing intensity of this spirit beast stare. Meanwhile, Shikamaru, having created some distance, finally felt the shadow binds that held Fadewan dissipate. Beads of sweat adorned Shikamaru's brow as he regarded Fadewan. His frustration peaked. He had reached his limit, his chakra utterly depleted. As Fadewan perceived the release of his restraints and observed the panting Shikamaru across from him, a triumphant grin spread across his face. "Ha ha ha, little brat. You can no longer endure, can you? Prepare to witness the wrath of the evil god." With that proclamation, Fadewan advanced towards the circle he had drawn on the ground. Shikamaru, utterly drained, gazed at Fadewan as he approached the circle, despair etched across his face. Once more standing within the confines of the circle, Fadewan raised his weapon, plunging it towards his heart. "It is time. Accept the judgment of the evil god." Shikamaru's gaze remained fixated on the weapon in Fadewan's grasp. Just as Fadewan was about to strike, he felt his weapon abruptly halt. Looking at his wrist, he noticed a hand tightly gripping him, igniting his fury. "Which blind fool dares to sabotage my grand scheme, Fadewan?" No sooner had he spoken than he lost his balance, yanked from the circle he had meticulously crafted. A voice floated lightly into Fadewan's ears. "I simply wanted to discuss something with you, and yet you began to take advantage of me again, Fadewan." Upon hearing the voice, Fadewan instinctively prepared to retort, only to feel an unsettling familiarity in the tone. "Tree?" he questioned uncertainly, a tremor of recognition lacing his words. "Oh, so you know it is I? You must comprehend the consequences of referring to oneself as I, your lord." "I." Fadewan's words were left unspoken, and that familiar sensation washed over him once more. The well-known voice echoed in Fadewan's ears, prompting him to beg for mercy immediately. "Tree, it was merely a slip of the tongue. I did not mean it that way, please." Upon hearing Fadewan's plea, Tree's hand momentarily faltered in its action. "Since you insist on saying that, How about I toss your head away and then offer you an apology? After uttering this, Tree did not await Fadewan's response. He exerted a slight force and stepped back with his right leg, raising his right hand high to hurl Fadewan's head into the air, tracing a trajectory against the sky. As Fadewan ascended in a straight line, he could not help but exclaim, "What an annoying sensation!" Shikamaru was taken aback by Tree's actions. Wasn't Tree supposed to be on their side? How could he eliminate his own teammate? Tree slowly returned to Kakuzu's side. "You should understand me, right? I did not intend for this. It is merely that Fadewan has a reckless tongue, and I am merely helping you discipline him." Kakuzu, at a loss for words, nodded slightly. "It seems I may need to trouble you again to find Fadewan's head. I did not exert much force this time, so you should be able to locate it swiftly." Aware of Tree's words, Kakuzu discreetly departed, dragging away the headless body of Fadewan, thereby granting space for Tree and Shikamaru. As Kakuzu left, Shikamaru turned to Tree once more and inquired, "Tree, why? What is your purpose in all of this?" Tree retrieved a Pokeball to call back Lucario, and then turned to follow Kakuzu, just as Tree's figure was about to vanish completely into the forest. His voice reached Shikamaru's ears. "Your strength remains insufficient, Shikamaru. Even if I divulge everything to you, what can you truly change? I hope that when we meet again, your prowess will have improved." Stunned into silence, Shikamaru pondered Tree's words. At that moment, the alert Ino rushed over to tend to the injured Asuma and Choji. Chapter 60. A return to the village hidden in the clouds shortly after. Kakuzu caught up with Tree without posing any questions and proceeded in the direction where Fadewan's head had flown. After several instances of Tree's head-throwing incidents involving Fadewan, Kakuzu's ability to locate objects had considerably enhanced. Before long, he discovered Fadewan's head resting upon a tree branch at the edge of a cliff. At this moment, Fadewan's eyes were vacant, gazing into the distant scenery, occasionally interrupted by a few birds flying overhead. On a fortunate day, droppings from these birds would land squarely upon Fadewan's head. While still lost in thought, Fadewan suddenly felt the branch beneath him tremble, and his eyes gradually regained their luster. What is happening? Before he could fully contemplate this, his head began to plummet rapidly. Damn it! What a vexing sensation it is, experiencing the disorienting weightlessness of my head. Suddenly, I realized that my head is no longer falling. How peculiar. Where on earth am I? Ah, you have come into my possession, Haiden. Upon hearing Kakuzu's voice, tears of emotion welled in the corners of Haiden's eyes. Is it truly you, Kakuzu? You have returned at last. You are indeed my steadfast partner. Oh, is Kakuzu all you think of? Am I merely an afterthought, a mere outsider to the new organization? How disheartening. Haiden heard the voice of the tree, and the smile that once adorned his face faded away. Why? Are you also here? Do you truly wish to avoid seeing me? It pains my heart. The tree began to mimic Haiden's sorrowful expression. Kakuzu observed the tree's performance, all the while continuing his meticulous work of reattaching Haiden's head with practiced ease. In no time, Kakuzu had returned Haiden's head to its rightful place. The tree circled around Haiden. TSK, TSK, TSK. Well done, Kakuzu. I never anticipated you possessed such skills. Would you be interested in collaborating with me on a side venture? We could specialize in sewing bodies together. I'll procure clients, and you handle the stitching. We could split the profits evenly. What do you say? I have no desire to engage in such trivial pursuits. How could such endeavors be deemed trivial? We would simply be expanding our revenue streams for the organization. The tree, noticing Kakuzu's disinterest, turned its attention back to Haiden. What do you think, Haiden? Perhaps we could collaborate. You could perform the feat of shattering stones upon your chest while I attract clientele. After all, you cannot truly die, can you? What are your thoughts? Haiden, upon hearing this, was rendered speechless. Yet, he dared not counter the tree's proposal. After all, his head had just been restored to his neck, and he did not wish to risk losing his body once more. Thus, Haiden chose to remain silent, mirroring Kakuzu's demeanor. Sensing the silence between the two, the tree grew bored. At that moment, Kakuzu spoke up. The leader has already assigned the mission. Next, we must venture to the hidden cloud village to capture the two tails. Tree, what are your thoughts on this matter? Certainly, I am indeed with you all, for the leader has instructed me to act alongside you. In Konoha, after completing his mission, Shikamaru hurriedly took Asuma to the hospital for treatment before swiftly making his way to the Hokage's office to report the mission's intelligence. Upon arriving before the fifth Hokage, Tsunade, he noticed that Kiba and others were also present. Seeing Shikamaru enter in haste, Tsunade inquired, Is something amiss? Without dwelling on Kiba's presence, Shikamaru directly replied, "We have failed this mission. We did not capture the enemies who destroyed the fire temple, but we did gather some intelligence." Tsunade lifted her gaze to him, signaling him to continue. "We tracked down the individuals responsible for the destruction of the fire temple and discovered they are affiliated with the same organization as the rogue ninja, Uchiha Itachi. Moreover, we spotted Inuzuka Kiba. He is also part of that organization and appears to hold a significant position." Kiba, who had been quietly listening to Shikamaru's report, became visibly agitated upon hearing Kiba's name. His face contorted with rage as he rushed to Shikamaru, gripping his shoulders. "What did you say? You saw that guy? Where is he? I will kill that bastard." Concerned looks passed among Kiba's teammates as they observed his reaction. Shikamaru, closest to Kiba, urged him to calm down. "Take a breath and let me finish." As Kiba began to regain his composure, Shikamaru continued, "We did find Kiba, but there were complications. If it weren't for him, we might not have returned safely." He elaborated on the mission's details, sharing his suspicions regarding Kiba's behavior. "I wonder if Kiba was framed." Upon hearing Shikamaru's analysis, Kiba's eyes brightened with hope, and he anxiously turned to Tsunade, awaiting her response. Tsunade pondered for a moment, resting her chin on her hands. Her formidable presence accentuated as she leaned forward, her form shifting subtly. Yet, amidst this tense scene, no one paid heed to the spectacle. Their anticipation was solely directed at Tsunade's forthcoming answer. The investigation into Kiba's situation could wait. The utmost priority now was to uncover the specific motives and origins of the cloaked figures. Meanwhile, after a considerable journey, Kiba arrived at the gates of the hidden cloud village. He gazed at the familiar surroundings, reflecting, "I can't believe I've returned here so soon. I wonder if the Eight Tails tentacles have grown." At that moment, in a certain part of the hidden cloud village, Killer Bee commenced his solo rap performance, while the Eight Tails, residing within him, suddenly shuddered. "What is happening? Why do I suddenly experience chills?" As the three individuals moved forward, they captured a ninja from the village and extracted the location of the two tails. It turned out to be in the training chamber at the back mountain of the Cloud Ninja village. Upon acquiring this vital information, Kakuzu retracted his tentacles, simultaneously taking the life of the ninja. The trio then altered their destination, heading directly towards the host of the two tails, the Wooden Man. Within the cavern of the Cloud Ninja village, the Wooden Man diligently endeavored to enhance his strength. "Infuriatingly, I lost to a summoning beast last time. Even after unleashing the full power of the two tails, I still faced defeat." Just as the Wooden Man immersed himself once more in his training, three figures appeared at the entrance of the training room. Upon halting his practice, he noticed the presence of three individuals encroaching upon his secluded space. "Didn't I tell you all? Unless there is an extraordinary circumstance, do not enter here." The interruption of his training left the Wooden Man feeling somewhat irate. Chapter 61. Reunion with the cat. Again, as the three figures drew nearer, the Wooden Man finally discerned their faces. When a familiar visage came into view, he pointed at the tree and exclaimed, "It's you again. What do you want this time?" Upon hearing the words of the Wooden Man, both Kakuzu and Haiden turned their gazes towards the tree, their expressions reminiscent of disdainful observers, which rendered the tree exceedingly uncomfortable. At that moment, Kakuzu's foremost thought was that they were doomed. This mission was likely in jeopardy. The tree, feeling somewhat awkward, touched his nose and addressed the Wooden Man, saying, "Hey, what kind of tone is that? It sounds as if I abandoned you." Upon hearing this, the Wooden Man immediately became irate. "Isn't it true? The last time you left me in such a state, I had to recover for quite some time. My body still aches. And now, you act as if everything is perfectly normal." The tree, increasingly at a loss for words, retorted, "Hey, if you can't articulate yourself properly, perhaps you should refrain from speaking at all. Can't you see the way these two are looking at me? Their expressions are rather unsettling." At this juncture, both Kakuzu and Haiden subtly shifted closer to the tree, silently conveying their desire to dissociate from him. Listening to the Wooden Man, the tree had entirely lost the desire to continue arguing. "Kakuzu, Haiden, it's your turn," the tree declared, preparing to watch the unfolding drama as he had done previously. However, after a brief pause, he noticed that Kakuzu and Haiden, who had been standing behind him, remained motionless, simply staring at him. "What's wrong? Why aren't you moving?" Kakuzu and Haiden regarded the tree with expressions that seemed to say, "Don't take us for fools. If we go, there's no way we return." Even Haiden felt a sense of newfound cleverness, thinking, Finally, I've outsmarted myself this time. My head can safely remain on my shoulders. Those previous headaches, could they be a sign of developing intelligence? With that thought, a smile involuntarily spread across Hayden's face. Realizing their misunderstanding, the tree sighed deeply. In this day and age, it seems no one believes in honesty anymore. With a sense of resignation, he retrieved a pokeball from his waist. Come forth and meet an old friend. It's decided. Raichu. A flash of red light illuminated the scene, revealing a creature resembling an orange mouse before their eyes. Raichu, the wooden man, having observed their murmuring earlier, was about to question the tree regarding his presence when he noticed the tree releasing the very creature that had previously defeated him. You again? Perfect. This time, let me show you the fruits of my recent efforts. With that, the wooden man ceased hiding his true form and instantly transformed into a fully manifested two-tailed state. A colossal blue feline now standing before them. Seeing this spectacle, Hayden gazed blankly at Kakuzu and asked, "Aren't they not supposed to be in that kind of relationship? Why does it seem like they are about to fight?" Jiao Du, with the demeanor of one who has experienced much, remarked that it was a simple matter. To strike is to show affection, and to scold is to express love. Though they appeared at odds now, it was likely merely a trivial quarrel. Furthermore, the summoned beast released by the tree was evidently weaker than the one we had previously encountered, its diminutive size suggesting it was merely a fade. Did you truly take it seriously? Ah, I see. Hayden felt as though his mental faculties had sharpened today, his knowledge expanding with each passing moment. Listening to the exchange between Jiao Du and Hayden, the tree felt a sense of resignation. It seemed there was no clearing the misunderstanding now. In that case, Raichu, gigantify. The Raichu, which had previously only reached the height of the two tails feet, swiftly expanded, eventually matching the stature of the cat spirit. Jiao Du observed the rapidly growing Raichu, recognizing that this summoned beast possessed formidable strength as well. Roar. The two tails, now under the control of the wooden man and the two tails, felt an exhilarating rush upon seeing the Raichu that had previously bested them. Boom. The two tails dashed towards Raichu, kicking up dust that quickly enveloped the already small training room. Jiao Du and Hayden, caught in the swirling debris, looked up to see the tree remained untouched, devoid of any grime. Why is the tree unscathed while we are dust-covered? Hayden grumbled. Upon hearing Hayden's complaint, the tree replied, "Perhaps I am simply more handsome. After all, those of pleasing appearance often enjoy better fortune." Chuckling, Jiao Du and Hayden wisely chose to remain silent. As the dust gradually settled within the training room, the trio finally glimpsed the silhouettes of the battling creatures, witnessing the two tails and Raichu entwined in combat. The two tails extended its massive claws, aiming directly for Raichu's head. Raichu deftly tilted its head to evade, then extended its small claws to grasp the two tails' outstretched hind leg. With a flawless shoulder throw, it hurled the two tails behind it. The impact reverberated through the training room as if the earth itself trembled. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Jiao Du and Hayden hastily retreated towards the cave entrance. As the cave began to collapse, revealing the fierce struggle between the two tails and Raichu, Hayden, who had already made it outside, noticed the tree was nowhere to be seen. Is that fellow buried alive? Should we not assist him, Jiao Du? Hayden inquired. Jiao Du, exasperated, replied, "What are you thinking? If the tree could be so easily buried, would you not be easily beheaded by him?" After contemplating for a moment, Fei Duan felt an understanding dawn upon him. Indeed, shortly after Jiao Du conversed with Fei Duan, several stones began to levitate amidst the ruins of the collapsed cave. Before Jiao Du and Fei Duan's eyes, these stones appeared to defy gravity, each one seemingly weightless as they floated in the air. From within the rubble, a figure resembling a tree emerged. Observing this spectacle, Fei Duan inquired of Jiao Du, "Given your longevity, what do you believe is the nature of this ability?" Jiao Du, after a moment of contemplation, responded, "I have not witnessed anything like this before. It could possibly be a unique bloodline limit of the tree, though I have not heard of any remarkable bloodline limits associated with the Inuzuka clan." The tree approached Jiao Du and Fei Duan, teasingly asking, "What is it that you gaze upon me for? Have you never encountered a handsome figure?" Hearing the tree's words, Jiao Du lost his desire to inquire further. Meanwhile, at Raichu's location, liberated from the confines of the cave, two colossal creatures commenced their own movements. The two tails began to leap side to side, evading the barrage of lightning orbs that Raichu relentlessly unleashed. Observing this, Raichu began to gather electricity, and soon a lightning bolt, as thick as a barrel, swiftly surged towards the Two Tails. At that moment, having just evaded one lightning orb, the Two Tails found itself unable to dodge the incoming bolt. Raising its tail, it attempted to shield itself. Upon impact, the bolt struck, rendering the Two Tails' once blue, flame-like fur charred and blackened, with sporadic flashes of lightning dancing across its body. Noticing the Two Tails in a state of paralysis, Raichu extended his hand, grasping the tail shaped like lightning behind him, and rushed towards the Two Tails. Chapter 62. Absorbing the Two Tails, Raichu dragged his tail along the ground, electricity flickering back and forth along its length. Finally nearing the Two Tails, Raichu lifted his tail and struck it across the face. With a resounding thud, the Two Tails was hurled away, its massive form skidding across the ground and gouging a deep trench. At this moment, the inhabitants of Cloud Ninja Village heard the commotion emanating from the back mountain, each one curiously lifting their heads to gaze towards the source of the sound. What is happening over there? They wondered. A few patrolling ninjas from the village of Cloud swiftly reacted and hurried towards the rear mountains, noticing that the two-tailed beast lay still in the distance. Raichu lost interest in continuing the fight and gradually reverted to its original form. The now smaller Raichu joyfully dashed towards the tree. Upon seeing Raichu leap into its embrace, the tree affectionately patted its head, noting the improvement since their last encounter. This time, the duration was notably shorter. Upon hearing the tree's praise, Raichu squinted its eyes in delight, snuggling affectionately against the tree's face. Meanwhile, Kakuzu and Haiden, who had been observing Raichu's battle, were left intrigued by the tree's summoned beast. "I never expected your summoning beast to be so powerful," Kakuzu remarked. The tree, playfully teasing Raichu, replied, "I call them Pokemon. They are fundamentally different from summoning beasts." At that moment, Haiden approached the tree, inquiring, "Pokemon?" Having never heard of it, Fadewan extended his hand towards Raichu, eager to stroke its head. The moment his fingers brushed against Raichu, it seemed to sense the impending contact, and a flash of lightning erupted from the electric pouches on its cheeks. Fadewan's hand halted a mere millimeter above Raichu's head. Struck by the sudden jolt, Fadewan's body became enveloped in a dark hue, reminiscent of his previous encounter with the Two Tails. Fortunately, due to his inherent characteristics, he faced no mortal peril, merely experiencing pain and numbness. His charred visage bore a slightly agape mouth, from which wisps of smoke began to rise into the air, while his once-combed back hair stood on end. Jiaodu observed Fadewan's predicament with a sense of deservedness, noting that after witnessing its power, he still dared to reach out. Did he think he was a tree that Raichu would indulge him? The tree disregarded Fadewan, now incapacitated by the electric shock. "It is time to carry away the Two Tails," Jiaodu responded to the tree. He had come to trust its words, understanding that the host of the Two Tails was of no concern to him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have rendered it in such a state. Ultimately, Jiaodu carried the unconscious form of the Two Tails, now transformed into a wooden puppet, while his other hand dragged the paralyzed Fadewan along. As they departed, a pair of patrolling ninja from the Cloud Village arrived, their faces painted with urgency. "What should we do?" "We must notify Lord Rakich," they exclaimed before swiftly vanishing from sight. The trio, led by the tree, brought the wooden puppet to a concealed cave and began to communicate with the members of the Akatsuki organization through secretive techniques. The shadows of the Akatsuki members began to gather, and Pain could not help but commend their swift capture of a tailed beast. "I did not expect you to be the first team to seize a tailed beast," he remarked. "Of course, do not underestimate our capabilities," Fadewan replied, a smug expression gracing his face. Another shadow, upon hearing this, could not restrain himself. "What are you so proud of?" "We have already infiltrated the Sand Village, and will soon capture the One Tail." Instantly, Fadewan recognized the voice, none other than Deidara. Feeling provoked by the taunt, Fadewan retorted. Though his temper had softened considerably in Tree's presence, he still exuded a fearless demeanor in general. "You braggart. It's merely the One Tail, and you're still slower than us. How dare you criticize?" As tensions escalated, Pain intervened. "Enough. Let us focus on the task at hand. We must seal the Two Tails first." Upon hearing Pain's authoritative words, both sides fell silent. The members of the Akatsuki encircled the host of the Two Tails, while the wooden puppet levitated at the center, the power of the tailed beast gradually being siphoned away. After a period of time, the last vestige of the tailed beast's strength was extracted, leaving the wooden puppet lifeless on the ground. "Now, let us proceed according to plan." By the way, Tree, you should head to the location of Scorpion. They seem to be encountering some difficulties, Pain instructed before his shadow slowly faded from view. Once Pain had departed, Fadewan turned to Daidara's position and said, "Hurry up. We have already sealed one-tailed beast, and you have yet to begin. Do you still need assistance? Just wait. Sealing a tailed beast is no trivial task. And we do not require help," Daidara replied, eager to prove himself to Fadewan as he hastily departed. Meanwhile, in the Cloud Village, Raikage was overwhelmed by the documents scattered across his desk. His anger flared as the door to his office swung open unexpectedly. "Who dares to disturb my paperwork?" he bellowed. Two Cloud Shinobi, witnessing their Raikage's fury, hesitated to report the task that was on the tip of their tongues. As the Raikage's anger subsided significantly, he inquired of the two trembling figures before him, "What has caused your hurried entrance?" "Forgive us, Raikage-sama. While patrolling outside, we noticed unusual activity in the back mountain. Upon investigation, we discovered that Lord Mew had been kidnapped." With a resounding crash, the Raikage's desk shattered in two. "Who dares to openly provoke our village?" The reporting ninja, sensing the Raikage's wrath, murmured. From a distance, we observed that the assailants wore black cloaks adorned with red clouds. Upon hearing their description, the Raikage pondered. Could it be them? He hastily departed from the confines of Kakazu and Haiden's vicinity, heading towards Sasori's location. "Truly, they treat me as a mere pawn, placing me wherever they see fit." Meanwhile, in the Sand Village, the night was ablaze with light, and explosions echoed through the air. Gaara, in his quest to protect his village, ultimately succumbed to Daidara's explosive onslaught and fell unconscious. With their objective achieved, Sasori and Daidara began their retreat, placing Gaara aside in a cave, preparing to seal him. Konoha Village received the Sand Village's plea for assistance, prompting Tsunade to dispatch Kakashi and Guy, along with their respective teams, including Kiba, to aid the Kazekage. Upon learning that the Akatsuki was involved, Naruto felt a tumult of emotions stirring within him. Is that organization still active? I wonder if I will encounter you this time. Similarly, Kiba was not at peace, determined to confront Inuzuka should directly. Chapter 63. The fire-breathing dragon emerges. Shu arrived at his destination, stepping into the cave to find Sasori and Deidara seated nearby, with a red-haired boy lying on the ground. Upon noticing Shu's entrance, Deidara exclaimed, "Well, you actually came. You didn't need to. I could have captured this brat all by myself. Isn't that splendid?" "I merely intended to observe. I had no intention of assisting you," Shu replied nonchalantly, approaching Gaara and nudging him with his foot. "I hope this fellow doesn't awaken mid-operation. I'm not entirely confident in your abilities." Deidara stepped closer to Shu, retorting, "Do you doubt my art?" As the argument between the tree and Deidara unfolded, the usually silent Scorpion finally spoke up. "Enough chit-chat. Let us commence with our serious business." The two ceased their quarrel and began preparing for the task of sealing away the One-Tail. The members of the Akatsuki once again gathered, ready to undertake the sealing process. Naruto and his companions from Konoha, having arrived to provide assistance, were en route to Sunagakure, accompanied by the elderly Chiyo, hastening towards Gaara's location. "Gaara, await our arrival. We shall be with you shortly." As Naruto sprinted, memories of his previous encounters akin to Gaara's plight surged through his mind, prompting him to quicken his pace. Upon reaching the sealing site, Naruto and his friends halted, gazing at the barrier that obstructed their path. They commenced attempts to dismantle it, yet every assault was effortlessly repelled. This seal, Kakashi pondered, contemplating the formidable barrier before them. Inside, the trio engaged in extracting the tailed beast heard the commotion outside. Pain opened his eyes, his deep purple eyes standing out in the dim surroundings. "Someone approaches. We cannot afford to interrupt the extraction. You handle this." Itachi and Kisame exchanged glances. "Leave it to us." They began forming hand seals. The ninja they had previously captured was bound before them. In an instant, the two were enveloped by the earth, their appearances transforming. Soon, a brand new Itachi and Kisame stood before their adversaries, while their original selves continued the extraction of the tailed beast. The tree bent down to his waist, addressing the Pokeball. "Is there anyone who wishes to venture outside?" The Pokemon within began to deliberate. Lucario, the eldest, shifted positions and resumed lounging, displaying no desire to engage. Raichu, having recently battled, also felt little inclination to fight again. Only Greninja, Charizard, and Venusaur remained. Not wanting to compete with his two younger companions, Greninja conceded. Venusaur observed Charizard, Contemplating, Charizard, shall we? After deliberation, Charizard agreed to take Venusaur for a flight, allowing it to experience the sensation of soaring through the skies, with the condition that Charizard could enjoy some leisure time first. A crimson light burst forth, revealing a magnificent orange-hued creature resembling a western dragon before the members of the Akatsuki. Those still engaged in the sealing ritual were taken aback by the sudden appearance of the creature, with Haiden and Kakazu particularly astonished. I never imagined he possessed such a unique summoning beast. It appears its strength is formidable. Charizard gazed at the tree. Enjoy your time, but do not overindulge. All permissions have been granted. Simply relish the moment. Roar. The jubilant dragon, with its head tilted, roared towards the sky, a blaze erupting from its mouth. Those outside the cave, engrossed in deciphering the seal, heard the sound. Naruto, curious, pressed his ear against the stone. Suddenly, a shadow soared from above the cave, prompting everyone to glance upward. Kakashi swiftly pulled Naruto aside as a massive blade swung toward Naruto's previous position. Upon inspection, Kakashi discerned two figures before them, Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hashigaki. Ah, long time no see. I didn't expect it to be you again, Kakashi remarked, shielding Naruto behind him before charging at Itachi. Kisame, observing, chose not to intervene and instead advanced toward his own opponent. Niji and Kiba, led by Guy, tensed as Kisame approached them. Kisame, eyeing Guy clad in his green jumpsuit, declared, "Let us finish the battle we left unresolved last time. This time, luck will not favor you." Guy, momentarily disoriented by Kisame's words, queried, "Who are you?" You don't remember me? I am Kisame Hashigaki. We met last time," he replied. "Ah, I see now, Itachi Hashigaki," Guy corrected, just as Kisame swung his weapon down. Guy nimbly leaped backward, narrowly evading the blow. Kisame redirected his weapon, aiming once more at Guy. The other Leaf ninjas, witnessing the clash, yearned to assist, but Chio intervened, urging, "Wait. Look at the creature in the sky. It is our true adversary." At Chio's admonition, they all glanced upward, where the dragon was flapping its wings, arms crossed in disdain. Suddenly, Akamaru, beside Kiba, exclaimed, "What? You say it is the little fire dragon from before? It carries his scent?" Kiba, upon hearing this, scrutinized the dragon above, though it had grown larger and transformed. He recognized that his brother's spirit beast, which claimed to be a Pokemon, could indeed evolve over time. "So you are here as well, Inuzuka Kiba." Chio prepared to strike first, weaving chakra threads from her fingertips and launching them toward the airborne dragon. The dragon, sensing the impending attack, opened its massive jaws, unleashing a ferocious flame that incinerated the chakra threads before they could reach it. After concluding its assault, the dragon dove downward, akin to a meteor, hurtling toward them. Chio swiftly retreated, evading the impact zone while using her chakra threads to pull the unprepared Kiba and Sakura to safety. Boom. The impact generated by the descending dragon surged forth in an instant, bending the saplings around it and snapping the sturdy trees in half. As the dust raised by the shockwave settled, the once flat ground had caved in, resembling a crater formed by a meteorite strike. The dragon stood at the center, gazing at Chio and the others, while Ya, seizing the opportunity when Chio was distracted, rushed towards the dragon. Upon reaching the dragon, he exclaimed, "You're here. Isn't he nearby as well? Why hasn't he shown himself yet? Is he afraid to face me?" Roaring defiantly, you could not comprehend the dragon's words, but the expression on the dragon's face clearly indicated a reluctance to engage in conversation. "If that is the case, I shall defeat you first, and then we shall see if he dares to emerge." Upon hearing Ya's declaration, the dragon's disdainful expression deepened, as if to say, "You think you are worthy?" Chapter 64. Each fights their own battle. Ya swiftly charged towards the dragon's position, calling out, "Akamaru, cover me," with a determined bark. Akamaru positioned himself at the dragon's right side, while Ya took to the left, forming a united front. With both hands, Ya began to weave his signs. Yatanya. Ya's body spun rapidly, mirroring Akamaru's movements as the two of them created a swirling vortex, racing toward the dragon. The dragon, unfazed by the impending attack, maintained its composure while its front claws began to glow, slowly extending to envelop its entire paw. With a decisive clap, the dragon employed its dragon claw technique, effortlessly capturing Ya and Akamaru's combined attack in its grasp. As the two came to a halt, realizing their assault had failed, they retreated to regroup. The dragon remained steadfast in its position, seemingly awaiting Ya's next move. In that moment, Ya felt as though he had returned to his childhood days of training with his little fire dragon, though the familiar figure that once stood behind him was now absent. Shaking off the nostalgia, he glanced at Akamaru, who seemed to sense his master's thoughts, and nodded in affirmation. With renewed determination, Akamaru charged once more at the dragon, exclaiming, "Akamaru, Thunderflash!" As the crimson spheres accelerated in their frantic dash, they began to create phantoms around them. Observing the multitude of crimson spheres charging towards it, the fire dragon swelled its mouth and unleashed a torrent of flames. The inferno surged forth, swiftly engulfing the crimson spheres along with their apparitions in a sea of fire. When the flames finally dissipated, all the crimson spheres had vanished, and at that moment, a whooshing sound emanated from behind the fire dragon's head. Unbeknownst to anyone, Teeth had already employed the Beastman technique, undergoing a transformation into his beastly form. His visage contorted into a fearsome snarl, revealing elongated canines that protruded from his mouth. With his claws, now in their beastly state, he lunged ferociously at the fire dragon's back. The fire dragon, sensing the impending danger, flapped its wings and summoned a gust of wind to propel Teeth away. Teeth was hurled through the air, spinning, until he landed on all fours. A triumphant grin plastered across his face as he beheld the fire dragon. Suddenly, a resounding impact struck behind the fire dragon, sending its entire body sprawling. Struggling to regain balance, the fire dragon flapped its wings and steadied itself, only to discover that the crimson sphere had morphed into a colossal silver wolf. Now looming before it, the fire dragon was perplexed at how this transformation had occurred behind it. Meanwhile, the strategy that had unfolded in Teeth's mind became clear. He had instructed the crimson sphere to use a flash of electricity to heighten its speed, creating an illusion of an attack on the fire dragon. While the fire dragon unleashed its flames, Teeth had signaled the crimson sphere to burrow underground, while he himself distracted the fire dragon, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. It was undeniable that Teeth had grown significantly stronger compared to his original portrayal, demonstrating not only strategic prowess, but also a remarkable synergy with the crimson sphere, far surpassing the singular tactics depicted in the original narrative. Chiyo, observing from the sidelines, couldn't help but marvel at the abundance of talent within Konoha. Feeling a twinge of envy, Teeth approached the transformed colossal silver wolf. Beast transformation, two-headed giant wolf. Before the fire dragon stood a massive wolf with two heads, saliva dripping from its jaws as it fixated on its opponent. Suddenly, the giant wolf sprang into action with a speed that rivaled that of the earlier flash of electricity. Now fused with the crimson sphere, Teeth was able to wield skills that were amplified by his enhanced physique. 1,000,000-ton impact. Teeth unleashed his most formidable strike, aiming for a mutual destruction with the fire dragon. The dual-headed giant wolf ignited with a green luminescence as it charged towards the fire dragon. The dismissive expression that had lingered on the fire dragon's face finally vanished as it prepared to counter. The muscles in its right arm bulged slightly as it executed its own 1,000,000-ton strike, ready to clash with Teeth's oncoming assault. Boom! As the two forces collided, a tremendous backlash sent Charizard hurtling away, while Inuzuka and Akamaru reverted to their original forms, being flung to the ground and skidding several meters before coming to a halt. Charizard rose once more from the earth, while Inuzuka and Akamaru lay exhausted, unable to rise, sprawled on the ground. Seeing this, Chiyo utilized her chakra threads to pull Inuzuka and Akamaru back. "It seems that if we wish to rescue Gaara, we must first overcome this obstacle," Chiyo declared, casting a glance at the other Konoha comrades behind her. "You all should proceed. I shall handle this summoning beast." In response, Naruto and the others dispersed to assist Kakashi and Guy at the other two battlefronts. Chiyo withdrew a scroll from her person, and with a flurry of smoke, two puppets materialized on the scene, crafted from her son and daughter-in-law, known as father and mother. The two interconnected puppets slowly separated, and as they held hands, several sharp, fine threads emerged between them, launching toward Charizard. Charizard unleashed a torrent of flames, attempting to incinerate the two puppets. With a swift motion of her hands, Chiyo animated the puppets, enabling them to adeptly evade the oncoming inferno. Seeing the puppets descend upon it from above, Charizard flapped its wings, evading the assault. Hovering in midair, Charizard contemplated its next move, suddenly fixing its gaze upon Chiyo. The elder, who had been controlling the puppets from below, sensed the dragon's focus. Charizard executed a powerful dive, enveloped by a colossal dragon-shaped aura, charging towards Chiyo's position. As Charizard swiftly approached, Chiyo rapidly maneuvered the two puppets into a defensive stance. Crack! Crack! Charizard's assault was thwarted, yet the two puppets bore the brunt of the attack, their bodies marred by fractures. Bang! The onslaught of the fire-breathing dragon was merely momentarily halted before it shattered the two puppets of Chiyo, scattering fragments of the broken puppets throughout the air. The relentless force of the fire-breathing dragon struck Chiyo, sending her hurtling away. After a considerable roll on the ground, Chiyo finally came to a stop. As she straightened herself, a sudden spurt of fresh blood erupted from her lips. Observing the crimson flow, she felt a surge of relief. Fortunately, she had managed to absorb much of the impact using her puppets. Otherwise, this frail body of hers might have met its demise here. Noticing Chiyo downed, the fire-breathing dragon slowly approached her. Meanwhile, Itachi observed that Kakashi was still as audacious as before, daringly charging towards him. His Sharingan spun rapidly as he unleashed a Genjutsu upon Kakashi. However, upon activation, he realized with astonishment that Kakashi remained unfazed by his illusion. Just as Itachi was pondering this anomaly, the figure of Kakashi before him dissipated into a cloud of smoke. It turned out that the one who had charged at Itachi was merely Kakashi's shadow clone, while the real Kakashi had already launched his attack. Chapter 65. The fire-breathing dragon battles the beasts of tailed chakra. Kakashi's right hand crackled with electricity as he thrust towards Itachi's chest. Upon striking Itachi, his entire form transformed into a multitude of black crows, scattering in all directions. Alarmed, Kakashi felt a weight in his heart. At that moment, Itachi's body coalesced behind him. A kunai aimed at Kakashi's back. Rasengan, Naruto called out, his voice echoing as he formed an enormous sphere of chakra in his hands, striking Itachi's back. The overwhelming destructive force propelled Itachi far away, crashing him into the ground. Kakashi, witnessing Naruto's arrival, inquired, "What happened? Have you resolved the situation on your end?" "Not yet. Granny Chiyo sent us here to assist you. She will handle the summoned beast." "Summoned beast?" "Indeed, it is the very creature that previously emerged from the cave. Initially, one might have assumed that the formidable teeth would prevail. However, it appears that its strength is rather formidable." Upon hearing Naruto's words, Kakashi was suddenly reminded of something. "Naruto, you should assist Chiyo once more. That summoned beast, if all goes as expected, likely belongs to the plant. If it truly is a creature of the botanical realm, known as a Pokemon, then Chiyo may be in grave danger at this moment." Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Chiyo gazed upon the remnants of shattered puppets scattered across the ground. When the fire dragon had surged toward her once more, she had resorted to her ultimate secret technique. The white secret skill, the Ten-Man formation. Under Chiyo's masterful control of her puppets, the fire dragon initially found itself at a disadvantage. Yet, as time progressed, Chiyo's puppets were gradually depleted by the relentless attacks of the fire dragon. Chiyo had believed that even if her puppets were destroyed, the dragoness stamina must have reached its limits, providing her with an opportunity for a counterattack. However, as she beheld the fire dragon now standing before her, she realized just how profoundly mistaken she was. The heat emanating from the dragon's breath struck her face, devoid of any signs of fatigue. It dawned on Chiyo that the reason she had been able to hold out for so long was simply that this summoned beast had been toying with her. At this moment, Naruto finally arrived at the scene, only to find Chiyo kneeling on the ground, with the fire dragon looming over her, raising its massive claw. Sensing Chiyo's peril, Naruto swiftly gathered chakra in his right hand, forming a massive Rasengan. The enormous sphere surged forth from his palm, hurtling toward the fire dragon. Upon hearing the commotion behind it, the fire dragon turned its head, only to witness the colossal sphere hurtling toward it. It lifted its right foot and stomped down upon the ground, causing the earth to upheave. Naruto, unable to maintain his footing, inadvertently smashed the Rasengan into the ground at his feet, creating a sizable crater. The fire dragon charged toward Naruto, and with a graceful turn, its robust tail sent him flying. After skidding along the ground for some distance, Naruto managed to rise once more. If that is the case, then I have no choice. His eyes transformed into those of a beast, as he was gradually enveloped by a sinister red chakra. Chiyo, who lay collapsed on the ground, felt the presence of this chakra and turned her gaze toward Naruto. "This chakra, is it the Nine Tails?" At this moment, Naruto's appearance has transformed. He is enveloped in a crimson chakra cloak, with three tails swaying behind him. The three-tailed Naruto roars toward the heavens, and Kakashi, who is heading to support Guy, hears the cry. Has Naruto undergone the transformation of the nine tails? With Naruto in such a state, the strength of that summoned beast must be formidable. It appears we are indeed facing a formidable foe, and this will be a challenging situation. After dealing with the clone of Kisame, Kakashi makes his way toward Naruto, while Guy leads their team in continuing to unravel the seal. The three-tailed Naruto gathers energy in his mouth and unleashes a tailed beast bomb toward the Charizard. The Charizard, agilely soaring into the sky, narrowly avoids the blast, causing the ground below to erupt in a violent explosion. Chio, sensing the energy waves produced by the fierce confrontation, quietly rises and crawls toward a safer location. She wishes to avoid battle and not perish amidst their chaotic clash. Observing that the Charizard has taken to the skies, the three-tailed Naruto extends his arm, reaching for the airborne creature. The Charizard, previously soaring with ease, is caught off guard by the sudden outstretch of Naruto's arm and is seized before it can evade. Once captured, Naruto slams the Charizard down to the ground with tremendous force. The impact reverberates, sending clouds of dust and debris into the air. When Naruto releases his grip, a dark shadow bursts forth from the haze, racing toward him. The Charizard, now incensed by the audacity of being struck, recalls only training sessions with other Pokémon in which such an affront had occurred. In an instant, the Charizard reaches the three-tailed Naruto, who, surprised at the proximity of the creature, instinctively takes a step back. Before Naruto can react, the Charizard seizes him and performs a powerful throw into the air. Gazing at the airborne Naruto, the Charizard gathers flames within its mouth, unleashing a colossal inferno, a powerful flamethrower attack that rivals the might of Uchiha Madara. The flames swiftly engulf the three-tailed Naruto, but the Charizard's assault does not cease there. Clenching its jaws, the Charizard transforms the deep crimson flames into a pitch-black inferno, enveloping the fiery blast with Amaterasu's black flames. Naruto finally emits a pained scream as he plummets from the sky, engulfed in the searing black flames. Desperate to extinguish the flames, the three-tailed Naruto rolls on the ground, but with each roll, the flames spread further, igniting more and more. Ultimately, the chakra cloak is consumed by the fire, and Naruto is expelled from the protective embrace of the Nine-Tails chakra. The Charizard, witnessing the unconscious Naruto on the ground, halts its relentless assault of Amaterasu. Lightning Cutter. As the thunderous roar echoed, a bolt of lightning struck the Charizard. The creature swung its tail, and Kakashi swiftly leapt aside, making his way to the unconscious Naruto. Kakashi gazed at the unfamiliar being before him. Indeed, this must also be a Pokémon of the tree, displaying an absurd level of strength, capable of easily defeating even Naruto in his tailed beast form. Boom, boom, boom. In the distance, a series of explosions resounded, and smoke rapidly billowed into the air. Hearing the commotion, the group turned their attention towards the source. It was the location of the seal. It appeared that Guy had successfully lifted it. Kakashi mused inwardly. Ah, is that you, Kakashi? Long time no see. I wonder if you've missed me. A voice unexpectedly rang out from behind Kakashi. Upon realizing someone was behind him, a chill ran down his spine. Chapter 66. My foolish brother. Kakashi swiftly retrieved a kunai from his ninja tool pouch, instinctively thrusting it backward. The sound of slicing air echoed as the kunai darted toward the intruder. A glimmer of cold light flashed from the weapon. Yet Kakashi felt no sensation of having struck a target. He quickly bent down to lift the unconscious Naruto, creating distance between them and the source of the voice. Once he set Naruto down on the ground and turned to face the previous location, he found the figure still standing there. The tree observed Kakashi's startled demeanor with amusement. What's wrong? No need to be so jumpy. I was merely inquiring, is it necessary to react like a startled kitten? Kakashi recognized the newcomer. Tree, why are you aiding them? Have you lost your mind? I have joined the organization. What is wrong with working for them? Is this truly your choice? Kakashi remained silent, his gaze growing increasingly frigid. This time, Kakashi took the offensive, charging towards the tree with his Raikiri ignited and aimed directly at its body. The tree maintained a nonchalant demeanor in response to Kakashi's assault. Just as Kakashi was about to land his strike, a shadow moved from beneath the tree and emerged before him. Jengar raised its small hand and unleashed a shadow punch that collided with Kakashi's Raikiri. Bang! Kakashi was flung away, Disbelief etched across his face. How could this be? How could it possess the Sharingan? What astonished Kakashi the most was not the might of Gung-Gue that sent him flying, but rather the spinning Sharingan within Gung-Gue's gaze. Zhu had summoned Gung-Gue, feeling there was no longer a need for concealment. Previously, he had kept Gung-Gue hidden within his shadow as a precaution. However, after witnessing Chao Meng's awakening, Zhu was confident that his strength in this realm was formidable, if not invincible. A stalemate would be easily achievable, and Chao Meng still had room for growth. Once these matters were settled, Zhu had already devised a plan for the Rinnegan on the moon. Kakashi rose to his feet, gazing at Zhu and Gung-Gue before him. Zhu, how can your Pokemon possess the Sharingan? What is the matter? If I can have it, why can't my Pokemon? Kakashi found himself at a loss for words in response to Zhu's retort. In that case, do not blame me. As he watched the eyes of his former friend being manipulated so casually, a surge of fury welled up within him. Kakashi steadied himself, his finger poised over his Sharingan. Kamui. Kakashi's Sharingan spun rapidly until a complex pattern emerged. Standing before the tree, Jengar suddenly sensed an instability in the space before it. Jengar's Sharingan began to whirl swiftly, transforming into a kaleidoscope. Harnessing the power of its Sharingan, Jengar tore apart the distorted space, causing several fissures to appear in that instant. Kakashi's Sharingan attack was forcefully countered, the overwhelming backlash causing excruciating pain, with tears of blood streaming from the seams of his hand that covered his eye. Originally, Kakashi was already overexerting himself by forcibly using the kaleidoscope. Now, with the use of its abilities being thwarted, the depletion of his physical strength and chakra intensified. Kakashi could no longer endure. The tree before him gradually blurred, and he slowly succumbed to darkness. Seeing Kakashi collapse, the tree felt a sense of boredom, having hoped for a longer engagement. Alas, he was too weak. The tree turned its gaze towards Charizard, inquiring if it wished to continue. Charizard shook its head. Feeling similarly disinterested, the opponents were simply too feeble, and it was tiresome to hold back its strength. No wonder the older ones had no interest in participating. It was far preferable to remain in the Pokeball and train. It must be noted that during a previous conversation, the tree and his Pokemon discovered that the Pokeball at his waist not only housed them, but also had the ability to heal their injuries. Inside, they found ample space for training, and they could even observe the scenery outside. When he obtained Mutuo, the tree pondered why he needed to provide it with a Pokeball if he could summon it from the box. It turned out that Pokemon inside the box would merely slumber. Only those residing in the Pokeball enjoyed such privileges. Additionally, the tree could interchange Pokemon between the box and the Pokeball, although Mutuo, disliking humans, had never considered emerging. The tree recalled Charizard and turned to leave. Inuzuka Shu, stop right there. He heard someone call his name, prompting him to turn around. At that moment, the previously unconscious had awakened. Upon seeing a familiar figure standing in the arena, could no longer contain himself. Although they had not met for several years, he recognized that person at once from their silhouette, someone he had been searching for to uncover answers. The tree regarded the furious approach of, "Oh, is that not my foolish little brother? What is the matter? Did you call me because you missed me?" Looked at the tree, still wearing a playful grin, and the suppressed fury within him erupted. "You bastard! How dare you smile at me?" In a fit of madness, he swung his fist at the tree, but the tree, with an indifferent gaze, effortlessly kicked him away. Observing this, Akamaru wished to assist, yet succumbed to despair after receiving a mere glance from the tree. Yeah, clutching his abdomen and gasping in pain, found that the torment of his heart outweighed the physical agony. Upon returning from a mission, everything had changed. His once warm and lively home had turned desolate. The architect of this transformation was none other than his own brother, who had always stood by him. In that moment, he felt as though the colors of the world had faded, as if he had been forsaken by all. Today he finally confronted him again, determined to uncover the truth of what had transpired. "Are you feeling better? Speak to me when you regain your senses," the tree replied coldly. Listening to its detached words, Ya's fists clenched involuntarily. He raised his head, demanding, "What has happened to our family? They all claim it is your doing. That you murdered the higher-ups of Konoha and killed our kin." The tree regarded the earnest expression on Ya's face, discerning his unspoken hope that the answer would be a lie. With a deep sigh, the tree turned to leave, its voice lingering in Ya's ears. "If you seek the truth, go find it yourself. Venture to the land of snow, there lies the answer you seek." Initially, Ya watched the tree depart without a word, feeling a sense of despondency. Yet, upon hearing its words, a flicker of hope ignited within him. The land of snow? Very well. I shall go and uncover the truth. Meanwhile, the tree observed Guy, who had unlocked the sixth gate, delivering a powerful kick that sent Deidara crashing down, while the lifeless body of Gaara was seized by Guy. It seems the narrative has become somewhat chaotic, the tree mused, but that only adds to the excitement. Chapter 67. The Resurrection of Gaara. Deidara, infuriated by the loss of Gaara's body to Guy, exclaimed, "You green-haired fiend! Allow me to show you what true art is." As he prepared to launch an attack while consuming more clay, Scorpion interjected, "Now that we have extracted the Jinchuriki, we should retreat." "But there will be more opportunities in the future," Deidara relented, leaving with a look of dissatisfaction. Before departing, he glanced back at Guy from atop a clay bird, warning, "Next time, do not let our paths cross again." Guy, standing below, shielded his eyes from the sun as he watched Deidara soar away. "Oh, the bird has flown off," he remarked, leading the remaining members to Naruto, where the battlefield lay in ruins. The intensity of the battle was palpable. Sakura was the first to rush toward Kakashi, who lay on the ground alongside Naruto. She immediately knelt to provide treatment for both. How could this happen? As Sakura tended to the two, she found it hard to believe that both Kakashi-sensei and Naruto had failed to defeat that summoned beast. Kiba, supporting Chiyo, approached Sakura. "Have you finished over there? How's Gaara?" Upon hearing Chiyo's inquiry, Sakura continued her treatment while responding, "When we arrived, Gaara had already lost his breath. In the end, Teacher Guy managed to retrieve his body." "I see." Chiyo fell silent upon hearing this. Through Sakura's persistent efforts, Naruto gradually opened his eyes, while Kakashi showed no signs of awakening. Reluctantly, Sakura had to pause. Kakashi-sensei's mental strain is far too severe. For now, I can only alleviate his injuries. To fully awaken him, I suppose we will need to return and seek my teacher's assistance. Listening to Sakura, Chiyo remarked, "The current younger generation truly excels. It appears we have indeed aged. Our era has passed." At that moment, Naruto regained consciousness, slowly rising to see Sakura beside him. "Sakura, what are you doing here?" "Oh, what about that summoned beast? Did we defeat it?" "We didn't see the beast when we arrived. It must have left," Naruto replied, somewhat disheartened. "Is that so?" Sakura noted an odd expression on Naruto's face. "What's wrong?" "It's just a summoned beast. Isn't it good that it has gone?" Kakashi-sensei mentioned that the beast might be a Pokemon of the tree, but we didn't defeat it. We didn't even catch a glimpse of the tree. My brother emerged later. I saw him, Kiba interjected. "What?" Naruto looked at Kiba in surprise. "I spoke with my brother, but he said nothing and showed no signs of wanting to return to Konoha." "I see." Naruto fell silent. Kiba concealed the matter of what the tree had last told him about visiting the land of snow. If there were indeed hidden circumstances regarding the tree's departure from Konoha, revealing it could certainly complicate matters for them. "They're here." The group turned their attention towards the sound, realizing that the ninja from Suna had arrived for assistance. Leading the charge, Temari rushed to Chiyo. "Grandma Chiyo, how is it? Is my brother okay?" Seeing Temari's anxious inquiry, Chiyo's expression grew troubled. Temari sensed an ominous premonition. Could it be? What happened to Gaara? Naruto, upon hearing about Gaara's misfortune, became immediately agitated. Sakura, having stabilized Kakashi's condition, ceased her treatment. "Gaara is dead. What? How dare they do this?" Naruto's emotions surged, and he began to emanate a red chakra, hinting at a potential outburst. Observing this, Sakura sensed the impending danger. "Naruto, calm down." As she spoke, she grasped Naruto's arm. With Sakura's gentle reminder, Naruto gradually calmed his excited emotions. He looked at Sakura and said, "But Gaara." "It's all right. I can save him," Sakura replied. Hearing her words, Naruto glanced towards Chiyo's position, incredulously asking, "Really? Is that true? Leave Gaara to me. After all, he is also the Kazekage of our village. I certainly cannot stand by and watch him perish," Chiyo affirmed. With her reassuring words, a smile rekindled on Naruto's face. "That is wonderful. Thank you, Granny Chiyo." Chiyo, having detached herself from Kiba's support, wobbled slightly as she approached Gaara, who lay on the ground. She placed her hands, glowing with a green luminescence, upon Gaara's chest. Forbidden Jutsu, Life Rebirth. A powerful vitality surged from Chiyo's hands and gradually merged into Gaara's body. Slowly, the silence surrounding Gaara was interrupted by the beating of his heart, and he gradually opened his eyes. Naruto, who had been watching Chiyo heal Gaara, joyfully embraced the awakening figure. "Great, you're awake." Gaara, still somewhat dazed from his revival, murmured Naruto. Overjoyed, Naruto released Gaara only to discover that Chio had collapsed nearby. Concerned, he said, "Sakura, do you think Granny Chio has fainted from exhaustion? Perhaps you should help her back for treatment." Sakura looked at the fallen Chio and realized with horror that she had lost her breath. Her earlier healing had transferred all her vitality to Gaara. How could this be? Upon hearing this, Naruto stood frozen in shock. At that moment, Temari arrived at Chio's side. Granny Chio must have placed all her hopes on the next generation. Her era has come to an end. Meanwhile, back in Konoha, having completed their mission, Naruto and the others returned to report to Tsunade, who sat in the Hokage's seat, her expression grave. "So, they have begun capturing the tailed beasts?" Jiraiya leaned against the wall. "From my investigations over the years, it appears their target has always been the tailed beasts of various ninja villages. They must have some ulterior motives." Tsunade listened to Jiraiya's words in silence. "How about this? I have already gathered some clues, so I shall go personally," Tsunade declared, raising her gaze to Jiraiya. Sensing her concern, Jiraiya reassured her, "It's all right. I am one of the legendary three." With that, he departed from the Hokage's office, and Tsunade allowed Naruto and the others to leave as well. At that moment, Kiba suddenly spoke up, "Hokage-sama, I wish to leave Konoha for a while. There are some matters I need to attend to." What matters?" Tsunade cast a peculiar glance at Kiba, contemplating the matter at hand. It was a private affair, and with no pressing missions in sight, she surmised that Kiba's involvement would be minimal. Thus, she acquiesced to his request. "Very well, just remember to return promptly." Kiba nodded affirmatively before turning to depart. Chapter 68. Jiraiya in pain. Upon returning to the Rain Village, Jiraiya decided to indulge in a brief respite. With nothing of particular importance to occupy his time, he meandered through the village. Aside from the incessant rain, there was little else of note. Indeed, it seemed that Konoha was the most suitable place for habitation. As he grumbled to himself, he munched on a skewer of meat. This meat pales in comparison to the delicacies of the Eight Tails. I must revisit that place and perhaps grill a few more to savor, especially those octopus tentacles." Meanwhile, far away in the Cloud Village, the Eight Tails sensed a chilling presence. "Is someone coveting my form?" While Jiraiya continued to voice his grievances about the Rain Village, a shadow stealthily infiltrated its confines. "This must be the place," he mused, recalling the information gleaned from the toad's mouth. As he stepped into the Rain Village, in a dimly lit corner, a gaunt red-haired man opened his violet-ringed eyes. Nagato, controlling the Deva path of pain, relayed information to him. The previously closed eyes of Pain opened as he regarded Conan, who had remained by his side. "Someone has breached the village. Go investigate." Conan nodded in acknowledgement, transforming into an array of paper and vanishing from sight. At that moment, Jiraiya found himself in a brothel, surrounded by companionship, as he inquired about local tidings. "Oh, so your village maintains such tranquility due to the one referred to as God, Pain?" After taking a sip from his drink, Jiraiya departed the establishment. Suddenly, several paper shards hurtled towards him. Reacting swiftly, Jiraiya leaped away, leaving the paper embedded in the ground. He turned to assess the source of the attack, and a familiar silhouette came into view. "Conan?" he exclaimed, recognizing her unmistakable visage. With a stoic expression, Conan gazed down at Jiraiya. "Sensei, you should not be here." Ignoring her warning, Jiraiya pressed on. "Since you are here, what of Nagato and the others? What has transpired? Why has it come to this?" Without responding, Conan raised her hand, and a multitude of paper spears materialized before her, hurtling towards Jiraiya. "Fire style, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet." Jiraiya formed hand seals, unleashing a fire dragon that surged towards the incoming paper spear. The paper, upon encountering the flames, was swiftly consumed, yet the fire dragon continued its relentless assault towards Conan. Unfazed, she manifested a pair of wings crafted from paper behind her, deftly evading the onslaught. Suspended in midair, Conan enveloped herself with her paper wings and then abruptly unfurled them, launching a myriad of paper fragments that coalesced into a colossal paper spear. With a swift motion, the gigantic spear hurtled towards Jiraiya, who, unable to evade in time, had no choice but to assume a defensive stance. Utilizing the technique, ninjutsu, Needle Earth Prison, Jiraiya's white hair extended rapidly, enveloping his entire form. The massive spear collided with Jiraiya, thwarted by his flowing hair. Seizing the moment as he dispelled the Needle-Earth prison, Jiraiya unleashed Toad Oil Bomb. A stream of oil spewed from his mouth, drenching Konan midair. You, who can only utilize paper jutsu, are no match for me, he taunted. Fire style, oil fireball. A ferocious flame surged towards Konan, now saturated with oil. Just as the inferno was poised to strike, a figure interposed himself before her. Pain, wielding the Rinnegan, gazed coldly at Jiraiya. Upon witnessing his attack thwarted and the figure shielding Konan, Jiraiya's visage morphed into one of astonishment. Yahiko? How could this be? How do you possess the Rinnegan, and where has Nagato gone? Pain regarded Jiraiya below with an air of familiarity. It has been a long time, sensei. As Pain exchanged pleasantries with Jiraiya, several more figures emerged on the scene. Jiraiya's surprise deepened as he beheld the Rinnegan in each of their eyes. What? Why does everyone possess the Rinnegan? What has transpired? He fixed his gaze upon Pain, who hovered in the air. Yahiko, what is the reason behind the creation of this nefarious organization? Pain gazed at Jiraiya, declaring, I am the god who brings peace to the world. The Akatsuki I have forged represents the first glimmer of light piercing through the darkness. Our existence aims to deliver tranquility to the realm. Listening to Pain's words, Jiraiya could not hold back his rebuttal. True peace cannot be achieved in this manner. It is born from mutual understanding and collaboration among people, not through the suppression of absolute force. Yahiko, you have erred. Reflecting on the years he had spent investigating the Akatsuki's actions, combined with Pain's recent declarations, Jiraiya realized that his former pupil had strayed from the righteous path. Pain, unfazed by Jiraiya's words, replied, Teacher, I did not anticipate your lack of understanding. If that is the case, then you shall remain here. With that, he extended his hand, unleashing a powerful gravitational force that drew Jiraiya towards him. Uncontrollably, Jiraiya's body was propelled to Pain's location. In Pain's grasp materialized a black rod, which pierced through Jiraiya's form with a swift motion. In an instant, Jiraiya transformed into a cloud of smoke before Pain's eyes. Wind release, big ball Rasengan. A massive sphere materialized in Jiraiya's hand, and, appearing behind the human path, he struck downwards. Before the human path could react, it was rendered incapacitated, lying motionless on the ground. The animal path, recovering from the surprise, slammed its hands onto the earth, summoning several giant summoned beasts, including a three-headed hellhound and a colossal crab, both riddled with black rods. Seeing this, Jiraiya swiftly formed hand seals. Summoning technique. A purplish-red toad wielding a fork and carrying a large bowl on its back emerged. Jiraiya addressed the summoned creature, saying, Toad Ken, this is your arena, hold them off for a while. As he spoke, he began to adopt a peculiar stance, drawing in the natural energy swirling around him. Toad Ken brandished the fork and lunged at the massive crab before him. The crab, spewing foam, retaliated towards Toad Ken. With agility, Toad Ken used the fork to prop himself up, driving it downwards to pin the crab to the ground. With a resounding crash, the newly summoned giant crab was swiftly dispatched by Toad Ken. The hellhound roared and lunged at Toad Ken with ferocity. Toad Ken raised the fork before him to block the impending attack. With a powerful clash, the battle raged on. A formidable impact hurled Gamaken against the wall, shattering the surface and causing debris to cascade down. Jiraiya, who was on the ground, adeptly evaded the falling stones while maintaining his stance. Gamaken gathered his strength, pushing the Cerberus away, and hurled a trident, which struck the beast, ultimately sending it back. In Chapter 69, Sage Jiraiya battles Pain, just as Gamaken relaxed. A robust tongue shot towards him at great speed. Sensing the imminent danger instinctively, Gamaken evaded the lethal strike, yet the tongue pierced through his shoulder, pinning him against the wall. A massive chameleon appeared nearby, its Rinnegan eyes swirling as it observed him. The chameleon retracted its tongue, and the severely wounded Gamaken fell from the wall. The chameleon unleashed its tongue once more, targeting Gamaken's head with precision. Sage Art, Thousand Needle Jizo. Jiraiya's white hair stood on end, each strand hardening before swiftly launching towards the chameleon. Before the chameleon's tongue could strike Gamaken, Jiraiya's hair pierced through it, riddling the creature with needles, causing it to depart with a resounding thud. Jiraiya regarded the injured Gamaken, saying, Very well, Gamaken, you should return and rest. With that, Gamaken vanished from sight. At this moment, Jiraiya's appearance altered. His once handsome visage became uneven, increasingly resembling that of a toad. Perched upon his shoulders were two frogs. Young Jiraiya, The foes you summoned us to face seem formidable, one remarked. Jiraiya nodded. They are former disciples of mine, and it is disheartening to see them tread a misguided path. What do you wish us to assist you with? I must uncover the truth behind this. To investigate the reason for their actions, Jiraiya declared, his expression growing serious as he faced Pain. The Deva Path of Pain gestured towards Jiraiya, at which point the other Pains charged at him. Jiraiya skillfully dodged the incoming assault, gathering chakra for a Rasengan. As he evaded, he pressed the Rasengan forward, striking the Azura path, sending it crashing into the wall. Creating distance, Jiraiya unleashed Sage Art, Super Giant Rasengan. A colossal Rasengan, akin to the size of a spirit bomb, descended towards the remaining Pains. At that moment, the Hungry Ghost Path intervened, extending its hand before the impending attack. The once massive Rasengan rapidly diminished until it vanished entirely. Jiraiya stared in disbelief at the Hungry Ghost Path, exclaiming, "How is this possible? My attack has been absorbed." The response to Jiraiya was a strike from the Hell Realm, sending him flying through the air. The tremendous force caused him to spit blood, tumbling on the ground until he crashed against a wall, finally coming to a halt. As Jiraiya slowly rose, he beheld Pain encircling him. Senjutsu, Frog Song. The two-toed sages perched upon Jiraiya's shoulders unleashed a piercing cacophony. The powerful sound waves immobilized the remaining bodies of Pain. Seizing this opportunity, Jiraiya unleashed another Rasengan, which struck the animal path, sending it hurtling away to the side. Observing the fallen animal path, Jiraiya thought, "This fellow, hadn't I already slain him before? Why is he here now?" Before Jiraiya could ponder further, the Hungry Ghost Path lunged at him once more. Senjutsu, Left and Right Gate. Jiraiya and the two toads simultaneously unleashed their assault. Yet it was unequivocally absorbed by the Hungry Ghost Path. Witnessing this, Jiraiya wondered, can he absorb any form of energy? If so, he launched another attack, Senjutsu, Hair Needle Thousand Strands. Countless strands shot forth towards them. Shinra Tensei, an invisible force deflected Jiraiya's assault, and he too was cast away by this energy. Bang! Jiraiya was violently thrust into the wall, blood involuntarily spilling from his mouth. The two-toed sages on his shoulders wore expressions of deep concern. Sage Fukasaku, spotting a nearby pond, swiftly dragged Jiraiya into the water. Submerged, Jiraiya found temporary respite. Fukasaku and Shima gazed at the gravely injured Jiraiya. "Little Jiraiya, we must flee. We cannot contend with them. If this continues, you will perish." Jiraiya clutched his chest and shook his head. "No, I must ascertain something." After declaring this, Jiraiya stood and walked towards the edge of the pond. Once more plunging beneath the surface, he utilized his toad tongue to drag the previously defeated animal path into the water, disappearing before the other Pains could react. Returning to his earlier hiding place, Jiraiya scrutinized the face of the animal path he had pulled over. Indeed, this was the very individual he had once slain. If that is the case, Jiraiya suddenly recalled something. Yahiko. Jiraiya rose, intent on taking another look. As he approached the edge of the pond once more, a shadow sprang forth. The Azura path grasped Jiraiya by the throat, applying slight pressure, causing him to spew blood. His throat had been crushed. Was this fiend not already vanquished by me? Why has he resurrected? Thus, Jiraiya found himself suspended by the Azura path. Meanwhile, the Deva path Pain and Conan arrived, and the human path, previously defeated by Jiraiya, was also resurrected, standing before him once again. Pain regarded Jiraiya. "My teacher, I never imagined that, even in the end, you would stand in the way of my aspirations. If that is the case, I must send you on your way." With that, the Deva path drew a slender black rod, aiming it at Jiraiya's heart. Just as the rod was about to pierce his heart, Pain found himself unable to drive it forward, as if an invisible wall stood before him. What is happening? Pain pondered in confusion. At that moment, a voice interrupted. "Oh, what are you playing at? Such commotion." Pain turned toward the source of the voice. "Inazuka Kiba, what are you doing? Do you also wish to experience the wrath of a god?" Kiba finished the last of his skewer, tossing the stick toward Pain's head. Pain watched the bamboo skewer hurtling toward him, his eyes aflame with rage. He attempted to raise his hand, only to discover that his body was immobilized. With a resounding thud, the skewer struck Pain's head. Kiba had merely tossed it casually, curious to see the expression of this self-proclaimed god upon receiving such a blow. "Inazuka, Kiba, suffer the wrath of the divine." Pain erupted, breaking free from Kiba's telekinetic grip. Kiba, observing Pain's fury, jested, "Oh dear, you're angry. I'm so terrified. Please don't come near. Pain lifted his hand toward Kiba, unleashing a gravitational force. Shinra Tensei. The overwhelming pull directed itself toward Kiba, who stood firm, his body enveloped in powerful telekinetic energy. Only the Akatsuki uniform on Kiba rustled under the immense force. After a moment of stalemate, the gravitational pull from the Deva path ceased. Pain's gaze towards Kiba shifted perceptibly. This fellow's strength. Chapter 70. Pokemon Battle with the Six Paths. Kiba, feeling the absence of the force acting upon him, taunted Pain. Is that all you've got? Your endurance is lacking, Mutt. Pain, incensed once more by the tree, charged towards its position, intent on eliminating the source of his ire, save for the animal realm, which had yet to be restored by the realm of hell. Observing the 5 advancing Pains, the tree feigned fear, patting its chest and exclaiming, "Oh dear, how frightful. Please do not approach." However, its expression swiftly morphed. "But if you wish to engage in a group assault, I can certainly accommodate that. I shall not bully you. As it stands, you have 5 Pains and 1 Conan. So I shall unleash 6 Pokemon to contend with you. Come forth and battle, my companions." With the tree's declaration, 5 Pokeballs at its waist radiated a crimson glow, while Gengar, who had been lurking in the shadows at the base of the tree, emerged as well. Lucario, Gengar, Greninja, Charizard, Raichu, and Venusaur materialized before the tree, prepared to face the oncoming Pains. As the Pains approached, the colossal flower of Venusaur began to tremble, and a massive tree suddenly manifested before them, transforming the battlefield into a lush, grassy expanse. The tree observed the emergence of Venusaur's giant form and remarked, "Indeed, this technique resembles something from the first generation, and it has even created a verdant field." The area, now carpeted with greenery, glowed with a vibrant green luminescence, and the gravely injured Jiraiya lay on the grass, feeling his wounds gradually mend. What technique is this?" Jiraiya's face was a portrait of astonishment. The tree nodded in satisfaction and swiftly appeared before the wounded Jiraiya. As Jiraiya registered the tree's presence, his initial surprise gave way to confusion. The tree lifted Jiraiya, inquiring, "Are you deeply moved? Do you wish to express your gratitude?" "No need to be modest. This is merely a return for the time you allowed me to depart unimpeded. Thanks to Naruto. Now we are even." As Jiraiya, grasping at his crushed throat, emitted muffled sounds, the tree, understanding the general sentiment, stated, "Pain is formidable, but my Pokemon are even stronger. Observe closely. Today marks the commencement of my Pokemon's ascension to greatness." Charizard flapped its wings and advanced towards the similarly winged Conan, tilting its head and letting out a call, as if to challenge, "Dare you engage me in battle?" Xiaonan gazed at the inexplicably appearing spirit beast, its paper wings fluttering as countless fragments of paper shot forth towards the fire-breathing dragon. The dragon, witnessing the barrage of paper projectiles, unleashed a torrent of flames from its maw, engulfing the oncoming paper in an inferno. As the relentless flames surged towards him, Xiaonan flapped his wings in a desperate attempt to evade them. However, the dragon swiftly pursued, with its right claw illuminated. An aura of energy enveloped it as the dragon's talon lunged towards Xiaonan's airborne form. The claw pierced through Xiaonan, yet the portion that was struck transformed into mere paper, dissipating into the air. The dragon, taken aback by this phenomenon, was caught off guard when Xiaonan retaliated, delivering a powerful kick that sent the dragon hurtling away. Like a meteor plummeting from the sky, the dragon crashed into the ground, creating a deep crater upon impact. It staggered to its feet, shaking its head in a daze. When the dragon raised its gaze to Xiaonan, it was met with the sight of a massive paper spear hurtling towards it at great speed. With a thunderous crash, the just-risen dragon was struck once more, a cloud of dust enveloping its form. As the dust settled, it became apparent that the dragon's claws were firmly grasping the colossal paper spear that Xiaonan had hurled. Casting the spear aside, the dragon let out a fierce roar directed at Xiaonan above, then rapidly ascended towards him. Xiaonan, witnessing the dragon's swift approach, summoned a multitude of paper fragments that enveloped him, and by the time the dragon arrived, he had concealed himself within a protective paper sphere. Enraged, the dragon clutched the sphere and, with a mighty heave, launched Xiaonan downward. Upon completing the throw, the dragon noticed that peculiar paper talismans had mysteriously adhered to its body. The continuous explosions resonated around the Charizard, as detonation seals erupted upon its body. When the chaos subsided, the the Charizard was left marred with scars. It suffered due to its lack of combat experience, continuously at a disadvantage against the seasoned fighter, Xiao Nan. Despite being a fire-type Pokémon, it found itself overwhelmed. Xiao Nan, who had been struck downwards by the Charizard, was also in dire straits. The immense impact left her internal organs shaken, causing blood to involuntarily trickle from her lips. The Charizard, enduring its injuries, remained suspended in the air, unleashing flames once more. A fiery vortex ignited beside Xiao Nan, and as she attempted to break free, the deep crimson flames transformed into an ominous black. The Charizard infused the vortex with Amaterasu, causing Xiao Nan's wings to reappear in a desperate bid for escape. However, the height of the fiery vortex continued to rise, ultimately morphing into a colossal black fire tornado. As Xiao Nan ascended, the flames consumed the air around her, leading to a gradual suffocation that rendered her unconscious, causing her to plummet to the ground. The Charizard, having overexerted itself with Amaterasu, also succumbed to exhaustion, descending beside Xiao Nan and gasping for breath. Tree, carrying Jiraiya, approached the Charizard, remarking, "Well done. But your combat awareness still leaves much to be desired." Roaring with dissatisfaction, the Charizard crossed its arms defiantly, turning its head away, acknowledging the truth in Tree's words. Meanwhile, Pain commenced his battle, with Devapath fixated on Lucario. Lucario swiftly closed the distance, unleashing a million-ton impact upon Devapath. Shinra Tensei. The immense repulsive force sent Lucario hurtling backward, and as it adjusted midair, it landed, skidding across the ground before coming to a halt. Lucario let out a fierce roar, and in an instant, its powerful aura erupted, causing a gust that made its ears ring, while small fragments of rock around its feet began to levitate. After unleashing the seventh gate, Lucario's speed surged. As its feet struck the ground, the stone slabs shattered explosively, and its form vanished from sight. In the eyes of Devapath, only a fleeting shadow appeared before it was sent flying, akin to a missile, by Lucario's kick into the wall. The wall crumbled, burying Devapath within the debris. When Devapath emerged from the rubble, its garments were tattered, exposing its bare torso as it glared at Lucario. "You dare provoke a god? Then brace yourself for divine wrath," Devapath declared, eyeing the Pokémon on the battlefield, intending to eliminate them all with superplanetary devastation. In the distance, Nagato, controlling everything, could no longer suppress a mouthful of blood, gasping heavily as he muttered, "The dignity of the divine shall not be trampled upon." A dark particle materialized before Lucario, who found his legs ensnared by an overwhelming gravitational force, rendering him immobile. The surrounding stones and earth swiftly converged towards Lucario's position, while Greninja and the others were similarly drawn in, enveloping them gradually. Observing this unfolding chaos, Tree employed telekinesis to relocate Jiraiya, Charizard, and the unconscious Conan to safety. As time elapsed, the initially small orb expanded significantly, ultimately enveloping the entire Hidden Rain village. The villagers, witnessing this spectacle, believed it to be the wrath of their deity. One by one, they knelt before the sphere formed by the Earth Explosion Star, fervently praying for divine forgiveness. Chapter 71. Super Lucario Tree guided them to a secure location, gazing at the colossal sphere suspended in midair. Alas, this delusional youth has such a frail mentality. A mere provocation sends him into disarray. Had I not intervened to shield part of the Hidden Rain village with my telekinesis, it's likely the village would have perished, and the villagers would have truly met their gods. Jiraiya, beside Tree, was visibly agitated, his arms flailing. "Wah, I understand." Tree crossed his arms, continuing to observe the Earth Explosion Star conjured by Pain. Noticing Tree's indifference, Jiraiya became exasperated. "What do you understand? I mean for you to act swiftly and quell the chaos, not stand by as a mere spectator." Tendo Pain, panting, lowered his hands as he gazed at the Pokémon he had sealed. "This is the consequence of provoking the divine." Breathing heavily, Tendo regained his stance. With the other four Pains standing resolutely behind him, he turned his gaze towards Tree. "Prepare to face divine retribution, Inuzuka Tree. You underestimate my Pokémon. Are you truly certain you have vanquished them?" As Tree's words echoed, the enormous stone sphere that had sealed the Pokémon began to tremble. Crack, crack, crack. The surface of the floating orb fractured increasingly until it exploded. From the center of the shattered sphere emerged a colossal purple figure, Jengar. utilizing its Susanoo to break free from Tendo's seal. The remaining Pokemon nestled within Jengar's Susanoo. The disintegrating sphere crumbled, gradually descending from the sky. Jengar maneuvered its Susanoo to confront Tendo. Tendo, taken aback by Jengar's presence, exclaimed, "I didn't notice before. You possess the Sharingan? But what does that matter? I wield the Eye of the Gods." Jengar dispelled the Susanoo, while the other Pokemon, having just emerged, had yet to showcase their prowess due to being sealed by Tendo. Now, they were all brimming with enthusiasm, eager to reclaim their earlier glory. Lucario stood resolutely before Tendo, believing himself to be the Pokemon that had long accompanied the tree, taking pride in his role as the elder brother among Pokemon. Naturally, he confronted the enemy head-on. Meanwhile, Greninja faced off against Azura. Jengar confronted Human Path, Raichu took on Hell Path, and Venusaur dealt with Hungry Ghost Path. Azura extended his arms, launching a barrage of small missiles toward Greninja's position. Greninja assumed a poised stance, reminiscent of a seasoned ninja. In the next moment, Greninja's form multiplied, filling the arena with hundreds of clones, all rushing towards Azura. The flying missiles struck the ground, causing explosive eruptions and mushroom clouds that obscured Greninja's figures. Realizing he had struck only Greninja's illusions, Azura lowered his gaze. Azura's head expanded, resembling a blooming firecracker, and a beam of light erupted from the top of his head, targeting the charging Greninja. Those Greninja struck by the laser, along with the debris, were reduced to nothingness. A series of piercing sounds echoed as Greninja hurled shurikens at Azura's body. Azura dodged with agility, but when he looked back at Greninja's location, he found that Greninja had vanished from his sight. Although the pain shared a collective vision, they were too late to notice that Greninja had already positioned himself behind Azura. With a colossal, spinning shuriken of water coalescing in his hands, Greninja executed a swift, decisive strike, cleaving Azura in half before he could react. In the distance, Jiraiya, who had been observing the battle from beside the tree, could not suppress his astonishment. That frog-like summoning appeared to have employed the Flying Thunder God technique. But how could a summoning creature? Yet, Jiraiya's astonishment did not end there. Jengar, who had been confronting Human Path, suddenly vanished. Human Path, sensing the shift, began to scan the area but could detect nothing of Jengar, as if Jengar had dissolved into the fabric of this space. In the next instant, Jengar reappeared directly in front of Human Path. Startled by the proximity of Jengar's face, Human Path instinctively recoiled. Jengar's right eye began to rotate rapidly, transforming into the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Jengar unleashed his dimensional gift. Human Path's form began to distort, and then shattered entirely. When Human Path fell back to the ground, only his head and 2 legs remained. The rest of him had inexplicably vanished. This was the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. This summoning creature possessed the power of the kaleidoscope. Due to his prior severe injuries, Jiraiya had not thoroughly examined the Pokemon of the tree, and at that time, they had all appeared at once, making it difficult to notice their unusual characteristics. However, now Jiraiya clearly discerned that each of the tree's Pokemon seemed to possess unique powers. Hell Path, observing the small orange rat before him, extended his hand and struck at Raichu. Raichu regarded the clumsy foe with a hint of disinterest. Among the 6 paths, Hell Path could merely be considered a support healer, and in a one-on-one confrontation, his strength was undeniably lacking. Without wasting any time, Raichu was enveloped in crackling electricity, its body radiating with a luminous aura, resembling an armor forged from lightning. Raichu effortlessly evaded Hell Path's attack and deftly flicked its small finger across Hell Path's body. In a swift motion, Raichu leaped aside, leaving Hell Path's form cleaved in 2. Was this the renowned technique of the third Raikage, the Hell Stab? Jiraiya had now become a mere background figure, unable to suppress his astonishment as he watched the extraordinary moves executed by the tree's Pokemon. Hungry Ghost Path, eyeing the verdant creature before him, charged ahead. Being capable of absorbing chakra, he was inherently at an advantage against these summoned beasts. Merely making contact would enable him to drain their chakra, causing them to vanish without a trace. Yet, before Hungry Ghost Path could reach Venusaur, he found himself ensnared by its vine whip, lifted into the air. His form gradually diminished until he fell silent. Venusaur, bored by the incapacitated Hungry Ghost Path, casually discarded him to the side. Jiraiya could not discern the nature of the ninjutsu employed by Venusaur. Only the tree was aware of the unfolding events. It appeared that Venusaur had combined its million-ton absorption with the first Hokage's would release. The original would release had the capability to siphon an enemy's chakra, and now, when fused with Venusaur's ability to drain stamina and vitality, being ensnared by Venusaur was indeed a terrifying prospect. Soon, only Lucario and Devapath remained on the battlefield. Lucario, with a piercing gaze, fixed his focus on Devapath, determined to reclaim the momentum lost earlier. With a thunderous roar, the atmosphere surged, dispersing the clouds overhead. Lucario, having opened the seventh gate, did not halt his advance. Super evolution. Lucario's form rapidly expanded, its ears elongated, and its blue skin became adorned with striking black stripes. Super Lucario regarded Devapath, his entire demeanor exuding a singular message. Come, let us continue. Chapter 72. The Wandering Dragon returns not to the sea. The Super Lucario exerted a slight force with its legs, causing the ground to erupt in a cacophony of shattered stones. Tian Dao Pain, who had moments ago stood before Lucario, found himself suddenly vanished. When he reappeared, Super Lucario's leg was already aimed at Tian Dao Pain, and a phantasm of its attack was left in its wake. The immense force struck Tian Dao's body, propelling him away like a bullet. Boom! Tian Dao's form skidded across the ground, carving a long trench as he rolled and tumbled. Swish! The Super Lucario did not relent, vanishing once more and re-emerging above the trench. As Tian Dao, who had just risen, prepared himself, Super Lucario's fist descended upon him. A relentless storm of punches rained down, each one landing with precision upon Tian Dao's already grievously injured body, driving him deeper into the earth. Upon ceasing its assault, Super Lucario gazed at the now motionless Tian Dao, raising both hands above its head to conjure a cerulean orb of light. Super Aura Bomb. The deep blue energy sphere crashed down upon the prone Tian Dao, and in that instant, his body vanished beneath the onslaught of the Aura Bomb, concealed at a distance. Nagato completely lost control of pain, the violent backlash causing his already weakened body to expel blood. Cough, cough, cough. To his astonishment, the summoned beast of Inazuka Tsuki possessed such formidable strength that even pain had fallen. Indeed, I too was taken aback. This little rascal, summoned out of mere curiosity, wields such power. Who? Nagato turned in surprise upon hearing a voice behind him. Masked, Obito gazed upon the frail Nagato. You are of no further use to me now. Return my eyes. Nagato, confused by Obito's words, inquired, What do you mean by that? Obito scrutinized Nagato's emaciated form. In truth, your eyes were a gift from me. Did you genuinely believe you were the chosen child of fate? All of this has been orchestrated by me. You are merely a pawn in my game. You scoundrel. The weakened Nagato lifted his hand, attempting to employ the universal pull technique. Yet, after battling Tsuki's Pokemon, he lacked the strength to continue fighting. Obito, perceiving Nagato's frailty, approached him unperturbed, surveying the surrounding environment. This place was rather easy to locate. Had you not revealed a flaw in your haste, I might not have discovered your hiding spot. Well then, our reminiscing concludes here. With that, Obito seized Nagato by the throat, lifting him effortlessly. By the way, the deaths of your parents and your dear friend Yahiko were all orchestrated by me. Rest assured, once my plan is complete, I shall grant you a world of peace. You. As the neck of Nagato was ruthlessly snapped by Obito, a figure resembling a creature clad in a carnivorous plant emerged from the ground. Since you have slain Nagato, what are your intentions for the next step? Obito mused, extracting the Rinnegan from Nagato's eye, his gaze fixed ahead as he murmured. Then let me proceed. Summon the members of the Akatsuki. I have several matters to announce. Meanwhile, Tree found himself surrounded by an array of Pokemon. Filled with a profound sense of pride, he surveyed his companions, acknowledging their remarkable prowess. Indeed, your strengths are commendable, yet do not let your guard down. The adversaries we face next will be even more formidable. The Pokemon gazed at Tree, their faces alight with confidence, before retreating into their Pokeballs. Jiraiya observed this spectacle from a close distance, astonished by the sight. It's astonishing that so many powerful summoned beasts belong to this young boy. Tree then turned to the injured Jiraiya, stating, Let us make our way to Konohagakure. I shall escort you back. His primary motive for returning to the village was to see Kiba, his younger brother. After their last encounter, Tree had come to realize that he had somewhat neglected him over the years. He wondered whether Kiba had heeded his previous counsel and left the village. Yet, he hoped that even if he had departed, he would eventually return to Konoha. At that moment, Konan, who had been unconscious on the ground, finally opened her eyes, rising to survey the surrounding ruins. Her mind was clouded with confusion as she pondered, where am I? This is the outskirts of Rain Ninja Village, which has unfortunately been affected by the conflict. However, most of the villagers remain unharmed. This is the best I could achieve. Thank me, perhaps? Xiaonan heard the rustling of leaves and turned to look at him. Where is Pain? I do not see him. All have been defeated by my Pokemon. But do not be disheartened. After all, they are merely corpses, are they not? The true mastermind controlling them from behind, Nagato, was not pursued by me. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya silently nodded, affirming his suspicions. Indeed, they were corpses, but he had not anticipated that it was Nagato who held the reins of control. Xiaonan, upon hearing Shub's words, exhaled with relief. Yet, upon realizing how much he knew, she regarded him with curiosity. Shub noticed her gaze. What is so perplexing? Did you think I joined for some other reason? I was merely intrigued by your so-called deity, yet I find your strength rather lacking. How can you dare to proclaim yourselves as gods? Xiaonan felt compelled to retort, but considering Shub's power, she swallowed her words and turned away without a backward glance. She intended to seek out Nagato to ascertain his condition. With all the controlled Pains now deceased, his state must be dire as well. Shub observed Xiaonan's abrupt departure. What rudeness! I spared her, yet she fails to express her gratitude and leaves without so much as a farewell. Should the opportunity arise again, I shall ensure she begs for my mercy. Jiraiya, unable to articulate his thoughts, emitted a sound of discontent. Yes, I understand. Let us depart. With that, Shub grasped Jiraiya's clothing and began to drag him in the direction of Konoha. As he was being pulled along the ground, Jiraiya could not help but shed a tear. What do you mean, yes? I meant for you to summon that healing summoning beast to treat my injuries. You know nothing and merely brush me off. The tree remained oblivious to Jiraiya's inner turmoil, and even if it were aware, it would not have cared. Thus, the tree guided Jiraiya towards the direction of Konoha. Unlike the original narrative, this time the wandering dragon would not have to return to the depths of the ocean. After he departed from the land of snow, he lingered at the entrance for a considerable time before finally leaving. He recalled the words of the queen of the land of snow, as well as the sight of his frozen kin. For so many years, I have misjudged my brother. He was right all along. I truly have been foolish, he pondered, as he made his way towards Konoha. However, to the higher-ups of Konoha, do you not owe us an explanation? Since you have unjustly burdened my brother with the accusation of having slain the upper echelons of Konoha, I shall fulfill your wish. Surely, there must still be one of your leaders alive. Chapter 73. Yer is captured. Upon returning to Konoha, you felt no warmth upon gazing at the village gates. Brother, were you once like me, amidst this village rife with deceit and falsehood? After pausing for a moment at the gates of Konoha, he stepped inside. That very night, the once tranquil Konoha was abruptly disrupted by a cacophony of chaos. Help! The elder has been assassinated. One by one, the shadow operatives arrived at the scene, swiftly encircling the room where the incident had occurred. Within the dimly lit chamber, Yato's hands were smeared with crimson blood, which dripped from his fingertips onto the floor. The arriving ninjas formed a tight ring around Yato, who stood there, motionless, offering no resistance. At his feet, Akamaru remained steadfast, undeterred by their presence. Before long, the encircling operatives parted to allow Tsunade to pass through. She surveyed the lifeless form of Mito Menka, impaled and sprawled on the ground. Yato, why did you attempt to assassinate the higher-ups of Konoha? She inquired. A mocking smile crept across Yato's face. Didn't you claim my brother was a rogue ninja who assassinated the higher-ups and betrayed his kin? Yet, I discovered that one of the elders still lived. So I merely helped my brother fulfill his task. Upon hearing his words, Tsunade realized Yato was aware of certain truths and chose not to respond, especially given the multitude of witnesses present who had seen Yato commit the act. Tsunade commanded the shadow operatives to seize Yato. Watching him being taken away, she felt a throbbing headache and massaged her temples. The following day, the news of the assassination spread throughout Konoha. Tsunade sat at her desk, troubled by how to address the situation. Shizune, clutching her small pig, approached her. Lady Tsunade, the Mito clan is outside demanding an explanation. What shall we do? Frustration surged within Tsunade as she slammed her hands against the desk, which shattered under the force of her blow. Send them all home. I will resolve this matter. If they continue to gather at the entrance, they shall not return. Yes, The blame fell squarely on those old fools. How could such calamities arise? Seeing Tsunade's temper flare, Shizen dared not speak further and hurried outside to disperse the crowd. Once Shizen departed, Tsunade returned to her seat, gazing out the window, pondering the whereabouts of Jiraiya. It had been quite some time without any word from him. Outside the village of Konoha, Jiraiya was being pulled along by a tree. Hey, it appears that the time has nearly come. It has been a long while since I last returned to Konoha, and this time I should have the opportunity to explore. Jiraiya, being dragged along, is lamenting incessantly. Brother, I call you brother, yet you are still a rogue ninja of Konoha, and you wear the Akatsuki uniform. Bringing me back to Konoha like this, there is a high chance that a conflict will ensue. In the Rain Village, Konan hurried to the concealed location of Nagato. Upon opening the gate, she was met with a dimly lit interior, and an unsettling thought began to stir within her. Approaching Nagato's position, she discovered a lifeless body sprawled on the ground. Gazing at the familiar figure, disbelief washed over her. Konan knelt beside Nagato's corpse, turning him over and cradling him in her arms. When she beheld the vacant sockets where his eyes once were, a surge of fury ignited within her. Indeed, who could have committed such an atrocity against Nagato and taken his eyes? After a moment of silence, Konan raised her gaze. Uchiha Obito. The image of the man who perpetually donned a mask and claimed to be Uchiha Obito flashed through her mind. At the Akatsuki's hideout, Obito stood in the position that had once belonged to Pain. The members of the Akatsuki looked upon their newly appointed leader with curiosity. Haiden stealthily approached Kakuzu and inquired, "Hey, Kakuzu, where has the leader gone? Is he dead?" Kakuzu regarded Haiden with exasperation. "Why do you concern yourself with such matters?" As Obito observed that all members had gathered, he, now donning a Rinnegan, addressed them. "I am your new leader." "No, that may be somewhat misleading. I should say that I am the original leader of the Akatsuki, having remained in the shadows all along. Now that Pain has been slain, I am compelled to step forward and take charge." "What? The leader has been killed? And who are you?" Obito looked at them and declared, "I once bore a different name. They called me Uchiha Madara." Fadewan, true to his iron-headed nature, initially harbored doubts, yet he charged towards Obito, dismissing any concerns about his identity. "Let me see what prowess you possess," he declared, thinking it audacious for someone to aspire to lead the organization. As Fadewan's scythe swung toward Obito, it predictably passed harmlessly through him, reminiscent of less pleasant times that haunted Fadewan's memory. "Once again, I find myself facing this sensation. How is it that anyone can evade my strikes? Am I truly that feeble?" Obito regarded the phasing Fadewan, his voice calm yet menacing as he stated, "I shall overlook your rudeness this time. However, should you persist in this manner, I will not hesitate to eliminate you. Do not presume that your immortality renders you invulnerable." With that, he unveiled his eyes, one Rinnegan and one Sharingan, fixing them intently upon Fadewan. Upon hearing Obito's words and witnessing his eerie gaze, Fadewan fell silent, memories of the tree's previous actions flooding his mind. The remaining members observed Obito in hushed reverence. Obito continued, "Now, let us return to our mission of collecting tailed beasts. We still have several to acquire, so let us adhere to our prior plan." With that, he departed. Itachi Uchiha watched Obito's retreating figure, contemplating the commencement of his own plans. In the Sound Village, Orochimaru's body had reached its limits, preparing for the reincarnation of Sasuke. Suddenly, a deafening crash echoed as Orochimaru's laboratory collapsed. As the dust settled, Sasuke emerged before Kabuto. Kabuto, witnessing this, nodded in congratulations. "Congratulations, Lord Orochimaru, on successfully completing the reincarnation." Sasuke, however, paid him no heed. "Orochimaru is dead." His voice echoed distantly into Kabuto's ears. How? How could this happen? Lord Orochimaru could not have failed. Kabuto stammered as Sasuke departed the base, consumed by thoughts of vengeance against Itachi. In Konoha village, Shin, accompanied by Jiraiya, finally arrived at the gates. The guarding ninjas initially failed to recognize him. Once they regained their composure, they sprang to attention. "We must inform the Hokage. The rogue ninja Inuzuka Shin has arrived. He may be here to rescue his brother." Upon hearing his comrades, one ninja dashed toward the Hokage's office. Shin, overhearing their conversation, released his grip on Jiraiya and instantly appeared before the speaking ninja. "What did you just say?" "I am here to save Kiba," startled by Shin's sudden appearance. The ninja stammered, "Why, you won't get any information from me. I won't tell you anything." Shin regarded him with an impassive expression before casting a hypnotic spell. The ninja, under its influence, divulged all he knew. Upon hearing this, a dark expression settled on Shin's face. You thought capturing me was sufficient. Now you dare to bully my brother? Do you truly believe my patience is limitless? Chapter 74. The battle against Konoha behind the tree. Jiraiya witnessed the unfolding scene and inwardly lamented the dire situation. This boy is about to unleash his wrath. Though he yearned to rise, his injuries rendered him immobile, leaving him helplessly groaning in place. The tree released the ninja and stood before the gates of Konoha, aware that the messenger he had just sent would soon return with reinforcements. Indeed, after a short while, numerous individuals arrived at the gates, among them several familiar faces from the Konoha 11, as well as Kakashi, Guy, and Asuma. Ultimately, Tsunade, the current 5th Hokage, also made her way to the entrance. Tsunade gazed at the tree and inquired, "Is this for your brother?" "It wasn't initially, but now it is," the tree replied. Upon hearing this, Tsunade hesitated, her gaze drawn to the Akatsuki attire adorning the tree, uncertain of his true intentions. Suddenly, her eyes fell upon Jiraiya, who lay injured behind the tree. What is Jiraiya doing here, and in such a state? Could this be the work of the organization he infiltrated? Did his reconnaissance mission fail? Jiraiya, sensing Tsunade's scrutiny, realized she had discovered him. He attempted to convey a message to Tsunade, hoping to dissuade her from confronting the tree, but instead deepened her misunderstanding, leading her to believe that Jiraiya was merely a pawn in the tree's scheme to barter for her brother. "You brought Jiraiya here to exchange for your brother, didn't you? Very well, hand Jiraiya over to me, and I will return your brother to you," Tsunade asserted. The tree paused at her words, then let out a derisive laugh. "Ha ha ha, you overestimate your importance. My intention is to save you, and I require no exchange. I can compel you to surrender him willingly." At that moment, Naruto, who had been standing in the background, could no longer contain himself and stepped forward. "Tree, what has happened to you? Why have you chosen this path, standing in opposition to everyone? Even the perverted sage has been gravely injured by you." The tree regarded Naruto. "You should heed this warning. Do not advise someone to act kindly if you cannot comprehend their pain. Prepare yourselves for what is to come." This time, the tree intended to confront them without summoning any Pokemon. He aimed to demonstrate the consequences of provoking him. In an instant, the tree vanished from sight, reappearing directly before Tsunade. He extended his arm, piercing through her abdomen. "Wah, when did?" Tsunade gasped, staring in shock at the arm that had impaled her. "Lady Hokage." As Kakashi and his companions observed the situation, they charged towards the tree. The tree, utilizing telekinesis, sent the attacking ninjas flying. Witnessing Tsunade's pale complexion, the tree cast her aside, blood trickling down its arm, while the fallen Tsunade was assisted by other ninjas. Upon seeing Tsunade grievously wounded by the tree, Naruto erupted in fury, the power of the Nine Tails surging within him, enveloping him entirely. Kakashi recognized an opportunity and safely escorted Jiraiya away from the tree's vicinity. As Naruto rampaged, Asuma and others began to evacuate the crowd. "You all retreat first. Disperse the civilians. Once the fighting commences, it will surely affect the village." Upon receiving the order, the less capable ninjas rushed towards the village to aid in the evacuation. The tree observed the departing ninjas without interference, including the gravely injured Jiraiya, who was also taken away. Jiraiya, wanting to resist being carried off, found himself incapacitated by his injuries, leaving him no choice but to comply. Meanwhile, Naruto, now exhibiting 6 tails, charged rapidly towards the tree. His beastly claws aimed at the tree, yet at the moment of contact, he found himself unable to strike, becoming ensnared before it. The tree regarded the near proximity of Naruto, observing the grotesque visage altered by the influence of the tailed beast. "Are you merely relying on the power of the tailed beast now? And under the control of the Nine Tails as well? How utterly disgraceful, Naruto." The tree's eyes transformed into the Sharingan, beginning to rotate as it focused on Naruto. Within Naruto's inner world, the Nine Tails was attempting to manipulate him. "Hee. You still cannot defeat that fellow, can you? How about you release my seal? I can grant you even greater power." Tempted by the Nine Tails, Naruto felt an urge to advance. Just then, the tree's figure materialized, resting its arm on Naruto's shoulder. "Naruto, you remain so naive. Do you truly believe that once unsealed, you will still be able to control your own body?" Naruto gazed at the tree in confusion. "How did you get in here?" The tree disregarded Naruto's question, fixating on the 9 tails, formed of chakra, before him. You, fox, should remain here obediently. With that, the tree crushed the 9 tails before it. Outside, devoid of the 9 tails interference, Naruto regained his clarity. Observing Naruto returning to his original state from the 9 tails mode, everyone was puzzled. While Naruto's power had significantly increased in that form, he would lose his rationality, making cooperation impossible, as the 9 tails would indiscriminately attack allies and foes alike, instilling fear of potential harm. The tree flung Naruto away using telekinesis. Kakashi swiftly positioned himself behind the tree, lightning crackling in his hand as he prepared to strike. Raikiri. With the full force of his will, the tree sensed its surroundings, raised a hand to immobilize Kakashi, and swiftly kicked him away before Kakashi could even comprehend the situation. Like a shooting star, Kakashi soared into the distance, colliding with countless houses along the way, only to be buried beneath the rubble once the force dissipated. Was Konoha's Might Guy a match for this? It depended on the adversary. At least, he could not contend with me. Witnessing Kakashi's effortless defeat at the hands of the tree, a sense of dread enveloped the hearts of the onlookers. The tree's power was formidable. Even Kakashi fell so easily. Meanwhile, a shadow stealthily approached from behind, ensnaring the tree. Shikamaru, realizing his ambush had succeeded, spoke. Tree, I must apologize. Please calm down and return to Konoha with us. If this chaos continues, there may be no turning back. Shikamaru feared that if the tree persisted in its obstinacy, the people of Konoha might not merely attempt to capture it, but resort to lethal force, which would be disastrous. Upon hearing Shikamaru's words, the tree replied, Had you restrained me before, I might have been more troubled, but now in an instant, the tree stood before Shikamaru, who was left astonished. When one's strength reaches a point of overwhelming dominance, all tricks become futile. It seems my previous words to you have not been taken to heart, the tree declared, gripping Shikamaru's neck, the intense sensation of asphyxiation drawing him perilously close to death. Human boulder. Sensing the danger to Shikamaru, Choji launched an attack to rescue him. However, as he charged toward the tree, he was effortlessly kicked away. Such attacks are futile, the tree remarked, dismissing Choji with a glance. Shikamaru's complexion grew increasingly grim, as if he were on the verge of succumbing to suffocation. Flying Swallow. Asuma appeared by the tree's side, his weapon imbued with wind chakra, aimed at the tree's arms. In response, the tree hurled Shikamaru toward Asuma. Observing this, Asuma swiftly altered his course, using his body to shield the incoming Shikamaru. Chapter 75. Departure from Konoha. Asuma cradled Shikamaru. The immense force emanating from Shikamaru sent Asuma skidding across the ground until he finally came to a halt. The other Konoha ninjas, witnessing this, charged toward the tree. The tree, observing their approach, strolled leisurely within their encirclement, evading their strikes and retaliating at will. In no time, they all lay scattered on the ground. None could withstand the tree's blows. Each one, after a single strike, collapsed, unable to rise again. Naruto, regaining consciousness, rose from the ground, surveying his fallen comrades. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Countless Narutos emerged in the scene, densely packed and charging towards the tree. The tree's feet floated in midair as its hands were raised, and then came crashing down. The Narutos rushing towards the tree suddenly felt an overwhelming increase in gravity around them. Those who could not withstand it exploded on the spot, transforming into clouds of smoke before vanishing from sight. Wind release, spiraling shuriken. Amidst this pressure, Naruto found himself unexpectedly beside the tree, a rapidly spinning orb of chakra forming in his hand. The orb emitted a cacophonous shriek as it struck the tree's body. Boom. It felt as though Naruto had collided with a solid wall, the recoil sending him flying away. The minute wind blades contained within the spiraling shuriken sliced into his arm. Crumpling to the ground, Naruto clutched his injured right arm, struggling to lift himself up. Before the tree, a deep purple phantom appeared, intercepting Naruto's recent attack. Assessing the state of his hands, Naruto realized that forcibly employing this still unfamiliar technique had placed an immense burden on him, compounded by the severe damage from the earlier backlash. Now he could barely manage to rise. Standing was beyond his capability. Seeing Naruto fall, and with few remaining challengers before him, the tree felt a twinge of boredom. Painful Heaven's Foot. A sound of breaking air echoed as Tsunade's foot struck towards the tree. Even with the Susanoo activated, the tree's defense wavered slightly under the blow. Realizing her attack had not succeeded, Tsunade raised her fists and continued to rain down blows upon the Susanoo, each strike landing with relentless ferocity. The ground shook with thunderous roars, yet ultimately, the Susanoo remained intact. The tree, no longer idle, initiated its counterattack, commanding the Susanoo to sweep Tsunade away. She skidded across the ground, regaining her balance. The tree dispelled the Susanoo, gazing at Tsunade, who was now unveiling the Yin seal. At this moment, Tsunade was enveloped in black stripes, and the wound the tree had inflicted upon her earlier vanished without a trace. Observing this, Tsunade addressed the tree. Enough, tree. Continuing this battle serves no purpose for either of us. I can surrender to you. Just cease your assault. Hearing her words, the tree chuckled. Who gave you the illusion that I have exerted my full strength? As the words fell, a tremendous aura erupted from his being. The tree harnessing the full power of Mutuo, as he unlocked the 7th gate of the 8 gates. In that moment, the tree resembled a super scion, with black shards of hair soaring upwards, the immense force threatening to tear the very sky apart. The ground beneath him could no longer withstand this power. Stones shattered and floated around him. Tsunade, positioned closest, found herself struggling to breathe under this overwhelming pressure. How could he be so formidable? This fellow has been at it from the very beginning. The tree raised his right hand and swung a punch towards the direction of Konoha. Though it appeared to be merely an ordinary strike, the fierce gust generated by his fist obliterated everything in its path, resembling a laser that shot straight towards Konoha. As the dust settled, a deep trench was left where the tree had struck, and Konoha was cleaved in two by the force of that blow. Kai, who had been tirelessly rescuing others, finally approached the tree as he pulled the last person from the rubble. Such overwhelming power. Could this be youth? Kai instantly opened the 7th gate of the 8 gates, unleashing a tremendous force from his body, yet in comparison to the tree, it was akin to the difference between a firefly and the moon. Observing the scene, Kai pondered deeply. In this situation, even if I were to open the 7th gate, my efforts would prove insignificant. It seems I must resort to opening the final 8th gate. Resolutely, he placed his hand over his heart, preparing to unlock the 8th gate. The tree, noticing Kai's intent, did not intervene. He too wished to witness the strength of this man who nearly brought about his own demise. Just as Kai was about to release his power, a commanding voice echoed through the arena. Everyone halt. As they turned to see the figure that had appeared, white hair billowing in the air, Tsunade's disbelief was palpable. Jiraiya? What? What are you doing here? After returning to safety, Jiraiya sought the help of medical ninjas to treat his throat, intending to intervene and prevent their battle. Seeing that the situation was still salvageable, he breathed a sigh of relief. Stop fighting. It was the tree who saved me. Otherwise, I might have already perished. This is all a misunderstanding. Tsunade paused at Jiraiya's words, taken aback by this unexpected revelation. The tree, unfazed by Jiraiya's intervention, insisted, Hurry, bring me the teeth. Otherwise, the map will no longer feature Konoha. Hearing the tree's brazen remarks, Tsunade felt an urge to retort, but Jiraiya restrained her. Do as he says, Tsunade. He speaks the truth. I have witnessed his power. What? Jiraiya, you. Tsunade could hardly believe the words spoken by Jiraiya before her. Yet upon witnessing the resolute gaze in his eyes, she chose to place her trust in him. Very well, I shall comply with your request. However, once you take away Inuzuka, you must refrain from entering Konoha thereafter. Looking at Tsunade, Jiraiya reassured her, Rest assured, even if you plead with me in the future, I shall not return. Initially, Tsunade contemplated obliterating Konoha entirely, but thoughts of her mother and sister, who had lived there since childhood, restrained her. If they were to be resurrected someday, they would undoubtedly be pained by the knowledge of their homeland's destruction, a place where they had spent their formative years. Seeing that Tsunade had acquiesced, she commanded Guy to bring Inuzuka forth. At that moment, only Guy, who had just recovered from the recent explosion, retained the strength to comply. He dashed into the heart of Konoha and soon emerged with Inuzuka in tow. Upon seeing his brother, Inuzuka was overwhelmed with emotion. Brother, I now understand everything. I am so sorry for doubting you previously. Tree approached Inuzuka, who anticipated an embrace, arms outstretched in eager expectation. Instead, he heard, Brother, you have endured much. Smack. Tree delivered a light tap to Inuzuka's head. I am aware of your lack of intelligence, hence I never harbored expectations for you. Do not burden yourself with guilt. Inuzuka, cradling his head, sank to the ground, realizing that things remained unchanged. His brother was still the same. Tree cast a glance at Tsunade and Jiraiya. All right, Inuzuka, let us depart. This place no longer welcomes us. Upon hearing this, Inuzuka rose, took a final glance at Konoha, and followed Tree as they left. Chapter 76. Return to the land of snow. Tree journeyed with Inuzuka for some time when the latter could no longer contain his curiosity and asked, Brother, where are we headed? First, we must return to the land of snow, Tree replied. I will be away for a while, as I have discovered a method to resurrect our mother and sister. What? Is that true? They can really come back to life? Indeed, I have found a way, though I currently lack some necessary conditions. Inuzuka, bolstered by his brother's confidence, felt a renewed sense of hope. Together, they set off towards the land of snow. Meanwhile, in another location, Sasuke had reached his destination. He confronted Kisame and inquired, Where is Itachi Uchiha? Mr. Itachi is already inside waiting for you. But only you may enter. As for the others, if you wish to engage in play, I can accompany him. Upon hearing this, Sasuke bypassed Kisame and proceeded inside. Outside, Suigetsu gazed at Kisame's formidable sword. How about letting me try that blade? Kisame chuckled in response. You little rascal must be from the Hozuki clan. If you desire my sword, then come and prove yourself. With that, Kisame unsheathed his sword and presented it to Suigetsu. Let me see what the Hozuki brat is made of. Meanwhile, Sasuke entered the room and found Itachi seated at the center. I've come to eliminate you, you scoundrel. Itachi remained silent, instead launching several shuriken towards Sasuke. Drawing his Kusanagi sword from his side and anticipating the trajectory of the attack, Sasuke prepared to defend himself. However, the shuriken unexpectedly collided mid-air, altering their course. Caught off guard, Sasuke was struck directly in the heart. As he fell, in the next instant, Sasuke appeared behind Itachi's chair, driving the Kusanagi through the chair and piercing Itachi's heart as well. Caw, 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 the black crows took to the skies. Sasuke observed as the Itachi he had struck transformed into a flock of crows scattering in all directions. Not far away, the crows coalesced, and Itachi's form re-emerged. Well then, the warm-up is over. It is time to settle this, Sasuke. Upon hearing this, Sasuke's gaze sharpened. The lightning crackled along the Kusanagi as he charged towards Itachi. The two clashed, exchanging blows in a fierce duel, their silhouettes dancing in the fray. Itachi seized Sasuke's wrist, attempting to disarm him. But the electric energy coursing through Sasuke's weapon enveloped him entirely. Lightning release, Chidori. The lightning surged from Sasuke's blade, swiftly striking the immobilized Itachi. Feeling a paralyzing sensation, Itachi found himself unable to move. Seizing the opportunity, Sasuke unleashed the Chidori, cleaving Itachi's body in two. And thus, Itachi fell before him. Sasuke found himself in a state of bewilderment, and in the next instant, an overwhelming sense of crisis surged within him. Fire style, Great Fire Dragon technique. A colossal fire dragon surged forth from behind Sasuke, engulfing him completely within its searing flames. In an instant, both he and Itachi returned to their original positions, as if nothing had transpired. Only the beads of sweat trickling down Sasuke's forehead testified to the reality of his recent ordeal. Itachi was the first to rise. Fire style, Great Fireball technique. A massive fireball hurtled towards Sasuke, who, in response, channeled lightning into his Kusanagi sword and cleaved the fireball in two. At that moment, Itachi had already closed the distance, seizing Sasuke's arm, spinning him around, and flinging him away. Sasuke crashed against the wall and fell to the ground. Itachi advanced once more, engaging Sasuke in close combat. Sasuke struggled to fend off Itachi's relentless assault, but in a moment of distraction, he was kicked away, tumbling helplessly across the floor. Damn it! I never expected him to be this formidable. As he watched Itachi approach him again, a sudden idea struck Sasuke. He aimed a fireball towards Itachi, but it veered off course, piercing through the ceiling instead. Itachi, momentarily taken aback by Sasuke's attack, quickly resumed his advance. Sasuke continued to unleash fire-style techniques into the air, while Itachi seized the opportunity to deliver a powerful kick, sending Sasuke flying once more. The two found themselves on the rooftop, and Sasuke gazed upward at the darkening storm clouds that had begun to gather. He raised his right arm and declared to Itachi, "Prepare to be reduced to ashes by my technique." Lightning style, Kirin. While Sasuke and Itachi were embroiled in their fierce battle, Tree Inyo arrived at the land of snow. Tree surveyed the exterior of the snowy kingdom, reflecting on how long it had been since his last visit. With that thought, he led you inside. They made their way directly to the palace entrance, where they encountered Zabuza, who was returning from an outing. What brings you back? Have you completed your task? Tree shook his head. I'm only back temporarily, and I wanted my brother to stay here for a while. Zabuza glanced at you. This guy has been here before. I didn't expect him to return again. By the way, how is Little Snow doing? What else? Just the same as before, occasionally mumbling about someone. Upon hearing Zabuza's words, Tree's gaze fixed intently on Zabuza's face, seeking any sign of change. Are you still the bloodthirsty ninja of the Mist Village? Have you developed a penchant for jokes now, having earned the favor of White? What are you talking about, you idiot? We're both men. There's nothing strange between us. With an exasperated leap, she sprang up, her face flushed, whether from anger or embarrassment, it was hard to tell. Meanwhile, Ya, who had been all ears, could not suppress a peculiar expression that crossed his countenance. It was all rather convoluted, yet one thing was certain. Her brother might be in a romantic liaison, and the girl in question seemed quite taken with him. How could that be? It felt utterly unjust, especially since she, so exceptional, had yet to be chosen by anyone. The Tree and Zhang exchanged pleasantries as they entered the royal palace. Upon pushing open the grand door, an impatient voice echoed within. How many times must I remind you? Do not disturb me while I am reviewing documents. Oh, my sincerest apologies. Shall I take my leave then? The voice that Windflower Snow had long yearned to hear filled her ears. When she lifted her gaze, disbelief painted her face. Tree, upon your return, I had anticipated a much longer absence. Fenghua Xiaoxue exclaimed joyfully while dashing down from her position. The Tree, observing her exuberance, felt a twinge of discomfort. I merely brought my brother here. I may need your care for him in the future. Not to worry, leave it all to me. By the way, how long do you intend to stay this time? The Tree pondered briefly, estimating that it wouldn't be for long. I plan to check the backyard shortly, and then I shall depart. Most matters have been arranged, and the conclusion is imminent. Fenghua Xiaoxue nodded in understanding, refraining from further conversation. She recognized that until the Tree had completed his affairs, any words spoken would be futile, potentially leading to unnecessary worries, something neither of them needed. After chatting for a while, the Tree ventured into the backyard. The following day, the Tree departed from the land of snow, heading towards his previously researched destination. Chapter 77. The Rebirth of the Rinnegan. The Tree journeyed along the path and finally arrived at the location he had investigated before. This must be the place. In the original tale, Naruto departed for the moon from here. He entered a cavern adorned with numerous jars and bottles. As he passed, a multitude of azure orbs floated around him. The Tree paid them no heed and continued deeper into the cave. Upon reaching a spring, he halted. This must be it. Crossing this spring will grant access to the moon's interior. Without hesitation, he leapt into the spring, where green orbs drifted about. When one brushed against him, he sensed a wave of spiritual energy accompanied by illusions. Are there still illusions to contend with? The Tree dismissed their trifling effects and pressed onward. As light illuminated his path, he emerged at the exit, only to be met by a colossal crab launching an assault. A torrent of bubbles surged towards him. The Tree raised his hand to deflect the incoming attack. In the next instant, he vanished from sight, reappearing above the giant crab. Fire style, great fireball technique. A massive fireball descended upon the crab. As the flames subsided, a delightful aroma of seafood wafted into the Tree's nostrils. Ah, I knew this creature's flesh would be delectable, he exclaimed, eagerly preparing to indulge. Radiant beams of red light burst from his waist as his Pokemon emerged in unison, encircling the crab. The Tree chuckled at the sight. Where were you all during the battle? Now you rush out faster than ever. It seems you two are eager to feast. Come, let us begin. Seizing the opportunity while the other Pokemon were distracted, he plucked off one of the crab's massive pincers. As the tender, sweet crab meat graced his palate, the Tree felt a sense of transcendence. What a divine flavor. Truly delightful. After reveling in the exquisite taste, he noticed that his Pokemon were devouring the crab at a pace surpassing his own. After a spirited competition, the satisfied Pokemon returned to their resting places. The Tree, having rested a while, resumed his journey towards his destination. Upon entering the moon's interior, he gazed in awe at the wondrous sights before him. Is this where the Tsutsuki clan resides? Observing the artificial sun above, he soared upwards. It was likely too early for the impending catastrophe of the moon crashing into the earth. He wondered if the Rinnegan had been fully restored. Breaking through the facade of the artificial sun, he penetrated the interior. At that moment, The puppets controlled by Tsutsuki SH-10 detected the intruder. Immediately, SH-10 commanded the puppets to launch an assault against the tree. As the myriad of puppets rushed towards him, the tree raised his finger, electric currents dancing upon it. 1,000,000 volts. A mighty bolt of lightning descended, obliterating the approaching puppets within the tempest of thunder. In the distance, the controller of these puppets was struck with shock upon witnessing their sudden disappearance. Who could possess such formidable power? The tree, somewhat exasperated, pondered the peculiar nature of these beings with their strange eyes, who seemed to prefer lurking behind the scenes to manipulate puppets, just like Pain and this army of puppets here. What a lack of creativity. Sensing the energy around him, the tree soared toward the source of the most potent energy he could perceive. The controller, seated before the colossal Rinnegan, felt an impending threat. Damn, this individual appears to be heading straight for me. Is he targeting my Rinnegan? But how did he discover this place? Before he could finish his thoughts, the tree had already arrived before him. Gazing into the hollow eyes of the controller, the tree realized that this was the very person who would later attempt to steal Naruto's wife. Hand over the Rinnegan to me, and I shall spare your life. What do you say? Upon hearing the tree's words, the controller rose, casting a disdainful glance at him. Who do you think you are? Since you've come here, you shall not return. The controller manipulated the immense Rinnegan, summoning a gigantic stone statue that rose from the ground. The tree observed as the stone giant advanced toward him. Is this the colossal statue that the Rinnegan can summon? It resembles the form of Otsutsuki Kagaya. The enormous fist drew closer to the tree's body, the whooshing wind echoing ominously in his ears. With a delicate motion, the tree raised his index finger to deflect the punch. Size does not equate to strength. Lifting his right fist, the tree unleashed a powerful strike. The hit sent the stone giant flying, crashing to the ground. Otsutsuki Sharon, sensing the surrounding chaos, was astounded. How can he be this powerful? If that is the case, then you shall not lay your hands on the Rinnegan. Realizing the perilous situation, the controller promptly sought to destroy the Rinnegan. Witnessing this, the tree swiftly darted to his side. If you wish to perish, then so be it. The tree employed telekinesis, relentlessly compressing the controller's body. With a sickening crunch, the controller's body could no longer withstand the pressure and shattered like fragile tofu. With the nuisance dealt with, the tree approached the Rinnegan, ready to employ a long-forgotten skill, replication. The tree observed the progress in his mind, aware that the required time would not be brief. Thus, he settled cross-legged on the ground. In the remnants of the Uchiha clan, the battle between Sasuke and Itachi had reached its conclusion. Itachi gazed at the familiar scene before him. Was this not the very scenario the tree had previously shown him? At that moment, Itachi recalled the words the tree once imparted to him. If you attempt to believe in your brother, might the outcome be more favorable? With this thought, a smile graced Itachi's lips. You seem to have spoken truthfully, my dear tree. Sasuke has indeed matured. I should not have continually perceived him as a mere child. At this moment, Sasuke was utterly fatigued, his body curled against the wall. As he watched Itachi slowly approach, an overwhelming fear engulfed his heart. Itachi, trembling, came to stand before Sasuke and gently tapped his forehead. Sasuke, you have grown. It seems I was mistaken all along. From here on, your path is yours alone. Allow me to gift you something. After uttering these words, Itachi drew his last breath and collapsed into Sasuke's embrace. Confusion washed over Sasuke's face as he tried to comprehend the unfolding events. Suddenly, the space around them warped, and a masked figure appeared before Sasuke, slowly advancing towards him. Would you like to know everything about your brother, including the reason for the massacre of your clan? Upon hearing the words of Obito, Sasuke's bewilderment began to dissipate, and he chose to follow the masked man. In a shadowy cave, Obito divulged everything about Itachi to Sasuke, who listened in disbelief. So, Itachi bore such a heavy burden? Obito continued to incite Sasuke, saying, now that you know the truth, if you seek revenge, I can assist you. After all, I was once a member of the Uchiha clan. Sasuke turned his gaze to Obito, whose once dark eyes transformed into the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Subsequently, Obito commenced the procedure to exchange Itachi's eyes with Sasuke's, facilitating the transformation of his Sharingan into the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan. Once the surgery concluded, Sasuke opened his eyes, only to be taken aback as Amaterasu unexpectedly ignited against Obito. Caught off guard, Obito's left side was engulfed in black flames. It was revealed that in Itachi's final moments, he recalled the illusion the tree had cast upon him, foreseeing that the masked man would appear to take Sasuke away. Fearing a repetition of the outcome the tree had shown him, he sealed the Amaterasu technique within Sasuke's eyes, hoping to eliminate the masked man should the opportunity arise. Chapter 78. The fusion is complete. The inky flames rapidly consumed Obito's left side, and as he regained his composure, he swiftly severed the ignited portion of his body. The severed flesh smoldered on the ground until it was entirely incinerated. In a state of disarray, Obito leaned against the wall, at which point Zetsu emerged from the ground. What has transpired? Toby shook his head, dismissing the matter. It's nothing, merely a trick played on me. Upon witnessing Toby's disheveled state, a white Zetsu emerged, merging its own form into the portion of Toby that was incomplete. Sasuke, seated on the bed, shielded his eyes, still reeling from the events that had just transpired. When he replaced his eyes, upon seeing the masked man before him, it felt as if a switch within his gaze had been activated, igniting the masked figure. Toby approached Sasuke's bedside, inquiring, "What do you think of these new eyes? Whether to exact vengeance with Itachi's eyes is entirely up to you." After speaking, Toby departed with Zetsu, leaving Sasuke alone in the room. Once outside, Zetsu asked, "By the way, what became of the incident when Conan attempted to assassinate you?" Toby reflected on that fateful battle, where he had come perilously close to death for the first time since declaring himself Uchiha Madara. Fortunately, he had emerged victorious. The continuous detonations of explosive tags had nearly obliterated him. Indeed, wealth equates to power. "She's already dead," Toby remarked, striding forward. Zetsu gazed at Toby's retreating figure, elated. "Excellent. Soon, Mother will be revived." Black Zetsu felt an overwhelming joy. After long-term planning, only a few steps remained. On the moon, the tree remained unaware of the passage of time. Hearing a sound, it opened its eyes, noticing that the immense Rinnegan hovering above it had vanished. At last, success. Now, it is time to summon the dream. The tree conjured the dream from its container. The pinkish-purple figure reappeared, awakening and asking, "You call me forth. What is it?" "I have a remarkable gift to enhance your power. Though you are already formidable, the enemies ahead are equally strong. If you do not prepare now, it will be too late." The dream, upon hearing the tree's words, refrained from protest, recognizing the unfamiliarity of this world. The tree retrieved the replicated Rinnegan from its spatial realm. Once colossal, it had now shrunk to the size of a normal eyeball, emanating a luminous glow, appearing extraordinarily sacred. The dream's eyes widened in astonishment. "This eyeball possesses a powerful energy fluctuation. Indeed, I sense that it would be a suitable match for you, which is why I prepared to entrust it to you." The dream, accepting the offering, no longer hesitated. "System, initiate the fusion with the Rinnegan." Beep. Fusion in progress. After a brief moment, the system's voice resonated once more. Beep. Fusion successful. The tree eagerly opened the attributes panel of the Dream Master. Dream Master type, psychic special ability, oppressive presence. In battles, the sheer force of its aura creates an overwhelming, intense atmosphere, causing those with weaker resolve to faint under the pressure. Skills, hypnosis, bind, Psyblade, self-recuperation, foresight, life drop. Strong psychic force, click to expand, rebirth eye, mutation, rebirth eye modes. 1. Sphere of the mind, surrounds itself with floating pink orbs, capable of both defense and offense, while significantly enhancing psychic power. 2. Dream and Dream Master, creates a duplicate with identical strength to engage in battle, vanishing upon receiving lethal damage. 3. Dream Master S Domain, manipulates the space within a 5-meter radius. The duration of control is contingent upon its own power. 4. Silver Wheel Rebirth Blast, Golden Wheel Rebirth Blast indeed, akin to the Kaleidoscope Sharingan of the ghostly apparition, the Dream Master S skills. Apart from the final Golden Wheel Rebirth Blast and Silver Wheel Rebirth Blast, differ from other rebirth eyes. However, this distinction suits the Dream Master perfectly. As the Dream Master sensed its newfound power, it gradually opened its eyes. The tree observed that the rebirth eye integrated into the Dream Master was not located in its eyes, but rather imprinted on the palm of its left hand. The Dream Master gazed at the tree, sensing an enhancement in its energy, along with newfound abilities. The tree nodded in acknowledgement. "I see. I have comprehended your information. Shall we proceed to adapt?" After a brief nod from Mutuo, the following days saw people on Earth gazing at the moon, often feeling as if someone were dancing upon its surface. As time passed, Mutuo finally mastered his own powers, while the tree, through these battles, gained a preliminary understanding of its own strength. Now, the next step was to await the return of Black Zetsu to rescue his mother. The tree retraced its steps back to its origin, and upon arriving at the Snow Ninja Village, it became evident that significant changes had occurred throughout the ninja world during its absence. First and foremost, the 5 great nations. Upon discovering that the Akatsuki organization was capturing tailed beasts, convened meetings among the 5 Kage to address this issue. During these discussions, Tobi, the masked man, created chaos by bringing Sasuke into the fray, initiating a conflict. The tree found this peculiar, pondering how the narrative could unfold in such a manner despite its alterations. The world's corrective powers seemed excessively formidable. As both sides prepared for confrontation, Jiraiya made a visit to Mount Myaboku to consult with the Sage Toad regarding several inquiries. Upon entering the hall where the Sage Toad resided, Jiraiya expressed his confusion. "I believe I have found the child of prophecy you instructed me to seek. However, I have now encountered an unusual child with immense power, one you had not previously mentioned." Over their time together, Jiraiya had come to confirm that the child of prophecy must indeed be Naruto. Listening attentively, Fukasaku remarked, "The future has become hazy. The era of spirits is on the horizon." After delivering this cryptic statement, Fukasaku fell back into slumber. Jiraiya, left in a state of bewilderment, had no choice but to depart. Upon returning to Konoha, Tsunade once again sought Jiraiya for discussion. "How is Naruto faring?" she inquired. "Under my tutelage. Naruto has mastered Sage Mode. However, I sense he may not be adequately prepared for the impending challenges," Jiraiya replied. Suddenly, a figure sprang to Tsunade's mind. "If it weren't for those damned elders, we would not have lost such a talent, and we wouldn't be in this predicament." Meanwhile, the Akatsuki organization, through the relentless efforts of its members, successfully captured all the tailed beasts assigned to them. Obito rose, declaring, "Our current objectives are limited to the 8 tails and 9 tails. Thereafter, we can realize our ambitions." It is noteworthy that due to the tree's interference, aside from Itachi Uchiha and Konan, none of the other Akatsuki members had perished. And given their inherent strength, their capability to fulfill their missions remained formidable. After dismissing the members, Obito welcomed a newcomer. "Allow me to introduce someone you will find quite intriguing." Upon hearing this, Obito turned to see a hooded figure entering. "Greetings, allow me to introduce myself. I am Kabuto Yakushi." The hood fell away, revealing Kabuto's face, which had undergone significant transformation since their last encounter. Chapter 79. Turtle Island. Obito observed Kabuto, whose appearance had morphed to resemble that of a serpent. "I never anticipated you would desire to join us. What brings you here?" Kabuto replied with a smile. "I am merely intrigued by Sasuke and wish to study him. I am curious about Orochimaru's obsession. Why do you believe I would definitely allow you to join?" The pharmacist, with a flick of his wrist, sent forth the white serpent heads that emerged from behind him, smiling subtly. He then formed a series of hand seals. And before long, a coffin began to rise from the ground. As the coffin opened before Obito, his expression paled upon seeing the familiar face inside. "How is this possible?" "That you?" After returning to the land of snow, Shu ventured out again just a few days later. "Where shall I go next?" "I've heard whispers that the 5 great nations are preparing to wage war against Obito. Perhaps I shall join in the fray." At that moment, Naruto was already en route to Turtle Island. As the boat glided over the vast expanse of ocean, an island gradually emerged on the horizon. "That must be it," Yamato remarked, gazing at the sight before him. Kai and Aoyama turned to look as well, nodding in agreement. Upon docking, Naruto and his companions disembarked. Just as they steadied themselves, a colossal octopus suddenly appeared, its massive tentacles thrashing about. Intrigued, Naruto wondered, what manner of beast is this? The giant octopus then turned its gaze upon Naruto, swinging its tentacles downwards. Just as Naruto prepared to evade and counterattack, he shouted, "Fire style, great fire destruction." The searing flames engulfed the entire giant octopus, and an enticing aroma wafted through the air, tantalizing the senses of everyone present. "Wow, what a delicious smell," Naruto exclaimed, wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth. "Indeed, I specifically calibrated the power of that technique." Hearing a familiar voice, Naruto instinctively turned towards its source. A figure clad in red clouds appeared before him. "Shu, what a surprise to see you here," he called out. The other members of Konoha soon gathered around, regarding Shu with newfound warmth. Thanks to Shu's efforts to rescue Jiraiya, Tsunade and Jiraiya had explained the situation to their comrades, easing the previous tensions between them. Shu, spotting Naruto and the others, remarked, "Of course, I came here in search of a meal. I heard there were many rare giant creatures about, so I thought I'd test my luck and, unexpectedly, I found something indeed. By the way, Naruto, what brings you here?" Naruto, upon hearing Shu's inquiry, instinctively began to respond, "I came here too." Naruto had yet to finish his words when he was interrupted by Yamato. "Naruto, although the tree is no longer an enemy of Konoha, the current situation is ambiguous. Do not reveal your whereabouts to him." Upon hearing Yamato's reminder, Naruto recognized his impulsiveness and fell silent. The tree, observing this, ceased its inquiries and leapt down to the side of the gigantic octopus. The tree's Pokemon emerged, several preparing to indulge in a feast, and the tree joined them without hesitation. Nearby, Naruto and his companions, enticed by the aroma of the roasted octopus, could not help but swallow their saliva. It smelled quite delectable, Naruto thought, as his stomach audibly grumbled. Hearing the sound from Naruto's belly, the tree glanced over. "Would you care to join us?" Upon hearing the tree's invitation, Naruto dashed over. "Naruto." Yamato attempted to intervene, but Naruto had already reached the tree and began to eat. He placed a piece of octopus meat in his mouth and chewed. "Wow, this is delicious, almost rivaling Uncle Ikaku's ramen." The tree rolled its eyes at Naruto's comparison. "Is that all you think about, Ikaku's ramen?" When Yamato and Aoba arrived, they watched as Naruto and the others savored their meal, unable to suppress their own salivation. They then turned to the tree, which, noticing their gaze, continued its actions without looking back. "Don't even think about it. We have barely enough for ourselves. And you want to join?" Hearing the tree's words, Yamato chuckled awkwardly, observing the Pokemon and Naruto enjoying their meal. After they had finished off the gigantic octopus, the Pokemon returned to their Pokeballs, while Naruto collapsed onto the ground, patting his round belly with a satisfied expression. The tree, having completed its meal, began to pick its teeth with a toothpick it had found. "Why aren't you coming out yet? Shall I have to invite you?" Upon hearing the tree's words, Naruto and the others, still relaxed, became alert, scanning their surroundings in search of the individuals the tree had mentioned. Two figures emerged. Killer Bee and Kisame appeared before Naruto and his companions. Killer Bee regarded the tree. "Why are you back here again, you fool? You idiot." The tree, hearing Killer Bee's typical exclamations, replied, "You can speak to them that way, but if you don't address me properly, I shall teach you a lesson." Killer Bee was momentarily taken aback by the tree's warning, for it was known to feast upon the eight tails. Upon catching sight of the tree, the beast within him had already curled up in trepidation. "I understand now, tree. What purpose brings you here? Or are you perhaps a member of that organization?" He pondered, noting the Akatsuki attire adorning the tree, his uncertainty growing. If the tree were indeed affiliated with that group, it would have seized Naruto, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, the moment it arrived at the scene, which explained its earlier hesitation to reveal itself. Yet, the tree's garb spoke volumes. The tree, seemingly unfazed, replied, "I am merely here to hunt. After all, not every place offers delectable species." Then, as though struck by a sudden thought, it inquired, "By the way, how fares the eight tails?" Its eyes gleamed with an intense fervor as it gazed at Bee. Feeling uncomfortable under the tree's passionate gaze, Bee instinctively took a step back. "The eight tails is still recuperating. No significant changes," he replied. "Ah, I see. What a pity," the tree remarked, a hint of disappointment in its voice. Its attention then shifted towards the ocean, but before it fully turned away, its eyes lingered meaningfully on the weapon, Samahata, strapped to Bee's back. "Since the eight tails has yet to recover, I shall make do with these seafood delicacies," it declared, using telekinesis to extract a gigantic lobster from the sea and proceeded to roast it. Soon, the tree's Pokemon companions emerged to assist, seemingly enjoying a vacation as they commenced a barbecue feast. The eight tails within Bee could not help but chime in. "Bee, when this fellow is around, make sure not to call for me. Even if you were to perish, I would not respond." Bee nodded in understanding, casting a resigned glance at the tree busily fishing in the distance. Chapter 80. The true waterfall. Noticing the tree was entirely engrossed in its seafood catch, Bee turned his attention to the Leaf Village members. "I am aware of your intentions, you fools. You imbeciles. Follow me," he exclaimed. Their reactions were mixed with discomfort. Yamashiro Aoi couldn't help but retort, "Why could you converse amicably with the tree, yet not with us?" Bee shot back, Mind your own business. If you're dissatisfied, come at me. Choosing the path of wisdom, Aja wisely opted to remain silent in response to B's outburst. He led Naruto and the others to a resting place. And before departing, he looked at Naruto and said, I will teach you how to fully control the power of the beast within you. You fool. You imbecile. Naruto nodded in acknowledgement. I appreciate your guidance. However, before that, let us have Kiba take you to the true waterfall for training. Once you succeed there, we can proceed to the next phase of our practice. You fool. You imbecile. The following day, he accompanied Naruto to a waterfall. He leaped to the edge of the cascading waters and sat cross-legged. If he could overcome this challenge, he would proceed to the next step. Upon hearing Ki's instructions, Naruto followed suit, jumping to the waterfall's precipice and settling into a meditative position. As he closed his eyes, another version of Naruto emerged within him, one exuding an aura of malevolence. Meanwhile, as Yamato and his companions stood guard over Naruto, the figure of a tree materialized nearby. You all seem quite preoccupied. What are you busy with? May I join? The sudden appearance of the tree caused the group to tense, for although the tree typically presented no threat, its actions could swiftly turn perilous. Inazuka-ki, what brings you here? Yamato inquired, his expression wary, apprehensive of any sudden moves from the tree. I just had my fill of snacks by the sea, so I thought I'd wander around this island. Is there an issue with that? Upon hearing the tree's words, Yamato found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. After all, they were on the territory of the Cloud Village, and the villagers themselves had made no objections. At that moment, Naruto, who had remained in front of the true waterfall, abruptly opened his eyes and was hurled into the water by an inexplicable force. He observed Naruto's plight and remarked, it seems he has failed. Struggling to emerge from the water, Naruto lamented, indeed, I have failed. That apparition possessed strength identical to mine. I simply could not defeat him. Allow me to attempt it as well. My curiosity is piqued. The tree had come here on a whim, recalling the existence of a mystical waterfall on Turtle Island that revealed one's darker side, with the strength of the reflection mirroring that of the original. Hearing the tree's words, he did not object but instead said, the purpose of the waterfall is to confront your shadowy aspects. It serves no other function. If you are not plagued by any malevolent forces, there is truly no need for this. I am merely curious, having never encountered such a peculiar phenomenon. The tree replied as he approached the true waterfall and crouched down. Upon closing his eyes, he distinctly felt a peculiar wave of energy attempting to influence him. If I continue to resist, this waterfall will likely have no effect on me. Perhaps I should relent. The tree lowered his defenses, and in the next moment, his consciousness was transported to an expansive white realm. Before him, a figure gradually materialized, mirroring the tree's appearance, but with blood-red eyes. At last, I've emerged. You are truly disappointing. With my formidable power, I could annihilate anyone who crosses me. Why spare them? You are simply too tender-hearted, the replicated tree taunted. Gazing at the original, are you instructing me on how to act? The silhouette of the tree vanished in an instant, only to reappear behind the replicated tree moments later. With remarkable speed, the tree lifted its foot and delivered a swift kick. Astonishingly, the kick passed through the replicated tree's form as if it were an illusion. Observing this spectacle, the replicated tree's smirk deepened, taunting, look, you are utterly powerless against me. You remain oblivious to your own strength. Why not relinquish your body to me? I shall guide you in harnessing this power. Upon hearing the replicated tree's words, the original tree wore a look of disdain. I merely tested it. Why have you become so arrogant? With that, the tree's aura surged dramatically. Dark necromantic sphere. A dark orb coalesced in the hands of the tree, striking against the body of the replica tree. Upon witnessing the impending attack, the replica tree did not remain passive. The Susanoo of Gung Gue enveloped the replica tree's form, while the dark necromantic sphere from the tree merely impacted the exterior of Gung Gue's Susanoo. Within the confines of Gung Gue's Susanoo, the replica tree gazed down upon the tree with disdain, as if mocking its impotence. The tree, upon realizing this, was incensed to the point of laughter. Since this is the case, let me test the limits of this entity's power, it mused. With this thought, the tree's momentum surged once more, amplifying its aura several-fold beyond its original state. On the shore, the members of Konoha observed the tree in a meditative posture. Naruto, unable to contain his curiosity, inquired of Kiba, it has been so long, and the tree has yet to awaken. Could it be that it has come to an end? Kiba shook his head. If it were over, it would have opened its eyes by now. The current situation suggests that it is not yet finished. They must be engaged in a struggle we cannot witness. As Kiba elucidated the situation, the tree opened its eyes. I knew there would be a limit. Otherwise, if the Sage of Six Paths were here, would he be affected by this realm? Upon rising, the tree brushed off its garments and approached them. It seems I have passed the trial. Naruto, should you have any questions, feel free to inquire. Naruto, upon hearing this, turned to the tree and asked, Tree, how did you manage to defeat your replica projection? The tree responded to Naruto's inquiry. My method may not be suitable for you. I directly obliterated it with sheer, overwhelming power. At that moment, while engaged in battle within the realm of the mind, the tree pushed its aura and strength to their utmost limits and delivered a powerful blow to the replica tree before it. Though the replica tree bore the traits of Gungue, this punch was infused with other energies that rendered it incapable of immunity. Furthermore, while it was said that the replica possessed strength equivalent to the original, it only mirrored the tree's initial assimilated power. Subsequently, as the tree assimilated other spirits, its strength vastly surpassed that of the replica. Ultimately, under the force of the tree's punch, the replica shattered into fragments, vanishing into the void. Naruto, upon hearing the tree's account, felt a pang of discouragement. He too had attempted to break through using brute force, only to be consistently defeated by copies of himself with equal strength. After a night's rest, Naruto returned to the real waterfall. In this familiar setting, he closed his eyes once more and once again encountered his replica. In the end, under the might of his ultimate technique, the replica Naruto disintegrated into fragments within his inner realm. Upon opening his eyes, Naruto was met with the joyous congratulations of Yamato and the others. Kiba nodded in acknowledgement. Well done, you have completed the first segment. Now, we shall commence the second segment. Let us seek out Killer Bee. Chapter 81, The Path of Kisame. Just as Kiba was preparing to guide Naruto to find Killer Bee for the next phase of training, Killer Bee appeared unexpectedly. By your demeanor, it seems you have succeeded. You fools. You imbeciles. After listening, he nodded. Indeed, Naruto had already begun to master the initial grasp of the Nine-Tails power. The next step would depend on your training. At that moment, Naruto glanced towards the back of Killer Bee, having acquired the ability to sense malevolence after his preliminary control of the Kyuubi's strength. He felt another sinister presence emanating from the weapon Killer Bee carried on his back. Just as Naruto was preparing to act, the concealed Kisame emerged from his hiding place. Having been lurking within the Samahata, Kisame had been watching Naruto since he appeared alongside Killer Bee, realizing that he might have been exposed. Thus, he took the initiative to leap out. Upon witnessing this scene, Naruto confirmed that another individual was indeed concealed there. The tree stood by, observing the unfolding drama. So, you finally made your appearance? After Kisame emerged, he turned to the tree leaning against the large trunk. Tree, are you not going to lend a hand? We are members of the same organization. The tree shook its head. Not anymore. When I initially joined, it was merely because I found the attire appealing. Now that I possess my own garments, what purpose do I have in remaining with your organization, especially considering your leader has already met his demise? Upon hearing the tree's words, Kisame understood that persuading him to assist was futile. He surveyed his surroundings, preparing to seek an opportunity to escape. Swiftly forming hand seals, Kisame unleashed his jutsu, water release, great exploding water colliding wave. Water surged forth from his throat, transforming the previously flat terrain into a small lake. It was no wonder he was known as the beast without a tail. The sheer volume of chakra he possessed could indeed create an artificial lake. If combined with Yamato, one could cultivate greenery while the other could create rivers. What a profitable venture. As Kisame seized his ninjutsu, he reached for the Samahata behind Killer Bee, only to be pricked by its razor-sharp spines. Realizing the weapon resisted him, Kisame decisively chose to abandon the confrontation and escape, intending to relay the intelligence he held. The Leaf Village ninja found themselves trapped in the water by Kisame's technique, and before they could react, he initiated his next attack, water release. 1,000 feeding sharks. Countless sharks materialized in the water, and the surrounded Leaf shinobi struggled to fend off the onslaught while searching for a means of escape. Aware that they could not endure in the water for long, gradually, they discerned that the massive water sphere seemed to move in tandem with Kisame's body. Recognizing this, they swam against the current of Kisame's movement, and in no time, Naruto and his companions broke free from the colossal water prison. Noticing their escape from his jutsu, Kisame did not look back. His primary objective was to relay the intelligence concerning the 9 tails and 8 tails, rendering everything else inconsequential. Once on solid ground, the group took a moment to recuperate before attempting to pursue Kisame, only to find that he had already distanced himself significantly. At that moment, Guy revealed his fierce determination. "Leave it to me. Let youth blaze forth." He opened the 7th gate of the 8 gates, the Gate of Shock. The azure vapor emitted by the evaporating sweat enveloped Kai, who propelled himself off the ground with a powerful kick, launching him towards Kisame's position like a missile. The earth beneath him shattered upon impact. Kisame, who was striving to escape, suddenly sensed a looming danger behind him. Turning around, he beheld a man clad in a green bodysuit rushing towards him. As Kai approached, Kisame, confronted with an obstacle, was forced to halt. Irritation surged within him at the sight of this persistent adversary. "Once again, it's you. This time, you shall meet your end here," Kisame declared. Beginning to gather his chakra. Water release. 5 sharp bullets. 5 water projectiles, shaped like sharks, surged towards Kai. With a sweeping kick, he dispersed them effortlessly. However, in mere moments, the shattered sharks reformed and lunged at him once more. Leaf Gale. The sharks disintegrated again, yet before they could gather strength, Kai had already reached Kisame. The onslaught of Kai's attacks, swift as the wind, soon overwhelmed Kisame, leaving him defenseless. As Kai sent Kisame flying with a powerful kick, he unleashed his ultimate technique. Day Tiger. A fist propelled through the air, compressing it to the utmost, and a magnificent white tiger materialized, pouncing upon the airborne Kisame. Struck by Kai's Day Tiger, Kisame succumbed to fatigue and collapsed to the ground. With the cessation of Kisame's chakra supply, the massive water sphere shattered in midair, and Kai fell to the ground, exhausted. At that moment, the side effects of the 8 gates weighed heavily upon him, rendering him painfully weak as he lay there, groaning. Upon witnessing Kisame's fall, Yamato activated Wood Release, binding him securely. Aoyama, from the mountain village, approached the restrained Kisame, placing a hand upon his head to delve into his memories. Tree observed the unfolding events. It is often said that in the world of shinobi, no one is purely villainous. Each harbors their own reasons for survival, albeit with differing interests and goals. With a flick of his hand, Tree dismissed Aoyama, who was probing Kisame's mind. Yamato and the others, witnessing Tree's intervention, positioned themselves protectively before Kisame, their expressions wary. "Tree, are you attempting to save him?" Tree, gazing languidly at the cautious group, replied, "I merely cannot bear to watch. Should you wish to interrogate him or pursue any other agenda, kindly refrain from doing so in my presence. I possess a soft heart and cannot endure such sights." Yamato, at a loss for words, struggled to respond. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded behind them. The restrained Kisame broke free from Yamato's wooden shackles. Water Release. Water Prison Technique. A water sphere enveloped Kisame as he glanced back at Tree. "Thank you, Tree. I have now gained clarity regarding my own path. Perhaps this is my destiny." Water Release. 1,000 sharp bullets. In the final moment, Kisame concealed the intelligence scroll within a summoned shark, subsequently allowing the shark within the water sphere to devour him. Soon, the previously clear water transformed into a crimson hue, rendering Yamato and his companions unable to discern which shark had consumed the vital information. With a resounding pop, the water sphere shattered, and all the sharks hastily swam towards the lake, merging into the ocean and scattering in various directions. Despite the efforts of the Leaf Village ninjas to intervene, they managed to destroy only a few sharks, failing to halt the others, and could only watch helplessly as they swam away. Akiyama, visibly frustrated, turned to the tree and exclaimed, "It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, I would have uncovered his information and prevented his escape." With a sudden surge of pressure enveloping him, the mountain city Chinya found himself unexpectedly prone on the ground. The tree gazed down at him with an icy indifference. "Have my polite words made you forget your place? Should you dare to continue your prattle, I shall send you to drink tea with King Yen." Chapter 82. Reichu battles the Black Earth Daiwa. Overhearing the tree's words, awkwardly intervened. "Ha ha, Chinya is merely jesting. Tree, there's no need to take it so seriously." The tree remained silent, turning away and departing. Naruto, watching from the sidelines, felt uncertain about how to proceed. He wished to pursue the tree but was halted by Daiwa. "Naruto, remember that the tree is no longer a member of Konoha. Though he was once a rogue ninja, he is no longer affiliated with us. I understand, Teacher Daiwa. Naruto replied, his head drooping in disappointment. He could not fathom how his childhood companion had come to this point. Meanwhile, after witnessing the waterfall, the tree felt a lack of novelty and decided to leave. Suspended in midair, he surveyed the scenery of Turtle Island. Soon, I shall revive my mother and sister, allowing me to live here in peace. In fact, when he encountered pain earlier, the tree could have seized the Rinnegan to resurrect his family. However, as the impulse surged within him, he ultimately rejected it. Even if he were to resurrect his family, the chaos that would ensue would only complicate matters further, leading to unforeseen consequences. Thus, he opted for a different path, to awaken the Phoenix King. The ninja world would stabilize for a considerable time after this war, and by the time Boruto arrived, he might have already found a secluded place to reside. With the ability to merge with Pokemon, the tree's life became unpredictable. After awakening the divine beast, if he synchronized his life with it, he could potentially remain until the world of Hokage met its demise. After contemplating for a moment in the air, the tree prepared to depart when several figures appeared before him. A small old man floated in the air, gazing at the tree, accompanied by a short-haired girl and a chubby fellow with a simple demeanor. Anoki, upon seeing the tree's attire, mistakenly presumed him to be a member of the Akatsuki. To think you have discovered this place. In that case, you shall remain here. Upon hearing the old man's words, the tree retorted, you, of all people, have quite the audacity for one of your stature. Anoki, incensed by the tree's comment, felt the veins on his forehead throb. You disrespectful brat. It seems you require a lesson. Is that so? Then come forth. But your opponent is not me. It is my partner. Let it be decided. Reichu, emerge. With a swift motion, the tree hurled a Pokeball from its waist, revealing an orange figure that came into view for Noki. Gazing at the summoned beast before him, Noki mused, a summoning creature, is it? You believe you can vanquish me relying solely on that? Such arrogance in a mere child. Leave it to me, grandfather, came the voice of Kuro, who stepped forward from behind Noki. Earth release, earthstone spikes. Sharp spikes erupted from the ground. Yet Reichu deftly maneuvered to evade the assault. Observing Reichu's agility, Kuro swiftly altered his strategy. Water release, water bullets technique. He expelled a viscous substance in an attempt to restrict Reichu's movements. Upon stepping onto the gooey surface, Reichu found its legs ensnared. Seizing the opportunity, Kuro formed hand seals. Lava release, lime solidification technique. The slime binding Reichu's feet instantly hardened into solid lime, effectively imprisoning it. Reichu, use thunder armor, called the tree, as crackling electricity enveloped Reichu, transforming into a protective armor. The lime binding its feet crumbled under the ferocity of the electric energy, granting Reichu its freedom once more. It surged toward Kuro with renewed vigor. With the enhancement of thunder armor, Reichu's speed intensified, leaving a trail of afterimages in its wake. Noticing Reichu's increased velocity, Kuro found himself unprepared as Reichu's thunder punch struck toward his chest. Witnessing this, Akatsuchi quickly intervened, exclaiming, Earth release, Earth giant technique. He expelled a copious amount of clay, which rapidly transformed into a colossal figure, shielding Kuro. Reichu's thunder punch collided with the clay giant, but continued its momentum toward the retreating Kuro, sending him flying. He skidded across the ground before coming to a halt. Noki, enraged at the sight of his beloved granddaughter being struck, extended his arms, preparing to unleash his bloodline limit, the realm separation technique. However, he was halted by Akatsuchi. Lord Tsuchikage, you must not use that technique. If it strikes Turtle Island, it could spell doom. It turned out that Turtle Island was, in fact, a massive turtle. Hearing his guard's warning, the glow emanating from Naka's hands gradually faded. Meanwhile, the fallen Kuro slowly regained her footing. The presence of the clay giant had mitigated the majority of the damage, leaving her relatively unscathed. The commotion of the battle reached the ears of several individuals from Konoha, who, after ensuring Naruto was settled and focused on his training, rushed to the scene. Upon witnessing the confrontation between the tree and Noki, Yamato quickly intervened, saying, Wait. Please, do not fight any longer. There seems to be a misunderstanding, Demon said. Glancing at Yamato, what misunderstanding could there be? He is clad in the attire of that organization and has ventured here. We certainly cannot allow him to leave. What if the information is leaked? Yamato, upon hearing Demon's words, felt a sense of helplessness. Oh, ancestor, why must you choose such attire from that organization? It would be one thing if you wore it at any other time, but to don it now, I truly am at a loss. Upon noticing that Yamato had emerged, Shub realized that a confrontation was futile and promptly recalled Raichu into its Pokeball. Well, since we're not fighting, I shall take my leave. No need to see me off. Farewell, Shub said, waving to Yamato and the others as he prepared to depart. At that moment, a large white bird descended from the sky. Shub sensed its presence and sighed, realizing that it seemed unwilling to let him leave. More company has arrived. I might as well enjoy the spectacle, he thought. Deidara, accompanied by the sage-transformed Kabuto, hovered above Turtle Island. Demon gazed at the familiar silhouette of the approaching white bird, recognizing it as his incompetent apprentice. Ascending into the air, Demon confronted Deidara. You insolent brat. How dare you come here? You will remain here. There is no escape for you. As for you. Demon enveloped his right fist in rock and swiftly aimed a strike at Kabuto. The impact pierced through Kabuto's chest, yet to Demon's astonishment, he found that what he had struck was merely white clay, while the real Kabuto had already descended to the ground. Seeing this, Kuratsuchi sprang into action against Kabuto, while Shub wisely stepped aside to enjoy the ensuing drama. Kabuto, noticing Shub perched on a nearby tree, called out, "Aren't you going to assist us? After all, you are one of them too." Chapter 83. Pokemon battles against past shadows. Shub regarded Kabuto, bewildered, as if he were a fool. Do you think me a simpleton? My affiliation with the Akatsuki has no bearing on this matter. The one they wish to confront is you. Speak to me like that again, and I may just retaliate. Kabuto chuckled in response. I am no longer the person I once was. In the past, I might have feared you, but now. Before Kabuto could complete his sentence, Shub vanished from the branch he occupied and reappeared before him. Kuratsuchi, astonished, watched as Shub confronted Kabuto. Indeed, you are all the same. You believe that a mere acquisition of power renders you invincible. Do you think you are the only one who is extraordinary? As Shub spoke, he unleashed his psychic power, relentlessly compressing Kabuto. Ugh! Kabuto felt as if he were submerged in the depths of the ocean, being crushed from all sides. Puff, puff, puff. The body of Yakushi Kabuto began to succumb to the overwhelming pressure, his veins swelling to the point of rupture, blood gushing forth. How infuriating. I am utterly immobilized. If this continues, I might genuinely perish. Back at the base, I never witnessed such strength from him. Wasn't his power derived from those peculiar summoning beasts of his? Just as Yakushi Kabuto was on the verge of being crushed by the tree, a colossal clay bomb was hurled toward its position. Boom! A mushroom cloud erupted, and the impact of the explosion caused Turtle Island to tremble. At this moment, Naruto, who was training with Killer Bee, opened his eyes. What is happening? Why is everything suddenly shaking? Observing the situation, Killer Bee urged Naruto, saying, focus on your training. Do not concern yourself with anything else, you fool. You idiot. Upon hearing this, Naruto nodded, understanding that the pressing matter at hand was to master the utilization of the tailed beast's power. He then settled down cross-legged, focusing on his training. As the smoke from the explosion dissipated, the tree beheld the absence of Kabuto before him. Consider yourself fortunate. If you dare to flaunt your arrogance in my presence again, you shan't escape, the tree thought, abandoning the notion of spectating and floating into the distance. Not long after the tree departed, Kabuto emerged from a concealed location once more. What a terrifying individual. I was nearly done for. If it weren't for Deidara's interference, alleviating some of my pressure, I might have truly met my end. Inuzuka Shu. Just wait. I'll make you aware of my prowess, he declared before transforming into a slender white serpent, slithering towards Yamato's side. Upon reaching Yamato's back, Kabuto suddenly enlarged, swallowing Yamato whole and swiftly making his way towards Deidara's position. Once Kabuto arrived on Deidara's large bird, they took off, leaving the area behind. On observing Deidara's retreat, Inoki realized that their location would soon be discovered and decided to relocate temporarily. He began to use the light and heavy rock technique, lifting Turtle Island and moving it through the air. Meanwhile, the tree, gliding in the sky, gazed down at the chaos of battle below. It seemed the fourth great ninja war had indeed commenced. The tree settled in a spot to witness the unfolding drama. As this was merely the onset of the fourth great war, and the most formidable powers had yet to make their appearances. While the tree relaxed on a cliff, Kabuto arrived at the base with Yamato in tow. Kabuto addressed Obito, I have brought him. This individual has been closely following the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails and must possess invaluable intelligence. Moreover, he wields would release and carries the genes of the first Hokage. which can enhance the strength of these white Zetsu. Obito nodded in agreement. At that moment, Kabuto suddenly morphed into a serpent-like creature and shot off towards a certain direction. Nearby, a patrolling Anko sensed something awry and had overheard a snippet of the conversation, only to be detected by Kabuto, who immediately launched an attack at her. Anko narrowly evaded Kabuto's assault, but the serpent's head behind him managed to bite her. The poison from Kabuto's serpent incapacitated Anko. As Obito approached, ready to eliminate Anko, Kabuto intervened, stating, "She possesses the cursed seal power left by Orochimaru. Keeping her alive will allow for better control over the summoned undead ninjas." After contemplating for a moment, Obito acquiesced to Kabuto's reasoning. "You should take her away. This place is not safe," he advised. Kabuto nodded and departed. Once Kabuto left, Zetsu emerged from the ground. Having left spores on Kabuto during his exit, Obito, still wary of Kabuto, prepared a contingency plan. Kabuto returned to his base, drawing upon Anko's powers to begin commanding the army of reanimated corpses. The battles on the field intensified, with countless ancestors clashing against their descendants. Some long unresolved farewells were finally addressed in this confrontation. The tree sat idly on the cliff, observing the scene before him with boredom. It is no wonder Kabuto is called the master of dream fulfillment. So many individuals fighting while casually exchanging pleasantries, only to be sealed away. If I weren't privy to the truth, I would assume Kabuto was orchestrating this deliberately. As the battle raged on, several formidable past Kage were reanimated by Kabuto's Edo Tensei. The second Tsuchikage, second Mizukage, third Reikage, and fourth Kazekage all materialized upon the battlefield. The ninja army soon recognized the anomaly, for few could withstand the might of these four past leaders, all falling to their hands. At that moment, Kabuto, who was controlling the reanimated figures, noticed the tree still perched upon the cliff. "You seem quite relaxed. Since that is the case, let us allow you to experience the strength of the past Kage," Kabuto mused, directing them towards the tree's location. Still leisurely enjoying the spectacle, the tree suddenly noticed that the four Kage had ceased their attacks and were now advancing towards him. What is this? Are they coming to find me? It appears that the pharmacist Do is truly one who will not shed a tear until faced with the grave. He would do well to pray that he does not cross my path again. Otherwise, he may find himself playing chess with the king of hell." The tree observed the four shadows rushing towards him. "Since you have come to seek me, I shall not disappoint you." The tree retrieved 4 pokeballs from his waist and declared, "You shall be the chosen ones. Raichu, Venusaur, Greninja, Jengar." 4 figures materialized before them, and upon realizing that something stood in their way, the 4 shadows came to a halt. The tree stood elevated, calling down, "Let my companions engage you in battle." Chapter 84. The transformation of Pokemon. The third generation Reikage charged first at the Raichu before him, employing lightning release armor to enhance his speed. Simultaneously, Raichu was enveloped in crackling lightning, donning its own armor of thunder. The third generation Reikage raised 4 fingers, exclaiming, "Hell-piercing 4-finger strike." He dashed towards Raichu, his fingers poised to strike. However, bolstered by its own electric armor, Raichu nimbly evaded the attack. Boom! The impact of the Reikage strike struck the ground, creating a deep crater. The 4th squad, led by Gaara, approached the scene, witnessing this extraordinary spectacle. "Is this the peculiar spirit beast of the tree? Then he must be nearby," Gaara mused, glancing around. Suddenly, he felt a tap on his shoulder. "Oh, isn't this the Calabash boy? What brings you here?" Gaara turned to find that the tree had materialized beside him unnoticed. Observing the tree's attire, Gaara inquired with curiosity, "Aren't you part of their organization? Why have you chosen to assist us now?" The tree ruffled Gaara's hair and replied, "Just because I wear their clothes does not mean I am one of them. If I donned your Wind Shadow robe, would that make me the Wind Shadow?" "You." Upon hearing this, the ninjas from the sand village behind Gaara could not restrain their urge to confront the tree, yet Gaara extended his hand to halt them. "You are correct. If you could assist us now, our burden would undoubtedly be alleviated significantly." The tree crossed his arms, dismissing the sentiment. "Do not flatter yourself. My discontent is solely directed at that fellow, Kabuto. I have no intention of aiding you." With that, the tree returned his gaze to the battlefield, and Gaara and the others followed suit. In the midst of the chaos, the figure of Reiku leaped about with agility, while the third Reikage continuously evaded his strikes. The third Reikage, observing the battle with Reiku, could not help but commend, "Truly an impressive summoning beast. It has managed to engage me in combat for quite some time." Reiku halted his movements, extending his pinky finger, which shimmered with lightning, before launching it towards the third Reikage. In response, the third Reikage employed his signature technique, the Hell Stab, to counter Reiku's advance. Boom! A tremendous explosion reverberated, capturing the attention of the other three teams that had already engaged in battle. After a brief glance, the three Pokémon resumed their confrontations with their respective adversaries. As the smoke dissipated, a colossal crater emerged in the center where the two had collided, resembling a site struck by a meteorite. Raichu, overwhelmed by the force, was propelled aside. The third-generation Reikage, due to the influence of the impure world reincarnation, rose once more from the ground. Observing Raichu, he could not help but commend, "I must acknowledge your resilience. You have managed to confront me head-on to such an extent. Furthermore, that move bears a striking resemblance to my own." Hearing the third-generation Reikage's words, Raichu struggled to rise from the ground. The thunder armor once again illuminated his form as he employed Shadow Clone, enhancing his speed, followed by a swift electric dash, further accelerating his movements. The third-generation Reikage, witnessing Raichu's increased velocity, also activated his full-power lightning armor. The onlookers gradually lost sight of the combatants, only able to hear the sounds of their clashes. After sustaining a powerful chop from the third-generation Reikage, Raichu, with immense effort, unleashed his iron tail, channeling all his strength into a strike against the Reikage's chest. With a thunderous impact, both were sent flying. Raichu attempted to rise, but failed repeatedly, ultimately collapsing onto the ground, unconscious. Meanwhile, a significant wound marred the chest of the third-generation Reikage, which was now slowly mending. Observing this, Gaara promptly instructed the sealing team to contain the third-generation Reikage, while Tree recalled the exhausted Raichu into its Pokeball. "Rest well, Raichu. You performed admirably." On the other side, the Greninja was locked in an equally fierce battle with the second-generation Water Shadow, who relentlessly unleashed water gun techniques. In response, Greninja retaliated with its own water gun, both combatants exchanging torrents of water. "You are quite an intriguing frog. If I were still alive, I would certainly capture you as my summoning beast," remarked the second-generation Water Shadow. With an icy demeanor, Greninja concentrated, forming a water shuriken and launching it toward the second-generation Water Shadow. The latter adeptly dodged. "Such attacks cannot touch me." As the second-generation Water Shadow evaded, Greninja appeared at the location where the shuriken had flown, activating the sixth gate of the 8 gates. Greninja's momentum surged, its tongue, serving as a scarf, floated dramatically with the newfound energy. With a swift kick, Greninja sent the unprepared second-generation Water Shadow tumbling across the ground. After a series of rolls, the Water Shadow finally came to a halt. In midair, Greninja prepared a technique originally exclusive to the 6th gate, transforming it into a new form. By rapidly punching the air, Greninja created a shockwave enveloped in flames, resulting in a multitude of fiery water spikes that shot downward like bullets, striking the second-generation Water Shadow before it could react, leaving its body riddled with holes and ignited by the flames. As the second-generation Water Shadow was dealt with, Gaara commanded the sealing team to proceed with the containment. Greninja, having reverted to its normal state, approached Tree's side. The observing ninjas gazed at Greninja with expressions of awe. The admiration of strength is an unchanging truth across all beings. Tree gently patted Greninja's head. "Well done. You've even developed techniques suited to yourself. Now, take a good rest." Tree had not anticipated that what began as merely copying and pasting skills would evolve over time into techniques uniquely suitable for them. This realization made Tree understand that his Pokémon were not static programs, but rather living beings with thoughts and aspirations. It seems that once this battle concludes, they would no longer need to remain confined within their Pokeballs. They should explore the places they desire. On the battlefield, only the second-generation Earth Shadow and the fourth-generation Wind Shadow remained. The fourth-generation Wind Shadow's attacks were utterly insufficient against the Venusaur, which, after several exchanges, managed to subdue the Wind Shadow entirely, absorbing the energy that controlled it without assistance from the sealing team. Chapter 85, Uchiha Madara. In the astonished eyes of the ninjas, only the second-generation Earth Shadow remained on the battlefield. At this moment, the Earth Shadow had split into a clone, and the two were coordinating their assaults against Gengar. Under the protection of Susanoo, Gengar appeared unfazed. Impatient, Gengar swung Susanoo's form, launching an offensive at one of the second-generation Earth Shadows. Boom. Still taken aback. One of the second-generation Earth shadows was abruptly thrust into the ground. Sensing the dire situation, the second-generation Earth shadow dispelled his clone in the presence of his clone. He was utterly incapable of utilizing his bloodline limit. Without the ability to employ the bloodline limit of dust release, he could not breach the Susanoo of Jengar. The second-generation Earth shadow placed his hands before his chest, and a radiant light ignited in his palms. This is bad. The second-generation Earth shadow is about to employ his bloodline limit, which could spell danger for your summoned beast. I, Gaara, voiced my concerns from the sidelines. With unwavering confidence. Shub said, "You underestimate my Pokemon, and Jengar is not so easily trifled with." Dust release, ethereal disintegration technique. A beam of white light shot forth from the hands of the second-generation Earth shadow, hurtling towards Jengar's Susanoo. As Jengar observed the incoming dust release, its already broad grin widened even further. Boom. Dust erupted as the second-generation Earth shadow successfully struck Jengar's Susanoo. When the smoke dissipated, the immense purple Susanoo had vanished, along with Jengar's presence. The second-generation Earth shadow, now floating in midair, pondered, "Have I eradicated it completely?" He felt a twinge of uncertainty. Suddenly, his body contorted, and his upper half was torn apart. In astonishment, the second-generation Earth shadow beheld Jengar materializing before him. Jengar had stealthily approached and employed its ocular technique, warping space to obliterate the second-generation Earth shadow's form. The Ninja Alliance, which had been merely spectating, was taken aback by Jengar's swift resolution of the second-generation Earth shadow. That summoned beast is incredibly powerful, having dispatched the second-generation Earth shadow in such a short time. Hearing the murmurs of the ninjas behind him, Gaara interrupted. "Enough discussion. Quickly proceed to seal him." Upon receiving the command, the sealing squad swiftly approached to confine the second-generation Earth shadow. At this moment, Gaara turned to Shub, who had remained by his side. "Your summoned beast is truly formidable. I doubt I could defeat even one of them at this point." Shub chuckled in response. "Be more confident, Gaara. You wouldn't stand a chance against any of them." Gaara, feeling a twinge of helplessness, accepted the truth. Acknowledging the strength of those previous generations of shadows. Hidden in the shadows, Kabuto watched the scene unfold, seething with anger. How infuriating. It seems that the individual has not yet faced any repercussions, thus it falls upon you to take action. Yakushi Kabuto cast his gaze upon the coffin that had emerged from the impure reincarnation beside him. After praising Gungue, the tree returned it to its Pokeball. "Well then, I shall also take my leave. There is nothing of interest remaining here." As the tree prepared to depart, a figure materialized upon the cliffside where it had previously lingered. The gentle breeze tousled the newcomer's long hair, which cascaded down to their waist, and they donned a crimson attire reminiscent of ancient warriors. With arms crossed, the figure surveyed the gathering of ninjas below. Is this truly the current state of the ninja world? Indeed, without Hashirama, there is no one of merit to behold. As this unexpected visitor arrived, the tree sensed an unsettling occurrence. What is happening lately? Why is it that every time I intend to leave, something seems to ensnare me? While the tree expressed its frustration, Uchiha Madara had already leapt down from the cliff. Alone, he stood resolute, yet none among the coalition of ninjas dared to approach him. Gaara gazed at the man before him. "This is Uchiha Madara." The tree answered Gaara's unspoken query. Taken aback, Gaara pondered, if he is indeed Uchiha Madara, then who was the masked man that declared war upon us, claiming to be Madara? That one was undoubtedly a fraud. Is there any need for further inquiry? The tree replied, slightly exasperated by Gaara's simplicity. Uchiha Madara regarded the assembled ninja alliance with a disdainful smile. "Allow me to first rid myself of you insignificant fish. Merely a warm-up for my ensuing endeavors." With hands forming seals, Uchiha Madara proclaimed, "Fire style, great fire destruction." A searing torrent of flames surged forth towards the ninja coalition. In response to the impending inferno, the ninjas finally sprang into action, aligning themselves in formation and executing their own countermeasure. Water style, waterfall technique. Dozens of individuals simultaneously unleashed the art of water release, ultimately neutralizing Uchiha Madara's fire release. The collision of fire and water generated steam that enveloped the scene. Uchiha Madara surged towards the allied ninja forces, his Sharingan spinning relentlessly. Among the throng, he resembled a wolf among sheep. Each ninja fell before him with but a single strike, sprawled upon the ground in defeat. Within the crowd, Uchiha Madara exhibited an overwhelming dominance, despite facing a multitude. His opponents found themselves devoid of any advantage. As the dissipating steam cleared the air, the ground was strewn with the fallen forms of countless ninjas. Madara then cast his gaze towards the trees and Gaara, preparing to advance. At that moment, a colossal boulder descended from the heavens, hurtling towards Madara's position. The arriving Inoki breathed a sigh of relief. He had arrived just in time. Following his duties on Turtle Island, he had rushed to the battlefield, alerted by a reconnaissance team that a formidable enemy had emerged. Upon his arrival, he recognized the familiar figure before him, Uchiha Madara. Inoki thought to himself, so it is you. As the massive stone threatened to crush Madara, it was effortlessly severed by the Susanoo that manifested around him. Madara turned his gaze towards Inoki, recognizing him as the young shinobi from the Rock Village. In this moment, only the ancestors summoned by the reanimation jutsu could still refer to Inoki as young. The only one who could do so with such disdain was Madara, one of the legendary four madmen. Inoki regarded Madara with a solemn expression. The emergence of such a formidable foe signified a grave challenge ahead. Madara, with a playful glint in his eye, remarked, "The frightened child who once quaked at my presence now dares to defy me?" His Sharingan transformed into the Rinnegan as he declared, "Heavenly obstruction." With his proclamation, a massive meteor hurtled towards Inoki and his comrades. The allied ninja forces, hearing the ominous sound, looked up in curiosity, only to be filled with despair upon witnessing the impending calamity. What is that? In the 86th chapter of this epic confrontation, titled The Supreme Lucario Battle against Uchiha Madara, Inoki was awestruck by the display before him. Truly, Madara remained as formidable as ever. However, I am no longer the child I once was. With that, Inoki soared into the air, hands raised to support the falling meteor. Invoking the Earth Release, weighty rock technique, Inoki altered the weight of the descending meteorite in a bid to thwart its descent. Below him, Gaara began to manipulate the sands, transforming the desert into a colossal hand to cradle the meteorite. Upon witnessing the meteorite's fall being halted, a joyful smile graced Naka's face. At last, I have managed to stop it. In the distance, Uchiha Obito, arms crossed, wore a mocking grin. How premature your joy is. Just as Inoki relished his apparent success, another meteorite suddenly broke through the clouds, crashing onto the first meteorite that had already been halted. The immense force caused the first meteorite, now supported, to plummet directly onto Naka's head, delivering a crushing blow that left him bloodied. The overwhelming impact continued to force him downward. Obito observed the unfolding scene with indifference. Just a mere pawn, utterly unremarkable. Meanwhile, Naruto and Killer Bee hastened towards the battlefield, with Naruto having mastered the power of the Nine Tails. As they journeyed, a figure appeared before them. Masked, Toby stood with a fan on his back, blocking their path. At last, I have found you. Naruto, facing the masked man, assumed a combative stance. You again, you bastard. This time, I will take you down. Toby replied, you would do well to surrender. As his words echoed, several figures emerged behind Toby. Naruto beheld them, each infused with the power of tailed beasts, their eyes bearing both Sharingan and Rinnegan. This is bad. We're in trouble now. At that moment, Sasuke emerged from his training ground, and shortly thereafter, he spotted a familiar silhouette rushing past him. No way. How can he still be alive? In disbelief, Sasuke quickly changed direction, pursuing the figure he had just glimpsed. On the other side, Noki struggled to maintain his stance but ultimately succumbed, as two meteorites crashed down upon him, sending him towards the earth. The Ninja Alliance, witnessing the meteorites looming closer, closed their eyes in despair, awaiting the inevitable demise. After a considerable wait, they felt no impact and, unable to contain their curiosity, opened their eyes to discover the meteorites had inexplicably halted midair. Obito glanced at the scene, noticing a figure raising a hand towards the descending meteorites, causing them to freeze in place. Interesting, I did not expect a child to possess such strength. The figure waved his hand, sending the two meteorites soaring into the distance. Obito inquired, who are you? Which clan do you belong to? The figure, exuding confidence, replied, what business is it of yours? It seems I must impart a lesson to you on behalf of your elders. As Uchiha Madara prepared to strike, Lucario leaped forth from the waist of the tree. Observing this, the tree inquired, do you wish to partake in the fray as well? Lucario nodded, having perceived the formidable presence of the long-haired adversary before him, which piqued his interest. Then go forth, but do not underestimate him. He is indeed powerful. Lucario acknowledged this and charged towards Uchiha Madara. Upon witnessing a summoned beast advance upon him, Uchiha Madara's expression turned icy. Is this a show of disrespect? As Lucario dashed forward, he activated the 7th gate of the 8 gates. A tremendous aura erupted from Lucario as his right leg glimmered with light, aimed directly at Uchiha Madara. Sensing the ferocity of Lucario's assault, Madara instinctively summoned Susanoo for defense. Crack! Boom! The force behind Lucario's kick, amplified by the 8 gates and his own immense strength, shattered the Susanoo that Madara had conjured with ease. As the attack continued unabated towards him, Madara swiftly employed the power of the Rinnegan. Shinra Tensei. The powerful repulsion neutralized Lucario's strike, while simultaneously sending him flying. Observing Lucario propelled away, Uchiha Madara mused, an intriguing summoned beast with commendable strength. Lucario, having been thrown back, executed a few flips in midair before landing gracefully on the ground. With his steady landing, Lucario turned to the tree, signaling that he sought permission to unleash his full potential. Understanding this, the tree lifted the restrictions placed upon him. Boom! Lucario's aura surged once more, after undergoing mega evolution. His form swelled, adorned with black markings. Whoosh! In an instant, the figure of Mega Lucario vanished, reappearing right before Uchiha Madara, delivering a single punch that sent Madara sprawling. The members of the Ninja Alliance, witnessing this spectacle, were left utterly astounded. Incredible! He knocked Uchiha Madara away with a single blow, emerging from the rubble. Uchiha Madara climbed out, intrigued. Fascinating, he remarked, charging at Mega Lucario as the two clashed, erupting into battle. The swiftness of their exchanges was so rapid that most of the Ninja Alliance could scarcely perceive their movements, relying solely on the sounds of their combat and the occasional destruction of the ground to gauge the direction of their fierce confrontation. As they paused once more, Uchiha Madara regarded Mega Lucario with admiration. I never anticipated that besides Hashirama, there would be a summoned beast capable of challenging me. I had expected this battle to be dull, but encountering you has proven otherwise. In that case, Uchiha Madara clasped his hands together. Would release, Flower Tree World. Within the venue, a multitude of trees rapidly sprouted, adorned with an abundance of blossoms. Upon catching a whiff of their fragrance, the members of the Ninja Alliance were rendered powerless, collapsing to the ground. Sensing the urgency of the situation, the Super Lucario, aware that time was of the essence, began to gather its strength. Once the energy was amassed, the Super Lucario opened its eyes, which had previously been shut, and delivered a powerful punch directed at Uchiha Madara. A blue, ferocious tiger surged forth, roaring towards Madara's position. In response, Uchiha Madara swiftly formed hand seals and invoked the Wood Release, Wood Dragon technique. A colossal wooden dragon lunged at the approaching blue tiger. The blue tiger tore through the wooden dragon and unleashed a deep blue wave of energy towards Madara. A wooden wall rose before Madara, attempting to shield him, yet it was ultimately shattered by the wave, striking his body directly. After executing this move, the Super Lucario collapsed to the ground, reverting to its previous state. Chapter 87. Do you wish to dance as well? The trees observed the fallen Lucario, acknowledging its limits. It had performed admirably. Retrieving a Pokeball, the tree recalled Lucario. Uchiha Madara, noticing his vanishing right hand slowly beginning to regenerate, regarded the tree with admiration, saying, "Impressive. A formidable spirit creature. Since your summoned beast is so powerful, your own strength must not be lacking either. While I still have time, let us engage in some entertainment." The tree, observing Madara's ever-arrogant demeanor, replied, "I shall let my companion play with you instead. I hope you can still manage a smile afterward." Within his system's sanctuary, the tree summoned Mutuo. As the lavender-hued figure materialized before Uchiha Madara, the contemptuous smirk that had adorned Madara's face finally shifted, replaced by a hint of seriousness. Upon Mutuo's arrival, an overwhelming aura of pressure enveloped the surroundings, suggesting that this spirit creature might even surpass the Ninetales in strength. Mutuo turned to the tree and telepathically inquired, "You called me out. What is the matter? Help me deal with the individual before you. Feel free to unleash your power. Should it lead to their demise, it matters not," the tree replied. Mutuo nodded, expressing its confusion over the penchant of humans for internecine conflict. After voicing its thoughts, Mutuo redirected its gaze to Uchiha Madara, extending a hand and unleashing its psychic power. Madara's body was sent hurtling backward as if struck by a truck. When Madara regained his footing and looked towards Mutuo, he found that it had vanished from sight. "How swift!" he exclaimed. As Mutuo approached Madara, it delivered a swift kick in his direction. Instinctively, Madara activated his Susanoo, enveloping himself in a pale blue ethereal form that successfully thwarted Mutuo's assault. Madara commanded Susanoo to strike back at Mutuo. However, the attack hovered above Mutuo, unable to land a blow. Observing this, Madara intensified his efforts, unleashing the complete form of Susanoo. The once azure form now bore muscular enhancements, donned armor, and sprouted a pair of wings. Madara, wielding the full might of his Susanoo, swung once more at Mutuo, creating a tremendous impact that cleaved a massive mountain behind Mutuo in two. Meanwhile, Naruto had been engaged in a prolonged battle with Obito, only to find himself overpowered and lying defeated on the ground. As Kakashi and the others arrived, they swiftly intervened, rescuing Naruto and his companions from the brink of defeat. Kakashi, observing the masked man and the resurrected Jinchuriki before him, felt a wave of uncertainty wash over him. This situation had become exceedingly difficult to navigate. The masked man, upon seeing Kakashi standing defiantly before him, was consumed by rage. "You, a perpetual failure drowning in self-reproach, dare to confront me." Kakashi, taken aback by the masked man's seemingly intimate understanding of his struggles, found himself perplexed. Just as the masked man intended to command the resurrected Jinchuriki to attack, a sudden white light enveloped them all. Within the concealed cave, Kabuto found himself under the control of Itachi and Sasuke, who successfully summoned the souls of the resurrected beings back to the realm of the deceased. Meanwhile, Madara, engaged in combat with Mutuo, noticed a radiant glow emanating from himself. He paused, gazing at his hands. Has the jutsu been undone? Sasuke, witnessing Itachi's form gradually dissipate, was filled with an overwhelming sense of loss. Itachi spoke. "I never anticipated seeing you again. My only regret is not having heeded the tree's counsel earlier, treating you as a mature ninja. Yet, seeing you now brings me solace. Press on, Sasuke." With that, Itachi vanished before Sasuke's eyes. Sasuke's gaze shifted from sorrow to determination. "I shall uncover the reason for your unwavering resolve." Back with Naruto. The masked man, realizing the jutsu of the resurrected had been lifted, formed hand seals and pressed his palms against the ground. With a thunderous boom, a colossal creature materialized, swiftly ensnaring the nearly vanishing resurrected Jinchuriki, absorbing their tailed beast powers. The masked man then retrieved the sealing tools used against Kin and Jin, casting them into the creature's maw. As the colossal being consumed these offerings, it underwent a dramatic transformation. A deafening roar reverberated across the sky, prompting Naruto to exclaim in astonishment, "What? What is that?" Beside him, Kurabi remarked, "This must be the Ten Tails, a creature far more fearsome than our nine-tailed beasts." The Ten Tails awakened, though not in its complete form, had regained a substantial portion of its power. Uchiha Madara observed his body, which was on the verge of vanishing, and swiftly formed hand seals. In the next moment, his body, which had been close to disappearing, returned to its original state. Uchiha Madara gazed at Mutuo and declared, "Let us continue." "What? Why has the Edo Tensei been undone? Hasn't he been released?" The ever-composed Gaara, witnessing my astonishment, remarked, "What is so strange about it? The strong are always exceptional. Do you truly believe that someone who was once at the pinnacle of battle prowess would be easily toyed with by a mere technique?" Madara, facing Mutuo, felt a long-lost thrill of combat. Meteorite. Uchiha Madara hurled a black particle towards Mutuo. A formidable gravitational pull emanated from the black particle, even more potent than that wielded by Nagato. This immense force attracted surrounding stones and trees, and at the very center of the black particle, Mutuo was ensnared within. As time passed, the originally small sphere gradually expanded, with the ground's debris being drawn into the sky, adhering to this floating orb. Observing this, Madara prepared to depart, having sensed the presence of the Ten Tails. Obito must have summoned it. I cannot delay any longer. Crack! The floating sphere began to fracture, ultimately bursting open. Mutuo, arms crossed, hovered in midair, watching Uchiha Madara as he attempted to leave. Upon hearing the commotion, Madara halted his departure. It seemed he would not be able to escape so easily. Mutuo instantaneously teleported in front of Madara, casting a binding spell upon him. Madara looked at Mutuo's approaching fist, wishing to resist, only to discover that his body could not move. Boom. Uchiha Madara was struck away by Mutuo's punch, rolling on the ground before coming to a stop. Fire style, great fire annihilation. A torrent of flames surged towards Mutuo, yet the inferno that engulfed him seemed to be repelled by an invisible shield, as flames surged from both sides. When the fire subsided, Mutuo remained unscathed, standing resolutely in place. His form vanished once more, and Mutuo reappeared before Uchiha Madara, extending a hand and using telekinesis to lift him off the ground. Mutuo conveyed, "Do you think you can dance with me?" Mutuo was unaware of the meaning of this statement. It merely recalled having overheard it from a tree, and today, inexplicably, it found itself uttering those very words. Uchiha Obito, under the control of Mutuo, heard this and thought it intriguing that someone, or rather, a summoned beast, would dare to address him thus. Chapter 88. Six Paths Obito unleashed a formidable surge of chakra, breaking free from the control, and began forming hand seals. The 10 tails, which had been lurking behind him, suddenly vanished. In its place, a colossal creature now loomed before Obito. The tree observed this spectacle and pondered, "Is this the 10 tails? The plan is nearing completion." Obito, gazing at the immense being before him, felt a surge of annoyance. What on earth is that fool Obito doing? It's been far too long. And he has yet to subdue the 8 tails and 9 tails. He truly is a disappointment. Meanwhile, without the 10 tails' assistance, Obito found himself at a disadvantage against Naruto, Killer Bee, and Kakashi's relentless assault. In a moment of synergy with Naruto, Kakashi finally shattered the mask of the masked man. As Kakashi beheld the familiar visage beneath the mask, disbelief washed over him. Obito? Realizing his disguise had been unveiled, Obito decided to abandon pretense. "Kakashi, it has been a while," he said. "Though I truly did not wish to see you again. You have betrayed the promise you made to me long ago. You failed to protect Rin." At Obito's words, Kakashi hung his head in shame. Oblivious to Kakashi's incessant chatter, Obito lunged forward, brandishing an iron chain in an aggressive assault. Their battle echoed the days of their youth, reminiscent of their sparring sessions. As Kakashi engaged in combat with Obito, he directed his words towards Naruto and Killer Bee, urging them to assist their comrades elsewhere, assuring them that he could handle the situation at hand. Nodding in agreement, Naruto and Killer Bee departed, hastening towards the direction of the 10 tails that Naruto sensed. Meanwhile, the allied ninja forces were embroiled in fierce confrontation, as all members of the Akatsuki made their presence known. Among them was a masked figure wielding wood release, wreaking havoc and slaughtering ninjas indiscriminately. Gaara, upon receiving reports of the dire circumstances, gazed at the trees, beseeching their aid, imploring, "Please, lend us your strength. We are on the verge of collapse." The trees, responding to his call, directed their energy towards their Pokballs, asking, "What do you wish? Do you desire to venture forth?" The Pokemon, save for the injured Lucario, emerged from their spheres, totaling 6 ready to assist. Gaara watched as his Pokemon dispersed, then shifted his focus to the battlefield involving Mutuo. Madara, commanding the 10 tails, launched an assault on Mutuo, yet the creature's speed was extraordinary, deftly evading attacks and countering with force that pierced Madara's body repeatedly. What manner of summoning beast possesses such formidable strength? As Madara pondered his next course of action, he spotted the approaching figures of Naruto and Killer Bee. "Is that the Jinchuriki of the 8 tails and 9 tails?" he mused, shifting his attention to Black Zetsu, who was entrenched in a fierce battle with Kakashi. Ultimately, Obito overcame Kakashi, knocking him to the ground. Staring at his fallen friend with a visage of rage, Obito spat, "It is your fault for failing to protect Rin. I shall create a world where she exists. You may rest here in peace." Kakashi lay powerless, aware that Obito had strayed onto a dark path, yet he lacked the strength to intervene, helplessly watching as his once dear friend descended into oblivion. As Obito turned to leave, Black Zetsu, who had been lying in wait, latched onto him. Feeling his body slip from his control, Obito, filled with dread, inquired, "What are you doing?" Black Zetsu replied, "I am executing the next phase of the plan. You have outlived your usefulness. It is time to prepare for what comes next." Upon uttering these words, Black Zetsu began to manipulate Obito's body, who gazed in horror as the seals were formed. "This is the outer path, samsara of heavenly life." In a distant corner, Uchiha Madara suddenly sensed a transformation within his being, as the familiar rhythm of his heartbeat echoed once more in his ears. This heartbeat, this corporeal existence, how splendid it is! I have finally been resurrected. As Madara returned to life, his once formidable Rinnegan began to gradually disintegrate, ultimately becoming hollow voids. At this moment, the waiting white Zetsu clone presented a single Rinnegan to Madara. He affixed the eye in place and closed the other empty eye. Kakashi, witnessing Obito's treachery that left him sprawled on the ground, forced his grievously wounded body to rise. Black Zetsu, having accomplished his objective, took Obito's Rinnegan and then vanished into the depths below. Kakashi slowly approached Obito, who lay prostrate, seemingly sensing Kakashi's presence. In his final moments, Obito reflected profoundly on many matters. To my astonishment, I have been manipulated. Rin, in the end, I could not save her. I have utterly failed, have I not, Kakashi? Kakashi listened to Obito's feeble voice. It is all my fault. I should have heeded your counsel from the outset. He chuckled softly, saying, I shall go ahead to look after Rin. After my demise, take my other Sharingan. You need this power now. Consider it my final assistance to you. I will seek out Rin first. With that, Obito closed his eyes, while Kakashi replaced his own with Obito's remaining eye and hastened towards Naruto and the others. Madara gazed upon the Ten Tails being mercilessly defeated by the Super Dream, momentarily lost for words. Susanoo, arm yourself. Upon witnessing the scene, Uchiha Madara reluctantly adorned the Ten Tails with Susanoo, augmenting its power. Meanwhile, Mutuo continued to effortlessly evade the Ten Tails strikes, countering with its own attacks. With Madara's Susanoo enhancing both strength and agility, Naruto and Killer Bee commenced assisting other ninjas in combating the foes spawned from the Ten Tails division. At that moment, Black Zetsu reappeared, presenting another Rinnegan to Madara. Madara affixed the eye, restoring both Rinnegan to his gaze. He then observed Naruto and Killer Bee engaging other adversaries nearby, detaching himself to allow the Ten Tails to contend with Mutuo while he charged towards them. Unbeknownst to Naruto and Killer Bee, a sense of impending danger loomed, particularly felt by Naruto, who sensed an ominous presence. Madara approached them swiftly, foregoing any preamble, and placed his palm against their abdomens, extracting the tailed beasts from within. Concurrently, the Ten Tails unleashed golden chains, assimilating both the 8 tails and the 9 tails. Without the 9 tails within him, Naruto collapsed to the ground, teetering on the brink of death. Upon acquiring the final 8 tails and 9 tails, the Ten Tails attained completeness. Madara then approached the fully absorbed Ten Tails, merging with it. Madara's appearance began to transform, his attire shifting into a flowing white robe adorned with a circular pattern of tomo at the collar, while the shinju and a staff materialized before him. Chapter 89. Kagaya Tsutsuki. After absorbing the 10 tails, Madara ascended to the Six Paths mode and summoned the God Tree. Observing the now manifested God Tree, a smile graced his face. At long last, it has emerged. My ambition nears fruition. Gazing upon the tree he had long awaited, Madara felt a profound sense of relief. As he embraced the 6 paths, he glanced at Mutuo in the distance, pondering whether it could maintain its previous arrogance. Naruto, having been deprived of the tailed beast, lay weakened, his breaths growing shallower, nearing the end of his vitality. Gaara anxiously observed Sakura as she tended to Naruto, but as time pressed on, beads of sweat increasingly adorned Sakura's brow. What should we do? Naruto is on the verge of collapse. The tree approached Naruto, surveying the weakened forms of Naruto and Killer Bee. It seemed there would be no time to wait for Sasuke to bring their father to their rescue. I shall intervene. The tree crouched before Naruto, watching Sakura desperately attempt to heal him. You may remain where it is comfortable. I shall take over. Sakura looked at the tree with confusion. Can you? Really? Do not doubt my expertise. As a healer, I am proficient. The tree began to utilize the abilities of Venusaur to mend Naruto and Killer Bee. Under the tree's healing, Naruto and Killer Bee finally stabilized. Just as several individuals arrived on the battlefield, Sasuke and the previous Hokage reached the site of the conflict, and upon seeing his dear friend lying on the ground, Sasuke rushed over. What has happened to Naruto? The tree, noticing Sasuke's anxious demeanor, reassured him, Fear not, I shall not leave you bereft. I have already brought him back. That is good, but wait, what strange words were you just uttering? The tree disregarded Sasuke's inquiry and stood up. I must attend to my own affairs. In an instant, the tree vanished from before Sasuke and the others, only to reappear atop the God Tree. Observing the vivid crimson fruit before him, he plucked it and stowed it in his backpack. Meanwhile, the 6 Paths Obito was engaged in battle with Mutuo, the truth-seeking balls continuously morphing to assault Mutuo. while invisible limbo clones intermittently disrupted him. Senjutsu. In release, Thunder Style. The Six Paths Abido unleashed purple lightning resembling branches, sending Mutuo crashing to the ground. Upon witnessing this, the Six Paths Abido cackled, "Ha! Weren't you formidable just a moment ago? Why are you faltering now?" After Abido's mocking, a powerful force erupted from the pit where Mutuo had been struck, a column of purple energy soaring into the sky. The Six Paths Abido sensed this formidable power. What is this? Mutuo activated its rebirth eye mode, hovering in the air surrounded by several pink orbs. Mutuo's body radiated a pink aura, adorned with intricately carved black lines. Feeling the surge of Mutuo's power, the Six Paths Abido wore an expression of disbelief. Why does it seem to surpass even my strength? Attempting a probing attack with his limbo clones, the Six Paths Abido was abruptly flung away by Mutuo's telekinesis, activated in rebirth eye mode. Mutuo extended a hand, slightly curling its fingers, causing the space around the Six Paths Abido to crack like a spider's web, subsequently tearing his body apart, leaving him sprawled on the ground. Moments later, through his formidable self-healing abilities, Abido restored himself to his original form. At that moment, Black Zetsu approached the Six Paths Abido. It appears your power is somewhat inferior to that of this peculiar summoning beast. However, I possess a method to enhance your abilities. Just as the Six Paths Abido intended to re-engage with Mutuo, he halted upon hearing Black Zetsu's words, curiosity evident in his gaze. Black Zetsu, with a serious demeanor, began to advance toward the Six Paths Abido. Unexpectedly, he extended his hand. Having always regarded Black Zetsu as his own will, Abido had never taken precautions against him. In a swift motion, Black Zetsu's hand pierced through Abido's chest. Confounded, Abido gazed at Black Zetsu and asked, "Why? Aren't you my will?" The Black Absolute scoffed at Uchiha Madara, declaring, "This is merely a delusion of your own making. My singular objective has always been to rescue my mother, Kagaya Otsutsuki, while you are but pawns in my game. Even the information inscribed on the stone tablet, passed down through your ancestors, was altered by me to facilitate your resurrection of the 10 tails." As he spoke, he infused Kagaya's power, causing the energy within Six Paths Madara to spiral out of control. Madara's form rapidly swelled into a grotesque mass before reorganizing, ultimately transforming into a woman with flowing blue hair and pale skin. Upon her forehead rested a Rinnegan, while her eyes bore the Byakugan. Kagaya Otsutsuki gazed down upon the assembled ninja coalition with palpable disdain. Such a multitude of individuals, just perfect to serve as nourishment for the god tree, she mused. Mother. Black Absolute morphed into a puddle of liquid, swiftly darting into the sleeves of Kagaya. The god tree, observing this, could not help but remark, emerging as mere liquid. After all these years, it appears you have yet to mature. Infinite Tsukuyami. As Kagaya unleashed her jutsu, countless beams of white light rained down upon them. Those illuminated by the light found their pupils transformed into Rinnegan. The realm of the god tree manifested as a colossal tree arose, ensnaring those eternally trapped in the illusion. Dangling like maggots from its branches, the tree wielded its power to negate the effects of infinite Tsukuyami, while Sasuke activated Susanoo, encasing those around him to evade the Jinjutsu. As the white light flickered, Kagaya floated in the air, bemused that neither the Dream Super nor the tree below were affected by her influence. The Dream Super, sensing the formidable presence of the woman before him, felt a surge of combat fervor, recognizing her strength surpassed that of his previous adversary. Kagaya, intrigued by this peculiar being, gestured and launched several gray bones towards the Dream Super, intent on eliminating him. Foreseeing the incoming attack, the Dream Super erected a transparent barrier before him, successfully deflecting the assault. He then retaliated with a golden wheel reincarnation explosion, sending it hurtling forward. Boom. The earth appeared to be cleaved in twain, a chasm of unfathomable depth carved into the ground by the might of Mutuo. This was merely a testament to Mutuo's restraint. Otherwise, this planet might have been severed in two. Yet, despite such a formidable assault, Kagayaheim managed to evade it. Recognizing the futility of confronting the attack head-on, she retreated into another dimension. When Kagayaheim re-emerged, she found Mutuo standing before her, having approached unbeknownst to her. Mutuo unleashed a powerful punch, striking Kagaya squarely in the face and sending her hurtling away. However, Kagaya adeptly stabilized her body mid-flight. Once she had halted, she raised her hair, unleashing countless fine strands that shot toward Mutuo like a torrential downpour. Chapter 90. The Phoenix King Mutuo braced himself, employing telekinesis in an attempt to shield against the incoming assault. The rabbit hair needles, aimed at him, came to a standstill before Mutuo. In that instant, Kagaya executed a rapid advance. 80 God airstrike. She delivered a merciless punch to Mutuo, who was momentarily shielded by a pink orb, yet still found himself propelled far away. Meanwhile, the controlled rabbit hair needles swiftly resumed their assault, rendering Mutuo akin to a porcupine. Following this blow, the pink orbs surrounding Mutuo flickered ominously. Just as Kagaya's 80 God airstrike was about to connect, these orbs absorbed most of the impact, though they could not defend against the rabbit hair needles. Gradually, Mutuo rose from the ground, utilizing droplets of life water to mend his injuries, then turned his gaze toward the tree, which had remained a mere backdrop to the unfolding drama. The tree, understanding Mutuo's intent, promptly initiated a super evolution. Mutuo's form transformed once more. His body became petite while his head enlarged, a long appendage resembling a tail cascading down from the back of his head, replacing the now-vanished tail. Kagaya, observing the newly evolved Mutuo, charged at him once more. At this juncture, Mutuo's telekinesis had reached a terrifying level, augmented by the power of the rebirth eye and his recent super evolution. A radiant pink glow enveloped Mutuo, and Kagaya found herself suspended in midair, immobilized. Witnessing this scene from the sidelines, Sasuke and his companions were left in utter disbelief. Was that summoned beast truly real? Could it possess such overwhelming strength? As Mutuo held Kagaya in his thrall, preparing to crush her with his telekinesis, the tree, previously a passive observer, suddenly resonated with a voice in its mind. Ding. Detection complete. Host has gained control of the source of Hokage. Would you like to absorb it? Absorption will reward the host with an instant traversal. What? Traversal? Can I still venture into other worlds? If I can continuously discover ways to traverse dimensions, might I one day return to my original world? Upon hearing the system's message, the tree, whose heart had once been devoid of desires, reignited with fervor. In fact, as the narrative of Naruto progressed and the tree's strength grew, his motivation dwindled. He felt an overwhelming dread at the prospect of remaining in the tranquil world of Naruto indefinitely. Was he truly destined to be trapped in this realm? Rather than merely existing, he felt ensnared, unable to escape. If he were but an ordinary person, he might not feel such discontent. For life is but a fleeting few decades. Yet, he was no longer the same. He might endure for a considerably extended time. The thought of languishing in this world filled him with despair. Upon receiving the system's prompt, the tree immediately communicated telepathically with Mutuo. Wait, Mutuo, do not harm her. She can assist us in traversing to other worlds, perhaps even lead you back to your original realm. Hearing the tree's message, Mutuo, who was controlling Kagaya, nearly faltered, almost allowing Kagaya to escape. The tree swiftly positioned himself before Kagaya and prompted the system to commence the absorption process. Beep. Absorption complete. Host gains one opportunity to traverse dimensions. How may I acquire more traversal opportunities? The tree seized the moment to inquire of the system. Obtain the essence of the world. After this notification, the system lapsed back into slumber. The essence of the world. Why is Kagaya considered the essence? Is it because she is the progenitor of chakra? Without Kagaya, there would be no chakra, and hence no ninjas? The tree found himself perplexed and chose not to dwell on it further. Meanwhile, upon witnessing Kagaya's disappearance, Mutuo returned to the tree's sanctuary within the system to rest. As Kagaya was absorbed, the nine-tailed beasts were once again released. Those ensnared by the divine tree were liberated, and the ninjas of the Alliance beamed with joy as peace finally enveloped the world. The tree gazed at the rising sun, feeling a revitalizing energy within him. A stark contrast to how he felt at the beginning. How wonderful. My journey has only just commenced. Upon regaining his composure, the Pokemon he had freed returned to his side. The tree looked at them, a joyful smile gracing his face. Let us go home. In the land of snow, the tree brought Yato to the backyard of the palace, where he beheld his relatives within the icy cavern. Do not worry, I shall bring you back to life. The system acknowledged his command, exchanging for Ho-Oh. Beep. Exchange successful. As he summoned Ho-Oh, a magnificent avian creature adorned with golden and red feathers materialized before them. Yato gazed in astonishment. This, just as the tree was about to instruct Ho-Oh to resurrect his kin, The system's voice echoed once more in his mind. Beep. Only one divine beast can be awakened at a time in a given world. Ho-Oh will vanish in 12 hours. Please be mindful of the time. Upon hearing this, the tree felt a surge of anger, wishing to unleash a torrent of curses. Why hadn't you mentioned this limitation earlier? I summoned you, and now you tell me this? However, as the tree calmed down, it recognized that this was not the time for fury. After regaining its composure, it began the resurrection of the Phoenix King. Yet, the list of those to be revived had changed. With only 12 hours at its disposal, it decided to resurrect a few more intriguing individuals, treating it as a parting gift since it would soon take its leave. On that day, many inhabitants of the shinobi world witnessed a colossal bird resembling a phoenix, radiating a spectrum of colors, soaring above them, scattering tiny stars along its path. In Konoha, Kakashi stood before a gravestone. Obito, I have buried you alongside Rin. I hope you both find peace below. Suddenly, the ground beneath Obito's grave began to rise. And in the next moment, a hand emerged from the earth. Kakashi, I truly thank you for laying us to rest together. It is the only thing you have ever done for me. Long time no see, Kakashi. I never expected you to have grown so much. Obito, having just clawed his way out of the ground, incredulously turned towards the source of the voice. Rin, a young girl appeared before them. Kakashi, witnessing the revival of his two dear friends, felt an overwhelming joy. Yet, Obito, after his moment of elation, regained his composure. I have grown so much. But Rin remains unchanged. What should I do? In despair, Obito crouched down, clutching his head. As Obito wrestled with his emotions, Kakashi stealthily leaned in to whisper in his ear, You wouldn't dare to pursue Rin as you did in your youth. Would you, Obito? What are you two whispering about? Rin inquired, observing Kakashi and Obito with curiosity. Also, didn't I die? Why am I here? And why have you both grown so much? Has time truly passed so long? Subsequently, Kakashi and Obito guided Rin as they reacquainted her with their surroundings, sharing the events of the years gone by. Though some details were conveniently omitted by Obito. Chapter 91. A New World. After the Great Battle, Naruto returned to a tranquil life. One day, as he made his way home, he was met with the delightful aroma of a meal wafting from his house before he could even open the door. What is this? Naruto wondered, curiously pushing open the door. What are you doing? You can't even manage this properly. Our son is about to return. This place is too cramped. I can't work my magic here. How dare they arrange for Naruto to stay in such a place? I'll have a word with them. Humph. You're still Hokage, yet you can't even ensure your son has comfort. As the two exchanged words, Naruto opened the door. Upon seeing the familiar figures of his parents busily preparing within his room, tears welled up in his eyes. Mom, Dad. Upon hearing Naruto's voice, Minato and Shinju turned away from their tasks and looked towards him. Naruto has returned. Hurry, the meal will be ready soon. Wash your hands and prepare to eat. At the dinner table that evening, Naruto gazed at the steaming dishes before him, unable to believe that this was indeed real. Shinju gently patted Naruto's head. Surprised, aren't you? Minato and I are as well. We were suddenly awakened today, and in a resurrected state, no less. It is truly remarkable. Naruto nodded numbly and began to stuff food into his mouth. Eat slowly, dear child, don't choke. Drink some soup. At the gates of Konoha, Sasuke stood for a long while before ultimately deciding to step outside. I guess I should see the world beyond. This place does not belong to me. Is that so? I too wish to go out. Shall we go together? Sasuke turned to find Itachi standing behind him. Brother? Itachi approached Sasuke and playfully flicked his forehead. Let us go? I have often failed to keep my promises in the past, so allow me to make it up to you. With that, Itachi led the way outside, and Sasuke followed happily behind. On this day, many who had previously perished in the world of shinobi were inexplicably resurrected. Some attributed this phenomenon to divine intervention, while others speculated it was the work of the phoenix they had seen. Yet, no one knew the true answer. This day would later be referred to by future ninjas as Resurrection Day, and every year on this date, people would pray for the return of their loved ones. Meanwhile, the orchestrator of this event, Tree, was enjoying a grand feast in the land of snow, accompanied by his mother, Claw, and sister, along with the queen of the land of snow, Fuka Koyuki, who had all contributed to the meal. Tree and Kiba felt as though they had returned to their previous lives. At the dining table, Claw glanced at Fuka Koyuki and then turned to Tree. When do you plan to get married? I would love to have some grandchildren. Upon hearing his mother's words, Tree nearly spat out the soup he had just sipped, while Fuka Koyuki blushed with shyness. Tree wiped his mouth. I'm still young and Haven Tea considered such matters. Besides, I have plans to leave for a while to gain some experience. Oh, you are leaving again? Fuka Koyuki's spirits plummeted at the news. Claw looked at Tree with confusion. Now that the ninja world is temporarily at peace, why would you want to leave? Wouldn't it be better to stay here with us? Tree stirred the food in his bowl. You know I am not one to remain idle, Mom. After the cheerful gathering, Tree prepared to return to his room and noticed Fuka Koiki standing alone on the balcony. He approached her. Why are you still awake? It's so cold outside. It seems the land of snow is always at this temperature, she replied. That's true. You will leave tomorrow, right? After Fenghua Xiaoxue finished speaking, she turned her gaze towards the tree's eyes. Upon meeting the fervent gaze of Fenghua Xiaoxue, the tree instinctively averted its head. Fenghua Xiaoxue continued to admire the snowy landscape outside. I will wait for you. Huh. After her words, Fenghua Xiaoxue turned and departed from the balcony, making her way into her room alone. The tree watched her retreating figure and sighed. Why bother? I am not yet contemplating matters of love. As night fell, the tree remained solitary in its room, where 6 Pokeballs lay upon the bed. When the tree attempted to utilize its system's ability to traverse dimensions, it was warned that the Pokemon within the Pokeballs could not accompany it. The energy required for simultaneous travel with multiple Pokemon cannot be provided. The host must empty the Pokeballs of their contents. The Pokemon within the home are not included in this limitation. At that moment, the tree realized that if it could not bring even a single Pokemon along, it would revert to its initial state of power. Fortunately, it was still permitted to take one. The tree released them all and explained the situation. The Pokemon expressed their unwavering support for its decision, reassured that the tree would eventually return. Thus, the tree initiated the traversal, a dark rift engulfing it, and ultimately, the tree vanished before its Pokemon's eyes. During the tree's absence, Lucario chose to remain by the tree's sister's side, protecting the family. Meanwhile, Jengar and Raichu also decided to stay. Charizard and Venusaur paired up, eager to explore the outside world, while Greninja, embodying a solitary warrior, opted for solitary training. At that moment, the tree felt a wave of dizziness. When it opened its eyes again, all it could see was a vast expanse of white. Standing amidst the snowstorm, the tree thought, damn, I feel as though I am still in the land of snow. The tree enveloped itself in psychic energy, rendering the blizzard inconsequential to its presence. Thank goodness I still have Mutwo, otherwise I would be finished. The tree had previously attempted to place Mutwo into a Pokeball, but after the traversal, it seemed that the home system had locked itself. Nonetheless, the tree could still harness Mutwo's powers. Thus, it inquired of the system, ding. After traversal, the home system cannot summon Pokemon. The awakening method for the Pokemon will activate once the host's Pokeballs are filled to 6, and the awakening will occur randomly. Upon hearing this, the tree reflected, isn't this akin to when I first arrived? It turns out that the condition for the system's random awakening is that I must have 6 Pokemon activated. I had naively thought it was permanent. Little did I know it was merely a temporary restriction. If that is the case, does it mean that in each world, I can only awaken one legendary Pokemon? After awakening a legendary Pokemon, I can place it within the home system, traverse again, and then awaken 6 Pokemon anew before selecting another legendary. Thus, is the key to enhancing my power truly the number of legendary Pokemon I possess? I never anticipated that one day I would become a divine beast. As I drift aimlessly through the snow, I ponder the events that lie ahead. Should someone happen to glimpse me, they might mistake me for a creature of the night, foraging in the wilderness. At that moment, I suddenly noticed a brightly lit house in the distance and made my way towards it. Upon reaching the door, I knocked gently. An elderly man cautiously opened the door, peering at me. Good evening, sir. I've lost my way and was wondering if I might stay here for the night. Chapter 92. Demon Slayer Grandfather Saburo regarded me from the threshold with hesitation. As darkness gradually enveloped the surroundings, he ultimately decided to invite me in. Very well. Come in and rest for the night. We shall discuss matters in the morning. Thank you so much, kind sir, I replied, stepping over the threshold. Who has come to visit, Grandfather Saburo? A young boy inquired. Oh, it is a lost traveler seeking shelter for the night. Once inside, I turned to face the boy who had posed the question. He bore a scar on his forehead and adorned his ears with 2 earrings. There was something about him that stirred a sense of familiarity, yet I could not place it, so I chose to dismiss the thought. The boy looked at me with curiosity. Greetings. I am Tanjiro, residing in the mountains. I returned late today after selling charcoal in the valley. Hence my stay with grandfather Saburo for the night. Upon hearing Tanjiro's name, I instantly recalled my current whereabouts. It dawned on me that I had entered the world of Demon Slayer. The realization brought me a sense of relief. I had feared being thrust into a realm far beyond my capabilities, where I might be easily overpowered. Recognizing that I was in the realm of Demon Slayer, I felt reassured that my current strength would suffice to confront any challenges. Observing Tanjiro, I noted that he had yet to join the Demon Slayer Corps and that his family had not yet faced tragedy. Thus, I felt compelled to warn him. I am Inuzuka-ju, a traveler endowed with certain extraordinary abilities. As I spoke, I harnessed my telekinetic powers, causing the teacups on the table to levitate. Tanjiro, seated nearby, gazed in astonishment. Wow, how marvelous. I ceased my display, a serious expression crossing my face. I just witnessed a foreboding vision. It appears your family may be in peril tonight. What? Upon hearing the words of the tree, Tanjiro promptly rose from his seat. Grandfather Saburo, observing this, felt a twinge of concern. Could it truly be? His gaze upon the tree was laden with skepticism. At that moment, Saburo regretted allowing the tree into their midst, for he did not fully comprehend its nature and feared it might deceive Tanjiro. After all, he had watched Tanjiro grow, and he wished to protect him from any peril that might arise due to his own decisions. The tree, aware of Saburo's apprehension, spoke, of course. You may choose not to believe, for prophecies can indeed falter. Just now, I perceived that Tanjiro was merely moved by compassion, having once experienced the abrupt loss of family in the world of shinobi. However, I merely offer a reminder. If Tanjiro chooses skepticism, I shall not impose. Tanjiro, upon hearing the tree's words, found his heart in turmoil. Coupled with the astonishing abilities he had just witnessed, he felt an undeniable truth in the tree's assertions. Ultimately, Tanjiro donned his discarded coat once more, preparing to return home that very night to assess the situation. Seeing Tanjiro's determination, the tree rose as well. I shall accompany you. Should you face any danger, I can lend my aid. I will join as well, declared grandfather Saburo, standing up to join them. The tree understood Saburo's intentions and did not deter him. As Tanjiro opened the door, he was met with the pitch-black surroundings and the howling blizzard. Yet, he did not falter in his steps, resolutely moving toward his home. Noticing Tanjiro's struggle against the elements, the tree enveloped them both in a protective psychic shield. Suddenly, Tanjiro felt the snow fall upon him cease, and with curiosity, he looked up to find that not a single flake descended upon him. Do not be astonished, guide the way, and we shall soar directly, the tree instructed. Before Tanjiro could express his surprise, the tree utilized its telekinetic power to levitate both Tanjiro and grandfather Saburo into the air. Realizing that there was no time for questions, Tanjiro began directing the tree toward his home. As they neared their destination, the tree's senses detected the unmistakable scent of blood, prompting it to accelerate toward the source of the foul odor. Tanjiro, sensing the sudden increase in speed, found it peculiar, and at that moment, his already keen nose caught a whiff of the metallic scent of blood. Tree, a pungent scent of blood wafted from my home, urging haste. A quaint wooden cabin gradually materialized before their eyes. The trees keenly sensed the presence of a soul within, engaged in a gruesome slaughter. A young girl, clutching a small boy, was on the brink of escaping the cabin when a sinister arm pierced through both their chests. The assailant withdrew his arm, blood trickling down to stain the pure white snow a deep crimson. He raised his hand to his lips, extending his tongue to lick the blood. At last, the trees arrived, releasing the mental grasp that enveloped them. Gazing at the figure, the trees lifted their hands and ensnared him with telekinesis, exerting force to crush his body to fragments. Muzan Kabutsuji was momentarily taken aback. Who possesses such strength to eliminate me before I could react? In the following instant, the dismembered remnants of Muzan Kabutsuji did not hesitate to command the cells within his being to disperse in every direction. The trees observed the quivering pieces of flesh as they attempted to flee, hastily employing their telekinesis to gain control. However, a few fragments managed to escape. It dawned on them that this was not the world of Naruto, and they had instinctively believed that crushing would suffice. Tanjiro hurriedly rushed to the motionless Nezuko at the doorstep. Beholding his sister cradling his lifeless brother, his heart ached with anguish. Rising to his feet, He slowly advanced into the cabin, discovering that his mother and siblings had all perished. Returning to the entrance, Tanjiro's gaze appeared vacant. Ah! In a fit of rage, he howled towards the heavens, collapsing to his knees as he grasped the snow-covered ground with fervor. The trees observed Tanjiro and spoke. I believe I may still salvage your sister, but the others show no signs of life. There is little I can do for you. Hearing the trees' words, Tanjiro grasped onto this glimmer of hope and staggered before them, clutching their shoulders with desperation. Is it truly possible? Please, I implore you to save him. The tree utilized the life-giving droplets to mend the wounds afflicting Nezuko. While her injuries could be healed, she had already been tainted by Muzan Kabutsuji's blood, placing her on the precipice of transformation into a demon. As the tree worked diligently to restore her, it pondered the dire situation. Nezuko's visible injuries began to mend before their very eyes. Observing this, Tanjiro felt a wave of relief wash over him. He approached the tree, yearning to kneel in gratitude. Yet the tree, perceiving his intent, levitated him gently with telekinesis. Do not rejoice too soon, it cautioned. Although I have brought her back, she now harbors an enigmatic force within her. What fate awaits her remains uncertain. Will she succumb to demonic transformation? At that moment, the silent figure of Grandfather Saburo finally spoke. The tree turned its attention, realizing that it had nearly forgotten his presence. I have heard tales of demons consuming humans. Yet it seems they can also transform individuals into demons, albeit rarely. Upon hearing this, Tanjiro cast a worried glance towards the fallen Nezuko. Nezuko. In the midst of the healing provided by the tree, Nezuko had succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 93, Ju Tomioka. As the sun gradually ascended, the tree observed Tanjiro burying all his family members. Subsequently, he knelt before the graves, murmuring, I am sorry. If only I had returned home sooner. Perhaps this could have been avoided. While you endured suffering, I was comfortably sheltered within the warmth of our home. The tree contemplated Tanjiro's words, silently reflecting, indeed. Had you returned earlier, this narrative would have reached its conclusion. After Tanjiro finished speaking, he bowed several times at the graves before rising to his feet. Tanjiro turned to his grandfather Saburo, who had accompanied him throughout the night. Grandfather Saburo, you should go home and rest. I am grateful for your company. Ah, my child, may you find solace in your sorrow. If you do not mind, you may live with me in the future, Saburo replied. Upon hearing this, Tanjiro shook his head. No. If Nezuko truly becomes a demon, I must seek a way to restore her humanity. Saburo nodded in understanding and began to walk back toward his home. Tanjiro then glanced at the tree. The tree spoke, I am but a traveler, with no fixed abode. For now, I shall accompany you. Tanjiro nodded in agreement, then hoisted his sister onto his back and descended the mountain. As they walked, Tanjiro suddenly sensed a disturbance behind him. He turned to see Nezuko, who had been resting on his back, slowly raising her head. Her visage was distorted, with exaggerated canine teeth, and drool dripped from her mouth. Just as Nezuko prepared to bite Tanjiro, a figure intervened, separating the two. The force from behind caused Tanjiro to lose his balance and tumble forward, while the tree stood by, resembling a mere passerby. Ju, observing Nezuko's transformation into a demon, prepared to eliminate her, slowly drawing his Nichiren blade from his waist. Seeing this, Tanjiro sprang to his feet from the ground, positioning himself protectively in front of his sister. Ju declared, she has become a demon. Allow me to put an end to her. Hearing Ju's intention to harm his sister, Tanjiro regarded him with apprehension. She is my sister. I will not permit you to hurt her. Before Tanjiro could finish his protest, he was suddenly tackled by the now demonized Nezuko. As he gazed upon her fearsome countenance, tears involuntarily streamed down his cheeks. Nezuko, look at me. I am Tanjiro. What has happened to you? Useless, Ion remarked, having encountered countless individuals like this before. They firmly believed that their transformed relatives would not harm them, yet in the end, they were always devoured. With his Nichiren blade in hand, he resolved to eliminate Nezuko. Enough of this time wasting. I shall take care of her myself. As he lunged toward Nezuko, who had pounced on Tanjiro, the latter, sensing the peril his sister faced, exerted all his strength to push Nezuko aside, narrowly averting the attack. Ion, growing increasingly frustrated at Tanjiro's obstinacy, declared, if you persist in this delusion, do not blame me. I shall first incapacitate you and then deal with her. Upon hearing Ion's words, Tanjiro panicked and knelt before him, pleading, please, spare her. I believe she can revert to being human. Iyong's anger flared as he gazed down at Tanjiro's supplication. If you wish for your sister to regain her humanity, you must grow stronger and seek a solution, rather than groveling before others and begging for mercy. After absorbing Iyong's admonition, Tanjiro sprang to his feet, seizing a handful of snow and hurling it at Iyong. The snow momentarily obscured Iyong's vision, and by the time he regained sight, Tanjiro had latched onto his waist. Attempting to restrain him, Iyong responded by elbowing Tanjiro in the back, sending him flying. Tanjiro struggled momentarily before collapsing, unconscious. Iyong turned his attention back to Nezuko, ready to finish her off. However, as he searched for her, he noticed a tree nearby, which had been silently observing the confrontation. Who is this? Why did I not notice him before? The tree, aware of Iyong's gaze, pointed towards Tanjiro's fallen form. Iyong followed the direction indicated by the tree and saw Nezuko rushing toward her unconscious brother. No, she's going to attack him. Yet, just as Iyong braced himself for the worst, he was taken aback to see Nezuko shielding Tanjiro protectively, watching Iyong with keen vigilance. Observing Nezuko, who appeared ready to feast yet restrained her hunger, Iyong pondered, perhaps Tanjiro's words hold truth. She may indeed be different. Yielding to this revelation, Iyong fashioned a mouthguard for Nezuko to restrain her biting instincts and pinned a note, leaving it beside the unconscious Tanjiro. As he prepared to depart, he glanced at the tree and inquired, "Who are you?" The tree replied languidly, "I am merely a lost traveler. Pay me no mind." Not sensing any extraordinary aura from the tree, Iyong assumed he was just an ordinary person. "In that case, I would appreciate it if you could look after this fellow. I shall take my leave now." However, as Iyong took a step forward, his entire body suddenly froze. Wait, the man bore no trace of snow upon him. Neither Tanjiro nor he had been touched by the falling snow, which, though it had ceased, still lingered in the air like delicate whispers. The tree, in stark contrast, remained untouched by the wintry flakes. Iyong, upon noticing this peculiar detail, deduced that the tree was no ordinary being. With a swift motion, he executed the first form of water-breathing, water surface slash, aiming his blade towards the tree. Yet, just as the Nichiren blade was about to make contact, it halted before the tree. The tree extended a finger, seemingly freezing Iyong's assault in place, rendering him immobile. "Do not jest," the tree remarked. "Return to your play." Bound and unable to move, Iyong stared at the tree, demanding, "Who are you? What is your intention in approaching these siblings?" The tree, seemingly unfazed, replied, "Do not presume the worst of others. I harbor no ulterior motives. I am merely a traveler, and if I wish to do something, do you truly believe you could thwart me?" Iyong strained with all his might, attempting to break free from the tree's grasp, yet his efforts bore no fruit. The tree, as if aware of his struggle, advised him, "Do not waste your energy. Escape is futile. Even if you summoned 100 others, it would make no difference. In the world of Naruto, even Uchiha Madara would find it challenging to break free from such a hold, let alone you in your current state." Ultimately, Iyong relinquished his struggle, and the tree released him from its confinement. Before departing, Iyong cast one last glance at the tree, which waved farewell. After a moment's hesitation, he chose to leave, recognizing that his presence would not alter the outcome and sensing no ill intent from the tree. Chapter 94. Kenroji Mitsuri with Iyong's departure. Nezuko remained faithfully by the side of the unconscious Tanjiro. Time passed, and eventually, Tanjiro awoke to find Nezuko close by. Overcome with joy, he embraced her tightly. "Wonderful, Nezuko. I cannot believe you are still here. Are you all right?" After speaking, Tanjiro gently examined her for any signs of injury. Nezuko gazed at him with her endearing innocence, tilting her head in silence. "You have finally awakened. I thought you would sleep for much longer," Tanjiro exclaimed, noticing the tree still present. "Tree, you are still here as well. I assumed you had departed." As he spoke, Tanjiro prepared to rise, his hand brushing against an object beside him. He discovered a piece of paper lying nearby. "Ah, what is this?" Tanjiro picked up the envelope left for him by Iyong, feeling somewhat perplexed. After perusing its contents, he resolved within himself, "I must grow stronger. Only then can I discover a way to help Nezuko regain her humanity." Upon finishing the letter, Tanjiro rose and gazed at his sister, once again engulfed in distress. The letter stated that Nezuko must not be exposed to sunlight, lest she perish immediately. "What shall I do?" The tree sensed Tanjiro's turmoil, understanding that his anguish stemmed from concern for Nezuko. "Why not find a box to place her in?" it suggested. "Ah, indeed. You are quite clever, Tanjiro exclaimed, invigorated by the tree's advice, and dashed down the mountain. The tree observed Tanjiro vanish from sight, pondering whether he had forgotten his sister. With no other option, it took Nezuko to a nearby cave to await Tanjiro's return. Before long, Tanjiro reappeared, carrying a bamboo crate, only to find that Nezuko was no longer where he had left her. Anxiously, he called out, "Nezuko! Nezuko! Where are you? Stop shouting, I'm right here. Now that you realize your sister is missing, why didn't you think of her earlier?" Came a voice. Tanjiro turned towards the sound and hurried to the cave. Inside, he found the tree and Nezuko seated beside it. Embarrassed, he scratched his head. "My apologies, tree. I was too hasty in searching for something and didn't expect." He then retrieved the bamboo crate he had brought. "Come inside this." Nezuko looked at the crate before her and obediently crawled in. However, it was evidently too small for her, with much of her body protruding from the confines of the bamboo. Just as Tanjiro began to worry that the crate might not suffice, Nezuko's form suddenly shrank, and she comfortably nestled within. The tree, witnessing Nezuko's transformation, couldn't help but remark, "Nezuko's ability to change size at will is indeed remarkable." With a solution to keep Nezuko by his side, Tanjiro set off towards the address mentioned in the letter. As they traveled, Tanjiro felt immense gratitude as the tree followed closely, believing it was there to ensure his safe passage. As dusk approached, Tanjiro neared his destination, spotting a dilapidated temple ahead. "Tree, let us rest here for the night. We shall continue our journey at dawn." The tree, sensing some activity within the temple, replied, "It seems we have interrupted someone's dinner." "Huh?" Tanjiro was somewhat perplexed. The tree shook its head slightly as they continued walking toward the temple. As they approached, the pungent scent of blood wafted through the air, signaling that something dreadful had occurred within. Without hesitation, Tanjiro dashed inside, his instincts screaming of danger. Upon entering, his eyes fell upon a shadowy figure hunched over, feasting upon something gruesome. The creature paused, wiping the crimson stains from its lips with a languid motion. It sniffed the air delicately before speaking, its voice dripping with malice. "You've broken the rules. This is my territory." With that, it turned its gaze toward Tanjiro, its expression shifting to one of confusion. How peculiar. I distinctly caught the scent of another demon." Tanjiro's heart clenched with fear as he took in the mutilated corpse lying on the ground. But fear swiftly gave way to fury, burning through his veins like wildfire. "You vile creature! How dare you!" In a flash, he unsheathed his hatchet and swung at the demon with all his might. The demon dodged effortlessly, countering with a brutal kick that sent Tanjiro sprawling. The impact jolted Nezuko from her wooden box, and upon seeing her brother harmed, she lunged at the demon without hesitation. The demon sneered, realization dawning. "So, you not only trespass into my domain, but also side with humans? Even if I slaughter you here, Lord Muzan will not fault me for it." With terrifying speed, it evaded Nezuko's strike and retaliated with a knee to her midsection, sending her flying. Undeterred, Tanjiro charged again, his hatchet gleaming in the dim light. Though the demon dodged and retreated, the blade found its mark, slicing clean through its neck. The severed head tumbled to the ground, yet the demon's laughter echoed eerily. "Fool, do you think beheading me will end this? I am immortal." Tanjiro found himself fending off the headless body's relentless assault while evading the gnashing teeth of the disembodied head. Meanwhile, the tree remained motionless, sensing another presence lurking in the shadows, a silent observer. That must be Sakanji Urokadaki. Just as the demon's fangs were about to sink into Tanjiro, Urokadaki finally intervened. Water breathing, first form, surface slash. A swift strike cleaved the demon in two, severing head from body simultaneously. Tanjiro collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Mizunoto Sakanji turned to regard Tanjiro, who immediately rose to express his gratitude. "Thank you for your rescue." Upon uttering these words, he noticed the disintegrating demon on the ground. His eyes filled with compassion. What a pitiable creature. Mizunoto Sakanji had been observing Tanjiro and now recognized the aura of kindness and empathy radiating from him. He couldn't help but ponder, "Yorichi, is this the child you recommended? Yet, he truly seems ill-suited for the task of slaying demons." After reflecting, Tanjiro addressed the tree. "It appears we shall not rest tonight." Following the earlier commotion, the sky began to brighten, while Nezuko, who had been kicked aside by the demon, remained unconscious. Reluctantly, Tanjiro decided to place her in his bamboo crate. Mizunoto Sakanji, upon hearing Tanjiro's words, then realized there was indeed another presence at the scene. He looked at the tree in astonishment. The tree, sensing Mizunoto Sakanji's gaze, remarked, "Tanjiro, you need not hurry. Have you not found the person you were seeking?" Chapter 95, Lala Lassie. Tanjiro, hearing the tree's words, turned his gaze towards Mizunoto Sakanji. "Ah, is he the one I have been searching for?" The moment was interrupted for Sakanji Urokodaki by Tanjiro's words, causing him to momentarily set aside his suspicions about the tree. "Indeed, follow me for now. If you fall behind, there will be no reason for you to seek me out," Urokodaki stated before racing off in a particular direction, disregarding Tanjiro and the others. Observing this, Tanjiro hastily shouldered the bamboo basket containing Mizuko and sprinted after Urokodaki. The tree, witnessing their vanishing figures, casually trailed behind them. After an indeterminate period of running, Urokodaki finally halted, and Tanjiro caught up. Upon seeing Urokodaki stop, Tanjiro collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Finally, Weavy stopped. "It feels as though my lungs might burst." Urokodaki glanced at Tanjiro before redirecting his gaze to the tree. To his astonishment, the tree's breathing exhibited no signs of disarray. In fact, it was as if he were entirely invisible to Urokodaki, who could barely sense his presence. As Urokodaki's attention returned to him, the tree wore a look of disdain. Could this old man possess some peculiar fascination? There's no mention of it in the original narrative. Why does he keep staring at me? If the tree were aware of Urokodaki's unusual behavior, he would calmly reveal that he enveloped himself in psychic energy, akin to Gaara's sand armor. This not only provided a shield against unforeseen harm, but also cloaked him from others' detection, just as Urokodaki failed to perceive him now. "Very well, you have barely qualified. I shall now commence your special training," Urokodaki declared before turning to the tree. "Will you join us?" Upon hearing Urokodaki's invitation, the tree shook his head. "Are you joking? As long as Pokemon can do it, so can I. Why should I exert myself now?" Disappointed by the tree's refusal, Urokodaki felt that he must indeed be exceptional. Had he pursued this line of study, he could have guided him, ultimately becoming a formidable asset to the Demon Slayer Corps. "Then you may rest inside the house. I will take him to the mountain for training," Urokodaki concluded, leading Tanjiro away. Before departing, Tanjiro entrusted Nezuko to the tree for safekeeping. Once they had left, the tree gently laid the unconscious Nezuko from the bamboo basket onto the bed. Those with impure thoughts, step outside for punishment. Ding. The pet awakens. Host, please take note. Oh, the first Pokemon has awakened. Let me see which one it is. The tree promptly opened the Pokeball and took a look. It was Ralts. Type: Psychic, Fairy. Ability: Telepathy, a chance to perceive the thoughts of others, with the intensity of perception increasing with the disparity in strength. Skills: Charm, Shadow Clone, Psychic, Hypnosis, Teleport, and Confusion Ray. Ah, it is this little creature. The tree released Ralts, revealing a Pokemon with green hair that obscured much of its face, split by a flat red horn in the center. The tree gazed at Ralts, already formulating a plan. Since they would likely remain in this world, there was no immediate need to return them to the Pokeball. They deserved friends and a community beyond just me. The tree greeted Ralts, saying, "Hello, Ralts, welcome to this world." With that, the tree gently patted its head. At that moment, a commotion arose outside the door, and it was Kanroji Mitsuri returning with Tanjiro. "Let us wrap up today's training here. From now on, you'll follow this training regimen, and when you're ready, we shall proceed to the next phase." Tanjiro, exhausted, collapsed onto the ground. "I understand, Master Kanroji." Upon entering the room, Kanroji Mitsuri noticed a creature he had never seen before standing in front of the tree. "What is this? I've never encountered anything like it." The tree withdrew its hand from Ralt's head. "This is a companion I brought with me during my travels. It has now awakened, so I decided to release it." Hearing the conversation, Tanjiro mustered his weary body and approached. Upon seeing Ralts, he was instantly charmed by this adorable little being. How cute. Ralts, capable of sensing the goodwill in others, greeted Tanjiro warmly in return. Seeing Ralt's enthusiastic response, the tree turned to Tanjiro and said, "If you can persuade Ralts to join you, I can allow it to team up with you." "Really?" The tree nodded. "Ralts is quite powerful. Do not let its cute appearance deceive you. Even now, you might not be able to defeat it." Tanjiro, skeptical, wondered how such a small creature could possess such strength. The tree discerned Tanjiro's doubts. "How about this? I will let Ralts spar with you." This is rather unfortunate. What if I inadvertently harm this little creature?" Fear not. At your current level, you cannot possibly hurt it. The tree led Lurantis out of the room, and Tanjiro, witnessing this, had no choice but to follow. Upon reaching the courtyard, despite having trained all day and feeling somewhat fatigued, Tanjiro believed he could still manage this little being before him. The tree observed Tanjiro standing still, making no move. Since you choose not to attack first, I shall have Lurantis take the lead. Lurantis, use hypnosis. Upon hearing the command, Lurantis's antennae began to glow, and suddenly, Tanjiro felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him. His eyelids grew heavier until he collapsed to the ground, succumbing to slumber. Kaneo, witnessing this scene, was taken aback. What manner of ability is this? It can stealthily induce sleep, akin to the bizarre powers of demons. When Tanjiro awoke the next day, realization dawned upon him. He had lost the previous day's battle, and an expression of despondency crossed his face. From that moment on, he could no longer underestimate Lurantis. In the days that followed, Tanjiro devoted himself to training while simultaneously deepening his bond with Lurantis. Until one day, the voice of the system echoed in the tree's mind once more. Chapter 96. The Tree Departs. Beep. A Pokemon has expressed willingness to join the team. Permissions activated. Travel conditions activated. Heart of Muzan Kibutsuji. As the host of the Pokemon control system, you are tasked with ushering in the Pokemon era across various worlds. Congratulations, host. On taking the first step, please continue your efforts. If the host is dissatisfied with the Pokemon seeking allies, they may withdraw the Pokemon directly. Upon comprehending the system's words, the tree felt an urge to curse. You little genius. If you desire me to establish the Pokemon era across countless worlds, why not just say so? I thought the skills you provided were for cultivation. Now you reveal they are for development? Beep. The host was too weak at that time. With a scoff, the tree responded, raising a middle finger. The system will forever remain unsatisfied. Humph. However, now that the conditions for traversing each world were clear, there was no longer a need to fumble about aimlessly. At least some clarity had emerged. As the tree pondered this, the door swung open, and in rushed Tanjiro, elated, cradling Lurantis in his arms. Tree. Leluras has consented to join me, expressing a willingness to journey together. Ah, I understand. Congratulations. You must treat it well, for I shall reclaim it if you do not. I comprehend. You need not worry. Tanjiro immediately assured. Subsequently, as Tanjiro trained, Leluras remained steadfastly by his side. One day, Mizunotaki Sakanji led Tanjiro before a colossal stone. This shall be your final test. If you can cleave this rock, you may partake in the Demon Slayer core examination, he declared before turning to depart. Tanjiro promptly commenced his attempt, drawing his katana and striking the immense stone. Clang! The reverberation of the blade jolted through Tanjiro, causing him to drop his sword onto the ground. Observing this, Leluras approached with concern to assess his condition. I'm fine, Leluras. I shall try again, Tanjiro replied, preparing to bend down to retrieve his fallen weapon, only to discover it had floated to eye level before him. Noticing the gentle glow emanating from the horns atop Leluras' head, Tanjiro realized it was assisting him. Thank you, Leluras, I shall surely succeed. Thus, Tanjiro resumed his training. At the base of the mountain, Mizunotaki Sakanji returned to his abode. When Tree saw him, he remarked, I am preparing to depart. Thereafter, you will assist Tanjiro in caring for his sister. As Tree stood to leave, just as his figure began to fade from Sakanji's sight, Sakanji posed a lingering question that had plagued him. Who exactly are you? A traveler traversing various worlds, Tree replied. Upon hearing these words, Sakanji's previously hesitant speculations solidified into certainty. Initially, he had sensed something peculiar about Tree, considering him a promising candidate for the Demon Slayer Corps. However, as their time together extended, he gradually discerned Tree's uniqueness, not in mere appearance, but in an ineffable essence. Sakanji, innately sensitive to sense, found his abilities rendered ineffective in the presence of Tree, whose extraordinary power he had never encountered in his long life. This led Sakanji to ponder, could he truly belong to their world? Yet, this conjecture seemed absurd, fleeting in the recesses of his mind until Tree's revelation confirmed it. Time passed swiftly, and on this day, Tanjiro joyfully seated himself upon the ground, gazing at the now-evolved Leluras beside him. How splendid! Kairurian. I have finally fulfilled my master's task. Kairu Lien smiled, narrowing his eyes. During Tanjiro's training, Lala Lasai had evolved into Kairu Lien, and upon this transformation, The name Kairu Lien surfaced in Tanjiro's mind. Suddenly, Kanroji Mitsuri appeared behind Tanjiro. Congratulations, Tanjiro. You have finally completed your training. Upon hearing the voice, Tanjiro turned around. Master, you have arrived. Tanjiro stood up and embraced Kanroji Mitsuri. At the foot of the mountain, Kanroji Mitsuri prepared a sumptuous meal for Tanjiro and presented him with a disaster-warding mask. This is for you. I gift each of my disciples one. As he spoke, Kanroji Mitsuri seemed to recall something, letting out a deep sigh. All right, eat up and get some rest. You shall depart tomorrow. The following day, Tanjiro rose early to prepare for his journey, with Kairu Lien faithfully by his side. Tanjiro turned back to wave at Kanroji Mitsuri before heading toward the exam site at MT Tsuzumi. Kanroji Mitsuri gazed at Tanjiro's receding figure, whispering, "You must return safely, Tanjiro." As Tanjiro approached his destination, he noticed the mountains flanking the path were adorned with vibrant purple flowers. How beautiful, don't you think, Kairu Lien? Kairu. At last, they reached the summit, where Tanjiro encountered two peculiar children, one with white hair and the other with black, yet they were remarkably identical. They pointed behind them and said, "Your examination site lies just beyond. There are no restrictions from the wisteria, and many demons await within. Your task is to remain inside for 7 days. If you succeed, you will pass this examination." After speaking, the two children stepped aside, allowing them entry. Some who had not yet entered began to withdraw, choosing to forfeit. Tanjiro, undeterred, stepped forward while Kairu Lien followed closely. Upon entering, Tanjiro felt an overwhelming sense of foreboding. Suddenly, a thicket beside him rustled violently, and 3 emaciated demons lunged forth. "Ha! Finally, someone has arrived. Don't try to claim this for yourselves. It belongs to me." One of the demons cackled. "What nonsense are you spouting? That one is mine." Another retorted, "Stop arguing. Whoever captures it first wins." Just as the 3 demons were about to pounce on Tanjiro, they were abruptly suspended in midair. Kairu Lien, standing beside Tanjiro, raised his hand and used telekinesis to immobilize them completely. Meanwhile, Tanjiro drew his sword. Water breathing, first form, water surface, slash. With swift precision, Tanjiro executed a single stroke, vanquishing the 3 demons, watching as they gradually disintegrated into ashes. "It's over. I forgot to inquire whether they knew of a method to transform from a demon into a human." After vanquishing the 3 demons, Tanjiro and Kairu Lien delved deeper into the depths. In Chapter 97, completing the examination, Tanjiro, accompanied by Kairu Lien, pressed further within. Suddenly, several candidates participating in the examination rushed towards them, exclaiming, "Run quickly. This demon is extraordinarily powerful." However, before they could finish their warning, robust, elongated arms ensnared them, dragging their bodies back. Witnessing this, Tanjiro brandished his sword and unleashed the water-breathing's 4th form, striking tide. He executed a series of precise strikes, severing the arms that had captured them. The freed individuals expressed their gratitude to Tanjiro before hastily retreating to safety. Tanjiro advanced towards the direction from which the arms had extended, and upon arrival, he beheld a colossal mass of flesh, from which numerous sturdy arms flailed erratically. The hand demon, upon spotting Tanjiro, narrowed its eyes and sneered. "You are the one who allowed my prey to escape, aren't you?" Tanjiro stood transfixed, taken aback by the grotesque form of the demon before him, momentarily at a loss for how to proceed. At that moment, the hand demon noticed the disaster mask adorning Tanjiro's head. "Ah, you wear that mask. You too are a disciple of Kagaya?" Upon hearing the mention of his master, Tanjiro inquired, "How do you know?" "Ho ho ho, because I possess one of those masks as well. Every disciple of Kagaya receives such a mask. I have spared none, devouring everyone I encounter, particularly the 2 strongest, one with a scar at the corner of his mouth, and a girl with a floral mask." Realizing the hand demon spoke of Sabito and Makomo, the 2 who had aided him in his stone-splitting training, Tanjiro was stunned by the revelation of their demise. "I had torn that little girl into several pieces. She was quite delectable." Fury surged within Tanjiro upon hearing the hand demon's words. Unable to contain his rage, he charged at the demon. The hand demon, feeling a sense of triumph, had successfully executed his plan to provoke Tanjiro, disrupting his breath, and ultimately crush him, just as he had with the 2 young ones before. Extending its arms, the hand demon reached for Tanjiro. Water breathing, 3rd form, flowing dance. Tanjiro moved with the fluidity of water, swiftly severing the arms that approached him and aimed for the demon's neck. The hand demon realized Tanjiro was poised to strike at its throat and tightened the arms that encircled its neck. Clang! As Tanjiro's blade was deflected, the hand demon seized the opportunity, extending an arm towards Tanjiro, who had been propelled into the air. With the attack poised to strike, the demon's colossal hand drew ever closer to him. At that moment, Kiryu unleashed his psychic powers, halting the demon's arm mid-air. Tanjiro landed safely and glanced at Kiryu, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Kiryu." Tanjiro then turned his focus back to the hand demon, consciously regulating his breathing to regain composure. "I must remain calm," he thought. Just now, his words disrupted my breath, nearly leading to my demise. The hand demon, having broken free from Kiryu's restraint, gazed at Tanjiro with curiosity. "How did you manage to control me, you little brat?" Ignoring the demon, Tanjiro concentrated on his breathing. Total concentration, water breathing, 10th form, constant flux. With that, he swiftly swung his blade and charged once more at the hand demon. The demon retaliated by launching multiple arms at Tanjiro, but he danced through the onslaught, conjuring a water dragon with his strikes. As he severed the incoming limbs, his speed escalated until he was upon the hand demon. In that moment, Tanjiro perceived the translucent thread connecting to the demon's neck and aimed his strike at it. Slice! Even as the hand demon shielded its neck with its robust arms, Tanjiro, having undergone training capable of cleaving boulders, severed the demon's arms along with its neck, casting them to the ground. Tanjiro glanced at the hand demon, now dissipating into nothingness, before continuing deeper into the mountains with Kiryu. At the moment of the demon's disappearance, those who had been devoured, the disciples of Sakanji, seemed to find liberation, all gazing at Tanjiro's retreating figure, standing in the center. Kanroji and Shinobu smiled as they watched Tanjiro. How splendid! The master has nurtured an exceptional disciple. Subsequently, Tanjiro continued to slay the demons that assailed him in the mountains, all the while inquiring if there existed a method to restore his sister, who had become a demon, back to her former self. Regrettably, even on the final day, Tanjiro failed to uncover such a method. Upon reaching the exit, he beheld the 4 individuals present, while the peculiar siblings spoke once more. "Congratulations on completing this trial. Next, you will select materials to forge the Nichiren swords." Upon hearing their words, the impatient Mitsuri Kanroji strode forward, seizing one of the sisters' hair, demanding, "I want the finest one. Tell me which material is the best." The sister, undeterred by the tugging of her hair, maintained a tranquil demeanor as she replied, "The materials are over there. You must choose for yourselves. Subsequently, a messenger crow will accompany you to relay information and tasks." Seeing her disregard, Mitsuri prepared to act further, but Tanjiro restrained her by the wrist. "That is enough." Mitsuri glared at Tanjiro, poised to retaliate, yet as the pressure on her wrist intensified, she ultimately relinquished her grip and casually selected a material from the table. Tanjiro joined her, closing his eyes before the table, employing his breathing technique to select a stone. Soon after, a messenger crow alighted on their shoulders, and a peculiar yellow-haired individual stared quizzically at the sparrow before him. "Why am I the only one with a sparrow? This is certainly not a crow." The sparrow, fluttering before Zenitsu, perched atop his head and began pecking at his hair. "Ouch! That hurts. Stop." Afterward, Tanjiro, weary yet determined, began his return to his master's abode. Just as he neared the entrance, he witnessed the door of his master's house being forcefully kicked open, revealing none other than his long unconscious sister, Nezuko. Nezuko. At this moment, Tanjiro seemed to forget the fatigue and pain that enveloped him, as he swiftly rushed towards Nezuko. Upon hearing Tanjiro's call, Nezuko too dashed towards him, and they embraced tightly. Just then, Shinobu Kocho, upon hearing the commotion outside, stepped out, and, upon seeing Tanjiro's return, enveloped them both in a heartfelt embrace, tears cascading down her cheeks. "It's wonderful. You have finally returned safely, Tanjiro." Chapter 98, Tamayo. Meanwhile, Tanjiro had just completed his examination with the Demon Slayer Corps, while over here, a tree had begun its leisurely stroll. Uncertain of its surroundings, it decided to wander aimlessly. As the tree meandered down the street, it came across a young man being reprimanded by a family. "Get lost. We never want to see you again. If it weren't for you, my daughter would not have gone missing. Just leave." The tree observed this with a hint of curiosity, standing still and silently witnessing the unfolding drama. After enduring a beating, the young man was unceremoniously pushed out the door and stood there, dazed. At that moment, a few onlookers gathered. How pitiable this fellow is. He merely took his fiancée out for a stroll, and in the blink of an eye, she vanished. The tree, upon hearing their words, felt a sense of familiarity with the tale. Is that the water demon? The tree, having grasped the situation, chose not to linger but to continue exploring the quaint little town. As night gradually descended, a girl from a nearby household meticulously arranged her bedding before lying down, preparing to sleep. Unbeknownst to her, a dark shadow began to coalesce beneath her mattress. This shadow slowly enveloped the girl, extending numerous arms that swiftly encircled her. The startled girl yearned to cry out and struggle, but her mouth was silenced by the shadow's grip. Just as she was on the brink of being dragged into the abyss, a voice echoed from the beams above. "Ah, you are the flower gatherer, while you, my dear, are merely the flower to be consumed. I have awaited your arrival for quite some time." The tree, employing telekinesis, extricated the shadow from the ground, displacing the girl to safety. It descended from the beams and addressed her. "You should leave now. I shall handle matters here." The girl, gazing at the tree, expressed her gratitude before hastily departing. The tree then regarded the three peculiar specters it had extracted. "If you were to engage in other pursuits, I would hardly concern myself with your affairs. However, your predilection for preying upon women strikes a nerve with me. In my former world, the balance was tipped towards females, and your reckless behavior incites my ire." With that, the tree instinctively crushed them, blood splattering in all directions. Observing the remains of the three water ghosts, the tree noted their dismembered parts beginning to stir, attempting to rejoin. In response, the tree employed its psychic blade to sever the reanimating flesh. The once wriggling remnants ceased their movement, succumbing to death. To the tree's surprise, its mental prowess proved quite effective. Meanwhile, far away, Muzan Kibutsuji, still recovering from the last encounter with the tree, found himself in his study, engrossed in a book. Abruptly, a sharp pain pierced his mind. "Ah!" He clasped his head, sinking to the floor in agony. Fortunately, the pain receded as swiftly as it had arrived. Rising slowly, beads of sweat dotting his brow, he resumed his seat, pondering the recent episode. What transpired just now? Why did I experience such an excruciating sensation? This has never happened before. After ensuring his physical well-being, Muzan fell back into contemplation. Just then, a gust of wind swept through, causing the curtains to flutter. When they settled, an unfamiliar figure materialized within his chamber. A person adorned with pink hair and intricately etched blue tattoos knelt before him. Muzan continued perusing the book in his hand. "How goes the investigation into the individual I tasked you with last time?" Kibutsuji Muzan observed Uwozu kneeling on the ground, his head bowed in trepidation. Realizing that no information had been procured, Muzan's ire flared as he exclaimed, "The Blue Shore's flower I have long sought remains elusive to you. You have failed to uncover even a single detail about a certain individual. Pray tell, what purpose do you serve?" With each escalating word from Muzan, the weight of pressure upon Uwozu intensified, blood seeping from his mouth and eyes. Muzan ceased his oppressive aura, and Uwozu felt an immediate lightness, exhaling in relief. "I shall grant you a few days. I demand comprehensive information regarding that individual. Should you fail, you shall all meet your demise." "Yes," Uwozu responded before vanishing from sight. After dealing with the water ghost, Shubai did not linger on that street, continuing his aimless wanderings until he arrived at a bustling thoroughfare. "Ah, now this resembles a lively place." After expressing his awe, Shubai eagerly dashed towards the street vendors. Following a leisurely exploration, he halted, meat skewer poised at his lips. "Very well, since I have arrived, it is time for you to reveal yourselves. You have followed me for quite some time." A waft of enticing fragrance approached, accompanied by a striking woman and a young boy who walked towards Shubai. Tamayo addressed Shubai, "Do not be alarmed. Though we are demons, we have never consumed human flesh." Shubai nearly burst into laughter upon hearing her words. Perceiving his reaction, Tamayo softly reassured him, "Truly, there is no need for fear. We have come to rescue you. Kibutsuji Muzan has set his sights upon you." "Oh," Shubai replied, taken aback. He had been unaware that Muzan had marked him as a target. Believing that after their last encounter, Muzan had settled down. "I have gathered information. Many demons are searching for you, seeking to capture you and deliver you to Muzan in exchange for a reward. Should they succeed in capturing me, that would indeed be fortuitous," Shubai remarked, "for it would save me the trouble of seeking him out myself." Yashiro, observing Shubai's nonchalant demeanor, was infuriated. Hey, what is with that attitude? Miss Tamayo personally came to warn you. Shubai glanced at the young demon beside Tamayo and quipped, "Is this your foolish little brother? Why is he so worked up?" Tamayo turned to Yashiro. "Yashiro, please be quiet." "Yes, Miss Tamayo," he replied. Tamayo then faced Shubai. "I apologize for Yashiro's demeanor. However, rest assured, he means you no harm. Like me, he has escaped Muzan-esque control and has never consumed human flesh." Shubai nodded. "Very well, then. What brings you here to seek me?" As Zhu Shi heard the words of the tree, she remarked that it was not an opportune moment for conversation and suggested that he accompany them to their residence, where they could engage in dialogue at their leisure. After departing with Zhu Shi, Tanjiro received the newly forged Nichiren blade. On that day, an individual adorned with a fire-burnt mask arrived at Tanjiro's master's dwelling to deliver the crafted sword. Chapter 99. Farewell to Muzan. The tree followed Zhu Shi and her companions to a narrow alleyway, which appeared to be a mere dead end. Yet, upon Yashiro placing his hand upon his forehead, the seemingly impassable wall vanished, revealing a hidden residence within. Zhu Shi gazed at the tree beside her and explained their caution was due to the need to evade Muzan Kabutsuji's pursuit. After her words, she led the tree inside, where they settled in the living room, and Zhu Shi prepared a cup of tea for him. "I am quite curious as to why Muzan desires your information," she inquired. The tree took a sip of the tea from the table and replied, "Perhaps he fears me." Yashiro, standing behind Zhu Shi, could not contain himself. "Do not jest. That is the progenitor of demons, Muzan Kabutsuji. How can you claim he fears you? Spare us the deception." The tree cast a glance at Yashiro and said, "If you do not believe me, so be it. I am merely speaking the truth." After finishing his tea, he reclined on the tatami mat. Zhu Shi raised her hand, signaling Yashiro to cease his remarks. Rising slowly from her seat, she took Yashiro with her as they prepared to leave. "If you do not mind, you may rest here for the time being. As for the reasons, we can discuss them when you feel inclined to share." Reclining on the tatami mat, the tree idly swung his crossed leg, pondering why, in this day and age, no one would believe him when he spoke the truth. Meanwhile, Tanjiro, upon seeing his Nichiren blade, was filled with immense joy. The swordsmith, Kanetetsu, observed Tanjiro as he examined the weapon. "Your eyes and hair are both red. Your family must have been engaged in fire-related work for generations," Kanetetsu remarked. Tanjiro, still holding the unsheathed Nichiren blade, responded, "Indeed. My family has always been involved in the charcoal business." Hearing Tanjiro's words, Kanetetsu's excitement surged. "That is splendid. I am finally able to see a red-bladed sword. Quickly, draw your sword." After hearing the words of Rengoku Sakanji, he gazed with great interest at his disciple, eager to observe the color that would manifest upon the drawing of the blade. Due to the unique properties of the Nichiren blade, a newly forged blade is inherently colorless. However, at the moment it is drawn by its master, it transforms into a hue that varies with each wielder. As Tanjiro gradually unsheathed his Nichiren blade, the originally colorless steel instantaneously turned a deep shade of black. Upon witnessing this transformation, Kanroji Mitsuri's fury was palpable, causing the flames of her mask to emit smoke. In a fit of exasperation, she stormed towards Tanjiro and seized him by the neck, shaking him violently. "You insufferable wretch! Why is it black? Why not red? I had hoped to see a crimson blade." Unable to bear the scene any longer, Rengoku Sakanji intervened, pulling Kanroji aside. Confused, Tanjiro looked at his ebony blade and asked, "Is black not acceptable?" Sakanji replied, "It is not that it is unacceptable. Rather, it is quite rare to encounter a blade as dark as yours." Discontented with the color of Tanjiro's blade, Kanroji Mitsuri departed in a huff. After Tanjiro had familiarized himself with his Nichiren blade, a crow flew overhead, cawing urgently. "A child has gone missing 26 kilometers to the southwest. Hurry." Upon hearing the crow's call, Tanjiro understood that his mission had commenced and bid farewell to his mentor. At that moment, Rengoku Sakanji remarked, "Your sister is now free from peril. She has resisted the insatiable hunger for human flesh through sheer willpower alone. You may now keep her by your side, and I have also instilled a suggestion in her. She will regard all humans as her kin." Grateful for Sakanji's words, Tanjiro bowed in appreciation before turning to his sister. "This is splendid." After finishing, Sakanji presented a small wooden box. "I crafted this for you. It is lightweight, yet sturdier than ordinary wood." Tanjiro accepted the box and opened it, at which point Nezuko instinctively climbed inside. Thus, Tanjiro set off with Nezuko on his back and Chihiro by his side, heading towards their mission's objective. Meanwhile, at the location where Tamayo resided, the trees basked in sunlight daily, sipping tea and enjoying a leisurely existence. Yet, Yashiro's gaze towards the tree grew increasingly malevolent. That detestable creature is intruding upon my world with Lady Tamayo. How utterly insufferable. As Tanjiro pressed onward, he arrived at a bustling marketplace, immediately captivated by the vibrant scene before him. Wow, what a lively scene it is. Tanjiro, with Nezuko upon his back and accompanied by Chihiro, made his way towards a ramen shop. Upon noticing Tanjiro's arrival, the enthusiastic ramen chef eagerly began his pitch. This is my family's traditional ramen, passed down through 18 generations. Would you care to taste it? Tanjiro nodded in response and promptly ordered 2 bowls. When the steaming noodles arrived before Tanjiro and Chihiro, he could no longer restrain himself and began to eat heartily. Chihiro, on the other hand, delicately sipped her noodles. Since arriving in this new world, even their diet had transformed. No longer were they confined to mere berries, but they could indulge in a variety of cuisines. The ramen chef, noticing Chihiro's unfamiliar appearance, expressed his surprise. What creature is this? I have never seen anything like it. As Tanjiro slurped his noodles, he explained, this is my companion. Just as he was about to continue introducing Chihiro to the ramen chef, a familiar scent wafted into his nostrils. Tanjiro inhaled deeply. That aroma was unmistakably reminiscent of the lingering scent from his home. With that realization, he dashed out without a moment to spare, neglecting to pay. Chihiro wished to follow, but with Nezuko still tucked away in the box, she chose to remain behind. Meanwhile, Tanjiro burst onto the bustling street, weaving through the crowd until he finally caught sight of the man he had been searching for. Gripping the man's shoulder, he exclaimed, "At last, I have found you, demon." As Tanjiro turned the figure around, he was taken aback to see Muzan Kibutsuji cradling a little girl. The child gazed innocently at Tanjiro and then inquired of Muzan, "Daddy, who is this big brother?" "Daddy?" Hearing the girl's address for Muzan ignited a surge of anger within Tanjiro. How dare he masquerade as a human and even have a child? Realizing Tanjiro's intent, Muzan, with claws extended, swiftly targeted the nape of a passerby. Tanjiro witnessed the scene unfold in horror, his expression betraying his fury. In that moment, the chaos erupted. With Muzan's attack, the victim fell, blood spilling forth, and the man's eyes began to redden, saliva dripping uncontrollably. Tanjiro, overwhelmed by the turmoil, reluctantly released his grip on Muzan's arm. He advanced, pinning the frenzied individual to the ground, his heart filled with rage and determination as he watched Muzan retreat. Muzan Kibutsuji, no matter where you run, I will find you. Muzan cradled the child in his arms, paying no heed to the furious shouts of Tanjiro behind him. His already pallid face grew even more somber. Tanjiro watched helplessly as Muzan vanished, while the street guards arrived on the scene. Seeing Tanjiro pinning someone to the ground, they immediately began to caution him to release his hold. Just as Tanjiro found himself at a loss, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air, and the scenery before him transformed. Tamayo appeared before Tanjiro, accompanied by Yashiro. "Greetings, I am Tamayo," she introduced herself. After a brief explanation exchanged between Tamayo and Tanjiro, he, along with his sister and Kairu, followed Tamayo to her residence. Throughout the journey, Tamayo observed the little companion trailing closely behind Tanjiro. "What is this little one? Is it also a demon?" Tamayo pondered, assuming Kairu was a peculiar variant of demon. Tanjiro glanced down at Kairu. "This is my companion, a friend I have temporarily taken under my care. It is not a demon." Upon hearing Tanjiro's words, Tamayo gazed at the little creature before her with astonishment. Having survived for such a long time, she had never encountered such a marvelous being. Upon arriving at her residence, the tree lay as it always did, sprawled in the center of the corridor, gazing at the scenery in the yard, occasionally sipping tea. "Ah, how delightful," Tamayo remarked as she led Tanjiro to the yard and spotted the tree. "Do not mind it. This is also a guest I brought back earlier." Before Tanjiro could respond, Kairu, who had been faithfully following Tanjiro's side, dashed toward the tree. The tree, still sipping tea, noticed a shadow rushing toward it. Seeing the evolved Kairu, the tree beamed with a proud smile, reminiscent of a father witnessing the growth of his daughter. The tree affectionately stroked Kairu's head as she approached. "Very well, you've evolved. Keep up the good work." Kairu nuzzled against the tree's palm. At that moment, Tamayo and Tanjiro approached. Tanjiro's face brightened upon seeing the tree. "Tree, I didn't expect you to be here with Miss Tamayo." Indeed, I've been here for quite some time. It is rather pleasant, aside from one bothersome little demon. The tree replied. Yashiro, knowing the tree referred to him, bristled with indignation. That wretched fellow. Tamayo, observing the camaraderie between Tanjiro and the tree, felt a surge of curiosity. Do you know each other? Yes. The tree is a traveler and also the guardian of Kairu. It is the tree who entrusted her to me temporarily. Tamayo, intrigued by Tanjiro's words, grew even more fascinated by the tree, unaware that it had yet to disclose the true purpose of Musen's ongoing investigation. Thus, the group engaged in their daily banter. Miss Tamayo is also researching methods to transform demons back into humans. Observing the excited Tanjiro, she acknowledges, indeed, the child beside me becoming a demon is also my responsibility. Yashiro, hearing this, quickly interjects, do not blame Miss Tamayo. It was entirely my choice, and at that time, my life was nearing its end. As their conversation progresses, Tamayo agrees to assist Tanjiro in treating his sister, while Tanjiro promises to help her gather the blood of demons, which would expedite the creation of an antidote. Just as the group enjoys their discussion, Yashiro's concealment technique is abruptly disrupted. With a thunderous crash, a female demon with 6 arms and a blind demon arrives. Upon their arrival, the trees seem to sigh, realizing that their tranquil days have come to an end, leaving uncertainty about what lies ahead. In this pressure-free world, one becomes lax. Noticing the approaching threat, Tanjiro stands resolutely in front of Tamayo and the others. The female demon hurls an embroidered ball at him. He swiftly dodges to the side as the ball crashes into a wall, reducing it to rubble. The 6-armed demon retrieves several more embroidered balls from behind her. Let us see how you escape this time, she taunts, launching another volley of balls. In response, Kairu Rian utilizes his psychic powers to halt the balls mid-air, while Nezuko bursts forth from her box, kicking the suspended balls back at the female demon. Seeing that Nezuko and Kairu Rian have temporarily subdued one of the demons, Tanjiro shifts his focus to the blind demon. The blind demon swings its arm, causing Tanjiro's body to become uncontrollable, moving in tandem with the demon's gestures. Tanjiro struggles to perceive the trajectory of his own movements, helplessly crashing into the ground and walls. Unable to bear the sight, Yashiro intervenes, employing his blood demon art to assist Tanjiro by placing a talisman on his forehead. With the talisman's aid, Tanjiro finally discerns the path of his erratic movements and begins to navigate it to avoid further collisions. Meanwhile, the female demon, frustrated that her balls are consistently halted just before striking, exclaims in exasperation, "Why is this happening?" As Nezuko returns the balls, Kairu Rian seizes the opportunity to counterattack, casting a hypnosis spell toward the female demon. As she continues to throw balls, she feels her eyelids growing heavier and her throwing strength wanes. In that fleeting moment of drowsiness, a ball hurtles toward her head. With a resounding smack, the scene unfolds. Like a watermelon bursting apart, the head of the female demon shattered, leaving only her body behind. Tanjiro was once again hurled into the air, and as he began his descent, he attempted to alter his technique, striking downward. Water breathing, third form, modified, horizontal water wheel. Tanjiro adjusted his position mid-fall and delivered a decisive horizontal slash, severing the demon's neck before crashing heavily to the ground. Gasping for breath, Tanjiro noticed that Nezuko had also concluded her battle, and he let out a sigh of relief. At that moment, Tamayo approached the headless demon, taking control of it. "This will serve perfectly for my experiments," she remarked. Having settled everything, Tanjiro and Tamayo bid farewell and continued onward toward their mission, while Shinjiro trailed behind, bored.